Yeah. Hey, turn me up, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I said, yo, we live and direct. We in effect. What's popping? What's popping? What's popping? Chilling. Late night, man. Figured I chop it up real quick, man. Get a little smoke on. Low key, I'm just practicing. Y'all kind of my guinea pigs right now. I use y'all to, you know, let me know what's going on. Let me know if I sound right. I'm gonna roll up one. We're gonna talk about these YouTube drops everybody want. You know. Man, everybody want them YouTube drops, man. Everybody. And what's crazy is like you want a YouTube drop, man. I'm not condemning you. I'm not making trying to make you feel bad. None of that. You feel me? Like I'm not trying to make you feel bad. What up though, Black? I'm not trying to make you feel bad, man. Please share the stream. We're gonna talk about it, man. Everybody want a YouTube drop. We're just gonna roll up first, man. Shout out to Easy, man, for sparking the conversation again. You know, but motherfuckers want them YouTube drops, bro. Like that's what everybody talking about, man. Everybody bringing it up. They want something to drop on YouTube. Those golden days, man. I remember when, man, I couldn't even understand why niggas was rapping for free on YouTube, let alone, um, times have changed, man. Times have changed. It's been, I mean, it's about time, right? Right? Kinda. No, y'all don't agree. I think so. You did. Yeah. Man, so look, man, everybody want a YouTube drop. Everybody, I want to pull up some of these. some of these interviews, man, cats is like everybody going crazy, everybody talking about it. Uh, so man, where do we go, man? Where do we start? Do we start here? Do we start here? This was like this was a minute ago. This kind of what sparked it off.
Things to do, man. Celebrate the night, man. Successful night. YouTube app. Let's talk about how some people, like they're starting to do the comparison, like, oh, we missed YouTube. We can't get a lot of battles on YouTube no more. A lot of stuff is on the app, and talk about this for me.
Talk about
I
it.
mean, what you want to know, like, I'm fully 100% independent. I'm not,
Right.
what I'm saying?
That's what I want you to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested in YouTube. I gave YouTube 10 years out of my life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It takes, support finances to do what we're doing. And if you support this art form, you know what I'm saying? Everything is going to live on the app. We need the support. Like, you know what I mean? That's just basically what it is. Like, I'm independent. You know what I mean? I'm fully independent.
Independent.
100% independent. I'm not relying
100%.
on none of these major companies, none of these major fucking, corporations to basically
None of them.
distribute, you know what I'm saying, the content that I produce.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? That's just basically how I'm giving it up.
I asked you that because T-Top mentioned it in there. Drop my shit on YouTube. They're battle rappers that want their material dropped on YouTube. What do you say to them that, they want to be able to watch this shit on YouTube?
I mean...
And I understand the YouTube, but explain to them why.
Explain what why? Like, I don't
Because they
understand
want it. Again, he mentioned it in the battle, so it ain't like he just said that for nothing, right? He's got to really mean that.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a business at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's why they get paid. You know what I'm saying? They get paid to basically, you know what I'm saying, perform. And that's just basically what it is. Like, you know what I mean? If I'm producing or I'm promoting, a promotion is gonna live on my streaming platform.
Promotion gonna live on his streaming platform. That's what he said. That's what he said. And like on some real, I don't see what the fuss is. I ain't even gonna hold you up. Like, what y'all want? Like y'all want him to do what ain't best for business, but do what's best for your business. And the crazy thing is, like, y'all don't like a lot of us really still don't know where all the money is being made in battle rap. Like for real. Like I'm with a YouTube drop, like spreading your awareness, get more people to see you in that regard. But it seemed like, yo, who platform you want it on? You want it on the URL platform. Um and see, now this is crazy because I just got a message asking when I'm getting back in the ring. It's been a long time. See, this is why people want those YouTube drops. A battle Shotgun Suge on Smack URL back in October. The battle just dropped like earlier this month. A battle, what's his name? I'm tripping. And I know his name. This is no offense. I battled None on Caffeine. What was that, last year or the year before? I battled Cortez the year before. All those things are on the URL app. So a lot of people are saying, like, they want their battles to drop on YouTube because their fans haven't seen them in a long time. To that I say, like, why aren't your fans tapping into you? So with that, yo, Black, tap into me. Go to questmacody.com. Show me some love. You dig? Because like the YouTube drops are cool, man. Like, don't get me wrong, but the YouTube drops are cool, but you also need that support from your fan base directly. So, tap in, make sure you get a Jonah hat. You dig? They on sale at questmacody.com. They're on sale at questmacody.com. Get you a Jonah hat. They're on sale at questmacody.com. Things like that. I'd rather have the support. You dig? I'd rather have the support. QuestMcCody.com, 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 QuestMcCody.com. Make you tune in. Make sure you tune into that. All right, so look, YouTube drops are cool. Like I ain't even tripping. YouTube drops are cool. But the thing is money in YouTube too. And I get exposure can bring you more money and things of that nature. But right now in battle rap specifically, there's content being created and the owners of the content are not, I repeat, the owners of the content are not going to reap the benefits, not the future benefits of this shit. Not until we start negotiating our mechanical rights within our contracts. Right now, when people go see a battle or when they go view a battle, like you're done getting paid the second the battle organization pays you. And that's whack. So we got to change that. Because here's the thing, when stuff get played on TikTok, man, when rappers get their songs played on TikTok, when somebody has it in their background, is somebody getting paid for that, right? So why wouldn't you get paid for that? How do we get paid for that? We do that by, man, to be honest, man, we negotiate it into our contracts. And it take everybody, especially the bigger names within the culture, to kind of stick to their guns and say, like, yo, man, I want my family to be able to eat off of my work. See, the problem is our work is being undervalued. Like we're thinking about our work existing right now when our work exists forever. You know what I'm saying? It exists forever. And we're dropping the ball because a lot of us don't necessarily understand the business, and then those of us that do understand the business, some of us don't have the leverage to kind of demand the things that we're looking for. And it starts at the top. Don't start at the bottom. You can't have somebody new in the game getting everything, but you got to set the standard. See, the standard was set when it came down to just like making money, like getting a bigger deposit, getting a bigger purse in that regard. But like residual income has to exist. Residuals from um, the work that we put in on the stage, like that gotta exist. And how do you do that? Um, well, there's a lot of ways. One of the ways is just registering your battle uh, with a publishing company so you can start to collect. But the first step is going to be making sure your contract doesn't say you can't collect. Like a lot of people think that it's because the league pays for the battle that they are going to be able to be the sole benefactor, is that the word? Or beneficiary to the work. And that's just not right. Like it's ass backwards on some real shit. It's ass backwards on some real shit. No, I'm not even kidding. Like you gotta, the league should own the footage, the audio and video. They should own it. They shouldn't own the material. They shouldn't own, like you should own the right to license. But I should get paid when you license what we got. Shout out Tony. What up, Tony? Man, I hope everything's smooth your way, man. Everything's smooth this way. Yeah, man. But you should own your work. When you do a feature for somebody and they pay you, you get paid when they sell the work too. Like that's something. So you want to make sure that you're getting paid, you're getting your dividends on all ends, bro. How do we do that? Again, it start with the people at the top, man, the people with the most leverage, and the leverage got to be unselfish, man. It can't just be, yo, I'm gonna do this for me. It's got to be, I'm gonna do this for us. Now you could use yourself as the guinea pig. You could start with you. Shout out Tony. Shout out Tony. You could use that for you, right? But you got to do more, baby. You got to do more. Cause I'm not playing, dog. Like, we gonna look up, dog, and nobody's gonna be reaping the benefits off of the work we're doing today, tomorrow, except for the leagues. This ain't an anti-league thing. Just what's right. Get that shit out your contract. Shouldn't be a. I'm not saying like, yo, they are trying to make some of their bread back that they invested when it comes down to like YouTube streams, but there's not even a recoup clause. Like, yo, man, call it in advance. Give me an advance. Don't give me no money no more. Give me an advance. How about that? I don't want a deposit. I want an advance. Give me a fucking advance. If you sign a multi-battle deal with a league, you should get a fucking advance. Not a deposit. An advance. You shouldn't get a purse. Get an advance. Go into business with them. Let them invest in you by giving you an advance for X amount of battles, and you do what you're supposed to do. You do your numbers, and if you don't do your numbers, they could write that shit off like they gonna do anyway. And then it'll be hard for you to get booked. That's my thought. Don't give me no money. Don't give me no deposit. Give me an advance. Because I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that people are sitting up fighting and going crazy for a YouTube drop that they not getting paid for. You're not getting paid for it. They're getting paid for it. When shit go to the apps, they pay for the apps. So, you know, they getting paid for it there. But when shit go to YouTube and that shit end up on TikTok, man, someone's making something off of it, and you should be too. So stop taking deposits and start taking advances if you are a person that's getting signed to multi-battle deals with these leagues. Put a time frame on your deal, not 2 years. If you put 2 years on your battle, it needs to be for as many battles as you think you should be taking in 2 years. And battlers should be signing like contracts like the record label. Dog, yo, man, I'm signed to Def Jam for this amount of time. It's time to renegotiate my contract because I'm popping. My first album did crazy. I want to renegotiate my contract. Renegotiate your contract, get a new advance for your next battle, and move on. If you want to switch teams, yo, man, switch teams. Yo, contract season. I'm a free agent. Yo, I'm out here. But work residuals into y'all contracts, man. That's my advice. I'm out.
I got the beat neck for everybody in J. Crew. What you know about 50 raps in a double law? Nothing. I can tell by her appearance that she knows about the struggle law. And as soon as you accepted this battle, you knew you was in trouble law. Cause you're not half as nice as me, so I ain't gotta be a rough rider in a double law. Listen, I saw you battle with Couture and you bought her all kinds of apes. And girl, you crazy because, ooh, baby, have you seen you lately? You chimpanzee in the face, and that is no filler. Matter of fact, you a black-faced spider monkey, but claim you gorilla. You also said your calico will leave DNA on the scene like a rape crime. I said, damn, that was a great line. But that was a flip, already said to DNA by X Factor. So for being a writer, that makes you even a less factor. Wasn't you supposed to be on Love and Hip Hop? Or was that a fib or fable? What happened, Erica? Did Nia Lee or Tim replace you? Wait, sidebar, Duchess? I think that chin replaced you. But seriously, Erica was probably begging to put name on this bitch. Then uppercut her like why? Hit the name on this bitch. You remind me of TT, so I'ma show you how I set it off. See, I hate
bitches,
especially fake
bitches.
Yeah, the snake
bitches.
That's why queens we shake bitches. I so badly wanna be from the real estate, so I'ma put you in your place. That's real estate. Regardless of where you from, you getting fucked up. That's what the real estate. Y'all gonna see her crying over this disaster, and it ain't daylight. That's right. That's right. No to drop and drag bitches, and it ain't rape rights. You get slapped, boxed, and I don't play fight. She's dumb. She's dumb. Take the thing that cause she on camera bags and she making a damn band. She ain't know me and the Flintstones was a part of the damn plans. But Fred and Wilma told me to go in. So our body parts turned into pebbles when I let her be big. Like for that cash money, I give her the Mac main. Nah, that's too cliche for you to automatic Kane. And just because you let Dykes pimp you, don't make him your big daddy, Kane. Copper-plated Smith and Wesson, the color of one sailor. Means you, me, and God today. Cause when JC Penny, she gon' find out the harder way. See, Hazzy backed out, but people thought I couldn't handle a pH challenge. Nigga, I spit acid to throw off pH balance. Now I'm shutting down P. She not here, I'm shutting down P. C with a double click. No computer with my shooters, I'm talking about that rubber grip. Look at that, after I get my drag on, I could give her this K or rest one. Or the Smith.
Live at the record. We about to get this going. About to get this going. I said, yo, podcast, you tuned in. Make sure you share this. We got something real dope going on. We got something super dope going on. Man, we got something super dope going on. Yeah. Hey, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damn if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. Mic check. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live and direct. We on set. Quest McCody, I said, yo, podcast, man, we in the building, man. Shout out to everybody on Twitter that's tuning in. Yo, we doing an interview series where, you know, I just get to talk to my friends, man. Get to talk to great people, wonderful people, great talents in this thing we do, whether it's battle rap, hip-hop, music, whatever it is. We got a whole lot of things in store today. We got people in the comments, man. So if you're on Twitter, tuning in or whatever that is, make sure you tap in. Make sure you tap in with us. We got a crazy guest today, okay? Excuse me, but we got a crazy guest today, okay? This young lady, I don't even want to go too far into it, but the lady hails from Queens, New York, the Mecca, you know, a starting point or a starting place not only this thing we call battle rap, but hip hop as a whole. She's one of the women that helped blaze trails. I hate when we say pave the way, right? Because paving the way seems like you're laying down, like you're doing labor. Like blazing a trail mean like, yo, I set this shit on fire, okay? This young lady helped set this thing on fire. And I want to bring her to the stage. We got a wonderful, super dope, awesomely talented, beautiful Miss Miami is in the building. Yo, Miami, hold on. I got to get you in here the right way. We got to get Miami in here the right way. I don't care. They trying to give me technical difficulties, and we still got you. What up? What up? What up? What up? What
In
up? What up? What
here,
up?
upstairs, gang. Here. Miss Miami
Yeah.
chicks take shots, but they miss Miami. They know the motto, the slogan.
Hey, yo, they know the motto. They know the slogan. How are you feeling? You all right?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Word.
Feeling
Hey,
good.
hey, it's crazy. People be like, "How you feeling? You all right?" They just answer the question for you. How you doing? You okay?
Yeah.
Man,
So how you
so
doing? Be more of a greeting than a question, though.
right. It'd be like, yo, what's up, man? How you doing? You don't really want to hear. I done asked people how they doing and then kept it moving so quick. Or when somebody asks me how I'm doing, I kind of flip it back. Like, what's up, Quest, man? How you doing, man? What's up, man? How you doing? And keep it moving. So, man, where in the world is Miami right now? I know you hail from Queens, New York. And before we get too deep into the story, I want to number one just thank you for being a part of the show. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to sit up and chop it up with you in front of these people. I talk to you all the time though, cause you upstairs, gang. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But before this Miami that we know and we see all the time, and we've seen throughout the years, you came up in Queens, New York, right?
Yes, sir. All right, so let's bring it from the beginning. So I was born in Jamaica, the island. I was born in Jamaica. I came to America with my mom when I was 4 years old. We
Okay.
stayed in Staten Island, right?
Okay.
So from 4 to like 9, I was in Staten Island. When I was 10 years old, that's when I moved to Queens. So
Mm,
from 10 and on, I was in Queens.
okay.
Wait,
Okay.
bring it back. You said where I reside. Right now, I'm currently in Philly. I live in
Philly,
Philly.
Philly.
We
Okay, you
still
out there
represent
with the
NY, but
with the
I reside
Bulls.
in Philly.
You out there with the Bulls.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The nut ass freak bowls.
Oh man, I hope not. Stay away from them. So listen, um, so Jamaica. Let's start there. Um, Miss Miami from Jamaica
All right.
by way of Staten Island, raised in Queens,
Right. Right.
living in
Philly.
Philly. All
Right.
right, all right, all right, all right. So let's
All
figure
right.
this
So
out.
so growing up, I always had this little phrase. I used to say, "Jamaica made me, but Queens raised me."
Okay,
So, and so my parents did conceive me in Jamaica. I did get some of the upbringing, but I came here really young at 4.
okay. Where in
So
Jamaica?
I'm from St. Catherine.
Okay. And what got them here? What made them say,
My
"Yo,
my
we
grandmother sent for my mom, and
okay,
I was my mom's youngest child at the time. So of course she's gonna take her baby with her.
okay,
And I think my dad gave her the money to sponsor me getting over here.
okay." So how many?
My
How many?
name is Miami because when my mom was still pregnant with me, my dad was doing business over there. Let's just say he was into some street pharmaceuticals, and he when he got to Miami, he said Miami was clean and pretty, like
Mm-hmm.
gorgeous, right? So when he went back to Jamaica and my mom gave birth to me, when he saw me, he said I reminded him of Miami because I was clean and pretty,
Wow.
not like a typical baby who that's born in slimy,
Yeah,
bloody,
yeah,
like
yeah,
you know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, he said when I was born, he was like, "Wow, clean and pretty like Miami." So yeah, that's why my dad named me Miami.
Okay, okay. You smile when you talk about your dad that quick. I saw
That's
you
my
just lit
guy,
up.
man.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So you have siblings. You have siblings.
Yeah, yeah. I have a
Okay.
lot of siblings.
Okay. How many siblings?
My dad only had 2, so I'm my father's only daughter, but I have an
Hmm.
older brother on my dad's side, so my dad
Okay.
has 2. My mom had 8,
Okay.
so I'm number 5 on her side.
Okay. 8 total. That's including you.
Yes,
Okay. All right. So when your mom came here, when you and your mom came here, you had to separate from your siblings, right?
yes, and my dad.
Okay.
Yep.
How long was that?
For about I came here and I remember going to kindergarten, and I think I started first grade, and then I ended up going back to Jamaica. and
Okay.
doing first grade in Jamaica under my dad's care.
Okay. What was the difference, if you could remember, like school wise, like going to school
Okay.
in America versus going to school in Jamaica?
So everything I had been taught in Jamaica was okay. So everything I had learned prior to school in Jamaica, I think they ended up putting me back a grade because they thought the education wasn't equivalent. But in
Okay.
fact, the education is more advanced because I knew everything they were trying to teach me when I got here.
Okay. I hear that a lot. I know someone else that came from Jamaica here, and she was ahead of her classes, and then they made her go back, thinking that maybe that's crazy. So you went back to Jamaica for how long?
About a year.
Okay.
About a year. Then
Okay.
I came back. My dad said he thought I would have more opportunities in America, so he sent me back here with my mom.
Okay. All right. So Staten Island. What do you remember from Staten Island? Just being a kid in Staten Island, New York.
I remember Park Hill Projects. I
Okay.
think that's
Okay.
where
Park
some
Hill.
members of the Wu-Tang Clan is from.
Yeah, yeah, I watched that show too, man. That show showed me a lot. That might not be 100%, but it definitely was enough for me to be like, dang, yeah, Park Hill.
Yeah, so my house was like around the corner. Like I could literally walk to the Park Hill Projects.
Okay,
So I remember that. I remember my neighbors across the street, Marsha and Tasha. I remember we used to go to the store to buy pickles in a bag.
okay,
Um, I had a traumatic experience. The scar that I have on my forehead, I had 14 stitches from it, right?
okay.
So I was at my neighbor's house, and the little boys and my neighbors were having a rock fight. Mind you,
Hmm.
I wasn't involved. I was on the swing, minding my own business. Now
Hmm.
they were having a rock fight, and I end up getting my head bust wide open, child.
Man, what? Just okay. So it wasn't like okay. It was just literally a freak accident. Was anybody mad at anybody, or was it pure innocence?
Um, my cousin, the one that took me to the hospital for the stitches, she was upset with the little boy. My uncle was upset with the little boy. My mom, her reaction was like, "I told you not to go outside. That's what you get."
Right. So when you were in Staten Island, how did you like, were you influenced by, like, you came up from around the corner from where Wu-Tang was, like just moving in that environment, was
So,
it like heavily influenced by rap music, hip hop,
so
or
this was like the '90s, and my cousins. I used to just pay attention. I was a little kid in elementary school, so I used to just
yeah.
pay attention to what my cousins were doing because they were like teenagers at the time. So yeah, it was heavy like dance hall culture,
Okay.
heavy hip hop culture. Yeah, I remember they used to play the radio a lot, but like I said, my family's Jamaican, so they would play a lot of like old reggae music. But when they would play the radio, I definitely remember the hip hop was definitely like Jay-Z, Biggie.
Okay. What was the turning point? Because at some point in time, was it while you were in Staten Island, or was it when you got the Queens that you got involved, or how old were you when you decided, like, hey, I want to rap?
Right. So I moved to Queens when I was 10 years old,
Right.
and I used to get in trouble a lot. I was at Miss Scott's house, and we lived on the 41st side of Vernon.
So what's
And
Scott's house?
huh?
What's Scott's house?
Miss Scott's house.
Oh, okay. Who is Miss Scott?
Miss Scott was my foster mom.
Okay.
So yeah, I lived in her house. We lived on the 41st side of Vernon, and I don't know if I was getting in trouble in school or in the house, but I used to get in trouble a lot, and I
Okay.
used to be on punishment a lot, so I
So
couldn't go outside.
let's rewind. Let's rewind because we got the Miss Scott, right?
Okay.
How we get with Miss Scott?
Incident happened in Staten Island where I was under some family care, and I ended up being removed from the house.
Okay, got you. And so Miss Scott came about, and like y'all relationship was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Miss Scott was a great foster mom. She treated me like family. Um, so
She had a whole library in her house, and
Word.
my punishment was, I used to have to like read books when I was on punishment. It got to the point where I was on punishment so frequently, I read the whole library.
Dang.
And then I started writing my own stories. I'm like, dang, I read all the books. Let's start write your own stories. One
Right.
day while I'm writing, and I used to write poems too. One day while I'm writing one of the stories, I'm looking outside my window. Nas is shooting a music video.
Man, nah, no, he not.
I
No, he
kid
not.
you not. Nas
You're
is
in
shooting
your
a
now
music
at this point in
video.
time, you're not rapping. You're just like
Didn't start rapping yet.
reading books in the
Reading books,
library.
writing stories, writing poetry. Started
Okay.
writing poetry. And I look outside and I'm like, is that Nas shooting a music video? And I was just like, wow, I want to rap. That's what I want to do. I want to rap.
So you
Then,
knew about rap because you knew who
yeah,
Nas was when you saw him.
yeah.
But seeing Nas on TV didn't make you like just seeing him right there and right then at that
In
moment.
front of my face, like while I look out my window and saw him, yeah, at that
Yeah.
moment, I was like, yeah, I want to do
So
this.
so you see Nas.
Yeah.
What do you do right then? What do you start writing raps right then, or do the next day? Does the next day
I think
happen
I wrote my first rhyme that
that
day.
that day?
That day.
Wow. Yo, Nas, man, if you out here watching this right now, like, yo, you are a major, a key figure in why we got Miss Miami. Like, man, shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Definitely.
All
Definitely
right.
one of the goats.
All right. So Nas got you going. You was like, I'm gonna start rapping. So
Right.
were you always Miss Miami? Like, cause I never
No.
knew that was your name. Like, so
No.
yeah. I don't think a
My
lot of people know that, right?
No, a lot of people don't know that's my government name, right? My very first rap name, I had a lot, Quest. So I'm trying to remember. What was the very first? I had like three, right? So
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't remember what the first one was, but I can tell you what I had like three. So it was Little Marv, short for Little Marvelous. That was one.
Man, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Little Marv?
Little
Man, what
Marv,
like man, Little Marv.
Little Marv,
Man,
Little
I
Marv.
cannot wait to tell Marv one of the world
I
famous
would
fat
not.
killers
I would not hear
that
the
he
end of
had
that.
a
Oh my god.
junior out here. He's gonna start calling you Junior. All right, so Little Marv.
All right. Then it was Baby Death, Death, Baby
Okay,
Death, right?
got you. Okay.
Then it was Double Nickels
And double nickels. What was double nickels? What was
for a
that about?
dime. Two nickels made a dime. I was a dime.
Man, how old was double nickels?
Double nickels, I was about 15, 16.
Man. Okay, and what age did we land on Miss Miami?
Okay. So I was Lady Miami. I joined a rap group, 100 Proof, and I was
Okay.
Lady Miami, right?
All right.
And I think I dropped the lady and just became the Miss when I actually started battle rap.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, when did I start talking about Miss? Or did my brother tell me to drop the lady and just be Miss? I don't remember.
All right. So Miami is in high school. Let's go to high school. You get to high school. At this point, you've been rapping for at least 3 or 4 years now, right? Had you been in the studio yet? Had you recorded actual
Uh,
raps,
I
or
think
what?
I 15 and 16 was when I got in
Okay.
the studio.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
starting high school, but like right when you got there, you hadn't yet, but you were like doing what? Were you like writing songs,
I was
recording
just
them?
writing verses, like rap verses. Verses I can memorize. So when ciphers went on in school, I could hop in and say my little 2 cents.
Okay, so you got in the ciphers. You participated.
Yeah, that's how I got known in my school for rapping.
Okay.
Because when
Okay.
when the boys were in their ciphers, I would just hop in there and do
Okay.
my little verse.
Where'd you mind saying what school or what?
I went to Martin Van Buren High School
Okay.
in Queens. Yep.
Anybody? I'm not familiar with that high school, but like anybody I would know, New York, y'all always got the high schools where, Stephon Marbury went to this high school. This
Cracking
where
up. No, I
Alpo
don't know
went.
any famous other than me, right? Like, look, I don't know any
Hey,
famous other
so
than me.
boom, we got it, Miss Miami, the most famous person coming out of our high school. So boom, you in high school and you're doing ciphers. I'm sure the first cipher you got in, were you nervous? Look at that, we got a guest speaker.
That's my son, guys.
What's
Say
up,
hi.
G?
Say hi.
What's up, man?
Okay,
We
go
talking
ahead.
we talking to your mom about being. He like, I gotta get up out of here.
All right. You said the first cipher. Was I nervous?
Yeah.
No. I think I was excited because I don't
Okay.
know when I had memorized the verse, but I think I was just excited for people to hear it.
Okay. I know you was in 100 proof or whatever, but leading into that, you're just getting into high school like a ninth grader. So in ninth grade, you jumping in the cipher like that? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know somebody or did you just see people
Yeah. It was
rapping?
like people that I was familiar with, like maybe a boy from my class or a boy from my
Yeah.
neighborhood that I knew. Yeah.
Okay. So you go through high school, you doing your thing. What else is going on in high school? Like what's a normal day in the life of Miami in high school? Like you.
This freshman year, I think I was heavily in the church. I was participating in the church, like going to Bible study and stuff, like Wednesday nights and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, freshman year, I didn't really do a lot.
Okay.
Like my
But
like my like my junior senior year, I remember having a job.
okay.
Sophomore year, I got into like dance.
Okay. Like what kind? Was you doing like modern dance? Were you one of
All right, no.
those?
So listen. Freshman year, they gave us electives. They said you have your choices. You could choose bodybuilding, weightlifting. You could choose dance, aerobics, and I and I chose bodybuilding and weightlifting. Right, my freshman year.
Okay.
So I'm in the class, and I'm like the only girl in the class.
Right, right.
So I was a little uncomfortable that I was like the only girl in the class, and I'm like doing my ones and twos, and like a month in the class, one of my classmates was like, "Yo, you keep this up, you're gonna look like China,
Oh
the wrestler."
no.
He meant the
Oh
wrestler.
nah.
He
He
meant the
tried to
wrestler.
play
So
you.
I said, "Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do this bodybuilding stuff anymore because I feel like I already had an athletic build."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so sophomore year, I chose. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do dance.
Okay.
So dance was hip hop, reggae.
Okay. All right. So you stayed true to the art. Like you in your roots from the reggae. You was doing the hip hop dance. So, um, let's
And I
fast forward.
also was in the drama club too. I was in a couple plays.
Okay. Okay. What was your starring role?
I was Ursula in The Little Mermaid.
Oh man, I can see you now. Did they do the wig? Did you do the wig?
The makeup, yeah. My classmates, every time they saw me, they used to tease me like poor unfortunate souls. Like they used to make fun of me, like one of my lines.
Do you think like being involved like in drama helped you when you got into battle rap? Like in
It
school?
might have.
Like cause I can see like because like you not always turned up like
Right.
you are in the ring like you be chill like we kicking it now or whatever but you know how to turn up and I saw like early on like in your battles like you already knew how to command the stage, right? So like where did that come from?
I think it has to do with my performance and drama experience because, like I said, I was in drama in school, and I also was doing plays in church. So I
Okay.
think I had a heavy like performance background. Yeah.
Right. A lot of people don't know when you started battle rapping. Like a lot of, I see Saga takes a lot of credit. He takes credit for being the first Christian battle rapper, right? Um, you got, you got little bit of, a little bit of claim in that stake. Just a little bit, maybe just a little bit, just a little bit.
What year did Saga come out?
I don't know. I don't know. I had to. I wouldn't even. It'll take me too long to try to figure it out. But let's be
Okay.
fair
Yeah.
and say
I
2012.
that was the same year I came out. So
Man,
all right, Saga, it's a tie.
okay. So you were a Christian like rapper. Did you?
Right. So I never labeled myself a Christian battle rapper, but I never cursed in my raps.
Mm,
It wasn't until I battled. It was supposed to be a three-way battle. I got into the ring and battled Precise, and I no, when I didn't mean the three-way battle. When I battled Precise, I introduced my alter ego, Amos, and
okay.
she was cursing and turning up and with all the smoke.
Okay.
So that's how we got there.
So
But
tell me.
prior to that, no, I didn't curse in any of my raps.
So tell me about that decision not to curse in your raps. Was that?
Um, I was a Christian at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
even though I didn't label myself a Christian rapper because
Yeah.
I felt like, yo, I'm battling people. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm a Christian rapper. Like I'm literally in battle rap. I'm trying to tear these folks down. So I'm not gonna put that title
Yeah.
on it. And then I feel like putting the title on it boxes you in
Mm-hmm.
to that category. You know what I'm saying? So, and I didn't want that for me for my career.
What about once you gotten to just actually doing these battles? Like, how did you get going? Did you just look up one day like, okay, cool? You saw Nas,
Can
right?
I have it back, Rocky? Uh huh.
You saw Nas rapping outside of your window. Um, it's a funny story. Midwest Miles from Detroit, like he looked out of his window and saw Eminem filming 8 Mile outside of his window.
Crazy.
So it's crazy how those kind of stories parallel. So what got you in the battle rap? Like what made you say like, yo, 100 proof, I like this rap shit we doing. I got this. I'm about to jump in this ring and start battling and not just
So
doing ciphers. What's up?
my cousin Kia introduced me to a girl named Miss Tosh, right? And
Okay.
at the time, Miss Tosh had a battle, a sparring session battle on Queen of the Rings that she invited us to. So I was like, okay, I'll go. When we go, I was not impressed. So I'm in the crowd talking shit like, yo, I kill these girls. Where are like? And Debo hears me talking heavy. And he like, you rap? And I'm like, yeah. And that's history.
So wait. Devo says you rap and you're like, yeah.
Yeah. And he's like,
And
give me your
and then what happened? What
he says,
happened
give me
then?
your information. And
Okay.
he booked me for a battle.
So that was 2012.
2012.
So that's when you battled Swiss.
Swizz, yep.
Okay. All right. So tell me about like
That was
just
my
getting.
second sparring session. The first one got vaulted because I killed a girl so bad.
Damn, who was that?
What was her name? What's her name? AK?
Okay. She ever battle again?
I ended her career. It was over.
Okay. All right. So you battle Swiss,
Hmm.
and right when they got ready to flip the coin, you said, "I want to go first." This your
Uh,
why?
I don't know. I felt like I want to take the energy of the room.
How did you know that? Like,
I don't
this is your
know.
second battle. How did
I
you
don't
like?
know.
You just did you have that much confidence? Did you feel like you had an advantage going first? Did you feel like, yo, I've been
Yeah,
waiting
I
to
think
rap
because
for so
we were in New
long?
York, my home turf. So I'm like, let me do this real quick.
Hmm. Now I was looking in the background of that battle, and I saw like a young Phara, a young Jazz the rapper.
Hmm.
Who else was there? Tell me about that day.
Shada Ashley. I think all the vets were out that day.
Okay. So tell
Um,
me about that day. Like how like before the battle. This year the first battle got voted. I know you probably pissed. The battle didn't come out.
right.
Um, that
Um,
morning you wake up. You about to go to the second time having your first battle. You
right.
how you
I
feeling?
remember. I remember. I never battled. Well, Queen of the Ring was my first time battling, but I never was in a situation with a someone from the LGBT community. Like, also, what were we gonna say? She's a stud or whatever. I usually
Hmm.
say dyke, but I don't know. Some people get take offense to that, so let's say stud. So that was my first time battling a stud. So I think I was excited for that, because I'm already aggressive. And then I think I wanted to prove myself since the first footage didn't come out. I was like, yeah, I gotta really prove myself, really turn up, really show them. Then it was a lot of vets in the building, and I remember on the line to go inside the room, um, Phara was like standing in front of me, and she told her homegirl, she pointed to me and like told her homegirl, she was like, she remind me of Shuni. I remember that.
Okay. So, like in that battle, you were very aggressive, right? You were
Yeah.
very aggressive. Um, and you're always aggressive. And like you got that kind of prowess when you up there rapping. So, um, where does that come from?
I think the name of my game is like domination.
Okay.
Like I want to dominate my opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So if the energy, the aggression, the lyricism, whatever I have to do to show the audience that I am the dominant force and the dominant factor, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. All right. How does that tie into how does Miami on the stage, Ms. Miami, tie into Miami off stage when it comes down to that that emotion and that passion that you put out on the stage?
No,
Like,
that gets me in
did you
trouble sometimes because I can't always be the dominant factor in life.
does it like when you were coming up, did that translate into like is that how you were like you like like in sports or competition like you
I was always competitive and athletic. I ran track. So yeah, was I really trying to dominate people in track? I don't remember. I was really young back then, but
okay.
I feel like everything that I had, like it was a competition. Yeah, I was
Okay.
like go hard or go home type of mentality. Like
So right before we get back into and because we was in 2012, but I wanted to just go back for one quick second. Yeah, 8 siblings. How are y'all? Where is everybody at now? Are some in
it,
Jamaica? Are some
yeah, we're
where's
scattered.
okay, okay.
We're still
Have
scattered.
they
So,
do they see you online and performing? Have they
yeah, some of them,
okay.
most of them, yeah,
Okay,
most of them,
okay.
yeah.
I know that's probably shocking, like to see little sis or big sis, like just on a main stage on a big platform doing that. Something that, shoot, before you got to America, they probably didn't even know you would go into. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
My little sister, she says she met someone who was a fan of mine, and when
Word.
she told them that I was her sister, like they didn't believe her or whatever. So she called me, and we were like talking, and they was like screaming on the phone and stuff, and I'm like,
That's funny. When my that's funny. When my daughter went to school, she had like she had sent a video of like her roommate watching us against chess and steams or whatever. So it was like it's always like funny or fulfilling as well when somebody is can recognize what you do to somebody that you care about. You
right,
know. So 2013, you and C3 battle, right? Now C3 is a beast then, beast now. You're a
yes,
beast then, beast now,
yes,
right? You were one of the people that caught wreck, like with all the legends and all y'all was active against each other early, right?
right.
You were one that you didn't run from a fight. Uh, let's talk about you and C3. Um, I can't remember what event that was. But that was
So
2000.
it was supposed to be the three-way battle.
Okay.
Precise got into the car accident, so it ended up just being me and C3. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it ended up just being me and C3. Um, she was reluctant to do it because Precise wasn't there, and it was funny because me and her both had like the same frame of mind, like, "Yo, we gonna attack her." Um, and prior to that, I didn't know C3, even though we were both from Queens, and we were like literally like everybody she knows, I know. Like we know
Right.
so many people. It's like more than 6 degrees of separation. It's like 2 degrees of separation. You know what
Right.
I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Like so. After the battle, me and her became so close. We were locked in. But prior to the battle, I didn't really know much of her. So it wasn't
Okay.
like, oh, I'm intimidated at C3.
Word.
I knew she rapped well. I knew she was from Queens. And Debo asked us, he was like, Precise not here, what y'all want to do? And I'm like, we still got these rounds. I'm like, fuck it, at least let's give them two of these rounds. C3 was like, word. I'm like, yeah, they paid to see us rap. Let's give them two
Word.
of these rounds. So we did that, and that was the two rounder.
So, like following that, and I don't wanna zip past these things because I think they're important.
Okay.
But I do want to go to 2015, right?
Okay.
All right. This was a really, really busy year for you. You had Vixen, then you had Official. I don't know if this was the order, but I know this how they came out. Vixen, Official, KCJ.
Official was actually 2014.
Really?
The footage got re-released.
Okay, okay, okay. Either way, those are three heavyweights in the game. Now, Vixen not so much then as she is now,
Right.
but still talent from all of y'all during that time. What was on your mind that year? Were you trying to prove something? Like,
I was just trying to kill stuff because I felt like when I first came in that they weren't giving me formidable opponents.
mm-hmm,
So I kind of had a chip on my shoulder. Like I'm like, yo, I want to battle better people. So I was like, everybody they put in front of me, I'm gonna go crazy. Like
okay. So after that year, you ended up like it was a hiatus, right? Like you had a like 3 years we didn't see you
right,
because like we had got used to like seeing you battle like quite often. Like after the like we had saw you in like how you did it in 12, then 13, 14,
14,
15. We
15.
saw you like you was doing shit like 15. What was it? You had Spider Murphy.
Yeah.
You battled Norma Banks Bates in 14. Uh, in after 2015, we ain't see you until you came back versus Tia S, and that was like 3 years like
Right.
later.
So I think I went through something and then I said, yeah, I'm not doing this no more. I retire. We all go through that. Like we give battle rap up. We like,
Yeah,
oh, we
yeah,
quit.
yeah.
And then 2017, I ended up pregnant. Ended up
Okay.
getting pregnant. I got into a serious relationship 2016. I got engaged, ended up getting pregnant in 2017. Had my son in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's how that went.
Dope, dope. So 2018, when you came back, did you just say like, "Yo, I'm coming back. Like I'm back."
No, I think people were encouraging me and saying, come on, you're what the game is missing. Let's go. So I'm like, all right.
Okay, okay. So you come right back into the fire though. You come back and you battle Eat Hard. You battle you battle Miss Murd. You battle Caution. I can't remember when you had the coffee battle. What year that was? Was that before
I
or
think that was
after?
2020.
Okay, so that was after Miss Merck, right?
Yeah.
Um, I'm what makes you sit down and say I'm not gonna take this battle?
Um, if they're trying to lowball me and not pay me what I feel like I'm worth, I'm not gonna take the battle.
Okay. Do,
If That's probably pretty much it because I give people chances.
okay.
I'm not a difficult person to work with. I'll give a new person a shot.
Okay.
I'll battle a guy. I'm not I'm not difficult to work with.
Okay.
Just pay me what I'm worth, and you don't have
You,
any.
do you think that battlers are getting oftentimes getting less than their worth?
I don't know about the male battlers, but I can say a lot of female battle rappers.
Okay. You think why do you think that's so?
Because it's a male dominated field, and I guess I don't know. I can't say that though because I feel like there's different standards, right? They'll say, "Oh, the females choke, the females do this," but it's like there are guys that do the same thing. So I feel like that's not something
Yeah.
to say like, "Oh, don't pay them because some of them choke." You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's unfair.
Do you think do you think that the separation of men and women like in battle rap is that line is now being crossed a lot now, so the line is more blurred where before there was just these are the best women, these are the best men, but now we're looking at yourself battling people like Ill Will, like battling men just in general. Jazz the
Right, right,
Rapper
right.
battling men, uh, Miss Hustle battling men.
Right.
I feel like that line is more blurred now. Like people aren't standing on that, but now we're saying we got to get the business right.
Right.
Yeah. Um. What do we see? What do we see coming up for you for the end of the year in the 2024?
Okay. December 9th, I battle Nadia Ali,
Okay. What league?
Sigu.
Okay.
I think that's gonna be in Philly, but that's a
Philly.
South Jersey based league.
Okay.
Then I don't have anything sealed for the upcoming year. We'll see though, but I'm outside. I'm ready to
You
work.
all right? You gonna come to Detroit?
I sure will.
You and C
I haven't been
You and
there.
C Bree ever battle?
No, and I
You
haven't been there.
you and C Bree would be a good battle in Detroit. That'd be a good battle. I help promote that battle. Like
Yeah.
if anybody from Detroit, look, well, I'm from Detroit. I'm Quest McCody. Yeah, get book fucking. Yeah, come on, man. We'll figure it out. But I think you and C Bree would be a really dope battle. So I want to do this thing that we actually came up with together, where I share some pictures of Miami in different phases, times, points in her life, and we just talk about what's going on, what's going on. I don't know what we're gonna call this, so we ain't got no name, we ain't got no we ain't got no theme music. Maybe I'll call it Get 'em Cody, and from then I just start finding old pictures that people don't know, and I just roast them. And every time I roast them, I'll be like, "But we ain't roasting Miami, y'all, because she was a controller, But we got some pictures, and I'm gonna just bring them up, and I want you to let me know what's up with that. What's up with that, little mamas, little mamas?
Look at them drapes. So look at that dress. So that's Little Miami in Jamaica, child.
Uh huh.
Yeah, that's Little me in Jamaica with my two parents and my older sister
Oh man, look at Miami.
eating dumpling. What was I eating back? Dumplings and
I know what you wasn't eating. Porridge.
oh brother, here we go. I was you see them legs? I was having a lot of porridge.
All right, let's see. Let's.
That's four. That's me at four. So I came to America. I think that was the one of the pictures they used for my passport too.
Okay,
So that's
okay.
Miami at four. I'm in America now.
Hey,
And
that's a.
I remember when I was on the bus with my aunt, and I was in my talking in my Jamaican dialect. I'm like, why these people talk like that? And my aunt goes, don't worry about it. You'll be talking like that soon.
Man, was it hard for you to because you can still hear it in your voice, but early on, did you find it hard to like communicate with your classmates just because you had a thicker accent than maybe they did?
Yeah, I think it was a little difficult at first. I was in
Okay.
Staten Island, and they used to call me a Jamaican booty scratcher. They was making
Oh no, man, not this baby, not this
they
baby,
was making fun
man,
of me.
not this baby, man. Listen, man, boy, I'd have came up to that school, man. We go get your daddy, like go get your daddy, little girl. All right, what's up? What's up? Who is this? What's going on?
Oh, this is What year was this? Is after high school. I
Okay.
wanted you to show the high school picture first with the
All
scarf
right.
on.
Hold on. That was
Ah, that's high school. Look at that. That was the Miami jumping in the ciphers. Look at my
okay.
flat stomach. Look at that stomach press.
Yeah. I would say Young Miami, but they done took your dang on moniker. Man,
Child.
hater. All right, what's going on?
All right, this was my brother. This was when I was in Proof Gang, the rap group.
Yeah.
So that's my bro Rob. This was I was about maybe 20.
Did he run the record label? Was he like, yo, I run the record label. I wear the suits in here.
Actually, we were celebrating. I think his daughter's christening at that event.
Okay, dope. All right, let's see.
That's after I battled Vixen. That's
Okay,
my cousin Kia. That's after
okay.
I battled Vixen.
Shout out cousin Kia.
Uh, what year was that? You said 2015
Yeah, what we
when
got
I battled
here?
Vixen. That's junior high school, Miami.
Man, with the got the hair down, you trying to get the Aaliyah with the over the eye.
Listen, that's junior high school, Miami. I was writing raps back then.
Was you jumping in the cipher?
No, I was just telling boys I could rap better than them.
Man, listen, I think like our journey when it come down to just finding our space and our place to do the thing that we love is crazy when you look back and say like this is something I looked out my window and I saw Nas doing and I said, yo, I'm gonna do this. And you made it happen. Like the one thing about battle rappers that we may not get as much love about is that in some spaces that industry door might have been closed. It wasn't open for us. We weren't prepared for it,
Right.
but we made an industry. A
Mm.
lot of people gave up. A lot of people stopped. We You helped lay a foundation. That girl that you battled. Now, I'm not saying she didn't have something else she wanted to do. It just wasn't for her.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So I want to say, first and foremost, just thank you so much for your contribution into what we call battle rap. I know so many people that and y'all think I'm capping because she on the screen with me, but I'm not. I know someone she only watches women's battle rap. Like, not I know someone. My girl only watches women's battle rap. She don't know. She ain't know who the hell I was. She don't know who Murda Mook is. She don't know how low the Don could walk by her in the mall. She not gonna know who it is, who he is. But I tell you this, Miss Miami walk by, she gonna go crazy. I tell you
What?
this. I tell you this. When I say, yo, I'm interviewing Miss Miami, I need. Don't bother me. It's a way bigger deal. So from me to you, I want to thank you so much for everything that you've done within the culture. Uh, I want to thank you for your positive deposits into the culture, and I want to say that you got my support, and I appreciate you.
I want to thank you for giving me my flowers, press, and I want to say I appreciate you, and I'm honored that you even invited me on your show.
Well, we gotta have you here, and I want to have a space where we could just have conversations, and it ain't gotta be about f that mother, and but we'll talk about stuff too.
Right,
We'll
right.
still talk about stuff. I was gonna ask you about Diddy and Cassie, but it's so fresh. Like I don't know. This it's kind of wild, so we won't do that this time. But is there anything you want to say before we get up out of here?
I just want to appreciate all my fans and supporters who've been rocking with me from day one. Even new fans. Even if you just seen a battle yesterday and you're like, oh yeah, I like her. Appreciate y'all. Continue to rock with me. Continue to tune in. I plan on being outside. I plan on releasing some music. I'm doing features too. So anybody, you got a song, a drill song, a love song, any kind of song. I do reggae. I can do the Jamaican accent on a song. You want me to do a feature for you? I got you. Hit me.
All right, so look, I'm gonna do a zoom in on you, just you. I'm gonna give you this opportunity, man. Call out who you gonna call out. You say 2024, you wanna have the matches, and
Ooh.
I just want you to be able to talk to the people,
Uh-huh.
talk to the people, let them know who Miami got on our got. I would call it a hit list, but we just trying to be so kumbaya. But nah, forget that. Nah, who you got? Who you want to battle in 2024?
2024, I want Shayna Ashley. I want to be Jazz could come outside too. Flames could stop running. Me and Coffee could spin it back, do the rematch. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, she say what? All right, yo, listen. She said Jazz can see what's up. She say Coffee could spin the block. Y'all can figure it out again. You say who else? Who else?
Shayna, QB.
She said she want
Flames.
Shayna. She want QB. What you want them on? Chrome? You want them on URL? You want them on RBE? You want them on King of the Dot? What you want?
Whoever got the money for us, baby.
Okay, all right. Listen, respectfully, ladies, respectfully, what's up? I said, yo, podcast, we live and direct on set. Quest McCody, got Miss Miami. We appreciate you just for spending this time with us. Couldn't do it without you. Peace.
Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait.
Yeah. Hey, turn me up. Yeah. All right. I'm thrown in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in the streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Thrown in the belly of the beast, nigga. Check 1 2 1 2, mic check 1 2 1 2, mic check 1 2 1 2. I said, yo, what's the word? We just tapping in real quick, man, trying to see what's going on. Make sure you click the link, subscribe, do all that good stuff. If you don't know, man, my Facebook, my Instagram is no more. I don't know what I did, man. If y'all could at Facebook and at Instagram and ask them if, they could please let me back. Just, man, if y'all could please, man, just let me back, dog, man. Like, I ain't do nothing, dog. Like, I didn't do anything, okay? I don't know how many times or when people get, like, if y'all are, like, we all be on social media. Like, I've never, like, had, like crazy conversations or, like, whatever, man. Y'all tell Facebook, Instagram, bring Quest back. I don't know what to do, man. Like like it's crazy, man. Like I'm it kind of hurts my spirit, man, that they just took it away from me, man. So, you know, it is what it is, man. I bounce back, man. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'm trying to set up, line up, man. We got a few topics today, man. A couple things I want to talk about. Um, I want to get. I want to talk about like it's a lot of stuff going on in the culture right now about the business. All right, the business. Right, like it's a whole lot of stuff like I seen shine on my expert opinion. I've seen blogs with different people from the community, whether it's Beasley, whether it's math, not math, but whether it's verb and all that. Um, and a lot of people talk about, all their grievances, right? Excuse me. And they talk about all their grievances when it come down to this. And I don't know if we really talk about solutions or what have you, or any solutions. So I got a couple things that I definitely want to touch on. I want to see if it's a few people tuned in. I don't know if you got your phone by you, but if you're watching a replay, don't call this number. But if you want to talk about that, it's 313-356 6467. My bad. 356 6467 313. So look, everybody want to get paid. Everybody want to get paid. That's just what it is. Okay? Everybody want to get paid, man, and everybody want more money. Okay? Everybody want more money. So when you see what you're doing, you see what you're doing, you feel the same. I don't know if we had tech difficulties. My whole screen went out. But when you're in that position to see people making more money, you look at yourself and you say, yo, I need to make more money too. I mean, that's just natural. If your job is making more money, just recently the UAW went on strike, right? And the employees, they went on strike because the company made a lot of money, man, and they felt that they should be making more money, so they went on strike, right? I'm not mad at that. When it come down to the and my bad if the phone line out. Hold on, let me turn it back on. My bad. What up? What up? My thing is, it can't be unreasonable for you to think that the people that help drive the business start learning the business, right? So I think it's really important that we all learn the business, but I think also while we're learning the business that we take time to talk about the solutions to the things. So I had a few, right? I had a few. Excuse me. I had a few. So we just gonna talk. First thing I want to talk about is leverage. All right. Leverage. How much leverage do the battlers really have? Right? Now I want you to think about that. Battlers don't show up, you don't get no battles, right? Battlers don't show up, you don't get no battles, right? Okay. Lead don't put the battles together, you don't get no battles, right? The battlers could get together, pool their resources, use their own or whatever. I've done it, so I know, other people can and have done it, right? But how much leverage do the battlers have? It depends on the battler, right? If you're like somebody new into the scene, like you don't really have a cachet behind your name, or you're somebody experienced been on the scene for a while and you still don't have that cachet to your name, it's gonna be difficult for you to like use your leverage, right? Be real difficult. Now you could understand your value and you could wait until you have leverage, to kind of make your own demands or make your own calls when it comes down to things like that, right? So when it comes down to just how much leverage do a battler really have, um, it depends on who you are, right? There's been some battlers that have leveraged extra money when they get a certain amount of views. There's been battlers that have leveraged extra money when there's a certain amount of pay-per-views, right? There's been battlers that have leveraged parts of companies, pieces of the door, all kind of things, right? So we understand like that leverage can get you a long way because we've seen that, right? Battlers have had events in their hometowns. Battlers have had headline opportunities, things of that nature. But then we get into something that's important, right? We get into ownership. All right, so ownership. You want to own what you do, right? Right? It's your thought, right? You want to own that. If I have an idea and I sell it to Microsoft, they own it. Unless I negotiate something different. So when it comes down to ownership, like you have ownership of the footage, right? Usually the league owns the footage. They usually keep the footage, and they own the licensing. They own the licensing to the footage. I don't know if I'm lagging. I might have too much stuff going on. If I'm lagging, y'all let me know. They own the licensing to the footage. So that means if HBO hits up King of the Dot or URL or RBE or any of the battle leagues, and from this point on, I'll just say battle leagues because it all worked the same. If HBO want to use footage from battles in movies and that person owns the licensing, they own the actual, the actual footage, well, they're able to license that out. Now, the battler could get with the label or I'm sorry, the league or what have you, and they could put some stipulations as to where they get a percentage or whatever the licensing earns. But that's something that has to be negotiated. It's nothing that I believe can't be negotiated, but it just has to be negotiated, right? And that would be negotiated with how much money they're going to get paid up front or whatever for doing the battle. But when it comes down to ownership, your record label own your album, right? Unless you get your masters back. And there's steps and things you have to do to get your masters back. So I would look at that, just like that. And again, I'm just speaking from my perspective. I ain't go to school to be a lawyer or none of that shit. I'm just talking about what I know. So when you talk about ownership, you talk about being a partner versus being a contractor, right? So if you want to get paid off of the product, you're going to have to be a partner. Partners can get paid, bro. I can be paid a speaking fee for a company that I'm partnering up on something with. They'll just have to write my fee off. But when you're a contractor, you don't get that work, man. Like if I do an album and I have somebody come through and they play the guitar on the album, right? They play the guitar, they do their thing. If I credit them as a co-producer, that's one thing. But if I hire them as a contractor, man, they get paid for what they did and they keep it moving. So partner, contractor, what do you want to be? The partner takes some kind of risk. So what's your risk? But a partner can have an engagement fee, like a speaking fee. Like that's just what it is. So you just, you know, I think battlers can move closer to being partners in these events. You know, I think that's feasible. I think that's doable, and we've seen it done, right? I wonder if battlers are willing to be partners on the investment side of things as well. All right. Still on ownership. Who should own the footage? That's different because, like, in some situations, like I've seen that the videographer, the person that actually filmed the battle, they would be able to, they had a raw footage, so the raw footage would be something that they own, or whatever, the actual tape. For lack of better terms, we know people aren't using tape anymore, right? But I think the I think the league should own the footage unless otherwise negotiated, right? Just because you own the footage doesn't mean that the person on the footage can still reap a benefit of the footage. There's so many people involved in the footage. There's the producer of the show. There's the other rapper. So it's a lot involved. But I think if you handle it more like either a movie or art, when it comes down to music or something like that, I think you have a better idea. But like Tom Hanks don't own Forrest Gump. You know what I'm saying? Like that just ain't how it works. So you would have to negotiate something, right? And even in situations where people own the rights to something, like a lot of movies are stuck on Universal because Universal owns the title or the actual movie. So that's something to think about. What's next? Let's talk about new terms. I think one of the things that keeps anything from advancing is holding on to old practices for too long, right? New terms in our contracts, new terms in your contract, new terms in whoever's contract. They're working to benefit of both the they're working to benefit of both the battler, but it also working to benefit of the league in some kind of way. Like it got to be a happy medium, so it's got to be a negotiation, right? It's got to be negotiations. But if you can't negotiate, then you just can't negotiate. You got to understand where you at with it, right? So one of my ideas for new terms when it comes down to battle rap contracts, I don't think that people should get deposits. I think they should get advances. What's the difference between an advance and a deposit, Quest? Well, a deposit is something I give you and then I fulfill my final payment once the job is done. And that's it. Like you put a deposit on a hall. You put a deposit on a DJ. Here's your 500 up front, and when you're done, here go your 500. Have a good day. An advance is something I give you with a mind on recouping, right? So instead of doing a battle for $20,000, you get a $20,000 advance, and then once a certain number is met, once that battle is made a certain amount of money for the label, once the label, the league, or whatever is recouped the money that they spent, then your partnership begins on whatever level you negotiate, but you should be able to earn residuals off of your battles after that. That's my thought. I think that advances should be more relevant and more present and deposits shouldn't be a thing for some. You know, if you're making 1,500, 3,500, something, and you just want to get that, and that's what you want to get, more power to you. I'm not, you know, not saying I haven't, not saying I won't. You know, we all got certain things, but I really think like splits after you recoup. Like recoup, get your money back. Like the leagues deserve to be able to make their money back. Like that's a fact, bruh. Like they're taking the risk, they're making the investment. They should be able to make their money back. But then, you know, there could be an option to talk about having splits after a recoup. You know, get your money, right? Get your money. Then let's get it together. Um, will the business of battle rap ever be the same? I hope not. I hope the business of battle rap is never the same. Like ever. Every day though. I hope it changes. It's supposed to change. The business of battle rap is supposed to change. Things change as they improve. Like we learn more, we we grow more, we talk more, right? What y'all think? Y'all think it should stay the same, or you think it should ever like evolve in that regard? It gotta grow. It gotta grow, right? It's gonna be a bunch of bull, right? Well, that's just a quick little thought, man. These are a few things that I think like could really come into play and really help out. Like just thoughts. What y'all think? Y'all think uh, battlers should get deposits? Y'all think they should get advances? What y'all think? You think there should be something going on after the recoup, like some kind of split? Y'all think the league's robbing the battlers? You think the battlers should be grateful, you know, that they got a platform? You know, the league should be grateful that they got battlers. What do y'all think? Like, it's deep. Like everybody need each other when it comes down to it. We just got to do business. Business can't be one sided, right? It can't be one sided. So, you know, get on your business. A lot of people say it should be a union. Whenever I talk about a union, first you got to have somebody you trust with money, right? You got to have something to invest in. You got to have a fund. You got to have a percentage of every person in that union's purse going into a fund. And then what is the fund for? And then when motherfuckers say sit down, you got to sit down. Like it's a whole lot that come down to having like some type of organized situation like that. So before we wish for that, before we go for that, understand the steps to even getting that. Uh, I ain't gonna talk y'all to death. We gonna sign out, man. Make sure y'all click the link, subscribe, share this after. There's gonna be a replay going on Twitter. There's a replay going on YouTube again, man. Free Quest McCody. I can't get on Instagram. I can't get on Facebook. I'm gonna do these. Make sure y'all tune in. Check out my No, don't check out my Instagram. Check out my Twitter. I got a really dope interview with Miss Miami. We're gonna drop that on YouTube soon. Got another sit down with Real Sick and Loso coming up. I said, yo, podcast. And we out of here, man.
Get him cold, get him cold.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live and direct. We in effect. I said, yo, podcast. What's going on? I'm your host, Quest McCoy. We back in effect, man. Anybody just tuning in for the first time, make sure wherever you're listening, if you're on a podcast, like I don't know, iTunes, whatever Apple does, Spotify, Tidal, all that good stuff. If you're listening, go ahead, tune in, listen to it at work, listen to the podcast, get it through your day. If you want to check the visual, we're on YouTube. Make sure you hit the notification bell on YouTube so you can subscribe, so you can watch, so you can see us. We got a really dope interview. I want to shout out Miss Miami for our last interview. She did a really good job. We had a really great time just chopping it up and discussing just everything from her in battle rap to life in general. So if you haven't had an opportunity to check out that pod, make sure you go back and check that out. We do these mini in between the interviews. We did a battle rap. It's called Business on the Battlefield. That's episode 2. That's up right now. So make sure you check that out. Some really, really good stuff. We talk about like new terms and new ways and methods and just different things in the business. It's really, really quick, really, really dope. Just my insight. Hopefully we get some more battlers and some more people in here, to talk about that. But we got to sound the alarm. We got to sound the alarm, man. We got to sound the alarm. We got really, really, really dope going on. We got these in-depth one-on-one interviews, man. I've been wanting to have for a long time with some of my fellow counterparts, people I consider greats in this culture that do very well. And the person that we have actually in the building that we're going to talk to, if you're paying attention to the flyer, you'll see that we got none other than we got Real Sick in the building. So we got Real Sick. He's about to join us, and we're going to just chop it up. And, just kick it, man. I'm new to doing this, man. I try to have fun, try to have great conversations with great people. So without any further ado, I want to bring in the man, the myth, legend, man. What's going on, bruh? How you feeling, bruh?
What up, bro? I'm good. I'm good. I'm a little sick, no pun intended, but I'm straight. You know what I mean?
You know what's crazy? Me too. Me
Yeah,
too.
I don't know. I don't know what I've been traveling for that. Like I just came from London and I was out there for like an extra week. And whenever you around battle events, you shaking a bunch of hands and you know what I mean? Like all of that, you liable to get sick. So, but yeah, I'm all right. Still hit the gym today. You know what I mean? Staying on staying on the
Okay, okay.
routine, but yeah, I'm good.
Word, word, word. I thought you meant like a sick MC or something, but you mean like you a little under the weather, just a little bit.
Just
So
a little
so
bit.
so we got it. We so wild, man. I forgot to even do my show intro, man. You made me forget to do my show intro, bro. So we gotta do the
Yeah,
show
my
intro
bad.
real quick.
Yeah. Hey, turn me up, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damn if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.
Man, I
That's
have to do a better job, bruh. I gotta do a better job, man.
that's a
Man, I
fire
gotta
intro
do a
though.
better job, bruh. I,
The intro's fire.
Man, I want to definitely shout out the crew, man. We got a whole little squad, man. I can do nothing, man, without them. So, shout
Hmm.
out to them, man. So what's up, man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Same as you know, 2 minutes ago. You know what I
Good,
mean?
good, good,
Nah, I'm
good,
good.
man.
Yeah, I'm good. This is dope, man. Thanks for having me here, bro. You a
Man,
legend, so
man,
you know,
I
means a
appreciate it,
lot.
man. You are building a legacy that will not and cannot be challenged, bruh. So I appreciate you just
Thank
stepping
you,
on the scene and chopping it up with me just as much.
thank you,
So,
thank you.
man, before we dig deep into just this real sick story, right? Um,
Hmm.
you beat me in spades.
Who was my partner? That my boy DJ, right? In Houston.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah. You and Marv
Man,
though.
man,
That's like a
y'all
that's
beat me in spades, man.
yo. I love space. That's the only card game I'm really good at. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. I don't know how to do poker like that. Like or none of that. Yeah, but me and my boys, I used to live down in South Jersey for a couple years, and we used to do spades down there, and it got heated. But
I don't,
you know what I mean? Spades is my joint.
word, word.
You can
Man,
hear
I
me?
don't
We
know,
good?
man.
We good?
I don't know, man. Just get me in a game of spades is not the kind of way like I like my trips to go, man. We usually kick everybody butt in spades, and just the fact that y'all kicked our butts in spades, man, I can't lay that down. Shout out to DJ, man.
Shout out to him.
So we were out there, man. That was in Houston. We were out there for Nome, I
That's when
believe.
Easy battled Chess and
Yeah,
Surf battled John John. Right, that card. Yeah.
Right. So that's well off into your career. I wanna start, man, just by just getting the early story. Like I know, like you started rapping young. You grew up in
Yeah.
Jersey. Where about?
In Brunswick. That's like maybe 20, 30 minutes from Newark. So like everybody knows Newark and they know
Okay.
like, that they think every Jersey battle
Hey,
rapper's
hey,
from
I won't
there.
even hold you. It's something going on with the headsets that's creating like we're going in and out of being able to hear you. I don't know what's happening,
Me?
but
Should I
yeah.
all right, hold on. Let me try to like
Yeah, we want to make
yo,
sure we want to make sure we hear you. Yeah,
I could I'm about to connect
definitely.
them back in. Can you hear me now? Like this?
No, no, we hear you really good. Yeah, yeah.
Should I rather so I should rather do this than the
Yeah,
headphone?
yeah. We don't have I don't have any problem hearing you now, man.
All right, cool. So we'll do this. Um what was the question? How I started rapping and stuff?
So man, coming up in New Jersey, Brunswick area. Tell me what that looks like for you. Coming up like young real sick, like 6, 7, 8 years old, real sick.
Yeah, so man, I'm just learning more about being sick, right? Like my parents are doing a real good job of educating me on the lifestyle, the culture, and part of our culture is music.
Okay.
Like if you ever walk into a Sikh temple, you're gonna hear music playing right away. Like our scripture is written in music. The whole thing rhymes. Like you're not just supposed to read it. You say it like in music. You know what I mean? So yeah, I was maybe learning how to
Okay.
play some instruments. You know what I mean? And I always felt like I had a gene for music, but I couldn't really relate to anything because I grew up in America, but I'm learning this culture that's from India, and I was kind of like in the middle, and I was trying to understand it, but I couldn't relate to it that much. Like I could adopt the philosophies and shit, but it wasn't connecting, right?
Okay.
So then so that's just like a precursor to just me with music, and then in when I'm about to turn 7, 9/11 happens, and in America, as people know, that's
Okay.
like a huge, like if you looked anything like Osama, you know what I mean, it was over it was lit for you. So like I after that, like I think there needs to be a study done about like what it does to a kid's psyche when they're introduced to racism or discrimination at a young age. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It kind of makes you either mature quicker, or it makes you angry, or it makes you like you kind of have to grow up really quick when you introduce to shit like that. You know what I mean? So
Word.
um
You were how old? What would you say was the first time that you may have been introduced to it? And did you know what it was when it was happening, or did you grow older and kind of look back and say, "Damn, man, that was prejudice, racism, that was discrimination," or
well, I started to just notice that like me and my family would get stared at a lot whenever we was out in public.
yeah,
But
because come 9/11, a lot of people were the second they saw a head wrap or something in
it
that
was it.
regard, it was a wrap.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like, and my dad has the whole thing. He got the whole turban and the beard. Like, oh, like it was fucked up because like as multicultural as America is, you kind of don't learn about everybody. You know what I mean? And when they
Right.
talk about race relations and shit like that, it's only the shit that's been here for hundreds of years, which is white and black. Like, so it was weird because yeah, nobody really knew what a Sikh was when I was growing up. They kind of knew Hindu or Muslim, but they didn't really like
Yeah.
understand it. So um, I don't remember the first time. Um, I remember because this is so long ago. Like I kind of remember like anytime I would go to to the temple, there was like other kids that was like, you know, either because of bullying they cut their hair so they didn't have to wear the head wrap, or like, which
Mm.
is crazy because that's like you just abandoning your whole identity, right? Just because of how much bullying and shit is going on, or like talking about how they might have been getting bullied and then they talk to the teacher and the teacher feel the same way as the kid, you know what I mean? So like
Yeah,
they
yeah,
don't do nothing about it. So like I remember hearing stories like that. I remember like seeing shit on the news about like the stereotype about people with head wraps driving taxi cabs in New York. There's a lot of us doing it, you know what I mean? But so I
right.
remember there was
Do
a bunch of stories on the news about dudes in taxi cabs that had turbans on getting pulled out and like assaulted. And these are like older, in their 50s and 60s, like older, you know, the elders just getting pulled out and beat up because they look like the enemy. You know what I mean? Like I remember seeing shit like that on the news.
yeah,
Um,
and
and
I
then
know like I know being young like that that gotta impact you a certain way. So how did that how did that affect? Because this is like you're young. Like
yeah,
when we talk about when 9/11 happened during that time, you're what like 9, right?
no, I was born in '94, so
Okay.
I was 2 months away from being seven,
Oh
right?
wow.
Yeah, so I was
Okay.
six. Yeah, I was
So
six.
you're
Yeah.
seeing like you're seeing this happen in school.
In school, I'm seeing shit like this on the news. My parents' fear and my family's fear is growing too because they seeing shit like this. And I'm like my parents are immigrants. Like they weren't born here. You know what I mean? So
Right.
their English ain't all the way right. You know what I mean? And like they can only understand American culture to a certain extent. You know what I mean? They kind of like they don't know too much, so they're getting paranoid. I'm seeing this shit, and off of that energy, I'm kind of getting paranoid and shit too. Um, I remember I don't know if this was the first time I did something about it. Um, but I remember feeling like my first grade teacher was racist because she was always saying shit to me, but I'm digging back into memory. You know what I mean? That's why it's like but
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah.
the first time um I did something about it. Some dude called me, I think it was like a towel head or something. Something like that. And again, like I told you, I was hearing all these stories about, dudes getting bullied, nothing's happening about it, and it just made me mad. And
Yeah.
so I snuffed them. You know what I mean? And that was maybe first, second grade or something.
Okay.
So that might have been a bad habit to develop, but that kind of started becoming my reaction to everything.
Okay.
Like anytime, any racism, I would say, you know
Right.
what I mean? Or anything that made me feel like I was being discriminated against. So what that does to you as a kid is one, you start feeling like everybody's against you. And then two, you gotta make the decision of, am I gonna try to assimilate with everybody so this stops, or am I just gonna embrace who I am? And that's an adult decision, you know what I mean, that you gotta make as a
Right.
8-year old, you know what I mean? So like, um, I just was standing in my shit basically, you know what I mean? Staying
Yeah.
10 toes basically, staying with the. At the time, I was the only kid in my school with a turban on. I was the only sick kid, and there ain't a
Right.
lot of us, even in India. Like we not the majority. Like we kind of spread out all around the world. So there's
Okay.
there's the biggest population of us is probably in India or something. But like
Right. But
they
even
got,
then, it's pretty small.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
relatively to the billion people that are in India. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Cause over there, Christianity and what Islam is more
it's Hinduism is the main
Hinduism and
one,
Islam. Okay, Hinduism.
and
Got you.
Islam too. There's like a deep history in there.
Okay.
Maybe we could like chop or maybe go into that a little later or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Okay. So
yeah,
7 years old, man. At this point, you're not rapping. Are you
no,
rapping? Are you listening to hip hop?
um, I'm hearing it on like the way to school, cause like
Okay.
my bus driver would always play Hot 97 in the morning,
Okay.
right? So you might have heard like
Okay.
Drop It Like It's Hot. or like you know what I mean, Lose Yourself was.
Yeah.
Actually I don't think Lose Yourself was out yet. But I remember there was a lot of early shit that you hearing the beats and drums mostly,
Right.
and you kind of just like I'm hearing it, but I'm not like studying it. I'm not engulfed in it. There's other shit on my mind. You know what I
Okay.
mean? I'm not really relating to school.
You're
Like
not
I'm not
18.
really.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just
So
yeah.
so what happens what happens with you where hip hop says, "Hey man, come here." Because based on what we hear, based on what I hear and what I get from you,
Yeah.
um, all this is happening at the same time the Blueprint is coming out, like by Jay-Z, like one
Right,
of the
right, kind of.
like
Yeah.
classic hip hop albums. That that most lyricists and people consider you a lyricist. Most
Right.
MCs, complete MCs, like they listen to Jay Z. They study certain intricacies of Jay Z's flow, whether it's
Right.
anything. But at this point, this album has come out. Jay Z has figured out who he is as an
Right.
MC by this time, and you haven't even scratched the surface, right?
Yeah.
So, what did hip hop do? What said? Come here, man.
It's crazy. The first rapper that I like paid attention to was probably M,
Okay.
and the first hip hop song I paid attention to was Shook Ones because now fast forward we in 2003 now. 8 Mile is out on DVD, right? My sister is older than me. I have an older sister. She's she got her friends around. They went to Blockbuster. They got 8 Mile. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like 8 years old at the time, right? And they played a movie. I'm sitting there, I'm watching it, and it opens up with Shook Ones, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
remember that the first bar that I ever visualized was when Prodigy said something the punch you in your face, stab your brain with your nose bone, right? Or whatever, right? That bar
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
remember being the first bar that I like because I spoke English, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like it was like my first hip hop experience, you know what I mean? And I just visualizing that, and I was like, "Oh shit, you could do that!" Like I know this, like I know I know for sure. In a couple of the fights I got into after that, I was trying to hit somebody's nose. You know what I mean? Like because of that bar. Like I
Oh
remember
man.
that was the first time I visualized it, and then that whole movie is about just and which is crazy because you was on the set, right? So that's like a
Yeah,
full
yeah, yeah.
circle moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I remember the whole movie. It's around battle rap and hip hop and it was about like fighting back. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of that kind of spoke to me a lot, and that's the first hip hop experience I feel like I consumed. You know what I mean? So I
Okay.
wrote my first rhyme after that, but it wasn't like I didn't know how to count bars. I didn't know when to stop rhyming, start rhyming. It was like I was treating one line like I was like walking down the street, ain't missing no beat. That was my first bar ever. Walking down the street ain't
Ain't
missing no
missing
beat.
no beat.
I
Yeah.
remember that. like,
Hey.
but it was like that was the beginning of it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if we're gonna keep going down the rabbit hole or whatever, like from '03 to '05, the only people I knew of was like the people on Shady. So M50, Banks, um, D12, right? Like that era. And mind you, around that time they like running shit, right? So
Mm-hmm.
'03 to '05, I had the 50 Cent game. You know what I mean? He had like the bulletproof game.
Yeah,
The
yeah, 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 yeah. I
yes,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. So I'm playing that like, and then I remember coming across. So it might have been till '06. I remember coming across a video of M accepting an award or something, and instead of thanking like the people that helped to make the record, he thanked all the MCs he was inspired by, right? And he said, G
Okay.
Rap and Jay Z and Tretch from Naughty by Nature, Wu Tang, and all the name Big L, Big Pun, Pac, Big. He's naming all these names, and I remember I had just got introduced to LimeWire at the time,
Yeah.
So then I started typing in these names that he was mentioning, right? And
Hmm.
that's when I really started, in my opinion, exploring and studying hip hop instead of
Wow.
just
Okay.
the shit I was introduced to. So now I'm what, 12 years old maybe. Um, and yeah, that's the only. I
Okay.
stole some kid's MP3 player, and I'm just loading a bunch of hip hop on there. Everybody else in my grade, we in middle school now. By 2006, I'm in sixth grade, right? So I'm like, everybody else is bumping Chameleonaire or what was my boy Chingy, Chain Hang Low, shit like that,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
and I'm bumping 456 by G Rap, or you
Word.
know, or Naughty by Nature, or I'm listening to some Muddy Water shit by Redman, or
Right.
Lifestyles of the Poor and Dangerous with Big L, Big Pun. I'm bumping all of that at the time. So from '06 to I
Okay.
would say like '09, I was all that was my hip hop studying years, where I went back and I listened to
Hmm.
Nas and all these classics, and now I'm searching up lists
Yeah.
and watching interviews of other rappers and just and writing at the same time too. I'm practicing the
Yeah.
craft. I'm watching documentaries. There was a documentary called The Art of 16 Bars. I remember my boy had that I watched back in the day, and it just talked about the concept of, I guess, like the difference between, like, you got different kind of rappers, right? You got fast rappers, slow rappers, storytellers, punchliners, battle rappers, whatever. And if a MC is supposed to be able to do everything, so I kind of adopted that
Right. Right.
philosophy. I remember getting something like that from that documentary. And also, at the same time, one of my boys has the Smack DVDs. So I remember Gin versus Verse was the first battle I ever saw. Like,
Hmm.
and
So before we
yeah,
get the before we get there, right? I
yeah,
do want to step back for 1 second because you had mentioned early on like that you had experienced like moments where you experience racism or
yeah,
prejudice or things of that nature, and then you find like like the part of the song that intrigued you the most was the fight back portion, and
yeah,
like that didn't
yeah,
miss me because you were like, yo, the kid at school said something wild to me and I snuffed him once. Like that's where I like, so then that appeal, that like fight back came out. So can you draw some of the, can you show some of the parallels, or what did you see that you were going through as a young kid? Because right now you're maybe 12 at the
yeah,
time, about to be
right,
a teenager. This is like, these are the formative years of our lives, man, when
yeah,
we're becoming teenagers. So how did hip hop, before we get to seeing Jen and seeing the battles,
yeah.
how did hip hop itself and rap itself uh, draw a parallel to maybe some of the things that you were experiencing personally?
It's crazy. I never made that connection before. That's crazy. You should be a therapist, dog. That's fire.
Ah, man, it's crazy. My daughter is she's got a degree in psychology,
Fire.
so it's a lot due to her dad. I
Yeah,
guess being
got you.
a couch
Yeah,
psych.
yeah. That's crazy. I remember the main parallels. It wasn't even. I mean, look, I was feeling rage, or I wouldn't say rage. I would say like a back against the wall, but I'm a fight kind of thing. So there was a lot of like Public Enemy. I remember hearing and like really relating to, because it was like fighting back against something. You know what I mean? The energy of hip hop, like whether it was an aggressive song that just got me hyped, or it was just there was a I don't give a fuck attitude about hip hop that I really related to.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, because it was it
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
decision that I kind of came up to on my own as a young kid, and this was music that was really speaking to me at the same time. You know what I mean? As I'm going through all of this shit. So and and yeah, and the only people like that I remember even growing up and shit like that would even say something or stand up for me was other minorities that
hmm,
kind of related to what I was going through and shit. So
right.
like You
That
know,
was
I'm
that's
I'm still I'm still kind of getting like I'm still kind of introverted, but I'm making some friends, and then listening to hip hop and all of that shit. I think the main thing that like yeah, that I don't give a fuck attitude, the fighting back shit, like just saying whatever you want. I remember that was another thing that I like that I it was like a freedom, you know what I
yeah.
mean? To the freedom of speech thing
Yeah,
really
yeah, man.
related to
It
me a
gave
lot.
you an opportunity to kind of. I'd always say like, for me coming up, hip hop gave me an opportunity to express my thought.
For sure. For
You know,
sure.
and there was no adult. There was no adult in control of it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I might not be able to curse maybe because my mom might kick my butt if I'm cursing,
Right, right.
but the subject matter a teacher couldn't tell me, nobody could tell me, so I got to kind of do my own thing. So I
Yeah,
totally
it kind of
understand.
felt like I'm exploring this like secret thing, and it wasn't secret to the world, but like most kids around that age, like the teachers in school ain't talking to you about hip hop. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like
right.
your parents don't want you listening to that
Yeah.
shit because they only know what's said on the news about it, right? And it was kind
Word.
of like, yeah, that's the best way I could. It was like a secret like thing that I don't know if secret's the right word, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like it's like that thing that only you have access to in your life, right?
Word.
It's like a special section of the club no one's allowed to go to, right? Like, and
Hmm.
you allowed to go there, kind of thing. Like that's kind of like how it was, but it was also like my teacher. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
Because like in school, I wasn't like I said, I wasn't relating to school. I wasn't getting like amazing grades or nothing, but like hip hop was my teachers
Word.
basically. The rappers was my teachers.
So so around that time, how are you putting raps together? Are you writing songs? Are you like you're 12, so I'm sure you're probably are you going to a studio? Are you just writing songs in a book? Are you freestyling? Like are you hiding your raps from your parents? Do they know what you're doing? Like what's happening right now?
Nah, my parents don't know I rap. I'm not really showing anybody that I rap around this time. I'm kind of just working on it on my own. Um, I didn't know if I was good or not. You know what I mean? That's probably why. And then so when I started getting like the Smack DVDs and all of that kind of shit, that's when I started having like a little rap click, and
Hmm.
that's like seventh, eighth grade. That's the first
Okay.
time I've been to a studio. You know what I
Okay.
mean? That's the first time I showed my raps to somebody. The first
Right.
time I rapped in front of people was in seventh grade, because one of my homies knew I rapped, my boy Mass, and he would always tell
Hmm.
me, he was like, you know, that shit is fire. Like, say it, basically. And I wouldn't say it.
Yeah.
And then we was at a lunch table, and he was known for rapping. And then he was like, "Yo, he raps too." And I was like, "Oh fuck." Now I gotta think of one of the
Yeah.
ones,
Yeah.
and I just rap one of them, and I remember it getting like a good reaction. So I was like, all right, that was the first time I knew maybe I had something.
Hmm.
The main thing I remember focusing on, like I said, was just being an all around rapper, like learning what a punchline is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Learning what a multi-syllable rhyme is. You know what I mean? Like, and I remember the first one I noticed was Pac, and it's crazy because Pac ain't even known for multis. But on America's Most Wanted, he rhymed show a day and throw away. And I remember like, oh shit, he's not just rhyming away and day. He's doing show a day and throw away.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, that's kind of fire. And I was like, it clicked in my head like, oh, the good rappers do this. You know what I mean? Like, so
Okay.
I got to learn how to do this. So I'm
Yeah.
focusing on, making my rhymes rhyme more and trying to come up with similes and metaphors and you know what I mean and storytelling.
And
I would always
this is all before you start going to the studio, or
this
is
is
this while you're
almost at the
going to the
same
studio?
this is almost at the same time. So
Okay.
like the first time I go to the studio is eighth grade, right? So like seventh grade, first time I rapped in front of somebody, I'm practicing the craft. I'm learning more about it.
Yeah.
Eighth grade, a little more. Some more people know that I rap. Um, we used to do this "Touch It" remix. Like my
Yeah.
boy would beatbox the "Touch It" beat, and me and my boy Mass would have a verse each to
Yeah.
it, and we would do that in the lunchroom,
Okay.
right? So that's like eighth grade. And obviously people hear shit like that. They're like, my boy that was beatboxing, his cousin had a studio in West Orange, so or East Orange, one of the oranges in Jersey, and it was like a
Mm-hmm.
closet studio or whatever. But we go there, we're recording. One of my other boys that raps is trying to buy equipment or like asking his mom to buy equipment. You know what I mean? To try to get something in the crib, and yeah, so it was me, my boy Alonzo, who was the beatboxer, who had the connect to studio, my boy Mass, who rap, and my boy Maul that rap, right?
Okay.
And Maul had this closet studio. He hung the mic off of the hanger shit, and we had to record like that. So like
Yeah.
he's learning to produce as well. So like those are my studio experiences, and I remember fucking around with it at Maul's house. But then
Right.
like the first time I went to like the studio, that was like it wasn't a professional studio. It was still in a house, but or
Yeah.
like an apartment. But I remember that the like difference between the way I was rapping, which is kind of like just focusing on a flow, and then my boy Maul when he recorded, he had tone inflections, and you know he would stop, he would have pauses and all this other intricate shit with rap that I was like, oh shit, like I was rapping just continuous. Like,
Right.
excuse me. Like it sounded like I didn't take a breath. Like I would just
Okay.
be like "duh-duh-duh-duh-duh-duh," and I would just be rapping, you know what I mean? But like I remember learning shit like that about the studio, and like I don't have to scream my bars because I used to rap really loud. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. So I'm experimenting around this time in like eighth
Right.
grade. My bad.
So so let me ask you. During this time, man, it's eighth grade, ninth grade, right? You're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to these recording studios with your homies, right, from
yeah.
school. One thing for me, like with rap, it helped me meet people that didn't look like me, right? It helped
What?
me build fellowships and bonds with people that didn't look like me,
Right.
or what have you. My first non-black friend, like because my school didn't have anybody but black people at my school
Got you.
or whatever. Detroit was really, really kind of segregated, kind of. Maybe not purposefully, but maybe purposefully, you
Yeah.
know. Um,
Yeah.
so you're moving around. If you're involved in hip hop, I'm just gonna assume that there's a lot of different people in your friend circle, people that might not have met each other if it wasn't rap. And I'm not talking about what they look like just as far as their ethnicity, but
Yeah.
just yo man, I'm cool with a Christian battle rapper, bro. Like, and I'm
Yeah.
cool with a gangster rapper. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So you meet people from all different types of walks of life, right? And
Yeah.
y'all find this thing that y'all love in common, and y'all spend time working on this thing, and that's kind of how you bond.
Right.
Um, while this is going on, you got to spend a lot of time to hone your craft to the level that you've honed your craft, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, what does your family think you're doing, dog? When you're going and you're in the studio
Yeah.
rapping, and like it's not like you're coming home. My story was a little different. My mom got my first studio session or whatever, so she knew where I was going, and then I had little equipment in the house, and then I go out, and the studio was my excuse to go do stuff, right?
Got you.
What did they think you were doing while you were learning how to be masterful on the microphone?
So, um, by this time, I think my mom's probably heard me rapping in my room with the door closed once, and she didn't know what I was doing. Um, like I said, my parents are immigrants, so they don't really know much, right? So like,
Hmm.
I would never at the time I wouldn't say I'm going to a studio. because the only thing they know is study, like they and go to school, because that's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
they
yeah.
got out. That's how they got out
Right,
from where they're from. Like India is damn near a third world country. You know what I mean?
right, right.
And my dad was even. My mom grew up. With, I think she had 11 siblings. Like her dad was a doctor or something. So she grew up in a good part, and my dad grew up in a village. Like nobody, no, that's like the hoods of India. You know what I mean? Like
Right,
a
right, right.
village. There's nobody in his family ever went to school. Like he grew up on a farm out there. Like
Yeah, they
and
made it.
they
Like
made it,
they
and the way
made it.
they made it was through studying. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? So that's the only thing they knew. So if I was doing anything other than that, it was extracurricular. But
got you,
my,
got you,
my
got
my
you.
parents would be like, yeah, do like sports or something. They would be cool with that. You know what I mean? But I didn't think at the time, if I was like, yeah, I'm going to do music, that they would be open to it. You know what I mean? I started kind of telling them more about it later, like in high
Okay.
school. But when I first started doing it, I would just say I'm hanging out with the boys. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
my moms would have to drop me off at uh one of their cribs, or you know their mom would maybe drive us to the studio. And the thing that I lucked out with was I knew both of the studios. I knew both of the people, so we didn't have to pay. Like one of
Got
them
you.
was my boy's cousin, and the other one was my boy, right?
Okay.
So like we
Okay.
would just be able to record whenever we wanted. We just needed a ride, right?
Got you.
So yeah, my moms don't know this at the time, right? Uh,
Right. Okay.
my
So,
dad don't know either.
so that make it kind of easy because it's you might be listening to something you did and they just think you're listening to something from the radio
Yeah, they don't know yet, I guess, because they don't. But
because they're
again, I
not
wouldn't.
listening to rap,
I
right?
also didn't. Yeah. They don't even listen to music. I would say, you know what I mean. They kind of just.
Okay.
Um, it was definitely like word started getting around in high school because that's when I started being known as a rapper, and I would do the talent shows
Okay.
and or go to open mics and
Okay.
shit like that. Like so then.
Now this is after you seen the Smack DVDs and stuff by now that you're doing the talent shows or no?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So let me go to that. So yeah, I see Jen verse.
Okay.
I see I think Mook and Sirius, Math and Solomon stuck out a lot
Okay.
for me. What other battles? I remember Mook. Who's the dude Mook battled on some block somewhere, and he like destroyed
Party
him?
Artie.
No, not Party Artie.
Oh no 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 no
It
no
was
no
some
not Party
dude that
Artie.
wasn't good. He wasn't good. I forgot his name.
Okay.
But
I don't know the name,
yeah. So I'm
but these
watching
battles
those.
stood out. Got you.
Yeah, they stood out the most at the time. Um, and until high school, the only thing I knew about was Smack. And I think I had seen like a Reed battle, probably the most famous one, right? At the
Hmm.
time, I didn't know too much about the Philly scene, but I remember I'd probably seen that. Then in '08, '09, I remember I fucked with Solomon, so and Math. So I type in I think Solomon on YouTube at the time, and him at the source comes up. So I watch him at the source, and I remember thinking, mind
Hmm.
you, I'm deep in the multi-syllable bag. Like, all right, like I'm trying to rhyme everything. So hearing the source for the first time, when that's the shit that you focusing on, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
yo, this dude is speaking in rhymes. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was like,
definitely.
yo,
I
this,
was there for
this,
that battle.
that shit was
Yeah.
crazy.
I,
And I was like, go ahead, my bad.
no, no, I was just saying I was there for that battle. So
Yeah, bro.
I yeah, it was something.
And then so then I type in thesaurus, and then there's thesaurus versus disaster pops up.
Hmm.
So I click that, and I remember thesaurus had a bar that was something like uh fuck, what was it? It was something like we understand you're faking. You're from a land that's vagrant, where fucking camel racing's known as public transportation, right? He said that
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
too.
yeah.
And I was like, I was blown away watching Thesaurus for the first time.
Hmm.
Kind of like the same way when I heard Math versus Solomon, because
Right.
Math had a bar where I beat him till he needs some new teeth to chew a piece of food, and I was like shit like that was like,
Yeah.
yo, that shit is crazy, right? So like, um, yeah, I remember that. So that introduced me to grind time, and I think a year later is probably when URL came out with
Okay.
Math and Rex and those battles. So like I'm watching all these battles, and now this is important. My first battle happens in ninth grade, right? So
Okay.
I'm everybody in my grade by then knew that I rap, right? But the upperclassmen didn't know, the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, right? So I had a lot of rappers in my school. So there was a lot of upperclassmen that would like, or even just walking through the hallway, you'd see a cipher maybe on the way to class, or like at the lunchroom, people would be rapping and shit like that. So I remember I started rapping in front of people a lot, and like the first time I rapped in front of a lot of people, we had a delayed opening, right? So everybody's in the gym, and obviously it's one of the somebody starts rapping, yo, he raps too, and obviously the reaction I always got when people said that I rap was like, yeah, right. Like I would always hear like if there was like a white dude, you have like M as an example. So you're like, all right, maybe. So people would be
Right.
like, all
Right.
right, let me hear something. If you had like a Hispanic dude, you had like Pun and Fat Joe. So he's like, all right, let me hear something. Every time I said, yo, I rap too, or somebody said he raps, it was always a yeah, right. So it kind of brought me up with the same kind of like that brought hunger in me. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I rapped, and I remembered I had a bar where I said I said something like you're gonna hit back flips like gymnastics, right? I just
Hmm.
rhymed, right? It wasn't a bar, but I remember I said that bar, and people around in the gym are going crazy. Oh, they're going crazy. And that was like my first like reaction, you know what I mean, that I ever got. And I remember
Hmm.
relating it to, oh, this is like in the battles when somebody says a bar or whatever, right? In 2009, right? So I'm like what, 15 at the time? Did I do that
Okay.
right? Yeah, I'm like 15 in ninth grade. So
Okay.
I did that, and then so I'm going around. People know I rap and stuff, right? And then one of them days, it's the morning. It's before homeroom. I'm in the studio. Same shit happens. Mind you, this was kind of like a. I was getting used to this at this point, where people would say, "Yo, you rap," and I would be like, "Yeah," and I would have verses ready. But they was all about me. Like they wasn't like I was never writing any battle verses at the time. You know what I
Right.
mean? I was kind of just writing bars and trying to have punchlines and shit like that. So
You
then,
were
this,
like the loose cipher, because like if you listen to loose cipher, man, most of
yeah,
his battle bars are about himself. He rarely
right,
battles about the person that he's battling. He's usually battling
yeah.
him, talking about himself. So go, yeah,
Shout out to Lou. Lou is crazy. But
yeah.
yeah,
Y'all got a
I
crazy
was.
song together too. I really like it. That's sick.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. But yeah, so like I just had verses about myself, and this upperclassman starts rapping. He's like in 10th grade or something. He starts rapping, but he starts rapping at me. Even though the
Hmm.
shit wasn't it sounded written, but he's like rapping at me. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then now the people that are listening, there's like more people coming now. It looks like a battle, right? And I'm like, oh fuck. None of these verses are like can be offensive, like on the offense. You know what I'm saying? They're all like
yeah,
bragging about shit that I want
yeah.
to brag about. You know what I mean? And then so he does that, and then his boy jumps in, starts doing the same shit, except he could freestyle. So now he was like something, something, and he said something about like the clothes I was wearing or something. I didn't know how to dress at all. I was just baggy jeans and fucking whatever shirt I found. Like I wasn't a
Gotcha,
good good dresser either. So he
gotcha.
cracks on that, and then this other dude comes in. There was three of them, and they're all rapping, but they're rapping at me, and I had no response. So I'm
Okay,
like, ah, fuck. So then I go home, right? Horrible day for me. And I started, that was the first time I started writing like battle bars, right? And bars that I
okay.
could say in a battle, even if I could say them in a cipher too, maybe, but I could say them in a battle. And I started
Yeah.
writing a little more of that kind of shit. You know
You
what I mean?
remember that
And
guy name?
um, nah,
Okay.
I don't
I,
remember his name. But I
I
remember, so
yeah,
I
I
wrote this long, like 5 minute verse, right?
yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm gonna catch him one day, and I'm gonna just have this verse. I memorized it, and I think it was like maybe 2 weeks later or something. It happened again, something similar to when we started battling in the lunchroom, and I start rapping this 5 minute verse. But
Right.
every 8 bars, I point at another dude, and then I point at him, and then I point at, so it looks like I'm battling all three of them.
Everybody. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So like, I remember I only got into like a minute 30 of that verse, and I was like, all right, let me say the rest. And then this is the crazy part. One of them found out he was rapping an old Beanie Siegel verse, so he
Hmm.
wasn't even a rapper, right?
Okay.
He was just rapping that verse that was like a hidden verse somewhere, right? And then the freestyler dude was just like, I ain't rapping, and then the other dude just had that one verse. So it was like, come to find out, they weren't even like rappers. They were kind of just people that was fronting to be rappers. But it was
Oh
like
man.
and that made it even worse. That I was like, yo, I could have just fucking rapped last week. Like I didn't even have
Right.
to. I
Right.
didn't even
Right.
have to be scared or nothing. But like, I remember that being my first, and I still wasn't like battle ready because I wasn't like looking at them and being aggressive, but I was kind of just rapping it like head down, like I didn't have a presence yet, you know what I
Mm,
mean? Like I didn't know none of that. I was just rapping at them, but I was trying to make sure I had punchlines. And
right.
even back then, you could say anything and it'd be a punchline, like
Mm,
just this, like this, and it'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like to ninth graders.
right.
So I remember that being my first battle experience. So I felt like I
Got you.
had to
Got you.
throw that in. Yeah,
So so you go through high school, you're doing battles, you're going to the studio, you're recording, you're making songs. Well, you're not
yeah,
doing battles, but you're doing ciphers, and now you've learned the technique, basically, the technique to actually doing a battle.
yeah.
Uh, how do we end up like? What happened to lead you to being in that UW tournament in what 2016? Um,
Yeah.
like, cause you had to go through. So just give us a timeline of where you went from being in your impromptu first battle where you had nothing
Yeah.
to writing a 5 minute freestyle to
Yeah.
flame everybody that's around and now building a name. I'm assuming at your high school
Yeah.
locally, around the way. I'm assuming that you're one of the better rappers in your crew.
For sure.
I'm assuming your crew is consistent of people that are rapping their ass off.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that every time you grab the mic and there's skepticism before you start rapping, and the
Yeah.
second you start rapping, there's acceptance. Like, oh my God, he's
Yeah.
dope. But then it's the yo, I gotta fight now that y'all know I'm dope. Is now I got a target on my back. So um tell me how you ended up in that tournament, man.
So all of high school built my confidence with rapping in front of people a lot. Like I made a mixtape that we like handed out to people over there. Um, Me and the people I was rapping with was really the best rappers I had heard around, like locally. You know what I mean? Like my boy Mass sounded
Okay.
like he didn't sound like, but he rapped like Jada, right? Like he was fire, all like that. My boy Maul was kind of more like I would say maybe like his style sounded like a Kanye kind of, so he's rapping different,
Okay.
right? And then I'm like whatever, probably Big Pun or Big L or whoever, right? Whoever I was influenced by at the time. So from by the time I'm a senior in high school, everybody knows us as like the rappers. Now the new rappers that are coming in are like the people in the school are saying, yo, they like the rappers over here. I done two or three talent shows already at school and shut shit down. I remember I rhymed like super califragilistic expialidocious one time in a talent
Yeah,
show
yeah, yeah.
on
Yeah.
some beat and the crowd goes crazy, right? Now we going to New York and doing open mics. The crazy shit is the venue that Khan and Surf battled in, the Pyramid Club.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
was this
I was there for that too, man. I'm just everywhere in your life story, man. I'm just in the background, man, everywhere, man. I was there
yeah.
too.
So they battled in what year was that? They
Oh man,
battled.
don't give me the line about years, man. What was that? 11, maybe 12? Nah, it
Yeah,
was nah.
so, something like
Yeah, because JC and Young Ill was supposed to battle, and X Factor was supposed to battle,
that was
and I,
the Diz and Rex card was supposed to happen. I think it might have been 2011, 2012, something like
okay,
that, right?
all
And in
right,
2012, they had an open mic in that venue, and me and my boy went there, me and Mass, and shut
yeah.
shit down over there. So I'm
Shout out
rapping.
to EO Dub, man. Shout out to EO
Shout out to
Dub.
them for sure. Um, so from that, so that's 2012 to 2016. I'm kind of like now I'm in South Jersey. I'm seeing my boys that I grew up rapping with here and there on the weekends and shit. They still rapping, but they're not like one of my boys fell into like some other shit, so he was kind of like on a wrong path. Kind of my other boy was rapping and shit, but he did that was it. He wasn't doing nothing else. And then I'm trying to just I'll go to the studio, I'll record, I'll do some shit, but I wasn't doing anything with the music, right? So I was like, I kind of need to like take this shit serious. I had like this personal wake up call within my family to where I had to kind of take more responsibility around 2016, right? So
Okay,
like I stopped fucking around. Like I was just partying and just experiencing life and doing what I had to do. Like I wasn't on no path, no goals, no nothing, right? And in 2016,
hmm,
somebody tagged me in something on Instagram. UW had put a post up like tag someone you think could rap or could win this tournament or something like that, right? And mind you, I'm deep in the battle rap at the time. I'm watching everything. URL, King of the Dot, Don't Flop. Like I'm watching everything. I'm back into hip hop, Slaughterhouse, Tech Nine, Elzai, M, J. Like that's a crazy time around Cole, Kendrick. Like
hmm,
all I'm consuming is hip hop,
yeah,
and battles, right? So
okay,
I was like, you know what? Let me try to do this because I I'd been getting into like local battles here and there. Nothing on camera, no, not against professionals, just people around that rap. It was the
hmm,
same shit like, oh, you rap, he raps too, y'all should battle kind of thing. That would
right,
happen, whether it was at a studio or when I was in Camden or wherever it was, right? So I always had bars in a stash for like when I want to battle. So I joined the tournament, right? And you don't know who you battling. You just know that you need one round, right? Um, so I go in there and I have my round. And if you listen to my first verse or whatever, and we'll get into it, it sounds like some just random bars. You know what I mean? So like my first battle, I go in there, it's in Newark. I walk in, they tell me. Actually, I don't want to be wrong on that. I don't know if they told us before who we were battling, but it was close to the battle. Like it wasn't enough time to prepare or whatever. I think. Um, so I walk in, I'm battling Authentic, and Authentic is now in URL and stuff. You know what I mean?
hmm,
So, but at the time, I'm a nobody. He's joining too, right? And I remember. So if you go on YouTube and type it in, it's a one rounder, me
right,
and Authentic. And I just remember like you were playing some clips of some earlier
yeah,
shit
yeah,
before this, and I would just remember how much I was so much like more of a rapper than a battle rapper. I was kind of just rhyming a lot and then punching. Like I was like,
hmm,
it's funny watching those battles back. But anyway, we battle, and they said y'all so dope. We keeping y'all both in the tournament. We
mm.
just gonna put you guys on opposite sides.
Yeah, okay, so that's why y'all battled twice. Got you.
Yeah. So then, exactly. So then we go through the tournament, we beat everybody else, and then we end up in the finals again. You know what I mean? And we had that shit. So then they were just
Mm.
like, y'all both won. So I was like, all right. For years, I'm like, I won the tournament.
Right.
He could say he won the tournament too, but like, it was just UW's way, I guess, of like building new talent up, right?
Building new talent. Yeah. So that's wild because like when you think about just the and I just want to touch on this quickly.
Yeah,
When you think about just battle rap trajectory, where you have a situation where you were battling somebody that was currently a prospect for the league that you had yet to grace the stage on
yeah, yeah,
URL,
yeah, yeah.
and then we fast forward into today where you've made yourself a brand name, and it's just a testament to not looking at that opposition and saying, yo, this person is where I want to be, and trying to tear that person down. You went on a run of your own and found some inspiration after like having a minor kind of setback. Like you kind of like chilled out
Yeah,
for a second, right?
yeah.
And felt like, hey man, maybe I won't do this. Maybe I don't know exactly where I want to find my place in this. And somebody came to you and kind of gave you some, I guess it would be words of advice. You want to talk about words of wisdom, maybe? You want to talk about that?
Well, which one? Which part are you talking about? My bad.
Well,
The
you had I read something a while back where you had made mention that a league owner and
oh,
you
that, yeah,
were
yeah, yeah.
just
My bad.
kind of
Yeah.
kicking it, and you had yeah.
So from 2016 to 2018, I'm not even like UW is booking me, but what was happening a lot was I would show up to the venue, I got 3 rounds, and my opponent don't show up. This happened with there was this card where Arson Suge battled DNA and Shine.
Yeah.
And I was on that card. My opponent don't show up. And then there was like another battle another time. I go there, my opponent don't show up. So that was happening a lot. So that's discouraging me from battle rap. And I'm only really battling once, maybe twice a year.
Hmm.
And like one of them would be a 1 rounder because I'm doing it to keep the sword sharp, but I'm not really seeing a future in it. I'm still in the studio. So then 2018, at the end of 2018, I got 3 battles in a row. I battled Dre Dennis, this cat named Pressure on the trap, and then Funeral Fame. Like I had 3 of them from
Hmm.
like August to December. That was like the most battles I did back to back. And then Lex Luthor from our battle reaches out and he goes, "Bro, why ain't you popping yet?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, You're fire. Why aren't you battling more?" And then I tried to give him some bullshit excuse. He was like, "Look, you just need to be more active. I'm gonna give you a 1 rounder. You do good, I'm gonna give you a 3 rounder. You do good, I'll give you somebody with a name." And I was like, "Damn, that's fire." Like Lex just believed in me like that. So now we in
Wow.
2019. The
So like
first
this is him saying this before you even start, like before the battle. He like, yo, I think you're fire. Do this, get this.
He's telling me this is the first time a league owner had a plan for me. As great and thankful as I
Mm,
am to UW for giving me the opportunity, that for Lex to even see who I was, there was no plan. You know what I mean? They were kind of
right.
just throwing battles. So let's see what happens. Throwing shit at a wall, seeing what happens. That's why, like, when I battled Arsenal, that's what my 3rd round was about, right? Like, Lex had a plan. He knows how to build talent. I think Lex is probably the best talent scout in battle rap. The
Okay.
iBattle roster is the most diverse roster out there, you know what I mean? And for that reason, he really cares about this shit and he knows how to pick talent. So he's hitting me like a month before the battle with this. And he's like, "Yo, look, we'll do this, this, and this." First battle, I battled. This is the first year I took battle rap serious, 2019. So I battled this cat named Mr. Hyde. Um, and I shout out to him, but I beat him so bad that the first like originally I went second. Before the video, they had to put me first because not only did I win, he also choked. You know what I mean? So and I
Hmm.
went crazy. So then they give me a 3 rounder with this dude named Sean O'Shawn, go crazy. And then I get Excel for a 1 rounder. And this
Okay.
is like my breakthrough battle, I would say.
Right.
I battle Excel, we have a crazy ass battle, and then I get a call from Norbs and I get a call from London and Premiere.
Yeah.
the Briggs, the people over there. They want to bring me over there. So then I have my PG. I was probably the last PG, right? In November of
Okay.
2019. And then I battle in London in December of 2019. So what this showed me was the first year that I took battle rap serious, I ended up on a URL PG and I traveled to London for my talent, right? And then my PG
Hmm.
came out in January on YouTube. So I was
Okay.
like, yo, that shit's crazy. This shit worked. And for all of it, and all praises to Lex because without Lex giving me that talk and being like, look, you just need to do this and you'll be out of here.
It,
I still probably wouldn't have been taking it serious just
word.
because I'm more of a rapper. So yeah,
So,
that shit got me popping. So should I go into that? Cause
so,
that's like a
so
yes,
that's your first trip to London, and we just got you just got back from London.
yeah,
I do want to talk about that, but I want to keep this. I want to keep this timeline going. So
timeline. Yeah,
we'll come back to it,
we'll
and we'll
come back. Yeah,
definitely come back to it. So you get the URL PG,
yeah,
one of the last to drop on YouTube, right?
yeah, 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 for
Uh,
sure.
and then YouTube. I mean, URL goes through a change, man. It goes through a shift, man. Norbs is no longer the talent scout,
Yeah,
and you're one of the last people. You're in that last bunch of people that went through a certain kind of way, and then boom, the pandemic hits, right? I know I kind of skipped over a little bit because we got. Matter of fact, I don't want to skip over that. You
yeah,
battle XL. You battle XL. I want to make sure we touch on this. You battle XL. Y'all have that 1 round battle, but from XL you get Eddie I, you get Spade, you get Maverick, you get Loso, uh, and you're building a name on iBattle as the premier guy, the guy to go to, the guy you got to battle.
yeah,
When you go over there, and you're generating good views for someone who is building a name. You're getting
yeah,
20,000 here, 30,000 here,
yeah,
13,000 here, uh, and you end up as a part of the. I now correct me if I'm wrong. You weren't a part of the Crucible process because that
no,
hadn't been invented yet. You were literally uh, in the first group of battlers that came about during the pandemic where we
yeah,
didn't know what was gonna happen to battle rap.
yeah,
Uh, so here's my question. I know myself looking at what was going on in the world, I
uh,
had no idea how battle rap was gonna be impacted and or affected. I
yeah,
started seeing people doing video battles and different stuff like that. You're just getting your feet wet. You're just getting like
yeah,
building your name up, man, getting these battles, making these things happen. It's 2020 going into 21.
yeah,
Man, COVID happens.
yeah,
It puts the brakes on, man. You just probably in your mind, you're like, man, I'm gonna be flying back and forth to London from now on. It's about to be crazy.
right,
And 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 COVID happens. And URL goes about uh making a business deal with not only
caffeine,
Drake,
yeah,
but with caffeine.
yep,
Uh and they have a tournament.
mm-hmm,
And they got a tournament that it ain't a tournament to laugh at, man. It's more money than you had ever earned
yeah,
doing anything probably other than like I mean maybe anything. It may be the
right,
for a lot of people I think it was $25,000
yeah,
uh,
yeah,
at being new into something. $25,000 is probably the most amount of money that anyone had gotten paid for doing one thing.
yeah, yeah,
So so you get in this uh Ultimate Madness tournament as the pandemic, like this is like May, like
yeah.
mid
This is so,
2020, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. So what happened was, the fact my PG even dropped was a big deal
Right.
because a lot of the battles on that card didn't drop. So then they like, hey, yo, the caffeine deal comes or whatever. Norbs is like, yo, your next battle will be March something, and it was supposed to be me versus NXT, who's also
Yeah.
on URL now, right? It was supposed to be me versus him. It was like a West versus uh, it was some theme like that, West versus everybody or something like that, and that's in March, and uh, in February they have the first caffeine event, Geechee
Mm-hmm.
versus Twerk. Um, who else was Eclipse and Shine? They got, and this is like Norbs is like, yo, come out here. Mind you, Norbs is my connection to URL.
Okay. Now
And
during
the
this time, this is during the pandemic, right?
no, not pandemic didn't happen yet.
Okay.
Pandemic happened
Okay.
in March,
Okay.
right? So now we in February. I go to URL with Norbs. Norbs is my connect. And the shit that happened at the face off before with him and Twerk happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm seeing my Born Legacy opportunity. Like,
Fly out of the window
literally, I'm like, fuck. But
or
just so
fly.
happens,
Nah, I'm not gonna make jokes and lie to
yeah,
anybody. But
yeah.
yeah, man, you're seeing your man in all
My
intents and
only
purposes
connection,
crumble
yeah.
in
And
front of your eyes.
I'm like, yo, what am I gonna do? Smack don't know me. Twerk knew me, which was fire. John was in London with me, and John was on the car. I think he battled chess, and he's introducing me to Smack. He's like, yo, I just seen him in London. He went crazy. He just had a PG drop. Smack's like, all right, Sean, I'll check you out or something, whatever, right? And then Twerk
Yeah.
walks by. He's like, yo, Smack, this dude is fire, right? I think Drugs was with him too. He's like, this dude fire. So they had all seen my PG at the time. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
DNA retweeted a clip that I posted of it and twerked it. That was a big deal for me at the time,
Yeah.
right?
Definitely.
So they're doing that. So I'm like, all right, cool. I maybe have some cut. But as far as the people that book shit, Beasley don't know me. P don't know me. You know what I mean? Whoever else was there didn't know me. But the same day that shit happened with, I think it was before the shit happened, P had said, yo, we doing this tournament thing. Let me know if you want to do it. Right? So then
Okay.
the shit with Norbs happens. So then I hit P up right away. And I'm like,
Hell
yo,
yeah. You're like, hey, what's up, man? That
let's do
tournament
this.
you was talking about?
Yeah, you said
I'm your
tournament,
guy.
right? And he said, yeah, I think I was the last edition because they had everybody already set. I think there
Okay.
was other people that was supposed. He sent me like a list, I think. So I'm like the last edition. They're
Mm-hmm.
like, it's gonna happen in May. And I was like, all right, I got this battle with NXT. Am I still doing this? They were like, we don't know. Norbs put the card together. We seeing what's happening. And then COVID hits the day before my flight to go out to the West and battle NXT. So now I'm like, all right, so that battle's canceled. I got this tournament maybe to look forward to. And then I get the URL contract. So now I'm like, all right, boom, we good. We good with URL. Tournament gets talked about now. It's middle of COVID. They're doing like rooftop battles. They're doing like the video battles. Me and Loso did a one rounder in the video battle or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was
Yeah.
for our battle. And then I remember also at the time, I think it's worth mentioning, Lex was kind of saying I had a choice of King of the Dot or URL. Like I had to choose because apparently Organic was talking to him
Mm-hmm.
about me, but they kind of didn't have like anything set at the time. I don't think they had a
Yeah.
tournament or any of that. So then I did the URL shit too. With that, like it was a lot of shit going up with it, right? And now Battle Rap doesn't have anything to watch. This tournament comes. They announced me, Jaden.
Before the tournament though,
Yeah.
what did you think was gonna happen to battle rap before the caffeine deal came? Because at this point, man, the world is at a standstill, and of course,
Uh-huh.
there's greater things to worry about. People are dying. Uh,
Yeah.
but what did you think was gonna happen? Did you like because the caffeine situation was a lifesaver to battle rap?
For sure. For sure.
Um,
That shit happened at the perfect time because it happened right before COVID.
right.
Right before COVID, they had that shit, their first event. So, and that's where the rest of the battles was during COVID. But until
Yeah.
then,
But like
there was like a two,
during
3 month
COVID,
stretch
yeah.
where it was just video battles. And then I remember they started doing the rooftop joints. I can't remember if that was after the tournament or before it, but I remember I was like, maybe we're just gonna be doing this, right? Um, so then they announced
Mm.
everybody in the battle, in the tournament, which I think is one of the best classes from URL. If you're looking at talent wise, especially, Me, Jada Nightwing, Fonz, Easy, Ace Amin, Kid Chaos, Luke Castro. These are all people that have battled legends since then. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
Fonz. But yeah, so we the first battle that streamed on Caffeine during COVID is me versus Jada Nightwing. So now I'm kicking the tournament off. Me and Jay. We had done face-offs here and there. I met Jay
Yeah.
Black. I met Bees. I met Smack. Smack knew me by name this time. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
and we
He
just
might have he might
walked.
have said it wrong, but he knew it.
Yeah, and then actually Smack never fucked up my name, which is a trophy. You know what I mean?
Word,
So like,
word.
real sick it ain't hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But anyway, so the first thing, Caffeine opens up, and then me and Jay the Nightwing walk towards each other, start rapping. You know what I mean? That was the kickoff of this whole Ultimate Madness
mm-hmm.
series, this whole during COVID battle rap on Caffeine during COVID shit.
Okay.
Um, split decision, I lose to Jay. 2 weeks later, but the chat's going crazy. This is the first that there's only staff in the building. This is the first time I ever battled like this. I don't think I ever battled with only staff in the building. So there's like
Yeah.
Caffeine staff and Smack staff. There's 20 people max. You know what I mean? I remember seeing Ace and Jay Black in the front going crazy, but you can't hear them. They're not reacting like that. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
And it was a crazy experience. The chat's going crazy. I just lost. They say, yo, 2 weeks from now, we're gonna have the second round, and we're gonna have the what I forgot the name of the battles, like the extras or whatever. The people that lost maybe battling each other, whatever the
Yeah.
name was, and me and Kid Chaos battle. And Caffeine that year voted that as like a top 5 battle of 2020. I think it was number 5, but that's a huge achievement for my second battle
Word.
on
Heck yeah.
URL and
Heck yeah.
Caffeine. And then Rookies and Vets starts happening. I don't know who I'm battling. You know,
Right.
Chaos battles JC, Suge battles Jada Nightwing, Easy battles Cortez, and then I get Chilla Jones
Right.
on his Champion of the Year run.
Right.
So I'm
How
like,
how
I,
how how are you feeling like leading into that? Like are you is it like excitement? But then see like what a lot of y'all don't know when it come down to battle rap,
yeah,
especially when you're coming up into the culture, like you've seen these people battle for years and you admire
years.
what they do. So it's
Hmm.
exciting to get booked. Then reality hits too, like it's pressure too, right? So you
Yeah,
get Chilla Jones, former champion, not former champion, but former King of the Dot champion.
yeah,
He's going on his Champion of the Year run.
yeah,
He's battled Twerk. He's battled a few people over there and had great showings. And it's you and him.
yeah,
How do you begin? How does let's go through this
yeah,
process. I know we said we was going to talk about it later, but let's go ahead and start. This is at this point, this is your biggest battle. This is
for
a
sure.
defining moment because
Yeah,
not only are you battling a mainstay on URL, right?
yeah,
But being the kind of MC that you are, this is a defining moment
yeah,
because if you can't hang with somebody like Chilla Jones based on what you hang your hat on,
yeah.
you're not gonna be worth shit.
People on, I'll be frank with you. Some of the staff thought it was a bad move. They didn't think I could hang, and they were saying, "Yo, it's too early. We was trying to give you a lesser name." But the thing is, at the time, I had just got cool with my boy Nino Bless. And if people don't know Nino, he's kind of like, one, he had the best verse on the first ever Slaughterhouse song. And then two, he's like the battle rap whisperer. You know what I mean? He knows everybody. So he knew Chilla.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yo, why don't y'all just talk to each other and then go to the league like y'all want to battle each other for rookies and vets? So I talked to Chilla. He said he's with it. We go to the league, and they was kind of iffy about it. So it took some while to get locked. And then I think he got locked very close to the battle. I think maybe 2 weeks from the battle, it got locked. So now I have limited time. I'm battling Chilla who I've watched my whole bat as a fan for years. And something that I learned in hindsight that I was doing from Chiller to Shine, um, I was trying to normalize it so I wouldn't feel uh, too pressured for the situation, right?
Right. Right.
So I'm not reacting to how crazy that is because I'm going to war. You know what I mean? So I'm kind
Mm-hmm.
of just like head down, work, head down and work. That's all I'm focused on. Luckily at the time, Chilla he battled Geechee and he said the line of I got classic battles I ghost wrote for or whatever the bar was. I forget the bar. It was a fire bar too, but I was like, perfect. I come up with one of my favorite third rounds ever with the Ghost Rider angle against him. You know, he's on the Champion of the Year run. I'm new. We even kicked off the Rookies of the Vets that day. It was the day
Right.
after Summer Madness. We got a little crowd there, and bruh, I just went crazy. I just wrote I was like, this is my moment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Smacks. I think this is the first battle also for me that Smacks right there. You know what I mean? He just knew me from Chaos
Okay.
and Jay.
Okay.
And I remember after my Chaos battle, he came on the screen and he was like, yo, that was a classic. You know, Smacks sometimes be wilding or whatever, right? But he was just like, yo, that was amazing.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
when Smack started noticing, I feel like, a little more. I think the Jay battle probably, but more so the Chaos battle. He was like, all right, this kid is special. Then that
Okay.
battle, he's standing right in front. Now I'm like, all right, this is like the test. You know what I mean? And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, yeah, that's the process for that, bro. It's just like I already know Chiller. I know him. I've been watching him for years,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the blessing of that is you know more about your opponent than they know about you. You know what I mean? So you kind of
Okay.
have more shit to work on, and if you do it right, you'll know how to operate in those situations. So I do that, do amazing. I tell Smack I want to battle B Magic because B Magic's one of my influences.
Okay.
That's my next battle. Luckily, I get my first 3-0 on Smack. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. And then you go on from him, and you get Mike P.
Main event on Caffeine, mind you.
Mm,
So now this is my one, two, three, fifth battle on URL.
right.
We main eventing on Caffeine. It's also
Mm-hmm.
the most money. Every battle is starting to be the most money I've ever been paid for
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
battle.
Definitely.
It's going up and up and up. And then this is the same weekend as Kings and Queens with uh, Rock Battle Official, right? Vixen Battle Loso that weekend. And me and Mike P are headlining the first day. So now I'm a headline and I got the pressure of that.
Right.
But still, what I'm doing, head down, just working, right? Then we
Right.
had like a double impact. I do amazing in that, spread my message, whatever. That felt like the stamp because it was like he could handle the pressure. He could stand in front of vets. You know what I mean?
Right.
He could carry a main event, all of that kind of shit. So
Right.
that was like the stamp. You know what I mean? And then battled. We did the double impact shit, which was fun. But it was me and B Dot versus Arsenal and Chaos. Um, in hindsight, me and B
What did you
Dot could have
learn? What did you learn during that 2-on-2?
that I know how to do 2-on-2s, right? Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, me and B Dot wrote a lot. Like we were excited to work together because we both rap similar and we were both killing shit in 2020 and we're fans of each other. And we had like 5 minute rounds. And we didn't know the
Right.
atmosphere of Double Impact is supposed to be like the All-Star game. You're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to just be doing the dunks and shit. Me and him was writing incredible shit,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't for that. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
in
So you like okay.
hindsight, we shouldn't have been so rappy. Like we
Right.
weren't as
Right.
explosive. You know what I mean? And also was
Right.
almost a full circle moment
So
because I
we
started on Arsenal's league, and now I'm against them in a 2-on-2 or whatever. You know what I mean? So it
right.
was almost full
Right.
circle because I battled them later. But go ahead. What was you
Right.
about to say, bro?
And so then man, we get a battle I was there for, right?
Yeah.
We get you and Danny Myers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming out the gnome, man. This is the night that is the night they pick a winner for the
Geechee
Drake
and
battle.
Rum. Yeah, Geechee
Yeah.
and Rum. Drake is there.
So Drake's there,
Yeah.
and I want to talk about this in a little more detail than some of the other
Yeah.
battles because I was there, right? And
Okay.
I can draw to the atmosphere, and I want to talk about the atmosphere because
Gotcha.
it was unlike most battles that I go to. Uh,
Uh-huh.
One, it was still COVID protocol,
Yep.
so
Yep.
just for the fans and the people that might not know, like there were tables out front, and everybody had to get swabbed, and then you had to
Yeah.
hang out for 15 minutes or 20 minutes to get your results.
Crazy
So
time.
yeah, so while you're doing
Yeah.
that, we're all hanging outside of Caffeine Studios, doing blogs, doing interviews, fellowshipping, talking, and you got a chance to see a lot of stuff that sometimes as artists you don't get to see because you're being rushed in the back of the building or you're being like it
Yeah.
really to me it was a time where fans and artists got a chance to mix mingle and entertain the same spaces without the demand of being quiet, loud
Yeah.
sounds. So it was a more controlled. So it almost felt like a college campus, man. Um,
Yeah.
then you get in the venue, and once you get in the venue, you got to go in the doors. It's it's unlike any event that I've been to. By then, I had already battled on caffeine, so I had
Uh-huh.
already figured it out. But it's unlike any battle environment you ever been to. It's really quiet. Like on the set, it's
Yeah.
people running around working. It's food services there. It's
It
a
was a
dressing room.
production.
Yeah, it's a big production. So
Yeah.
as somebody that got inspired to battle rap being on the set of 8 Mile and saw
Yeah.
it go from like little bitty bars to this, it's like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And then Drake gets there, and like is before Drake gets there, is red carpet, is interviews prior to battling, is
Yeah.
stopping and talking to it's like it's what you
It's
like
known.
me, man. This is me.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here. I'm happy to be here because it's like, yo, man, this shit is bigger than what I ever imagined battle rap being at the
Yeah.
moment. And it wasn't a grandiose building or it was just a presentation. So now
Yeah.
Drake gets there. Everything shuts down. People on the walkie talkies, they running around.
Yeah.
And you got a battle. You
Right. Right.
have
Right.
again, because you're on a upward trajectory. Again, you're battling somebody that's on a champion run.
Yep.
Again, you're battling who's
Undefeated.
considered to be, yeah, not
And
even
yeah.
just undefeated,
Uh-huh.
hadn't lost a round
He had a
on the
round
new voting
streak,
metric.
a battle streak, and his round streak was longer than the last round streak, which I think was
It was
held
by
by
K Shine.
Sean. Yeah. And
Shine.
and Chilla ended that streak. So now Danny had the new streak of like 15 rounds
Yeah.
undefeated. The week before, he's on caffeine and 30 chug.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
now we
Yeah, I
don't
was on I
know.
was I was on that card. See, man, I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
there for
yeah.
everything, man.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So,
so look, all this is going on and you got a battle. All
yeah,
this is happening. All this is happening. You step up to battle Danny. Uh we the fans, the people that follow, we know what happens, but I would like for you to
yeah.
explain that moment from your opening round, what you anticipated, and how you felt afterwards. Go for it.
Man, I was shook because he's on a fucking rampage, bruh. He's beating the shit out of everybody. And his round streak was his caffeine round streak. He had a round streak in addition, like off caffeine. He was battling
Mm-hmm.
other people and still going crazy. Danny was a scary motherfucker to stand in front of. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I had just in the 2-on-2, people said me and B Dot lost. You know what I mean? But my single battle record is still good. You know what I mean? I had something
Yeah.
to I had something to prove. We on Gnome. Everybody watches Gnome. This is Gnome during the caffeine era. And yeah, that whole presentation that you're talking about is overwhelming. I'm walking in and getting treated like a star, and I'm not even feeling like that outside of that. You know what I mean? But like,
Okay.
I'm walking, yo, you need water? I could go get you this. What do you need? You know what I mean? They got the red carpet. We taking pictures, quick little interviews live on the stream. I actually think Drake got there after my battle, like 2 battles after my battle. So he wasn't there yet. But um,
Yeah.
we knew he was coming, right? And that's a
Right.
whole
Right.
nother
Right.
set
Right.
of eyes. There was also rumors at the time that he'll be throwing a card in October. So we all want to be as good as we could be, so we get on that card, you know what I mean? And leading up to it, you know, everybody's saying this could be battle of the night. So I'm expecting a fight. I'm expecting to be like, I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna bleed in this fight. You know what I
Right.
mean? And I wrote like that. We get there, and there's like a 5 minute intermission between us being on stage and when the battle starts. So me and Danny are just circling the ring like sharks, waiting, and it was just anticipation. And
Yeah.
the room, you could hear, you could feel the tension in the room, like something was about to happen. That's what I felt like. But I thought it was gonna be a fucking fight, fireworks. I
Mm-hmm.
go first. I get less reaction than I expected, but I end crazy. You know what I mean? And then I still had good shit in there sprinkled too, and I still got some reaction. But I thought it would be more explosive. But the thing that I'm sticking to is I rap different than everybody. So let me show how hard it is, the shit that I
Right.
do.
Right.
The different flows and all of that shit. I wanted to sound like a fucking machine gun up there. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
like a not like continuous, but just like I'm flipping shit back and forth. This is why I'm
Yeah.
different, kind of thing. You know what I mean? The world is watching. That's what was in my head. I do my first round. He rebuttals it. He gets maybe 12 bars in of exactly what I expected. He's going crazy. I think maybe by 16 or 20, he starts imitating what I do. And he starts saying, what you do
Yeah.
is, or he tries to do the multi shit like I do, and then he stumbles. And he's like, oh, fuck. And then he tries to do it again, and he stumbles. I'm like, I got the round streak. I got the round streak is done. Now I gotta get the battle streak. You know what I'm saying? Like that, because that it kind of just felt, it made me so much more comfortable.
Yeah.
And then he starts going
Yeah.
again. Then he says something crazy, and then he chokes. And I was like, and then he said something about ending the round streak or whatever. Now I'm comfortable, and I know my second is crazy. I got a lot of faith in my third.
Mm-hmm.
I say my second, go crazy. I just rapped my ass off. I need a water break. I
Yeah.
sip my water. Danny raps for 12 bars and then chokes. So I don't even get a break. Now I'm like, oh, fuck, I got to rap again. So I'm like, I rap. I do what I'm on it. And I'm like, all right. I'm thinking, all right, I just ended his round streak. I ended his battle streak. Now let's get this third round off. Now, this is the first time I'm in a battle and I feel sadness in the room. Like, this is the first time we're in the
Man.
West.
It
It's
was.
Danny's
It was.
first gnome,
It was. I had never in my life
bruh. So
ever, bruh.
I didn't know what to do, and it felt like I was trying to entertain a funeral. Not trying to be funny, but I mean like an
Yeah.
actual funeral. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like it felt like everybody was rooting for Danny because Danny is a fan favorite, and he finally got a gnome, and it's on the West. You know what I mean? And he's on this crazy streak, and it's getting ended right in front of their eyes, and it's not even like it's not even something of like where I was just trash, but it was like what I'm saying is crazy to him, and it's kind of hurting to react because he's not even. It's like watching somebody,
Yeah.
I guess, just get killed or something.
Yeah,
Like,
I was there. We definitely, the way I, and I want to talk about that. The way I looked at it when I was watching the battle, it was like, man. And when he said, "Man, I'm just tired." Like when he said that, man, like that was like a movie. Like that was
yeah,
like Rocky. Like after he done fought Apollo Creed, man, he got all these knots on his hair, and he just like, I'm just tired. I'm tired of fighting. And it was like, it was like, man, it was like, man, how can you feel? And instantly in that moment, man, me being a MC, man, and me looking at both of you as the MC's MC, man,
yeah,
it's like, while he got the win, man, I know it's like I know this shit is dope that he's saying, but like right now I just feel bad for Danny, man, because a lot
yeah,
of us thought so I could imagine just what's that what's that feeling like carrying on. But from that performance, you ended up like having that full circle moment. You ended up having a showdown like you were mentioning with Arsenal.
yeah,
Uh and then you and Av did Civil War. Uh, and right after you and Av was Civil War, man, this is the one. And I feel like although Drake wasn't there to see your battle, I believe ending that streak and the fact that you were formidable in ending that streak and
uh,
all of your work previously, like not taking off a bar, not taking off a word, staying true to the culture, when it comes down to how you like to format and formulate your
yeah,
ideas and your thoughts, it landed you in a position uh, where, again, man, you said it. You were only doing one battle here and there, and you had just started to put your all your focus. And the
yeah,
biggest rapper in the world,
yeah,
maybe of all time,
mm-hmm,
says, I'm doing a birthday party, I'm doing an event, I'm booking
yeah,
the battles. I
yeah,
want to see a legend from where I'm from, my country's greatest, Pat Stay.
uh-huh.
Rest in
Long live that.
paradise.
Yeah,
Pat Stay. I want to see him against Real Sick, like handpicked. You feel me?
yeah, yeah.
How did that feel?
So I had known that he was watching my battles when I battled Arsenal because when I met Drake after I battled Danny and I was like, "You got to see me and Danny." He was like, "Nah, I missed it." But he was talking to me like he knew me because I think Mook was right there talking to Drake, and Mook was like, "Oh, that's real sick." And then and Drake made some face like, "Come on, I know who that is," but I didn't believe him all the way. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I thought he was just talking or whatever, right? So I dap him up. We took a picture, whatever, and I was like, "Did you see?" He's like, "Nah, I missed it." So then I battle Arsenal, and when I get off stage, Smack's like, "Yo, come here, Shun," right? And I'm like, "All right." I go over there. He shows me his texts, and Drake is texting Smack like, "Yo, this kid's sick is crazy. He's killing this shit." Whatever he said, right?
Hmm.
Then I battle Av, which was also a crazy thing because that was the first time the crowds were back. Now
Yeah,
the
yeah,
crowds are back. 800
yeah.
people in attendance. It's the first time I'm walking through and have to get escorted to the VIP. You got 800 app buyers in the crowd, so they all know me.
Right.
It's it's overwhelming. And I got to battle Av, and we had battle of the night. People said that was my first stage battle, right? And I think it's important to mention when we played Spades that weekend. That was the first weekend I went to a battle rap event, and I wasn't battling, and that
Mm.
was also overwhelming. Seeing how much around this time my life is just changing, bro. Like I can't walk around in Jersey or New York to a club. If I'm out for a couple hours, I'm gonna get stopped and recognized and asked for a picture. You know what I mean? Here and there.
Right,
Like,
right, right.
and that was overwhelming to me because I'd never experienced that, right? So then um we go to Summer Madness, same
How are
shit.
the people around? How are the people around you? Before you go, how are the
Yeah.
people around you responding to that? Like your loved ones, the people closest to you when they're out with you now, when people are stopping you from doing stuff that y'all normally do, like grocery shopping or going to
Yeah.
the mall or stuff like that.
So
How's
now,
that?
so now my parents super proud because now
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
now they're like, we didn't even know this would happen, but other people are coming up to them and saying, yo, we saw your son with Drake, we saw your son with or they called him like Drake because they
Yeah,
have that
yeah, yeah.
accent or whatever. We see your son with whatever. We saw a TikTok of your son. We saw your son doing this. Or if we went out once for like my mom's birthday to a diner and this dude came up was like, yo, real sick. I'm a fan, whatever, whatever. They're seeing shit like that. People asking for pictures. Now they proud. My parents are
Right,
proud.
right, right.
My
Okay.
my my sister's married and she's in another state, so I'm not. I don't get to go out with her or anything. But I'm also with my girl who was with me right before, like my second battle on our battle. So
Hmm.
she's with me before anything kicks off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And she's like, battle rap, what is you battling in a bar? Like
Yeah,
what are
yeah.
you doing? And 2 years later, we at Chris Brown's house
Word.
watching a
Yeah,
battle.
it's like, man, what
And
the
then
hell?
I'm battling for Drake's birthday party. That was the
Right.
craziest weekend of my life.
So
And
you end up on the stage with Pat
yeah,
Stay for
yeah,
Drake's party.
right,
You feel like, yo, man, Drake hand selected us, and I know how that feeling is, man, because they
yeah,
did when they did the King of the Dot Blackout
right,
event that he was a part of. I was a part of that. And
yeah,
he
yeah,
did the press conference, and it's like, I picked these battlers because, and it's like, oh shit, man, you're in tune with what I do. So that's a feeling of fulfillment that, hey man, the work that I'm putting in is not only paying dues as far as monetarily,
yeah,
but it's also getting me some recognition in this thing called hip hop that I've aspired to do. So
sure.
you end up on stage standing across a legend in our
That's it.
culture,
Yeah,
both as charismatic as he is lyrical. He has the stage presence. He's got the charm. He's got the wit. He's got the stature. So it's not gonna look like you're just gonna beat him up. So like,
right.
it's so many things that my bad. It's so many things that can go uh, right and wrong in this
Yeah,
battle. Please share with us
yeah,
being on that stage, a play by play from round one to the end, and then just how your relationship with Pat uh, changed,
yeah.
if at
So
all, after that battle.
right. So like I said, Nino Bless is one of my best friends. Him and Pat were even closer. You know what I mean? So after I battled B Magic, if you remember, Pat was doing those Instagram interviews, right? And
Yeah,
he did one of them with me, and it was very complimentary towards my material. And we were always cool. And after every battle, he would send me voice notes on Instagram about,
yeah,
yo, your Danny, yo, your shit with Mike was crazy. My favorite bar was when you said this. Yo, you're amazing, bro. You're flawless. He used to always tell me I was flawless,
mm,
which meant a lot to me because Pat was one of my favorites.
yeah,
And then after the Danny battle, yo, you the only thing is you should have freestyled about him fucking up, but everything else was flawless, right? And then we get the call from Beasley, and he says, "Yo, Drake personally picked this battle. He wants to see you and Pat Stay. We got this much money. This is the first time I got 5 figures for a battle."
hmm,
So I'm like, "What the fuck is this? Is crazy for 9 minutes? Like this is
hmm,
fucking nuts. I'm here for a year. This is my first full year on URL, and this shit is happening. And again, I can't react to it. I can only enjoy it for a night. But now I gotta head down, work. I gotta get right into writing, right? And but
right,
Pat had called and he was like, "Yo, I'm cool with you. I didn't think we would be doing this." And I said, "Me too." But he was like, "Yo, Drake said he wants to see it. Let's give him a show." I was like, "All right, fine."
right,
Prepping for Pat is like the only people that were like the people that were the most unpredictable that I had to prepare for was Pat, Twerk, and Disaster. To where you're just like, what are they about to do? I have no idea. I don't know. Like you got, that was my first time battling somebody like that, and I'm playing out every scenario, and I gotta have something for this. I gotta have something for this, and like it was weird, bruh. And then also my boy Nino is cool with both of us, so he backed out. He's like, I don't want to hear any bars. And usually, I'm a go on a tangent real quick, but I'll be back. I always
Yeah,
compare
yeah,
battle rap to comedy, right? Comedians kind of have a lot of the same things. We have the timing, punchlines, the how good you doing based on the crowd reaction, all of that kind of stuff. But the two main things that are the difference is one, they're not, or the three main, they're not rhyming, right? They don't have somebody against them. And the third thing is they get to try their set around the
yeah,
country and see what punchlines work, what jokes work, what you know what I mean?
yeah,
Battle
yeah,
rappers don't get to do that.
yeah,
Our tour is our boys on the phone. Hey yo,
yeah,
I got this bar. I got yo, this my first round. This my second round.
yeah,
That's it. And Nino was like the dude because he's one of my best friends that I would do that to. And now I'm like, damn, I gotta just use my own shit. And I'm still hitting up like Ace and Chaos and people like that, like people I'm
yeah.
cool with. But it's just like it was just like this was just a lot that made it seem like more pressure. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, bro, that like preparing for that shit was just crazy. But you gotta understand, it's not only like I got my rounds. We get there, we do the face off, but then we gotta go to watch Lou Castro and Fonz and Clips versus Chess at Chris Brown's house. I go to introduce myself to Chris. I don't even get to. He turns around, yo, sick, fuck with your shit. Mind blown. Big fan of Chris Brown. You
Yeah,
know
yeah.
me by name.
Definitely,
Crazy. The next
definitely.
day, I pull up. Obviously, same shit when I met Pat. Like seeing Pat in person, same reaction. Like yo, that shit is crazy.
Yeah,
I met Crooked Eye that day. Crooked Eye is one of my biggest influences in rapping, and he's coming up to me like he knows me. Drake after the battle is coming up. So all of that shit, Remy tying my Tims, you know what I mean? Like all this kind of shit is happening at the same time of this battle happening. So
right.
again, I don't really get to I don't really get to enjoy it as much because so much shit is happening. But in the battle, um, he raps first, right?
Yeah.
And I'm watching one of my favorite rappers that I've never seen live, rap live,
Wow.
but they rapping
Wow.
against me. You know what I mean?
Wow.
That's like a bar that I said against Fonz. I think I said the first time I see my favorite rappers rap a verse live, they were rapping rounds. They had to rehearse verse mine or something like that, right?
That's crazy. That's
And
crazy.
that shit is mind blowing. I'm like, yo, I've always wanted to see Pat live, and now I'm seeing Pat live,
And it's
and
against
he's
you.
like killing his shit against me. So he had this whole thing about showing my Danny battle to people, and I'm seeing somebody entertain a crowd like this was magical to watch, bro. Like he literally had them like right here. You know what I mean? He could do anything. He
Yeah.
could crack a joke. He could man say he could say a punchline. He was like so I'm loaded Lux in a bow and tux. Something I put the snake charmer in the cobra clutch. Crowd go crazy. Then he cracks jokes. The whole shit. He did the remix on the Hitman shit, and he was like, I showed him the battle. I'm like, here it is, and it didn't happen, and all of that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Joking, then goes back to bars, and I'm like, fuck. But I was like, all right, let me go. I start rapping my first, and I think the first 16, which is a mistake in hindsight, I was kind of setting a whole bunch of shit up.
Yeah.
But then I hit one bar because Mook and Easy was supposed to be on that card, and I was talking about rookies and vets, and I said something like something about something with Easy because he ducked him or something like that. Mook
Right.
be saying easy and then he ducked him or something like that. Crowd go crazy, and from that point to the end of my first, I'm just bombing. I'm in the zone, not conscious, just rapping,
Yeah.
going crowd going crazy. But this is the first time I got my stamina tested because Pat was able to just do whatever he wanted on that stage, and I just had my material,
Right.
and I was feeling like I was getting outclassed, right?
Okay.
And it was amazing to witness, bro. It was an honor to get outclassed by Pat. You know what
What
I mean?
would
Like,
you what would you say that Pat Stay, what were Pat Stay's lasting impressions on battle rap as they pertain to you?
Man, I got to know Pat a lot, which I'm grateful for. In battle rap, I think he was somebody that was like as tense as like URL events are, especially. He was somebody that could just walk in and be like, "What's up, man? How y'all doing? Y'all good? I'm gonna give y'all a show. Everybody's with him. Everybody likes him. Nobody boos him ever. You know what I mean? Like he just brought a different energy that can't be duplicated. You know what I mean? Like he showed that like people used to always talk shit about jokes, but he didn't just have jokes of you look like Dave Chappelle ate some shells or something like how it used to be
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
He was roasting you. And he could do that on a big stick. I can't think of the last people that really did it like Pat did, but also like the ability to be a Swiss Army knife and do whatever
Yeah.
you wanted. I think that's his impression on battle rap as far as like rapping wise, but then also just he was just a great person. Everybody has the same Pat stories. He used to send
Yeah.
everybody voice notes all the
Yeah.
time.
All the
You know what I mean?
time.
He used to like if he saw you getting in some trouble or something like that, he sent you some voice note like, "Yo, ignore that shit, whatever."
Yep. Yep.
He saw you do good in a battle, bad in a battle, whatever. He was just a good-hearted person. You know what I
Man,
mean?
I had a battle in Calgary,
Uh huh.
and Pat was there, and he wasn't battling. He was just there with some of his homies, and they were in the back just making noise, man.
Uh huh.
And it was my turn to rap, and they were making noise, and I said something. I'm like, "Yo, Pat, what's up, man? I'm about to rap."
Yeah.
Whatever. And he stopped talking. He chilled out. They was kind of lit. And
Uh
then
huh.
after the battle, man, he came to me and he just apologized, right?
Yeah.
And during that, man, which is wild, man, he had a homie that was with him that was getting into a fight, and
Okay.
they had numbers on whoever this guy was about to fight. Pat and his people, there were more of them.
Yeah.
Pat stopped his friend from engaging in that fight
Uh huh.
and was like, "Man, come on, man, let's go, man, get the fuck on, let's go." Like, so to know that that's just the kind of person Pat was, man. For me, man, Pat brought a smile to
Yeah.
battle raps, to battle
Yep.
events.
For
Um,
sure.
there are only a few people that do that, man. Real Deal is one, man. Charlie
Yeah.
Clips is another.
Yeah.
Um, just is something about just them being in those spaces, man. So definitely RIP Pat Stay, man. We miss you, brother.
For
Uh,
sure.
man. So
Definitely a heavy loss, man. For
yeah,
sure.
yeah. So after Pat Stay, you battled DNA, JC, Stumbles, Fonz, and I wanna stop and not to just jump through those because each one of those are important. But man, we'd be here forever.
Yeah.
Uh, the K Shine battle.
Yeah.
I was I was there for the K Shine battle. I was judging the
The tournament.
JC
Yeah.
tournament battle between JC and Swamp, uh, and I saw K Shine before y'all battled.
Uh huh.
And the thing about me is I keep a pretty good rapport with most people in battle rap. I really don't have any problems with people, man. It's
Uh
always
huh.
good when I see them. I'm always proud of the accomplishments that people have made, and I appreciate those that take care of the culture.
Uh huh.
And Shine is a person that takes care of the culture,
For
in my
sure.
opinion.
Yeah.
Something that I put my heart, my blood, sweat, and tears to, which is like 2 on 2. Sean was a part of revitalizing that.
Yeah.
And you battled both him and DNA.
Yeah.
Um, so I saw Shine before y'all battled, and I don't want to misspeak, but Shine was nervous.
Uh huh.
He was nervous about how he was gonna be received.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "Yo, you're a formidable opponent that has built a household name,
Uh huh.
and this is one of his first battles back." And at that time, I wasn't aware of any, if any, of the things that he and URL have
Right, right, right,
allegedly or had allegedly been going through.
right.
But I know he hadn't been around in a while, and he spit his first round, man, and you stood in front of his first round, so you
Yeah,
know Shine,
yeah,
and I was like, man, you're K Shine.
yeah,
I'm like, you are
yeah,
K Shine, bruh. Like you're like,
yeah,
what are you? This is Smack, and you're K Shine. What are you talking about, man? And he went out on the stage, and he was K Shine, and
yeah,
that's a testament to you because he knew, yo, I still got to come with, and to see, uh, again, man, we always hate when people are filming, but man, it really helps sometimes just because um, it serves as some inspiration
yeah,
where it shows us the human side of, let's say, a K Shine that
yeah,
the fans don't get to see.
yeah.
We get to see this all the time, and
Hmm.
y'all had a conversation after the battle because it was a battle where I thought you were cooking. I hated your shoes. I'm just gonna tell you, I hated your shoes with a passion. I hated them with a passion. Um, but you were rapping. You came to rap, and you weren't necessarily. I hated them, bro. I hated them.
I
Um,
kind of like those shoes,
man,
man.
I hate them with a
God damn
passion,
it.
man. I want them burnt. I want them shot dead. I want them brought out to the street. I want them killed in front of their family. Now, I I'm watching that, man, and I've been a person that's been spitting something fire, and you look, man, I hate those shoes, man. Get rid of them, and the fact that they're still in tip top shape, man. Just I want you
If
to
we
go
ever
cut the
battle, I'm gonna wear
grass,
those shoes, man.
man. Listen, if you wear those shoes against me, I have no other material. Now, um, so man, like I've been on that stage, man, and I've said something, man, and felt that I left something on that stage,
Uh-huh.
and I should have done better. It may have been
Yeah,
good for y'all, but I felt like, and you said something in that with all the greatness that Shine said, man, because he did exactly what he's supposed to do as a vet,
yeah,
talking to somebody that's coming up in this culture, especially in this on this company that I'm a mainstay in.
uh-huh,
But it's what you said. My bad,
uh-huh.
because you care about the craft.
Yeah,
Right then, it was like, yo, you're one of the people that I'd be like, yo, man, it's good. It's good with him. It's gonna be all
uh-huh.
right. It's gonna be all right with him. It'll
Yeah,
be okay. Like, and by it, battle rap, it'll be
yeah.
okay. Like, you're one of the people that I think, based on that and what you do with your pen,
Mm.
that stands out. So what did you think? Not only of the battle, man, because we talked about a lot of on stage stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
After that battle, I wanna talk about the feeling prior to talking to Shine,
Uh-huh.
and then the next few days after you spoke to him.
Yeah, so like the reason I was saying that is because so Sean is in my top five, man. Like he's one of my favorites. And every time I battled one of my favorites, I was either like I gave a fight, you know what I mean? And I felt like that was the first time I had a clear loss.
Hmm.
But I wanted to give Sean a fight though.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like I gave him a fight. So that's where the my bad was coming from.
Okay.
Because I also wasn't like, man, there's so much shit behind that battle. Like I didn't know it was happening until the trailer came out the week before. So I had 7 days for Shine on a
Yeah.
big stage on Nome in Houston, the biggest crowd I ever been in front of. I was also working on this feature at the same time, my first big feature. My with my boy Jazzy B, he's like the Snoop Dogg of my people. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? The album's out now. It's on Spotify and all streaming platforms. I think he got like 1 million monthly listeners. It's fucking ridiculous. But the
Word,
song is
word.
called Divide and Rule for the people that want to see it. But anyway, I'm doing this and I'm writing battle bars. And I'm kind of just, I've normalized battle rap at this point. All those
Okay.
names you said that I battled, battle rap wasn't feeling like a competition anymore. It was kind of feeling like an event. So now my fame is growing, right? Everything just seems like an event. I'm going there. Everybody knows us. We battle, we get paid, we leave. And my hunger was kind of missing. That's why I even joined the tournament with Fonz and Stumbles, right? Because I was trying to get my hunger back. I'd kind of noticed like I want to be a little more hungry. But then the Shine battle happens. I just go through the regular process, and I was in rehearsal mode. I wasn't performing. I wasn't. I was rehearsing up there, dog. That's the only
Yeah,
way to say it. I was like,
that's fair.
I
That's fair.
wasn't. Yeah,
And we had a moments, and I think a lot of times when it comes down to
yeah,
just prepping, like, man, we get a moment in time. This is the only time we get, and anytime that we don't meet
yeah,
what we envisioned in our mind, we feel like, man, I can never get this time back. Even if I do well
yeah.
again, I can never get this moment back.
This moment
So,
because this is
so
K
from that,
Shine.
you,
Yeah, and I want to give him that. So then after when I said
yeah,
my bad, and he's like, "You got nothing to hang your head about. You shook the room every round. You just stood in front of Kayshawn or Gnome. All of that shit he was saying to me. You know what I mean? And the following days after that is when I had that reflection of, yo, I've been battling nonstop since the tournament. From Jada
yeah,
Nightwing to Kayshawn, I've been battling nonstop.
yeah,
I've probably put out 400 minutes of bars. You
yep,
know what I mean? Like fucking, what is it, 8 albums worth of bars that I can never say again. I've already said it. You know what I mean? However they are, they exist over there. I've battled my favorites. I've normalized this too much. I need to get the feeling back that I had when I battled Chilla, when I battled Mike, when I battled Danny. That's when I was like,
mm-hmm,
my back's
mm-hmm.
against the wall and I got to do something about it. You know what I mean? And that probably relates to how I felt
And
in my childhood. You know what I mean? Like growing up and shit. So I was like, I need one of those. I need to be scared of my opponent. I need to be scared of the situation. I need to battle like if I don't do good, I'm never coming back here. And for the first time, I had people saying negative things about me.
mm-hmm.
Majority. Like his style is this and he needs to switch it up and he needs to do this. It was just a bunch of armchair quarterbacks, you know what I mean, giving
Yeah,
advice
let's
about
let's
the
let's
switch.
talk about that. Not that we right
Yeah,
here. Let's talk about that. Let's
yeah,
talk about. I'm gonna just say it. Let's talk about biggity 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 biggity. All
yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's talk about it. I
Right.
skipped over the fines, but fines got this going. So there
Yeah.
is something,
Shout out to
and
Fonz.
we're gonna get back to this story, y'all. All y'all tuning in. We got the twerk battle. We got the disaster battle. We got going over to London, full circle going over to London. We got the 2-on-2,
The
and
A Ward.
we're just
Yeah.
gonna make sure. I just don't want y'all to. I don't want you to think we venturing off, but
Yeah, we
there
good.
is a biggity 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 biggity.
Yeah.
Do you believe that there's an attack on lyricism in battle rap?
There's there's definitely a big part of battle rap that um how do I say it? I don't know if it's an attack on lyricism. There's definitely a a lack of understanding on lyricism, I think. Um
Okay.
and not in battle rap as a whole because the people that are super super crazy like that and have shown out every opportunity they get still get appreciated. It's more so like maybe the mainstream fans, and that's weird to say, but like the overall thing that like people will agree with just because they think it's general consensus, right? But I kind of understand. I'm trying to figure out how to say it because I understand two things. Like I understand, you know, lyricism is more likely to be overlooked when you got 2,000 people in front of you because
Mm-hmm.
they're watching you more than they're hearing you. So you have to be saying
Okay.
like some kind of shit that matches your body language. But then at the same time, I think in a small room you could do it a little bit more. I think it honestly just depends on where you're doing it, who you like. All of it is circumstantial, but there definitely is a lack of understanding of it because you could get somebody that is rapping the way I'm rapping, the big,
Yeah.
and be like, and
I
make
hate
fun
that.
of
I
it.
hate that. By the way, man, I hate that
Yeah,
phrase. Biggity
yeah.
is the new rapidy rap, and
Yeah, it's a rapidy rap. It's lyrical miracle. It's that shit,
yeah,
right? So like,
yeah,
but what it really is the reason I just made it a positive or like a strength of mine. Now it's a super move because now if you notice, like I figured out how to
yeah,
make it like a. All right, y'all think I'm just rapping and I don't know how to land. Watch this, and now every battle since the Shine battle, it's been like a special move. Now I'll be punching your head off, and I'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, you haven't noticed I've been doing this the whole time. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But I'm also
yeah,
gonna do it right here. And I'm gonna do it a little bit more than the other parts. But like
yeah,
I double down on it because that's the part of hip hop that I like. That's how I like express. That's the point of rapping. Rhyming is what makes it a rap. Otherwise, it's just like you're just saying something. It might be poetry still, but it's not rap without the rhyme. And the more you rhyme and make sense, like all of that shit matters, right? And the flow, I feel like it's super important to highlight because I don't like this new like generation, I should say, of battle rap where you'll have battle rappers that only battle rap. They never been in a studio. They don't have
yeah,
rhymes on deck. They don't know how to do none of that. They only watch their favorite battle rappers and they mimic them. That's
okay,
that's a whole new genre of battle rap that's going on right now. You know what I mean? And I think having a flow
yeah,
and shit like that is what happens when you grow up as a rapper. Like battling and rapping was never
yeah,
separated until there was the stigma of battle rappers can't make music. Then the two things kind of got separated. I feel, but like Jay been in
right,
battles,
word,
and been in battles. Everybody was battling was part of being an MC. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It was,
yeah,
but you
definitely,
also went to the studio. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
like, I think that's where that flow. I mean, I think in a flow. Like, I think that's how I put my bars together. That's how I
Yeah,
rap.
it's hard to separate that. It's hard to separate
Yeah, like
the actual thing of rap. And I always say like oftentimes we compare battle rap to sports when we're
yeah,
talking about stuff, but we never compare it to just rap, man. Like it's rap. So
it's
I
just
totally
rap.
understand. So
And
so
honestly, in my experience, not to
after
cut
you
you off,
battle,
my
yeah, yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say this one more thing is the people that rap and like they rap while they battle in battle rap, which is crazy to say. The people
Yeah,
that rap while they battle go further
yeah,
than the
yeah,
people that there is not one person at the top that doesn't do the biggity biggity shit. Rock does biggity biggity, dog. When he's rhyming all them syllables,
yeah.
that's biggity biggity.
It's called AMG
That
mode,
AMG
right?
mode, he just made it. Yeah, he
Yeah,
made it sound cooler. AMG mode is biggity biggity. Yo,
yeah.
there's an interview with
It's
Rock.
biggity biggity, man. Listen,
Yeah,
dog.
there's an interview after I battled Diz with me and Rock, and Rock said something like, I love the battle sick, I love his style or whatever. That AMG mode shit, that's what he does or something. And all I'm
Hmm.
thinking to myself is like what I just said. It's the same thing. Every rap twerk, he rhymes a lot, dog. He rhymes a lot. Like
Yeah,
it's part of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's part of just being the best. Everybody that's the best does it.
Like
You know what I mean? But it was just
yeah.
I guess maybe I was
When you
getting
think
attacked
about
for it for some reason. Yeah.
when you think about like multi-syllabic
Yeah.
bars or whatever, or words or structures or whatever, and we could nerd out and talk this all day.
Yeah.
Um, we'll save it. We almost at the. But when you
Yeah.
think about somebody like Nitty, like there's so many similarities between Nitty, Thesaurus, and Ilmac that
Yeah.
people
They
don't
don't get
get
it. Yeah.
because of the content. But it's like, yo, man, Nitty makes sure that we're rapping words, this pure cracker curve. Like he
Yeah.
finds those same things just at a different cadence or whatever. But
If
um,
I whip the piece, your family fucked. Headshot your mom sister. They're gonna have to MOP your auntie up.
anti,
He rhymed he rhymed
yeah,
fucking 7 words, dog. You
yeah,
know what I
it's
mean?
the
Like
same. It's the
it's the
same
same shit.
structure. but sometimes it's not as. Remember, like when people used to do this in the middle of their
Yeah.
stuff to make sure you knew it was coming, and
Yeah.
that was the biggity part,
Yeah. Yeah.
and or whatever people try to make it. So after that, after you and K Shine, you Twerk have a really good battle, man. You and Twerk have a battle, but what is there was some time in between that because, like you said, man, you had did Ultimate Madness, you were doing like band, just that year in itself, like you had battled December of the previous year, then you were March battling, May battling, June, July. So now you took a break all the way until the winter, right?
Yeah.
You battled Twerk at Civil War,
On his
and
return.
yep, on his return. Now that's a challenge in itself.
So
Um,
so real quick, I just want to add this in. The battle I was gonna take was Nitty in Arizona.
okay.
When he ended up battling Bill Collector because they changed the date and I
Hmm.
couldn't do that date. But the mindset I want you to understand is I'm trying to put myself in these difficult positions because it's gonna make me hungry. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? So
yeah.
I'm putting myself in a maybe Nitty in his hometown. That falls through. Now Twerk on a return. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And that's why that battle turned out the way it turned out.
Yeah.
And I call this era Sick 2.0. This from Twerk to where we
Sick
are now
2.0, Sick 2.0.
is a different sick. But yeah, go ahead, my bad.
So so you had Sick 2.0. Uh Now the next battle, uh they had the 2-on-2s that went on, and man, I'm at a lot of your battles, man, because I was in Toronto as well. Um,
Fire.
and I show up, and you and Lou Castro, our chemistry was really, really good. Uh,
Thank you.
I think that while I think very highly of you and B Dot as individual lyricists, and y'all are two like of the people when I think about people that I want to rap against, right?
Uh huh.
Uh, I think about the Daylights, the shit, the Avs. Me and Av just battled.
Uh huh.
I think of you. I think of Loose Ciphers. I think of shit, Disaster, K Shines. People that are really, really
Passwords.
like crazy
Yeah.
wordsmiths. And yeah, passwords, some of those. And when I think about 2-on-2, I think Marv is the best counterpart for me when it
Uh
comes
huh.
down to just doing battles. For a lot of things, I'm really wordy and he's not,
Uh huh.
you know, and he knows how to make an impact without doing as much as I do to try to make an impact sometimes. So I think we work well with each other. So
Yeah.
when I saw you and Lou, while Lou has the capacity, as Marv has the capacity to do uh, all of the things that you do,
Uh huh.
um, he also has this appeal, this fan like crowd control, this
Personality. Yeah.
personality that I
Yeah.
believe made that 2-on-2 man so fun for me to watch
Yeah.
live,
Yeah.
and it was against DNA and Charlie Clips, who are known for their rap ability and their personality or whatever.
Yeah.
So what did you learn? Just what did you learn in between those two-on-twos?
Well, I approached it
Or what
differently
was the
this time.
difference? Yeah.
Yeah. The difference was I realized a 2-on-2 is better when your opponent or when your teammate has attributes that you may not necessarily have. Right. Me and
Hmm.
B Dot are very similar,
Yeah.
and maybe that's why we still just sounded like one rapper.
Right, right.
With
Yeah,
me and
yeah,
Lou,
yeah.
yeah, me and Lou, it feels more like a team because I could go, the da 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 do da 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 do da 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 da, and then he'll come in like, "Hey, yo, watch your fucking mouth," you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like right
yeah,
away,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it'll be you'll just react over some ill ass shit you just heard, and then he'll make you laugh, and then we both had the same
Yep.
energy. I feel, you know what I mean? So I think that's one of the things that
Yeah.
might separate me from the other biggities, right?
Yeah.
Is that I have energy with it, right? So our
Hmm.
energy together with our different strengths, I think, is what made the team so fire. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it was for
Yeah.
Pat. So my third round was the most important part of that 2-on-2 to me because it was just talking about
Right.
my interaction with Pat and all of that stuff. But Yeah, Clips and DNA, as amazing as they were, we were trying to shut shit down over there, and to steal the
Yeah,
energy. But yeah, it's definitely
y'all did a
more
really good
advantageous to
job.
have a counterpart. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I think when it comes down to two on twos, like one of the things that sometimes is forgotten is the alley oop, and
Yeah,
understanding what part of the game you're gonna play. Like
yeah,
uh, I throw the alley, you know what I'm saying, and I'm good at that,
yeah,
and Marv is good at slamming the basketball down. So here's the thing. Dwayne Wade is still Dwayne Wade when he throwing that alley oop. He just throwing the alley oop.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
still one of
Right.
the greatest ever. He's
Yeah,
throwing the alley oop.
yeah,
And when you throw an alley oop to somebody that you know don't mind throwing one to you, it
yeah,
make the whole thing a little better. And when the games when the way and the attributes are like, yo, you make up this part. I always said that you and B Dot sounded like one battle rapper. I
yeah,
always think that while me and Marv are very dangerous apart, and Marv has made his stake as far as his solo career, being just one, he's had a phenomenal year, but just being one of the greatest in that regard. Uh, I think we're the perfect battle rapper.
uh-huh,
Like if you got boom, so
yeah,
because you fill those voids, and that's
yeah,
that's what I saw y'all doing, filling those voids.
yeah,
Um, the next the next event I saw you at, and really controversial. Now, I knew about the battle happening probably way before the rest of the world knew, or
uh-huh,
whatever the case is. That's the cool part of being in the culture. Um, you find out what's happening, and because you're a trusted individual that's not going to run and tell everybody, you're
right,
able to just watch how things play out and watch how things work. And I thought that y'all, the way it was organized and orchestrated to happen was perfect promotion for it. I
uh-huh,
thought the setup was great. I thought the timing was perfect because it wasn't like when Disaster and Jonah battled, when
right,
Jonah was really new. And the only thing that you could say is, okay, they rap similar ways. They they they're different from everybody here.
right,
Their aggression is at this level.
yeah,
Like, you had not only shown those things, you had battled throughout those quote unquote comparisons to actually make a name. Whereas I believe that Jonah, while he was making a name, I believe that he battled Disaster before it was time for him to battle Disaster. Uh,
hmm, for
and
sure.
the circumstances were a little different. It was in LA, it was on his home league. He wasn't with anybody from whatever, from where he's from.
Uh-huh,
So Diz is crossing over to where you play ball,
yeah,
where you've created the content. You've been a part of creating the moments over here. This isn't, while you've made moments in battle rap, this is fairly a new territory to you because you've been here a couple times, but when we talk about your response on that stage versus his on that stage, during that time he had some stuff to prove too, right?
yeah, yep,
Y'all got on the stage, and it was something that that you did in your bars. Like, you opened up about coming up in the culture, having respect for the people that helped start this culture,
yeah,
being around the people that helped start this culture,
right,
and accepted you into this culture, and being somebody that is a part of a culture that got marginalized.
yeah,
You understood, and you expressed that in a rap battle,
yeah,
which was really dope.
thank you.
And you did it early on, which was
Yeah,
really brave. And then you went on into talking about uh, Diz's occurrences with the same culture that you've been in great brought into, or that you decided to um, put yourself into,
yeah,
and some of the choices that he's made being a guest in this culture. that are a
Yeah.
little different from the choices that you made. And this isn't to shit on nobody. This isn't to do anything but talk
It
about
is what it
something that
is.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you made a comment. You said how you let the N bomb fly in some battles and in some conversation and in some different spaces. And just, hey, man, maybe you feel a little comfortable with this, but this is how I feel about it. And I felt that you did a good, you did it in a way where you were able to challenge him, right?
Yeah.
And make a stand as far as where you see and how you feel about it. Because
Yeah.
oftentimes as a black man, we look at things that happen within culture, whether it's society or it's music or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And sometimes we're looking for someone that looks like you
Hmm.
to check someone that looks like you
Yeah.
on something, or at least create a separation.
Yeah.
And what you did is you didn't kind of checked it, but what you did that was masterful is you created a separation, right?
Yep.
Where like, hey man, I ain't gonna tell y'all what to do with him in this regard. I'm not telling y'all I'm about to go kick his ass about this, but I am telling y'all this ain't how I get down, so you ain't got to worry about this from me.
Right.
Uh, Fast forward into the battle that I think you were winning, and I think the general consensus is that you were taking that battle, and
Yeah.
that you know we got what we expected from you, and we kind of got what we expected from Diz. Um, and he made a decision to go into talking about some of the things that you talked about in this interview, like coming up, being discriminated against, experiencing racism,
Yeah.
based on these crazy American stereotypes that
Yep.
just began to be even more and more obscene after 9/11.
Uh
So
huh.
you all kind of dealt with some of those same things. And in his round, while he wasn't using it in a in an attack, uh, he dropped the N bomb and said like, "Hey, people call him a sand nigga."
Yeah.
Now, I understand what he was doing. I was watching it again. I won't not gonna put anybody in a space to um, give their input in that regard because you made it crystal clear where you stood on that
Right.
matter.
Right.
So I don't need you to. Um, I think one of your talents is being able to read the room and read and understand how to translate. And I believe that what Diz was trying to do was just done in a way
Uh huh.
that didn't translate to the crowd because shock
Right.
value was in mind, right?
Uh huh.
And I think when I listen as a black man, just in general, man, when trigger words are used for shock value, it's like, hey man, we know what you're doing, and it hurts more that you're using it for shock value instead of why we think you should use it.
Right.
And sometimes, the fan myself could be wrong in that observation, right? Um, but it is our responsibility to think about our audience prior to. So speaking on from your perspective, not on that event, but in preparing your rhymes for an audience that early on, hey man, I don't look like the regular people, that the regular MCs or the normal MCs, not regular, or what you're used to seeing. I don't look like that.
Uh huh.
And there's some things that I can't get away with saying or doing
Uh
because
huh.
of it. And
Right.
how do you approach that without disarming yourself? Number one, and I'm not talking about a word, okay?
Uh
Because
huh.
we
Yeah.
all
For
know
sure.
about a word, but more so just being mindful of the environment that you're rapping in, the culture that you've accepted. How do you navigate
Well,
that?
my stance on it, and even the word itself, like we could talk about it. Like I've never aligned with people that look like me using that word, no matter who you grew up around, no matter if your homies tell you it's cool to say it, because of how much of a trigger racism is for me. So anything that even is
Okay.
associated with it, I don't think should be part of my vocabulary. You know what I mean? Like I think also if you just are proud of whatever your background is and what you representing, there should be no reason for you to even try to talk like somebody else. You know what I mean? For me, I mean that was something I learned early growing up. None of my friends was
Mhm.
anything but I had a couple Spanish friends, but everybody else was black. I didn't even have Indian friends because there wasn't that many around us, and if they were trying to assimilate with the white people. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So like the only people I grew up around was black people.
Yeah.
So even if in the eighth grade one of the homies told me, "Yo, you good with us? We rap together, did whatever." You know what I mean? Like you could use it. You got the pass. To me, in my mind, I was never like, I don't. That doesn't mean that I'm good to say it. Like that doesn't mean it's disrespectful to me if you're practicing. You're already practicing in a black art form in hip hop
Mhm.
and you're a guest in it, and you have to be aware as a guest in it. It's disrespectful to start acting like, as a guest, you own the house. You know what I mean? Like it's
Mhm.
disrespectful, I think, to not be aware of that. You know what I mean? And and my problem with Diz and
Yeah.
using
Yeah.
that word was because his attitude towards it. Like I grew up in the East Coast. I know it's not like all over the states is like this. But I know, like growing up, you would see like the Arab dude say it or the Chinese dude say it, and nobody would care. But like that's the world ain't your living room. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And just because the people around you are cool with it doesn't mean if you can't talk like this everywhere else, you shouldn't be talking like this. In
Word.
my opinion, right? So yeah, I just think I just never aligned with that way of thinking. Like
Word.
I never was like, this is okay to be part of my vocabulary. I never aligned with it. And that's
Yeah.
why that was the first thing I said to him. Like I said, it was his attitude towards it. I remember, first of all, every time he did it, I cringed and I was like, why the
Yeah.
fuck is he doing it? And then the second time, second thing is, Marv kind of said something to him about it after
Yeah.
his hollow battle. Said that like hurt my feelings or whatever, and he said it in a very in like a way that I believe that you should be sympathetic or like understand. Is that the
Yeah.
word? Not
Empathetic.
sympathetic,
Empathetic.
empathetic. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, empathetic towards you. If you're already a guest, and then on top of that you saying something that is hurting somebody else's feelings that's outside of your living room, the least you could do is be like, yo, my bad. Like my homies are cool with it, so I get used to it
Yeah.
sometimes, whatever, whatever. But he didn't even do that.
Yeah.
His response was somebody should check me for it, and just shit like that makes me like I just don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, creating a separation is what my whole first round with him was about. Not
Yeah.
only the separation and that, hey, first and foremost, I don't fuck with this
Yeah.
thing that you've normalized. I don't agree with it,
Yeah.
like at all. Secondly, we're not the same background even. So let me
Right.
create the separate, even in our stereotypes, 7
Yep.
11, 9 11. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like even in, that's what, and then third, we don't rap the same. I
Right.
hate it when people would compare us just because we do
You got a
multis,
rapid fire kind of flow, but it's
like our
it's it's
pacing.
it's
Yeah,
very different. It's very different.
yeah,
Yours is his is more like a, if we were to say guns, this is a semi-automatic gun that we're shooting at whatever runs up, and yours is
yeah,
more targeted and aimed at,
yeah,
and it's just different styles, not making one worse or better.
yeah.
So after that I fall out, and I want to just get to this London battle. Wait, UNA Award, y'all have a classic come the end of the
Thank you,
year. I think
thank you.
I was I was Ward's my friend, man. I talk to Ward a lot. So in
Uh-huh.
preparation for you, I'm like, yo, man, like what's up when you got real sick. It's like, hey, man, hey,
Right,
you got to rap, man. You can't phone it. Coming off of
the
that
verb
A
that,
verb battle
yeah,
or what have you, and I was like, yo, bro, don't step your ass out this A verb battle, man. Like, so I was happy that you two had the kind of showing you had. I was I was I was definitely as a friend, man. Him being a week removed from a battle, I was definitely worried that it was you next.
Mm-hmm.
So that battle went down. I haven't got a chance to run it, but that battle's online, and it dropped and it's been getting a whole lot of just love on the scene.
Yeah,
Uh, you just got back from London for the second time, and this is really really dope to kind of go from there to here and get
yeah,
back. You went over to Premiere initially as a newcomer that just somebody over there saw, and I saw an interview where you were saying how you wanted to help spread knowledge about your people
yeah,
here in America, just because there's a little more just like love that's shown to sick people across the globe that isn't the same here, with the UK
right.
being one of those places.
Yeah,
Uh, I noticed that when I went to the UK, and even early on when we would see Archaic and participating in battle events, there were like, wow, man, you got to see who their fans were, and their fans became yours. So like the first time
yeah,
I went over there, it was people that were like, yo, man, I've been waiting a decade to see you perform.
yeah.
Well, these people got to see you early on, and then you
Mm-hmm.
left and became a star within this culture.
Uh-huh.
What was the difference in coming back? What were the parallels, and what were some of the contrasts, some of the differences?
Man, I don't know if there was any parallels. It was completely different. Like the
You were
first time I
headlining.
went over there, well, yeah, yeah. The first time I went over there, I'm at the bottom of the card. Um, Nobody in the crowd knew me. Um, Only the league owners did. I wasn't getting stopped in the street. I wasn't adjusted to the time difference. I didn't know what jet lag was. That was my first time experiencing that, and a
Word.
different, another time different. Like I was so inexperienced, and I was just a rapper. I wasn't a
Yeah.
battle rapper yet. You know what I mean? Um, Now,
Okay.
main event. You know what I mean? And even if Twerk and Shoddy ended up happening co-main event, um, getting stopped in the street, uh, bigger crowd, almost filled to capacity. Everybody there knows me, uh, and I'm a much more experienced battle rapper. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
It
it was
was just a
completely
full
different.
circle.
So how did you
Yeah.
feel? How did you feel like, because you can literally look at yourself when you landed there the first time back in what
2019,
2018,
19.
19. When you landed there in 2019, you got off the plane and you
Yeah,
had accomplished X, Y, and Z. And now you're going back in a short amount of time,
yeah,
right? And everything is different.
yeah.
How did
Like
you feel about yourself? How did you? I'm sure you. I'm sure you had a moment where I know the Drake battle. You looked at yourself and you said, "Oh man, this is new. This is something I did before. This is one of the first big things that you ever did that you've gotten a chance to do again." You
yeah.
know what I'm saying?
I've made it a point, especially after the Shine battle when I took that break, was I made it a point to reflect more, because
Hmm.
you don't, when you don't reflect, you kind of miss on how you're actually feeling, like in the moment of some achievement that you're having. You know what I mean? So I made it a point to kind of take all of
Hmm.
that in while I was preparing, while I was on stage, and while I got off. I mean, the feeling is just gratitude. The feeling is just a feeling of accomplishment. You know what I mean? The feeling is just like, I don't know how else to describe it besides those things, man. It's incredible. Like the fact that, like I said, nobody knew me when I went there, and this time I could say two words of my slogan, and they're gonna start saying it.
Yeah.
They said every slogan, even the new slogan I got that I said in homeschool against homeschooling A Ward. God is an energy, and I got it. That shit that I turned into a slogan, right? Just because how much people liked it. Like they said that shit. They said the whole ending shit with me, bro. And people, I left the stage And the first time I left, people just said, "Yo, this was the best international performance we had this year in 2019." This time when I left,
Word.
people are saying,
Wow.
"Bro, you the best in the world." Or rappers coming up
Wow.
to you, "Yo, you the best in the world."
Yeah.
Like
That's
that.
that's amazing.
First of all, like I said before, it hits different when it's in another accent. You know what I mean? It's like, God damn, this is like this
Right.
this far away, and people are over here fucking with me. But, bruh, it's just yeah, it's like unbelievable, but it also is motivating. It's gratitude, like,
Hmm.
man, like it's and really accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like accomplishment
Word.
or accomplishing is the feeling that I really got from that, man. It was full circle moment, and the first time I went out there, I just got a flight and a hotel, and this time I
Mm.
went out and I'm getting paid. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's something, man. And
crazy.
I gotta say that being somebody that's had an opportunity to literally watch your career from the
Yeah,
beginning to where it is now, man,
right.
you're somebody that makes me proud to be a part of this thing we call battle rap and this thing we call hip hop.
Thank
You're a
you.
student of the game, man. Having these conversations with you live pales in comparison to the kind of conversations we've had. Just this might be the longest we've ever spoke, but
Yeah, for sure.
we've had really dope conversations that's allowed me to understand a lot about you.
Yeah,
I do want to take this second just to shout out Pendulum Inc.
for
Uh,
sure.
Shout out to Chilla Jones. Shout out
Shout out.
to Mickey Fax. Their mission statement is nurturing creativity through lyricism. Pendulum Inc. develops a direct path to enhancing an MC skill set and understanding of hip hop business by providing access to classes conducted by industry experts in areas of rap theory, lyrical, and literary technique, content creation, branding, and hip hop mental health. If you get a chance, go to penduluminc.com, check them out. That's where I got this hoodie. This hoodie is really dope. I've been a guest instructor there. If you haven't already, Real Sick needs to be a guest instructor on the Battle Rap 101 class. So if he hasn't
Thank you.
already, get him down there. Um, Man, I want to just ask a couple things before I let you go because I've had you hostage long enough. I think I got your whole life story around here, man. And if anybody out here, man, listen, if you ever want to get the real sick story, if you just got half of it or a piece of it or a piece of the story, this will be on Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, all over the place, so you can listen to it while you're at work. We try not to cuss too much on here. It's a few cuss words here and there, but I promise you,
Oh, my
it's
bad.
pretty safe. No, we cuss. I cuss. I said shit 100 times,
All
but
right.
we're
Cool.
not rattling them off. So you should be able to get through this at work. It's a really good listen. Uh, I want to say this. It takes a whole lot to get in front of people and do what we do,
For
right?
sure.
It takes a whole lot to enter a culture that no one looks like you doing this culture.
For
No
sure.
one in the be as authentic as you are in this culture
Uh-huh.
is important.
Yeah.
And I recognize that, like when I hear you say getting started, like you were in the Eminem, right? Eminem had that. You know, it was a space where, hey man, if you were white and you were a rapper, bruh, you you had to rap good to be taken serious first.
Yeah. Yep.
And the authenticity of his character when it came down to, man, he knew everything about hip hop, man.
Yep.
He knew stuff we didn't know. And that that in itself lent to me just seeing how, like, yo, him saying, yo, I like these rappers and these rappers, you did the research and you're like, yo, man, I like these rappers and I'm gonna see why this is. If this person has to like this person, then I gotta listen to this person. And I
Uh-huh.
hope that the battle rap fan and the rap fan in general that's watching this says, like, man, some of these names and some of these people that Real Sick mentioned, if they were his influences, uh, they got to be mine, or I got to at least check them out.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, one of the things we pride ourselves on over here is, like, man, we don't get into the gossip. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? We keep it straightforward, man. We talk about certain things on these interviews. Now we have conversations about what's going on in battle rap and what's happening
Uh huh.
and things of that nature. Uh, I would like to know, um, what do you see in the forefront of your career? What do you see coming in the future to your career? Some of the things you look forward to, and when you look down the road on battle rap, what do you see?
Um. Well, I've been blessed enough to accomplish most of what I wanted to accomplish. Like I got a Summer Madness under the belt. I got two Gnomes under the belt. I got a Volume under the belt. I've battled some of my favorites, some of the people that influenced my battle style. You know what I mean? Like I've almost beat the game, and in my sense, not
Okay,
other people might want, like, I don't care about fame or none of that shit, or as great as the money is, like, that's not the only motive. The motive is the respect. When I
mm-hmm.
respect somebody, and when Nitty and JC come up to me after I battle Ward and they're like, bruh, you one of the best.
Word.
Shit like that matters
Okay,
to me the most. So, um, battle wise, I got three names I definitely want to battle that hopefully happen next year, which is Ilmac, Nitty, and Rock. If I could battle them,
okay. Those all seem,
yeah, like I want to battle them, and then we'll see what
yeah.
happens from there. Um, but I'm back into music. Like, the
Okay,
only year I didn't record music was 2021, and that was when my schedule was the busiest.
okay.
Other than that, since I got in the booth to today, I've been in the booth all the time. So,
Got you.
I was lucky enough through battle rap to
Mm-hmm.
get, um, like, or because of battle rap, get a music opportunity, because somebody was, they discovered me through that and wanted to put a budget behind me and all that kind of stuff for a
Okay,
project that I've actually been talking about here and there.
okay.
It's in its final stages. I handed it in. I had some, like, other shit to record or whatever. It's almost done, but you're gonna be getting a lot of music from me, and I've been saying that for a
Okay.
while. But there just needs to be, like, a couple things that need to be ironed out, and then it's just gonna be a bunch of music. I've been
Got
recording
you.
a lot. Um, and I want to give a project, like, this first project is kind of gonna transition people that know me from battling into music, because I know people like watching me rap. I need to make
Right.
sure they like listening to me rap. You know what I mean? So, like,
Okay. Dope.
it's a really dope project. It's different sounds, different beats, different tempos, um, and it's almost done. It's almost ready to
Okay.
release, I should say. So, in the meantime, I'll be dropping freestyles and shit here and there. Um,
Okay.
but there's tours being talked about that I could open for and shit like that next year. So music is really what I've always wanted to do. But like I said, I never separated battling from being a rapper. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's part of it. So I don't
Yeah.
think that even if I get super, super successful with music, that I'll be out of reach of a battle. You know what I mean?
Got
Like,
you.
I love battle rap. You know what I mean? But as far as battling goes, yeah, I only have a couple more things to check off my list, in my
Okay.
opinion. Um, but yeah,
Okay. All right. I think, man, I always at the end of the show, man, I try to, like, if we got a little audience in here, we just gonna see what happened before we get out of here because we're about to wrap this up.
uh-huh.
I'm gonna put this phone number at the bottom, man. I'm gonna only leave it up here for probably 60 seconds, man. If one of y'all call, y'all want to ask Real Six something, man, y'all can. But if y'all don't, then yo, man, y'all just don't, man. Y'all don't get to talk to him. Sick, man. I appreciate you taking the time just to have a
Thank you.
conversation with us on the pod. It's something that's really, really dear to my heart. I've been trying to do this again and again and again and again and again and again or
Uh-huh.
whatever. So just having this conversation is dope, man. We had a really dope conversation with Miss Miami. We got one with Loso coming up.
Hmm.
We got some throwback episodes that got A Ward, Murda Mook, and a few others, man. And we really just chop it up and get some insight as what's going on in the culture, what's going on with people, man. Give us an opportunity to be more than just battlers. So,
Uh-huh.
with that said, man, I want to thank you for joining us, and I want
Thank you.
everybody that's watching and that's paying attention to make sure that you go online. Make sure you go online. Go to the homie Real Sick store. If you haven't noticed, man, we got a mark right here, man. Real Sick. Go to his store. Go to his shop, man. It's realsickstore.com. You can get all your stuff. And just in case you act like that's not a big enough logo for you to see, all you got to do is screenshot right now, and then you could just follow that, or you could type it in, man. It's Real Sick. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Make sure you go online, and again, you check it out. It's
Uh-huh.
realsickstore.com.
And
Thank
real
you.
quick to add to that, there's my I've been kind of cause since I've been working so hard, haven't got to really build on the merch site as much. But it's like a full focus thing now. Like there's gonna be new shit dropping on there. That's gonna be just as active as my
Uh-huh.
music dropping as well. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I encourage everybody. Like, I mean, thanks for the support if you even go there. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff is gonna be going through my site. Like it's gonna be more than just merch. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be you'll see it because it's gonna be in everything that I
Dope.
promote or whatever. But yeah, thank you for shouting that out.
Wonderful. Word, word. So listen, man, make sure y'all tune in, man. We are live on every place you can listen to podcasts, man. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitter, we stream these. And
Yeah.
throughout the week, man, we do little one-off interviews, little one-off discussions. We'll do some group chats, some talking with the crew, talking with the whole gang, chopping it up with the upstairs gang, which says what's up to you, man. All the upstairs, man. Everybody upstairs say
Yeah.
what's up. Uh and we're gonna spin battle rapper music live on my Twitter throughout the week. So if you got some joints, I got some stuff. I've already spent the record with you and Lou Cipher. I spent that one. So if you got more records, I play them on my Twitter. You can replay them there because Twitter don't give you copyright strikes for playing this music, and I ain't losing my Twitter for y'all.
Yeah.
With that said, man, Real Sick, man, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you,
Peace,
man. Appreciate you. Salute to everybody, man.
my guy.
Thank you.
Yo, and that said, man, we gonna wrap it up, man. I said, yo, podcast, your host, Quest McCody. You already know what time it is. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Click pile if your shit file. Detroit, we in here now. Upstairs gang. Peace.
Yeah. Hey, turn me up, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.
Get 'em cold.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live and direct. We in effect. I said, yo, podcast. We in the building. We live on Twitter right now. We live on YouTube right now. We just chopping it up. We do these podcasts to get a more in-depth, just overview of some of our just amazing talents, people that I'm fans of, that y'all are fans of. We've had on the show. Last week we had Real Sick on here. We had a really, really dope conversation with Real Sick. We talked about him growing up in the community he grew up in, his friends growing up, him getting into rap, experiencing racism as a kid, and like how he won't say nigga. He don't think like, yo, man, I got my own things to go through and go with. I ain't got to talk like somebody else, how he disagree with that. So we talked about the disaster battle. And we also talked about like how he got into hip hop, how Eminem kind of opened up his eyes to hip hop in general. And then when he listened to the people that Eminem said he was a fan of, it got him even deeper in his bag. Make sure you check that out. That's on the podcast right now. It's on Spotify, Apple Music, all those good places wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, today, man, we got. Ah, man, I'm pumped up for our guest this week. We got a wonderful talent, a wordsmith, a show woman. Some people say showman, but however you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, man. She's a legend. She's an inspiration, and she popping in on the show. She probably gonna have a funny face like, nigga, why you saying that? She don't want no compliments or nothing, man. We just go, hold on. We gonna make some noise, man, for the wonderful, man, the wonderful Miss Fair Funeral. What's up?
Up? How are you?
I'm
I'm
all
excited
right.
to be here. I'm excited to be here.
I'm excited that you came and you rocking with me, rocking with us. You know, we in the building. When I told people that we were gonna have Phara Funeral, right? Right. Every woman I know, right? Like, you know, the guys, like, all the time when we watch these battles or whatever, y'all be like, oh, they dressing, they doing this for the man, but the women love y'all and they love you. Why do you think the ladies love you so much when it comes down to this?
I get a lot that I think it's my personality. A lot of the ladies tell me it's my sex appeal, which I find very hard because I'm very weird. I'm
What do you mean?
like people that know me like just know like I'm like a weird person. I'm like really like I don't like that. Don't touch me. Oh no, that makes me cringe. Like everything is just like so weird to me. So just having people think that I have sex appeal is a lot, you know.
Okay. Okay.
It's, yeah.
Do you I know I've been told when I talk to just women about how they like what do they like about women battle rap, right? They say they say stuff that I want to say. Ferris says stuff that like I want to say. They're aggressive like I want to be aggressive. Like they might be in the boardroom or whatever. They might be at a factory job. They might be a school teacher and they're like, "Man, I want to bark in front of these like I want to speak my mind like that, right?" Do you find like when you get on the stage, is it like a release? Is it like because you don't you ain't no docile rapper. You are in front of your face like I'm about to like scream on you. So like, is it a release?
Honestly, I this mm, I don't think like I'm not. I feel like when I get up there, it's just really my personality. Like this is
Okay.
just me. I'm loud. I'm like in your face.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
my energy is just yeah, it's there.
It's
Oh,
authentic.
yeah,
Yeah. I
definitely.
think I think some women wish they could be that, be their full self on stage, or not even just women. Some people, like just people in general, they wish they could be their full self on stage. Now, let me ask you, what part of New York are you from?
I'm
For
from
those
the
that
Bronx.
don't know.
I'm from the Bronx.
Okay, okay. What's growing up in the Bronx like? Like you
Um,
tell me, I'm from Detroit. Like I want you to keep in mind, all right? I'm from Detroit. We drive everywhere. It ain't no big buildings. It ain't no Manhattan to get to it. So tell me the Bronx. Like I would, like I've never been to New York in my life.
okay, so the Bronx is really like the hood. It's like I would say like in my opinion, because I'm from the Bronx, it's like you can't be a New Yorker without coming to the Bronx.
Okay.
But growing up for me in the Bronx was more so like summertime shootouts, basketball tournaments.
So that's a basketball tournament, or you talking about
No, like
niggas shooting
really
in the?
summertime
Okay,
shootouts.
okay, all right, all
Like,
right, all right, all right, all right.
um,
Yeah.
I'll get into that. Summertime shootouts, block parties, basketball tournaments. The Spanish lady that sold ices out her house out the window, playing football in the middle of the street on a concrete, manhunt, things like that
Okay.
is like
So
my
what?
me
So
growing.
what were you? What were you doing? Like, what was the family dynamic in the house? Was it like you, moms, pops,
So
brothers,
I grew
sisters?
up, me, my two sisters, and my mom, just us, and a two-bedroom apartment.
Okay.
For a while until I want to say I was like 9, like
Hmm.
9. I believe I was like 9, and then we moved and into a bigger place, and then I want to say when I was about 14, me and my mom moved again because at that point both of my sisters had moved out.
Okay.
So it was just me and my mom
So
from I
you
would
the
say the age.
youngest, just so we on point. You the
Yeah,
youngest of the.
I'm
Okay.
the baby. I'm
Okay.
the baby of 7. My mom
Okay.
had 7
Okay.
kids. Yeah. So after, yeah, from the age of 14 to 21, it was just me and my mom.
Okay. When you what was like high school for you? Like, were you rhyming by this time? Like, when did you decide like, yo, hey, I'm gonna try to rap? Or when did you get into rap? Yeah, let's go there. When did you get into rap? Like, yo, I fuck with this.
So I want to say I've always liked writing for the most part.
Okay.
Like my favorite subject in high school was English and journalism. Those are the only 2 classes I believe I ever went to that I didn't fail.
Okay.
Like if my mother had to come to school and see a report card, 2 classes she knew I was going to pass was English,
Mm-hmm.
journalism. So I think I've always had the passion to write
Mm-hmm.
and like tell stories, for the most
Yeah.
part. Um I would try and rap, but I never like it didn't really come together for me.
Okay. So what you mean by
So
try to rap? Like you would like rap
like
when a
I
beat
would
come
try and
on?
write raps, like and try and rap them, but then it was like it didn't sound right.
So like, did you rap them to somebody, or were you just
No,
rapping them
I
to
would just
yourself? And
rap them to myself, and I was just like this. It didn't sound like nothing that I was hearing. So I was just like,
okay.
this ain't how. I don't think this is how it's supposed to go.
And how old are you when you doing this?
I was like 15, I want to say.
Okay. Okay.
And I remember in my school, like lunch period, the most popping lunch period was like fourth and fifth period, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at those periods, all the guys would be in the lunchroom. Everybody that was popping was in the lunchroom at that time, right?
Okay.
And it was this one guy, every time we was in the lunchroom, he would make beats on the table. So he was make the beats, boom, start making the beats. And then it was like a couple dudes that would be over there rapping like in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always like, I knew all of them. So I would always go over there, sit with them, laugh, joke while they were rapping or whatever. And every time I would go over there, I would be like, all right, let me rap, let me rap. And I'd be
Uh-huh.
like, uh, uh. But I would never rap, like I would
Oh
never
no,
say
you did
nothing.
you did the B rabbit?
Yeah,
You
so
was B rabbit for
I
real.
would never say nothing. So they always would get mad, like, yo, you always come over here and do that. Like, if you're not gonna rap, stop doing that. And I'm like, nah, I'm really gonna rap. Like, I'm really, really gonna rap. And I remember reading a magazine. I think it was probably like a Vibe magazine or something.
Uh-huh.
And you've been in battle rap for a while, but you probably don't know him. His name is Shells. He was
I
a
know who
battle.
Shells is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
So
Shells.
so
Yeah.
Shells grew up on my block,
Okay, okay.
right?
Shout
I know
out to Shells.
family. And I remember reading a Vibe magazine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they used to have this section where rappers would break down their bars or like just give a verse or whatever. And I remember reading it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I read it and I was like, oh, this is fire. Like, this is fire. And I remember writing it down. Like, I didn't even rip the page out the magazine. I just wrote it down, like word for word, wrote
Mm-hmm.
it all down. And I went to school, right?
No, no, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you
I
didn't.
did. I went to
No, you
school.
didn't. No, you
I
didn't. No,
went
you
to
didn't. No,
school
you
and they
didn't.
were I went to school and they were rapping, right? And then I busted out, like I bust out the rap. I bust out the rap. And they was like, oh, like at first they was like, oh, you can rap. And then one of the guys was like, that's not yours. And I was like, shut up. And it was like, you fucking play all the time, like every time. And then they was like, yo, just write a rap. And I was like, I don't know how to write a rap. And then that was like the funniest shit ever. Like they ain't clown me or nothing because we was cool, but I thought that was
Uh-huh.
the funniest shit in the world. And then I forget what I was listening to. I was listening to Kanye West Through the Wire.
Okay. Okay. Let's go.
And I remember listening to that song, but I don't know what mood I was in. But I remember I was with one of my best friends, and her boyfriend had a studio. And I remember listening to it, and I'm like, I'm going to write to this.
Okay.
And she was like, you serious? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to write to this. And I think I have the song in my email somewhere, but that was the first rap I ever wrote
Man,
to Through the
do
Wire.
you remember? Give me the first 8 bars.
I cannot remember it. And the crazy thing is I just had it in my head not too long ago. I cannot remember. I swear I'm gonna ask her to
Hmm.
see if he still have the file. And I'm gonna email it to you so you can hear
Okay.
it. That was
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna chop this up and I'm gonna put a snippet of it right there.
yes,
I'm
and
gonna
that
put it
was
right there.
the first rap I ever wrote.
Did you
Um
go and after you went and recorded it? Did you start like looking to get into battle rap or just rapping on
No,
beats in general?
I still wasn't. I didn't even know about battle rap still. And I remember after I recorded that song, that following week when I went to school, I actually rapped it at the table with the guys.
Hmm.
And they was like, "You wrote that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did." And I let them hear it, and they was like, "Oh, you really could rap." And then from then on, I just like wrote little raps. I did songs, but I never like really pursued doing music for the most part
Okay.
because I didn't understand. I didn't like the doubling, and I didn't like doing ad libs, and I necessarily didn't like the way my voice sound.
Okay.
So it was always like like people would be like, "Yo, your voice is fire," and I just used to be like, "I
Okay.
don't, I
Do you
don't like it."
the people that are in the comments, and I try to keep this in the moment, but there are people in the comments that are just ranting and raving about how beautiful you are and how dope
Oh,
you are.
I
We
see a
got
lot
some.
of.
We got one where we at right here. Big Aries, not the little
That's
one.
a fact. Big
That-
Ram shit. You know what's up.
you know what I'm saying? We got. Let's see, man. We
Thank you,
got
Will.
we got Mike G in here. I don't know you. We got Mike G in here. Let's see who else we got in here. Will. Oh wow. Wait a minute. You might have. Oh wow, Mister. I don't know. We gonna have to talk to Jada or something to see what's going on, because we got Mister Will Smith. He says I have strong feelings for you, Phara. Man, listen, if y'all stay tuned and if y'all share the podcast, if y'all share the live stream, we're going to share a phone number for y'all to call in and y'all could actually talk to Phara, kick it with her, see what's going on. Now, when did you make the transition into considering battle rap? Because it take way more to just end up on the stage. So it had to be something in preparation or consideration.
So, what was I doing there? I don't even remember what I was. I was working a regular job.
Okay.
And I remember my brother. A lot of people like in battle rap know of my brother, but my brother's Dan Bars. He hangs out with Rex.
Okay.
He did that. He did a few like one or two battles or whatever. And he used to when he was hanging out with Rex, Star Smiles.
Yeah.
You know who Star Smiles is? Her and Rex
Let them know who Star
dated.
Smiles is.
Star Smiles is one of my closest friends. We came into battle rap together. I
Yeah.
actually like brought her with me. So he knew Star Smiles, and they were at a radio station together. My brother and Star Smiles, they were at a radio station together. And at that time, like they were working with the same producers and whatever, and they had went to the radio station and she was rapping. And she had messed up or something like that, from what I could recall from the story. And then like she was like, oh, I could really rap or whatever. So my brother was like, my sister rap, and then it like became this thing. And then they were like, I got somebody, you know, like for you that could rap better than you. And she was like, I bet, like, bring her. So he told me, and then him and my one of my close friends from high school, they were like, yo, we got something we want you to do. So I'm like, what? They was like, yo, we want you to battle rap this girl. And I'm like,
Oh,
what?
they was lining somebody. Oh, wait a minute. They was lining
Yeah,
somebody
they was
up.
like, oh, we want you to battle rap some girl. And I'm like, battle rap? Like, what is battle rap? And they like, Rex, Mook, you rap against somebody. And I'm like, I don't know what that is, right?
Okay. And just
So
so just for
like,
just for a time period, you're how old right now?
I want to say probably like 23.
Okay.
I think, not too sure, but I wasn't, you know. And then I'm like, what? So then I'm like, how am I supposed to do it? They was like, just write your most disrespectful stuff. Right? I'm like, am I supposed to write it to a beat? I don't know. So
Mm.
they like, just write. And I'm like, okay. So I remember being home and I didn't write to a beat, but there was a beat in my head.
Okay.
And I just started writing. Like whatever came to my mind, I just started writing. Cause I didn't, I don't know there's a structure to it. I don't know anything about battle rap. At this
Were you
point.
thinking of were you at that time were you a punchline rapper? Were you
No.
like
I
what
don't
kind of rapper were you? Like
I
what
was
was you rapping about?
in the battle.
Nah,
Oh, in general,
like before you, yeah.
I kind of was like all over the place.
What like give me an idea. Was you like I need love? Was you
No, no, no. I wasn't none of
like
that.
Remy on Annie Up? Was
I
you
was yeah, like any up. That's it. Yeah. I was
okay?
rough. I was really rough.
No sex appeal in
No
these
sex
bars.
appeal.
Oh my
No
you
nothing.
okay.
It was rough out here, right?
Okay. We gonna have to visit. We gonna have to once we get here.
I'm
We
gonna
gonna
I'm gonna tell you how to find the battle because a lot of people be looking for it, and I'm
okay.
just gonna tell you how to find it,
Hey,
right?
not to pause your story, but we do want to shout out whenever we get contributions to the show, they go to the guests. So we got a contribution on the show. We got $9.99 US dollars that was donated to the show. He say sorry he's late. He hopes all is well. Tell Phara that she was probably the first celeb he actually started. Guys, I guess he's saying starstruck in front of. He said happy holiday,
Happy
happy holidays.
holidays to you.
Yeah, word. Shout out to him. All right, so you're getting ready, man. They say, yo, we got a battle for you. We
Right,
got this young lady. We got this young lady lined up. What are you?
right. So they tell me her name, and
What was her name?
her name was Star Smiles.
Okay. So it was Smiles. Okay,
Yeah.
boom. All right.
So I'm like, so how long we got? They was like, you got 2 weeks. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I just remember writing whatever was coming to my mind. I just remember writing something, and I
Were you
remember
nervous?
nervous, like, cause I don't know what this, like, how is this supposed to go? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, cool. So I just remember writing whatever came to mind. I wrote it down,
Okay.
and then I just started rapping it. But I was rapping it with the beat that was in my head.
Okay. What beat was it though? What was
I
it?
have
Through the
no,
wire? Was it through the wire?
it wasn't through the wire. I don't know what beat it was, but it was a beat in my head, right?
Okay.
And I just remember writing like whatever was coming to my mind. I guess the beat was like putting me in the mood. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
write to it like at that rhythm, but I know it was something playing in my head.
Got
And
you.
I wrote everything I wanted to write. And so the battle took place in my brother's building.
Okay.
Right? We call it the 20. So it took place there. I remember getting off of work and I came with my brother-in-law and a few of the guys that live on my block. They came to support. But I came like just me and my brother-in-law. My people from my block wasn't even there yet. So when I pulled up, she had the building full of people. So now I'm super nervous because I'm like, what the fuck?
Yo,
Like,
your first battle,
yes, I'm like, like what's
man.
happening right now? I was so so nervous, and I'm like, oh my god, like what is about to happen right now? And I walk in there, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then they flip the coin, and I remember her rapping.
Okay. And what are you thinking while she's rapping?
And while she's rapping, I'm like I did not prepare for this. I'm like, I did not prepare for this. So I'm like, this girl's gonna fucking kill me. And then she stumbled, she choked or whatever.
Oh man. And then what? How you feeling right
So
then?
then I'm like, okay, okay. So I start rapping, and everybody is like, oh, okay. So I was rapping. So we went 3 rounds. And I think the last round I said something about her baby daddy. And and I said she something like she thinks she a star, but she a porn star or something like that. It was wild. It was like it was a bunch of everything in there or whatever. So I was just like, go ahead now. So that was my first battle.
So
And
you was more shock value bars at that point in
yeah,
time.
it was like really random
You
bullshit.
ever hear like people when they're just like getting into it and they're learning like how to battle rap and it's mainly just insults. There's no really bars in there. It's just like you
It was
ugly
like
motherfucker.
two. It was like 2 to 3 insults, and I think the rest was just I don't even know.
Okay.
It was.
So
I know it was a lot
okay.
of
So
nothing.
so when you were between like high school and adulthood before you got into that into that battle, like right in that middle time when you was rapping like super hardcore and like just aggressive per your words. Uh what was going on in life? Like what was going on at this time? Were you had you become a mother yet? Were
I was a
you
mom. I was a mom.
okay?
Um.
How old were you when you had your
I
first?
was 21
Okay.
when I had my son.
Okay.
Um. I had just lost my mom like a few years before I started battle rapping.
Okay.
So I kind of feel like in that moment, like battle rap kind of saved me in a sense.
Okay. How so?
Um, I was spiraling,
Oh,
like like spiraling really really bad, and I remember like my life being like dark, like really dark.
what's that look like?
So it was more so like I just remember I would just be home. Everything was dark,
Okay.
lights off. Didn't want any lights. All the curtains would be closed on a day to day.
And
Um,
this
I
is like
found myself like often having my son's father pick him up,
mhm,
just like grieving, I guess, but not grieving.
right.
I think it was more so me like locking the world out.
Okay.
And
And that's cuz like all the that's dealing with the loss of your mother
yes,
and
and
and being a new parent too.
being a new parent, and I felt like um a lot like after my mom passed, it like I don't think I was ready.
Okay.
I felt like in a sense I was still a kid,
Yeah.
you know, and a little part of me, even in adulthood, right?
Hmm.
I still like hold. Oh my god! I still like hold like accountability, like, or I still like blame myself in a sense, you know, for that day.
Okay.
Um, and in that moment, it was just like letting her go. I remember like the day, and I just remember having a conversation with her, like, and just telling her like it's okay, like
Yeah.
you don't have to stay for me, like you can go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be okay, you know. Now I just remember talking to her like, I know, like you're staying and you're fighting because of me. Like you probably feel like I'm not ready to be a parent, or like
Mm.
I'm not, like I can't do it without you. And I really felt like that, but a part of me was just like, to get to the hospital every day on like a daily basis. I'm still a kid a little bit, you know, and I
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
son, but I'm still a kid. I'm only 21.
Yeah.
And I'm going to work. I'm being a mom. I'm coming home. And every day I'm going to this hospital to sit with my mom, and she's not responding. You know, like there's not a moment when I can touch her and she can touch me back, or like, you know, so it's like I'm going in that hospital every day with hopes of a response or hopes of life, and I know it's not that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was left up to me, in a sense. So nothing could happen unless I allowed it to happen.
Right.
So and that was a struggle for me as well, because it's like I'm the baby,
Yeah.
and everybody above me is like they want say so, but it's like, oh, just take her off, and I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. And then it just became like a struggle, like, and then I'm like, a part of me was like, I'm not ready.
Yeah.
And you know, we all, like, my brothers came up because my family lives in the south, so my brothers came up, you know, to see her. And it was just like, I remember one day um being home, and I just get a phone call, and it's like, she coded, and if she codes again, like, we're not gonna revive her, so you guys better come see her. And
Mm-hmm.
I just remember leaving and just rushing to the hospital, like, because if this is gonna be the last day, I gotta make sure I'm here.
Right.
And I remember being the only person there for a little while, and then my brothers and my sisters came. And in that moment, like, she did something that we all was just like, okay, like maybe there's a chance. And then
Mm.
we spoke to the doctors, and they like killed our vibe. Like,
Mm.
no, it's not that, you know? So
So like even having that, like going through that and learning how to be a parent and
I
um
hadn't even learned how, I still hadn't learned how to be a parent, because for the first year of my son's life, my mom was around, you know, so she was teaching me how to be a parent. You know, my son was attached to my mother. Like every morning he would wake up, go in my mother's room. He wouldn't
yeah,
go to sleep without my mother. So it was like I still hadn't learned how to be an adult. I
yeah,
didn't have no bills. I just had
right.
a kid, and I was just like,
Yeah, that's a shell shock.
yeah,
That's a shell
like
shock.
in that
Do
moment, the last time I seen my mom, it was like, okay, we've been doing this dance for 2 weeks, you
okay.
know? And I got there that day, and something in me was like, today, like, you have to say something today. And I walked in there, and I just seen my godmother was there, and she was praying, like, and
Mm.
she hadn't come, like, she came like a few days, but this day she was there, and she was in the corner, and she was praying, and I was just, you know, like, what the fuck, like, not what the fuck, but like, what are you doing here?
Right.
And she was like, something told me to come here today, and I'm like, okay. So she was like, come on, we're gonna pray, and then I'm just gonna step out for a second. So I'm like, okay. So we
All right.
prayed, and I just remember my phone ringing, 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 and I would not answer. So I started talking to her, and I'm like, you know, Like, it's okay. Like, you could go. I'm okay.
Mm.
I'm gonna be an amazing mom. Like,
Yeah.
I, take everything you taught me, and I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm gonna be somebody. Like,
Yeah.
like, you don't have to stay. Like, you don't have to fight for me. I'm
Yeah.
okay. Like, you raised me. You raised me right. I got this. I got this. It's okay. If you don't have to fight anymore. You can go. And that was like the first day I see tears come out of her eyes.
Uh-huh.
And in that moment I knew she could hear me and she understood what I was saying, right?
Right.
I just kept talking and I was holding her hand and the tears were falling and I'm just like, okay, like, but my phone, I remember my phone would not stop ringing. And I'm like, who the fuck is calling me? Because I know, like, I'm telling everyone, like, don't call my phone when I'm at the hospital. My phone kept ringing. And my godmother was like, you have to answer that phone. And I'm like, no, like, I'm not leaving her side. And she was like, just go. It's okay. Just answer the phone. She's going to be all right. When she's not going nowhere. So I'm like, okay. And I remember turning around. And I'm like, I'm going to step outside this door. I said, I will be right back. So I will be right back. And I said, I love you. I'm going to go to this door. And I'm coming right back. And I remember as soon as I opened the phone, because we had the little flip phone. I remember as soon as I opened the phone, I opened that door. As soon as my foot touched the other side of that door, every machine in that room went off, like simultaneously. I swear to God. As soon as my foot one foot hit the other side of that door, every machine in that room went off at once. And I spun around so fast, I dropped the phone. And I just looked at my mother and I just watched her body, like her chest go up. It was like one big breath and then it went down. And I just seen, like, I literally seen life leave her body in that moment. And I just stood there, like, in the moment, like, not knowing what
Right.
the do. I was like stuck, because everything,
Yeah.
like, sound, sirens, everything is like blurring in my ear. And I'm like, yo, like, this can't be happening right now. And I just remember hitting the floor
Mm.
and, like, I couldn't breathe. I was boiling. Like, I don't know what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember my godmother came, she picked me up. She was like, it's okay, come on, let's go. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not leaving. And I remember getting in the bed with my mother. I got in that bed and I laid there and I cried and I cried. And I must have cried myself to sleep because I remember a doctor coming in and she died at 7:21. I remember a doctor coming in at like 10 something, waking me up like, we have to take her. And I said no, because my sisters hadn't even gotten there.
Right.
Nobody got there yet. I was still there by myself. And then soon as I said that no, like, my sisters is not here yet, everybody came busting in the door. And they were just looking at me like, are you okay? And I just remember, like, not hearing anything, like, just seeing faces, but I couldn't hear anything in
Yeah.
that, like, nothing. I couldn't hear shit because I'm still like, if I didn't tell her that she could go when she had left,
Mm. Yeah.
and was the phone ringing because she wanted me to go out the room so she could go.
Yeah.
So I live with those things, on top
Mm.
of the last day that I actually did see her when she was alive. Like, me and my mother have this thing, like, I worked overnight, right? And then
Yeah.
every night I would leave to go to work. I would knock on her door 3 times, boom, boom, boom. And then I'll open it and I'm like, I'm leaving. And she'll be like, okay. I'll kiss on her forehead 2 times. And then she always did this thing to me, like, she would take her hand and go like that, like down my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she would do like that and touch my nose. And I would always do that, like, before I left the house. And we never said, she said, you never say goodbye. You always say, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
But that night, I was like, I had just gotten into an argument with my son's father. And I was, like upset. I didn't do any of that. I just was like, I'm leaving. And I left out the house. I didn't say anything to her. I just left. When I came home, she wasn't home.
Mm. You
And
know,
um I did a freestyle, and in the freestyle I actually like explained exactly what happened that day.
okay.
Like,
You did the freestyle later
yeah,
or
after
okay.
and
How
then
how much after?
I think I just did that freestyle like a few years ago.
Where you put it out?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram. And it's
Okay.
actually like a picture somebody drew of her. It's
Okay.
like and I actually like the verse actually explains that day. Like, I
Okay.
came home, she wasn't home. And I remember just thinking like she had to stay longer for dialysis. Like, it usually happens. So I didn't get a call till like 4 o'clock in the afternoon telling me that my mother was in the hospital
Hmm.
and she had a heart attack
Okay.
and something else. She stopped breathing.
Mm.
She had complications breathing, and then I went there and she was already sedated. So I didn't even. There was no conversation, no nothing. I never even got to say anything or get a "I love you" or nothing like that. So I, me saying battle rap saved me is because I was really in like a super dark place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I was drinking, I was partying every day,
And so
going to
did
church, still partying. Like, I just remember having hella parties in my house.
yeah. So did battle rap like get some structure? What did it do that what happened? Like how did your involvement in battle rap kind of change maybe the trajectory of your life, but definitely how did it change your present state at the time? What
Um,
happened?
More so because I had stopped writing. Like, I had stopped just putting my thoughts down. I had just stopped doing something that I love to do, which
Mhm.
is write. It doesn't matter like what I was writing about. It was just writing in general.
Mhm.
So I feel like it gave me like something to look forward to. Like, okay, I can do this. Like, this is like I have many talents. So it was just like, okay. I told my mother I was gonna be somebody.
Mhm.
I was gonna be great. And just being out, just being in the atmosphere, seeing people, like getting that vibe.
Yeah.
It just took me to a different place, and it was like, okay, there are actually humans in the world.
Right, right.
You just don't have to be home in the dark.
So
And
you started you got into your first battle and then you start prepping for the next one. Now
no, I didn't start prepping after I did the Star Smiles battle. um One of my friends, Joe Light, he knew Debo and he told Debo about me. And I remember one day being home and I was sitting in the dark crying,
mhm.
and Debo knocked on my door.
Wow.
Mind you, this man didn't know me. He never met me, never had a conversation with me, nothing. My friend gave him my number and my address, right? And he told me, he like, oh, I gave your number to Debo. He's gonna call you. And I'm like, who the fuck is Debo? And I kid you not, that man knocked on my door.
Wow. Off
And
hearsay.
off hearsay, he came.
So he hadn't heard you. Somebody
He hadn't
just oh,
heard me. He
wow.
didn't even know what I looked like.
Wow. Shout out to Debo.
And he came and he knocked on my door. And he knocked on my door. I remember I was in the living room on the couch. I opened the door and I'm like, who are you? And he introduced himself. And I'm like, okay. And he was like, oh, like, you got an attitude. Like, you really got a hood attitude. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
like, what you want? And he was like, oh, your homie Joe Light gave me your info. He said you're a rapper. Like, I want you to come to an event.
Hey, yo, this just sound like a movie
Yeah,
intro. You know what I'm saying? This
that's
sound like hey, we need you at Queen of the Ring. Like
yeah. Like, I want you to come to an event. And
opportunity came knocking.
yeah, and I'm like, an event for what? He was like, a female battle rap event. And I'm like, what is that? Now, mind you, at this time, I knew Rex, I knew Shine, and but I never knew Shine was a battle rapper.
Okay.
Like, I knew Shine before he battled Tay Rock.
Okay. So what was Sean doing? Just rapping?
Um, I think he was just rapping. Like, I just knew him. Like, we had spoke before,
Okay, got you.
and
Got you.
he was like, come to an event or whatever, and I'm like, all right. And he was like, I'm gonna call you and I'm gonna take you myself, right? So I'm like, okay. So the first event he took me to was um a You Are Relevant.
Okay.
And I think it was the night that Calico battled was it Rich? No, it wasn't Rich Dollars. But it was Calico on the card, Rich Dollars was on the card, Shine was on the card. I want to say Surf was on the card.
Okay.
I don't I don't remember what card it was, but I think it was the night that Rich Dollars battled Tech Nine.
Okay.
And I went to that battle and I'm like, oh, this is dope. You know, and then he was like, you gotta come to a females event. And I remember going to my first event and I was just like, oh, this is fire. Like, this is really cool. Like, this is really, really cool. And then I had finger waves already. And then I remember someone saying, your finger waves are really pretty. And I'm like, thanks. Cause like, I really was not coming outside. Like, I
Okay.
just,
Okay. So
so
it was just like more community.
it
It was like,
like so new to me. Like, it's people
yeah.
here, so I'm like, okay, like, I was really like weird, like, and
So so after just going all those things and spending that time, like when did you make a decision? Just like, yo, I'm about to be a
after the
star.
first event, after the first me watching I think it was Heart and Treese or something like that.
Okay.
And then he was like, I was like, I like this. He was like, would you want to do it? I said, I don't know. Like, I really wasn't too sold on it. And then I remember him just calling me and he was like, um, we got Shayna, it's a girl named Shayna Ashley and we want you to battle her. And
Mm.
like, what? And I was like, do she have like any videos or anything? He like, she got a video, but it wasn't a battle rap video. It was like a regular video, whatever.
Okay.
And I remember watching it and I'm like, oh, this girl can rap.
Man.
So I'm like, okay. And then once again, here I go with a beat in my head.
Man. You
Rap,
while
rapping with
we
my head.
while we go into that, just so we make sure we keep the people that are tuned in engaged, I'm gonna drop this phone number across the bottom of the screen. While we talking, we gonna take a few calls if somebody wanna call. Sometimes people be too scared to call. Okay, they
Mm-hmm.
be intimidated. So we'll see what happened. We'll see what happened with Phara. So you and Shayna go to battle.
Mm-hmm. I remember telling one of my homegirls or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I gotta do a battle. And she was like, what is that? I'm like, it's a battle rap. It's a battle rap. And she's like, what is the battle rap? And I'm like, you rap? You like, I would be rapping against somebody. And I just remember her styling me and she put me in some fucking cheetah jeans.
Okay.
and a white shirt, and I had on like a motorcycle jacket. And I just remember the person that said my finger waves was so pretty.
Yeah.
And I just went to my girl and I'm like, I had just colored my hair red.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I need something nice. And she was like, all right, we're going to put your finger waves back. And I'm like, really? Like with my hair red? And she was like, yeah, it's going to come out nice.
Okay.
She did the finger waves, and I was just like, I
Now
like
before
it.
that, had you seen women, because you definitely brought, I guess the word I'm looking for is femininity into, you help usher that in the battle rap, because a lot of times, like, the ladies, they look like the dudes when they jump into battles. And what I noticed with Queen of the Ring is it was so diverse in different kind of looks that you would get. So
Hmm.
how, like you said, you had somebody style you, and this is like early on, right?
Yeah.
So you had a sense on fashion as far as in the ring. Is that just like, yo, I want to look right just in general, or was that purpose, was it a purpose behind that?
Um, I kind of felt like I needed to like show my personality,
Hmm.
and I kind of didn't know like what the people was expecting. So I'm feeling like, okay, like any superstar would have a stylist, right?
Right.
So I'm like, okay. And then that's what she was doing. So it was like, yeah, she was like, let's do this. Like, put this on. I'm thinking this will look really nice on you. And the finger waves just came into play. So that was a thing for me. But I just like, if I had to pick my own clothes, I would have probably battled in a sweatsuit.
Okay. Okay.
I
So
definitely battled in a sweatsuit.
so like, all while you're doing this, you're getting these battles together, you're getting ready, you're
Get the card. It's in my wallet.
at this point right now, your career is starting to take off. you're
Hmm.
you're doing these battles, you're becoming a household name, you're one of the women that are in the forefront of the culture, when it comes down to battle rap, and y'all are kicking doors down because it was kind of in a space that was kind of ran by men, or what
Right.
have you. It was male dominated, rather. uh when did you see the actual shift in attention and know that, yo, I can be, not only can I be a star in this, I can be as big of a star as these guys? When did that happen?
I think it was the night I battled Shumi.
Okay.
Because well, you know what? I wouldn't say that. I think it was after the Shayna battle.
Okay.
Because guys had come out. Like a lot of the battle rap guys had come out that night.
What year
And
was the Shayna battle?
I don't even remember.
Was that 12, 13?
It had to be like, I wanna say 13.
Okay.
And we battled, and then it was like a lot of the battle rap guys had come to the event or whatever. And it was in that moment. Hold on. What? Um um it was in that boy, give me the ding bag. It was in that moment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, it was in that moment. It was like everybody was like, "Oh wow, like who is this girl? Like she's new and she's just out here. Like
Hmm.
she wasn't nervous, no nothing."
And
So for me, that was just like a big thing, you know.
okay.
And that after that, it was just like, shit, sky's finna be the limit.
Okay. So so at this same time while all this is happening, you're a mom,
Yes,
right? And mama stuff gotta still happen, right? Like, you gotta be able to battle, you gotta be able to be a mom. And I know it was helpful that, like, the biggest space for battle rap was in the space you grew up. So it
wow.
wasn't like you had to hop on a on a plane every weekend or something, so you could. But in preparation, it's still the same. You still got mouths to feed. You still got rent to pay. You still got diapers and formula and food and everything else, right?
Right.
So, what does preparation time and how does a mother prep or a parent in general? How do you prep and balance regular life and motherhood and parenthood?
Honestly, whew, that's hard. Um, because I never found prepping to be that hard when I had one son.
Okay.
Once I had the multiple of these mother effers, that's when the prepping stuff started, because it's like everyone wants a piece of you. Everyone needs your attention, and it's just like, whoa. It's all happening so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Um So I think that's when trying to balance like actual motherhood, like life, and trying to be a battle rapper, that's when it became like really difficult. So I would find myself um having to walk. I would be outside walking, trying to write, coming up with stuff. I
Just
found
like
being
just taking a
outside,
regular walk. Got you.
yeah, being outside, like sitting in front of my building or just like walking through the park,
Mm-hmm.
would really like calm my nerves and help me come up with a lot.
A lot of times, like people don't get that there are certain things that we do in that creative process that are just what we do. You know, I know people that people go to the river, people rap in nature, people go outside, people go in the studio, and it's important to find that thing. So, like as you're going through this, and I just looked it up, you and Shuni dropped in 2011, man. Uh,
Dang,
were you
really?
two were you two friends during this time, or did you meet, or did the friendship start after the battle?
So me and Shuni's friendship started after our battle.
Okay.
Um,
So how
and
was it before the battle? What was it? What show me what did it look like before the battle?
what, me and her?
Yep.
We didn't know each other. We
Okay.
hadn't spoken. We've never had a conversation or anything. I
Okay.
just remember Debo being Debo, trying to set this battle up, and he's like, "Yeah, she's talking crazy about you." And this, and I'm like, "Wait,
He
what?"
Don King in it, right?
I'm like, "What?" Back then, my energy is like, "The fuck, talking crazy about me?"
Right. Right.
So, I'm like, "Fuck out of here." So at this time, I'm hanging around Rex and and you know how Rex do. Rex talking shit. Ah, my bitch will kill you.
Yeah.
My bitch will
Yeah.
kill you. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Your bitch ain't gonna kill nobody. Fuck out of here. So we going back and forth or whatever. Debo doesn't make it any better. So now, I think I shot at her in my
Mm-hmm.
normal battle.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I shot at her, and then that prompted them to set up the
And
battle.
it's crazy that y'all battle really, really quick because that normal battle dropped in July, and that battle, the next one dropped the very next
Yeah,
month by the end of August. So
yeah.
that was crazy. So how did y'all end up being cool?
So at our battle, at that time, I was like the first female in Dot Mob and Zip 'em Up,
Hmm.
and they all were out there. The whole Dot Mob, the whole Zip 'em Up was out there. And I remember coming to the battle, I had a Zip 'em Up shirt on. So at this time, like, where I'm from, my hood is, we give it up.
Yeah.
Like, we with the shits at all times. And so the guys from my hood, they don't really travel like that
Right.
because
And when
uh
you say travel, you mean they don't leave the neighborhood?
we
You
don't
mean the
leave,
state?
we don't, like, even us, the females from the block from where I'm from, like growing up, we weren't allowed to go to different places for real.
Okay, got you.
Because one person asks you where you from, female and all, you tell them you from where I'm from, they might shoot you. They might stab you. So it was like a real thing, you know? So even for me, like going, like I was lucky for, you know, female battle rap to have started in the Bronx for me. So they, you know, have to assess the surroundings. They got to know where the event is or whatever. So it was so random that they actually came to this battle. So they all came, all the guys from my block came. So now it's like, why the fuck you got on the zip 'em up shirt?
They like, yo, that's
like
some Harlem shit.
The fuck
like,
you mean you ain't from zip 'em up, nigga? You from Trey side, like you from the side. The fuck is we doing?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like my hood, we full of bloods or whatever. So at that time, it was like, yo, what's up? Like,
so then what?
What you doing? So now my block, Shine and them, they start going back and forth, whatever. So now, you know, one of the big homies from my block, him and Shine is like, they trying to make bets or whatever. So they going back and forth. Like, yo, where the money at? Put the money up. Like, you know, they doing real nigga shit, like being men or whatever, being boys at that time.
Right.
And
but it was hype. It was lit. It was lit.
It was lit. Everybody was placed. Everybody was doing a lot in that.
And this had a Queen of the Ring event, right?
Yes.
So they slapping on the stage on the ring. It gotta be going crazy.
They got money out there. It's money out there. Like niggas is making bets. Niggas slapping the stage. Niggas is what's up? Like we here type. You know, making a presence known or whatever. And I just remember us rapping, and in the midst of us rapping, you can hear them.
Yeah.
Like going at it, like so hard. I'm busy right now. Give me a second. You can hear them like going at it. Like it's getting crazy.
Right.
So now it's like kind of taken away from the battle. And I just remember them arguing amongst the battle. And then somebody was arguing with Shuni's sister. And then that causes something else. So then me and Shuni like get super aggressive. I think I pushed her.
Okay.
In the battle, and she like pushed me back or whatever. And then next thing you know, she's rapping, and then you just hear a bunch of commotion happening.
Ah, man.
So that stops the battle right there.
Nah, man, them Queen of the Ring.
Everybody,
man, y'all had the man.
We had it shaking from
y'all had it
one.
Shaking at the man. Listen, y'all, all y'all new fans, man. Anybody ever talking about who really get it popping, man? The ladies used to, man. Listen.
So we used to have it turned up, so we all run outside. We run outside, and it's like a big scuffle. My hood, them, everybody, like they getting it shaking. Yeah. So now Debo's trying to grab me out the mix because it's like you can't pick a side. Like if I stand with my hood, it's like, bro.
He's just trying to get you out the mix, and he protecting, and he protecting the star.
Right. So he like, yo. So he tells Shuni, take her down the block around the corner. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at him like, who the fuck is you talking to? And why are you telling her to take me anyway? I don't know this girl.
Yeah.
So he like, Phara, just go with her. Just go with her. So I'm like, no, like I'm not leaving my niggas. Like this is my hood. I gotta live there. I'm not leaving my niggas.
Yeah.
You know. So he like, just go. I'm gonna, de-escalate the shit. Just take her. So she took me down the block or whatever. And she just she was asking me questions like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, but I was like really annoyed because I'm like, bro, these are my niggas from my hood. Like I grew up with these niggas like.
So how did that
so now I'm just like, at the end of the day, luckily it was like some nigga shit.
Yeah.
So y'all not expecting me to be in the middle of
involved, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, bro, I gotta stand with my block.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough because you're like, yo, I don't want nobody to get, but like, yo, this is where I was born. I gotta walk in this building. I gotta go in this place. So
exactly
on that ride back or have it.
We didn't speak. Me and Shuni didn't speak. We didn't speak until I want to say like a week or two later. We all went to Queen of the Ring was having a sparring session.
Okay.
That's where we found Tori.
Okay.
Like Tori was like the
Tory Doe.
superstar of the night. And
Okay.
it's like clips, and people would label it like, oh, these girls do a sparring session. We never did a sparring session, but we were there to support and find new talent. And
Yeah.
then we all ended up leaving that night. Everybody got on the same train going in different directions.
Hmm.
Me and Shuni stayed on the train together because we lived the furthest within the Bronx.
Right.
So we was on the train. Everybody started getting off one by one, and I remember she was sitting across from me, and I still hadn't spoken to her. Like we hadn't had we hadn't said anything. And then I looked up, and she looked up, and I something was happening, and we both looked at each other, and we bust out laughing.
Okay.
And then she asked me a question. She was like, "Oh, where do you live?" So I told her.
Mm.
And then she was like, "Oh, I live in Mount Vernon." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So then she came, she sat next to me, and then we just started talking. And then from there we like talked the whole ride home. And then
Word.
she gave me her number, and then she was like, "Oh, call me when you get home." And I'm
Yeah.
like, so I can know you made it safe. So I'm like, "All right, cool." And then I called her when I got home, and we was like on the phone for the whole night. And
Ah,
then
damn.
that
Okay.
point, like we've just been like inseparable.
All right, that's wild. That's funny because y'all got the kind of chemistry where you would think that y'all grew up together. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I know people say that a lot. People, they say that about me and Marv. Like me and Marv wasn't cool. Like we met on some rap shit. Like I didn't,
Yeah.
So like I get it. When you think about just how a rapper comes into just their own, or steps into their own, or steps into their name, steps into their everything. All these battlers, they got these names, all right. And I'm Quest McCody, or whatever, but we got a New Jersey Twerk now. We got a I got a little homie. His name Martin Luther Lean. Uh, like
Yeah.
like you
There's
know,
a battle rapper named Turtleneck Teddy.
nah,
Yeah, he's from
turtleneck
Baton Rouge.
Teddy.
He's so fire. His
He
name is
fired though.
Turtleneck Teddy.
Okay. So like, man, it's all these names. I got my name just like I just wanted to be Quest. I don't know where that came from, but the McCody was an acronym for MC of the Year, and somebody gave me that or what
Hmm.
have you, and I'm like, oh man, I rock with it, and I was young. That's how it really ain't had no significance to my name. But before I was Quest, I was Key Money. You feel me? Because my name is Key Money or whatever.
Uh
So
huh.
it was like, I'm Key Money. I got the money. I got the key. Like that's where I was with it. Uh, where you all? I want to know how did we get the name Fair Funeral, but I also want to know who were we before? Were we always Farah something?
So no, we weren't always fair. Um, I was Miss Funeral
Okay.
in high school, and
Okay.
that
Why Miss Funeral?
because I just was like beating bitches up, and like I was fly as fuck. So
So you
it
was
was just
killing
like,
them with the
yeah,
clothes, and
like
you was
I
beating
was
the shit out of them. Okay.
fuck, and then I just like always fighting. So I just had that name, and then when I decided to battle rap, when Debo actually came and spoke to me about the Shayna situation or whatever, he was like, "You have to have a name." And I was like, "I have a name." And he's like, "What is it?" I was like, "Miss Funeral." And he was like, "No."
He
He
just
was like,
dubbed it. He
"Yeah."
just
He just
dubbed it.
up there.
He was like Miss Funeral.
He was like, "No, you can't use that." I guess because Fab, his name was Funeral Fab or something like that. And he was like, "No, you can't use that." So I'm like, "What? What?" And he was like, "No." So I called my brother Dan, and I was asking him like a few things, and then he was like, "What about Pharaoh?" And I was like, "But Pharaoh," he was like, "Pharaoh is like a king," and I'm like, "But I'm a girl."
Right.
And he was like, "All right, nigga, change it to a Pharaoh. What the fuck?" And I'm like, "And then what?" He was like, "And then just put the funeral at the end." And then I was like, "No, that just sounds dumb."
That's
Like
what you
what?
said.
Yes, I said no. That sounds
Get him,
dumb.
Cody.
No,
And
man.
then I'm like, well, like, it don't make sense. Pharaoh funeral. And I was like, no. And he was like, yes, because you the queen of killing bitches. And I was like,
Man.
oh, okay. Okay, it was like, oh, all right, I get it, because Pharaoh is a king, so we just changed it to O to A, so now I'm a queen. And then you put the funeral for death, and it was like, oh, the queen of death. I get it, made sense. I called Debo,
It,
and I was like, I got a name, and then I told him, and he was like, I like that.
yeah. Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
Yep. So that's how we got there.
All
That's
right.
yeah.
Do you what initially can you share with us like the whole creative process, the difference when you're doing it by yourself, because you and Shuni have done two on twos.
I hate doing 2-on-2s. I ain't gonna lie. I hate them so much. Like
Why?
throughout the years, because I don't have any structure.
Okay.
If you notice, like, my bars just go on and on from one subject to the next. It's not never like a whole, like, I'm not taking you
Theme.
from episode to episode to get to where I need to go. We gonna watch this one episode, and there's gonna be so much shit in here, and y'all just gonna have to figure that shit out.
Okay. Okay.
So I have no structure. It's like literally whatever comes to my mind is what I'm gonna put in there, and then sometimes I'll figure it out and be
Okay.
like, all right, this can't go here. Let's take this out and put it somewhere else. But for the most part, like, if I'm rapping and I can rap about school, and then I want to go rap about the garbage man,
Mhm.
it's gonna come right after. It's gonna be in the middle of school.
Okay.
This garbage man is gonna be right there. He ain't got no significance to being there, but he's gonna be there. And I just like my creative process because it's mine, and
Mhm.
it works for me, as opposed to writing a 2-on-2. Like, from then to now, I think writing a 2-on-2 with Shuni is way more difficult.
Cause you gotta be on. Y'all both have to have the same
It's not
time. Y'all
even
gotta.
that.
Okay.
We're like the two pettiest fuckers in the world, right?
Okay.
So what she does is, if we're writing, like, we open our notes or whatever, and usually 9 times out of 10 she starts first. Like, she'll start writing, and then she'll be like, "What you got?" And I'll be like, "I got something, girl. I'm gonna put it in there later. I'm writing it in my other notes. I don't be
Mhm.
writing shit, right?"
Okay.
So she'll start writing, and I wait for her to write because it helps me, because I want to see in the direction she wants to go.
Uh huh.
So she'll start writing or whatever, and then I'll write something. And the thing about us two is we don't rap the same. So I'm really wordy. Like, I like
Yeah.
a lot of words in a bar, and she
Mhm.
hates it so much. So
You
what I
sound like these two guys I know that rap from
yeah, so
Detroit. But
I'll
go on.
write something, and she would wait, right? Like, I wrote something one time, and she waited like hours, right? And then she she deleted. He
No.
deleted it, right? And it was like, it went so well, and she deleted the shit. So I came back, and then I'm like, she like, oh, let me rap it to you, so we could get you could get the vibe. So I'm like, all right, cool. So she's rapping it, and I noticed the part ain't in there. So I said, you missed the part. She said, no, I didn't. I said, because I wrote such and such in there. And she was like, no, you did not. I said, yes, I did. And then she started laughing. I said, bitch, what is you laughing for? She said, I ain't laughing. So she fucking deleted it.
Damn.
So what I do now is, when she writes something and I feel like it's a haymaker, I just change the S. I just change the S to a P. And I just be deleting stuff randomly. And then I say, I don't like that. And then I'm going to take it out and put it all the way at the bottom.
Yeah.
And she be pissed off.
Yeah. You know, our process, we it changed over the years, because like the younger you are, the more time you got to be
Yeah.
around and sit around and mess around and hang out and shit. Then it get to the point that you're just trying to get the hell on.
Yeah.
Something I noticed, like, with the 2-on-2s, like you're always able to like for me, it's always a 2-on-2 going on. Like if Marv is battling, I'm in my mind, I'm in that fucking battle if I'm
Mm-hmm.
there. Like this is my guy. Like I'm if the nigga need to turn up, I'm like, hey bro, you gotta turn up. And he's the same way. Hey man, slow down, pace yourself. Hey man, speed
Yeah.
up, get more aggression.
Mm-hmm.
Like those things. Like we recognize that to the point when we first started doing the 2-on-2s, right? We were doing this league, and you know how you talk to your partner while the other people rapping, and y'all kind of strategize, right?
Mm-hmm.
They tried to like stop us from doing that because it had never been done before. People were just taking turns rapping when we first came around. So I'm always looking to help my homie. Like we here together. So I noticed that this happened throughout battle rap. Uh, I was watching. Maybe it was Lux. I think when Lux and Cal was battling, Lux had forgot his round, his some of his raps in the first round, and while he was trying to get it back, you could hear somebody on the side telling him what part he was on. Like you could hear it. You could hear it. Like it's not everybody's watched it. Y'all have seen this
Mm-hmm.
battle. Y'all have called him the greatest. Y'all have called us the greatest. Y'all have called all of our male counterparts, female counterparts, whoever it is, the greatest. And I heard that with my two ears. And I saw a while back. It was a while back. It was a battle where there was a battle going on, and they tried to put together like some big conspiracy of just you and or Shuni having each other back in a battle to
Yeah.
let each.
And we don't. First of all, we're never gonna dispute that. That's always gonna fucking happen. Because guess what? What is the sense of you having a partner or a teammate if they can't pick up where you leave off? If you fumble, I'm going to catch that shit every fucking time. And
They
if
want you to know it by heart.
yeah,
That's what they really saying, right? Right? Because when you think about it, they want you to know it by heart. Because if you knew it by heart, they wouldn't have said nothing. Because they couldn't have said nothing.
but guess what? Even rappers, right?
Yeah.
Even rappers have to be what you call it? Punched in
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's just me punching in because she needed a punching right there. She stopped, I punched in, and that's that on that. Like we're not gonna dispute that. Yeah, I'm gonna have
Yeah.
her back as well as she gonna have mine. Sometimes I just don't because she tells me not to. But
Mhm.
leave it up to me, I'll be behind her every fucking time. Yes, I will.
What did you think? And hold on, shout out. We got another super chat subscriber. So I'm gonna ask this question real quick, then we'll get back. If you could battle anybody in the industry, who would it be? And that's for
No,
both of us.
you know what's so weird is I don't really care for people in the industry. I don't I wouldn't want to battle anybody.
Yeah, I can't think of somebody in the industry that I want to battle for any other reason than just to body him and for the recognition and the check or something like. But
Right.
yeah. So so if you remember, like when I remember seeing Lil Wayne do a show and the words were on the like on the stage, like it was a projector, like saying
Yeah,
the words on the
got the
stage.
prompters and everything. So what's
Um,
the deal?
So I could see the purists just saying that's taken away from the essence. But what was going on in your mind when the security guard told like caught like what were you thinking?
Wait, what battle was this?
Man, it was a battle, man, where the security guard was trying was like, yo, she got her phone out and I think Remy was there. It was
Oh, that was 40's battle. And the thing about it, I was not given 40 bars. So what happened was she gave me her phone, right?
okay.
And throughout the battle, she wanted to keep, looking at her bars
Yeah.
because she felt like she was forgetting something. So who am I to say no, you can't look at your phone?
Right, right,
It's
right.
her phone. So anytime she reaches for it, I'm going to give it to her.
Yeah.
So instead of allowing her phone to lock,
You
I
kept it open.
I kept it open for her,
Yeah.
right? So in the midst of her rapping, I could, when you know someone Like I could sense her like basically trying to remember what was going on in her head.
Right.
So she wasn't pacing herself. So she backed up and I kindly told her to slow down.
Okay.
And me telling her to slow down, with her phone in my hand, Remy was like, don't do that. I'm like,
Ah, come
what?
on, dog.
Because for one, you've never seen me do this with anybody but Shuni. I'm not gonna come out here and try something new with no damn 40.
You know what? You know what's crazy, and I don't know if fans really recognize this, that if you've been sparring with somebody all day, all week, all whatever, and then you get up there on that stage, they be as invested in that battle as you because they've
Right,
been sparring with you. You know, they remember how you said it in the hotel. They like,
right,
man, turn up. Like,
right.
I got a couple more questions. Then I'm gonna call it a night because I don't want to hold you too long. I know you done had a long day, and I appreciate you just taking the time
I'm
rocking with
I'm
us.
enjoying myself. You really get to the juicy stuff, but
Okay, all right, all right, all right. Now I don't be all in tune. All right, I'm gonna hit my little. I don't know if you can
Get 'em
hear this. My little
Cody.
get 'em
Get 'em
Cody.
Cody.
I don't really be in tune, right? I really don't be in tune. Okay.
mm-hmm.
And we're gonna get back to this story. I forgot where we at. Right now we at Queen of the Ring. You and Shuni done battled, and we're gonna fast forward a little bit, but we're gonna get in the present time because it's gonna take us back in the day to a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know much about none of this shit. But I saw something. I saw a tweet from you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made me. I didn't see it. I didn't see the video. I didn't see nothing. I saw a tweet from Fair Funeral. Uh, apparently Tasha K. I'm sorry. Apparently Tasha K, who is like a YouTube vlogger, blogger, potter, whatever she is. No disrespect. I just don't know. Uh, she released or reshared a video from you and Misfits battle on Queen of the
Mm-hmm.
Ring. Okay. And during that time, or during the segment of the battle, because I remember that battle, it got kind of tense. I remember get your
Mm-hmm.
hand on my face. It was really really tense. And in one of those rounds, Misfit made some comments or what have you that later on were apologized for, and we had kind of moved on and went into a separate space or whatever. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what happened? Because all I saw was you say, "Hey, you gonna end up like you feel me?"
So when we as battle rappers tell people to keep it battle rap, because there are people within our circle that are not, that
That are
they
not battlers.
battle
Yep.
rap.
Yep.
So in this instance, that's my son's father's side of the family.
Okay.
They don't do battle rap. They don't know nothing about battle rap. So to them, this battle happened yesterday.
Yep. 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 Yep.
So what's happening now is it resurfaced and now everybody's calling my son's father.
Right.
Like, oh, this girl said something about your son. Da, da, da. So now his aunt is on go.
Do
Why
you?
the fuck is she mentioning him for?
Yeah. And
Like,
that's the thing. Where we do it, it lasts. It lasts forever. And people don't think about that sometimes. It lasts forever and it's new forever
yes.
to somebody. It's brand new. Uh, do you think that it's a line that I'm sorry to cut you. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
No, so to them, yeah, it happened yesterday. So now they're feeling a ways, and it's like, okay, like, so what's up? Where this bitch at?
Hmm.
And I'm laughing because I find it to be fucking hilarious because this battle is years old.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm like, nah, y'all can chill. They like, no.
Yeah.
Clearly, she want a problem. Like, why the fuck would you mention him? And that's how they gonna step behind their nephew every
Yeah.
fucking time, as they should. That's their nephew.
Yeah.
So I tweeted it, because I thought it was fucking funny as shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and I think the first tweet I put is my son's father's side of the family don't play about him. They gonna
Right.
step for
Right.
something. And then I just started tweeting because I found it to be funny. And then, people just take things and they retweeted it and they put it on OTFMZ. And then, At first when I had seen the clip being, played again, I just ignored it for a little while. And
Mm.
then I was just like, bruh, this is annoying. When people start tweeting and start atting you, and then it just is like, oh gosh, like y'all so fucking annoying. Like, oh my God, like just shut up.
Is
And
it
then
a is it
I
a
just started
line?
responding.
Is it a because y'all are close in proximity, right? So it's a little different when y'all all in the same place, in the same neighborhoods, or not maybe the same neighborhoods, but in the same state. Uh, is it a line that you don't think should be crossed? Is it a line that you don't cross in battle
Yeah,
rap, or or is it like case by case, and you got to kind of play it how you
for
play it?
me, there's a line. I don't cross lines like with certain things. Like I don't necessarily like if I know you have like kids or whatever, and like I don't try and cross those lines. Like my things won't be like directly directed to your kids. My things are like more so general.
Mm-hmm.
you know, like, oh, I'll hang your kid by a feet or something. I think I said something to Shuni.
Yeah.
Even with the Casey battle, it was a bar. I didn't know her father was
Yeah.
deceased. I
Yeah.
didn't know anything. And I said something about her dad, and I seen like her energy shift, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Right. Right.
You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like I didn't know about her father. It was just a random bar or whatever.
Right.
And then after the battle, she was like, "Oh, her father is deceased," And then she
Yeah.
told me in the manner in which it happened and why she feels away. And I totally understood in that moment
Yeah.
because I too feel that way about my parent.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I tried after that situation, I steer clear of mentioning people's kids,
Okay.
anybody deceased, parents. I don't play with those things.
Yeah. You think because obviously everybody don't play by those rules, right? Do you
What the fuck?
how does it how does it do you think it hinders you when you trying to get your stuff together? Like if you're battling one of the people that use that kind of tactic when they battle, uh, does it make preparation a little more difficult, or are you more just worried about being the best fair?
I don't really care for what people are gonna say because 9 times out of 10, it's normally the same thing. So you normally have the you fucked X, Y, and Z, your pussy, this, and we know we're gonna hear those things, right?
Okay.
So I really don't care to match people's energy or per se, or even go tit for tat.
Okay. Why do you think people are so fascinated with who you have or haven't slept with?
I think it's oh, I think it's all to do with them not really having anything else to say. Like, what else can you possibly say to me? You
Mm.
can't call me ugly. You can't talk about the way I dress. You can't do any of that. So, I think people are just like so fascinated with what I do with my vagina.
Do you think that's a common thing, like in like the guys don't have to have we don't have to have that conversation. Like I've never had so it ain't that. So that's you think that's something that just come with the territory?
Of course, I do, and I feel like for the most part, it's like if I always say this, if I was ugly, would you people that I battle really be interested in who I slang pussy to or who you think I gave vagina to? You guys wouldn't be interested in that. You wouldn't care because it's like, oh,
So
like
it's like yo,
having sex.
right, so I'm desirable, so it's important to you.
Right. It's
Okay.
important for y'all to know. Like y'all must know
Yeah. That
who
makes
I'm
sense.
with
So
at all times.
what's the wildest? Because I don't obviously I don't get any of these wild messages. What's the wildest message you can share that a fan is? My wildest message. My messages be crazy. I get death threats. Okay, so like um like, you motherfucker, you should die. Don't you ever die. That's what I
I've
get.
I've gotten one or two of those. I've gotten I even had the tranny that everyone was she threatened me. She's threatened to rape my son. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Man, what?
Yeah.
Man, that's wild. That's wild. What do you what do you do like when you ain't battling though? Like, all right, like we done did this. We done had this whole history. We got the fair. We know what's going on. You know, we know you rap your raps, and these bitches can't fuck with you. They talk crazy. You gonna slap the shit
Thank
out
you
of
for
them.
the shout out to you. Last question. Sorry.
Oh,
Quest.
boom.
Amazing interview, by
Yeah,
the way.
yeah.
Phara, can we get you to battle? Oh, I would say yes, but I'm retired.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Get 'em cold.
Surprise!
Get 'em cold.
Yo, did y'all wait a minute, man?
Surprise
Man,
body for everyone.
man, what? Wait a minute, dog. Wait a mother, man. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I'm
Wait a minute.
I'm
You're
re-
what?
I'm retired.
Since
I'm retired. This
when
year
did you
was my last
retire?
year. This year was my last year. In battle rap. Yeah. This year was my last year in battle rap. I did say it numerous times, and I think people don't really pay me any mind.
I
But
clearly missed this, man.
I
What?
did say I was retiring, and my last battle was the 2-on-2, and
Man.
I think the 2-on-2 kind of like sealed the deal for me because I feel like I've been in such a private place recently. Um, just enjoying life, the people in it, my partner, and just going into that battle and just hearing old stuff kind of just like triggered something in me, and it's like I don't really care for people to want to be in my business.
I feel that.
So, I just said, hey,
So
let's hire.
so does that mean that when you retire, is that just retiring from the stage, or is that retiring from just the battles and
Um,
the culture? Are we gonna like see Fair like pop out just to show love, to
oh
support?
yes,
Okay.
I'm always gonna show love. I'm always gonna pop out to the events here and there. But yeah, Farrah the battler, yeah, she's done.
Man, I don't even know if you like saw the life you just took out of my soul right now. Like when you said that, like I'm like, oh my God, man. Like, mm. So,
I tried to come back.
mm,
Um I was asked to do a battle um on Chrome.
okay.
I was asked to be on I was asked to be on the cancel Christmas card,
Yeah.
and I was asked to do the panic room as well, and I just felt like for the panic room the person was just not it, and that the
Word.
person wasn't like reliable enough for me to waste my time on, and for the Chrome card it just wasn't giving. Like
I feel
I
that.
know, like I might not be super active, but respect my name,
Hell yeah.
and I'm never gonna take shorts for
Yeah.
anybody.
You know, part of my sadness, Farrah, and I think I've told you this. Uh, the only women that me and Marv have ever talked about battling have ever been like dead serious, like, cause we battling friends are the best battles. Was you and Shuni. And we tried to when they were doing prom because it was weird. You had to bring, y'all all did that. I was
Mhm.
like, listen, y'all need to do another one, and I'm gonna bring Fair, Marv gonna bring Shuni, or the other way around. It don't matter, and we just gonna this gonna be the first time you gonna see us on different teams, and we're just gonna go.
Look,
And
let me. I retire, and Shuni doesn't respect it by far. Never does. She just goes out and randomly books battles. So
Shuni is the Marv of y'all group then.
yeah, she is, and she definitely will probably book some shit that I had no idea that was booked, and she'll tell me.
Yeah.
You know, once the deposits get ready to go out, hey, we're booked for X, Y, and Z, and that definitely like kills my retirement. So
One time Marv went to Mall of America and he spent way too much money. And I got a text message. He's like, man, I'm out here, man. I'm about to go broke out here at Mall of America. I'm like, damn, man, you need me to send you something? He say, nah. Deposit just dropped. We got a battle. I'm like, you
I'm telling you,
motherfucker.
I remember us being in a group chat having a conversation, and then next minute she goes, yeah, did you get your deposit? I said, what? She said, yeah, we got a battle in Detroit. I said, what? She said, yeah, and that's how that battle happened, literally, because
Yeah.
she booked it and didn't tell me until the deposits was coming in.
Do you think you get the respect that you should get in this game based on what you contributed to the culture?
I feel like for the most part, yeah, I feel like no matter how you put it, like they were saying it in the spaces, like you can't tell the story of female battle rap without putting me in it.
You can't tell the story of battle rap without putting you in it, because you
Right.
can't tell the story of battle rap without putting
Male
you in
or
battle rap.
female, you have to include me in
Yeah.
battle
You
rap
you
because
let me give you my introduction to Phara funeral. Okay.
mhm.
I saw you when you were battling in that hallway in the hotel. That was the first time. And I'm like, man, what the hell is going on? Because I didn't watch battles like that. Like I would go and do one every once in a while. And I came out to New York the first time Cal went to a smack event. Me and Head Ice were battling at a grind time event. We had actually took the Math and Rex were supposed to battle on grind time, and that fell off, and they ended up doing it on URL. So they ended up booking me and Ice to fill in that spot or
Mhm.
whatever. So we had all went out there, and I was just new, just on that scene as far as like paying attention. But then once URL got back on, that was more my speed of battle rap to watch. That was more kind of the shit that I like or whatever. And I saw y'all in the hallway. And I wanted to see what y'all looked like in actual battles. So I started going back and going through the battles and combing through the battles. And the very first battle I saw, because I didn't see them in order, definitely, I saw you and K Profit.
Mhm.
And
I
then
can't stand her.
why can't you stand her?
Cause she the one who started that whole fucking narrative about me and Sean, and it just took me forever and ever and ever to like, girl, this is bullshit.
When she said that y'all was on the same basketball team and y'all used to like play just basketball together in Harlem sometime, that is what.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then I watched you and now here's the funny shit. I watched you and Vixen and ain't know that was Vixen when she came back around.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't know that was Vixen when she came back around. You and Matrimony. I saw that one. You had the red hair. You and Matrimony.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what else I see? Ah man, what was my one? You know what? Here's my thing. Forget all that. Queen of the Ring. Period. Period. there are girls that want to battle rap because of Phara funeral. There's a girl that knows how to express herself and use her voice that ain't afraid to hop in the cipher. It's a girl, a little girl, like 15, is writing her raps and her doing her little thing, and she is grabbing Fair Funeral bars off of the internet, and she is going in her fucking third grade class, fourth grade class, high school class, and she's rapping your bars. Like that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Uh, all because you turn pain into prosperity. Like in the grand scheme of things, like when you could turn pain into prosperity, that's why people attach to you. Cause like when we hear you and we see you do what you do, it's that authenticity. It's a lot of times people say, like we talk about believability in battle rap, right? Like how much you believe this person, but I don't think it's like, do I believe you're gonna slap the shit out of me? Do I believe that what you're giving me comes from a true place? Or
Right.
what? And
Right.
I can say that you have been authentically and undeniably you from the day
Yeah.
I met you. From the day I met you, I think the first time I met you, you was talking shit, and
I'm
we
always talking shit.
the first time I met you, we were you probably won't even remember this, but the first time I met you was actually I believe it was Double Impact.
Mm.
I believe it was Double Impact. The very first. No, it had no. You know what it was? I know when it was. There was a URL event. I can't remember everybody, but I remember one battle that night because it never came out. Cortez and Uno Lavos battle. But I was out there for something. I can't remember. But we met in passing. But anyway, you are always undeniably authentic in what you do. I believe that every single thing you put your time into, you're going to shine in doing. Selfishly, I don't want you to retire. Selfishly, I'm going to get somebody to just throw money your way next year just to test you.
Try it.
I'm be like, go ahead, man. Tell her, come on, Shuni. Tell her, we got to go to London or something,
I
man.
would
Come on.
definitely go to London.
Yeah.
I would come out of retirement for London.
Word. Okay. Hey, yo, listen, London premiere, Quest McCody, Marv One, Shuni, Phara. That way, it ain't really coming out of retirement. It's like,
Right.
I'm playing in an all-star game. I'm getting some shots up. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed. Agreed.
Um, is there anything that you want to talk about before we get up out of here?
Um, I do have a book coming out. I am working on a book. I'm working on two books. So one is like, kind of like one of those hood erotic books.
Fire.
And then one is basically like, because people have been asking for me to, like, I guess, write a memoir or like just my life. So the other one is definitely going to be about me, like
Okay.
grief.
Now, is nobody safe, or is this one of the ones where Mike gonna just be named Melvin and Doug is gonna be Dennis?
No, it's not gonna be. What you mean? My book about myself?
Yeah.
It's not gonna have any, raunchy stuff in there. It's basically just gonna take you back as far as to the moment, probably, when I became a battle rapper.
Okay. You thought of a title, or you want to keep it to yourself?
I I have a title. I'm gonna keep that one
Okay. Okay.
to me.
Well, I can't
Um,
wait to read it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you would be a great narrator as well.
Yeah, I
Like
and
you gotta narrate your book.
yeah, y'all gonna get that whole feeling, that vibe that I gave you in the beginning.
Yeah.
It kind of starts. It takes place. That's how the book starts in
Okay.
that moment. Like the moment my mother dies, that's where the
Okay.
book starts.
Well,
And
when you get this novel together, we're gonna have to go ahead. We're gonna, we in Detroit. We're gonna just take
I
this
might
book and
have to
turn
throw
it
a few
into a,
battle rappers in there, a little
you know what
story.
I'm saying?
Little with
You know
me.
what I'm saying? We get out here. We in Detroit. You know, we the kings of Tubi movies. We could go
Like,
ahead and
do one of them things, you know.
uh-huh. Well, listen, I appreciate you, Farrah. I appreciate you. I love you. I adore you. I believe that everything you do is gonna be successful. I had the phone line up and somebody did call and they ended up hanging up. They was too scared to talk to you. They was too scared. And I had all these people that was DMing me and saying, man, the second you get fair on there, I'm going to call and I'm a proclaim my love, profess my love. And I had one guy, listen to me, Fair. I'm gonna turn the phone on real quick before I hang up because he was all he like, man, if you have a phone number, I'm gonna call that young lady and I'm gonna tell her how much I've loved her my entire life. And then I turn it on and he a sucker. He a sucker. Shots fired. We gonna give you 30 seconds and then we out of here. With that said, I said, yo, podcast, we appreciate my girl Phara for just coming down here, kicking it with a Detroit homie, talking about everything, learned a lot about young Phara, you know.
Have me on here crying.
Man, Phara. Since we on here, I feel like I gotta share with you because you share with me. But like while you were saying that, like, so I grew up with my grandmother. My grandmother was my mother worked midnight, so I went to my grandmother's every night. So I saw her every day of my life. When I was 12, we went on a trip, and we went to Mississippi, and we got in a really really bad car accident, and everybody got hurt. I got hurt. I fractured my skull. Got hurt real bad, and my grandmother passed in that accident. And I remember my mother's going through. I'm watching. Although I'm losing my grandmother, like my mother is like, yo, she's losing her mother. In that regard. And I remember feeling so fortunate, like to be alive, but then so remorseful. And I think about something that happened. We went out to Mississippi for a funeral, and my aunt was leaving, and she said to one of our family members, "Hey, I'm about to get up out of here." He said, well, let me go ahead, get my hug from you next time I see you." And my aunt, who passed in a car accident as well, she said, "You better get your hug from me now, because you don't know when you gonna see me again." And I'm watching this happen. I'm watching this happen, not thinking anything of it. And my grandmother chimes in, who was like that when my aunt everywhere she went, they went together. My grandmother says, "Don't worry, that girl ain't going nowhere without me."
Mm,
And
they
they
went.
they went together. And I sit up and sometimes I think about, like, man, if I was sitting in the front, or if I was sitting over here, or if I went, or if we would have, in the ifs always plague our minds, right? But I believe that, like, the things that we go through in that journey, they give us strength. They push us to understand, like, if we could get through that, man, this ain't nothing. And I believe that that's why you've been so great, and everything that you do is because you've been through trials and tribulations, and you done went through way more shit than this game could get you. And with that, I want to say thank you, and I want to give you your flowers.
I appreciate you for having me. This was dope. Somebody said we need to do a part 2. We're gonna work on that.
Okay. Yeah, we do definitely. Let's let this one stew for a little bit, and
Yeah, we gonna spin the block for y'all.
yeah, and Not Fair ain't battling. Not Fair than retired. We could probably talk about a lot of stuff. Battlers don't want to come on this show with me because Fair, we kick it over here. Like, we ain't trying to, so, y'all tune in. We appreciate y'all. I said, yo, podcast. Peace.
Later.
The way we came in the game was just whoever had the hottest raps, you say them shits, and that's because it was never really battle rap. It wasn't really more of a sport to us, or it was just a means to an end. I said,
Mic check 1 2 1 2. I said, yo, this your boy Quest McCody, live and direct. We on the scene. We got one of my homies on here. I want to introduce battle rap legend, one of the greats, MC whose name is synonymous with battle rap. Help like broaden the culture, expand the culture, make it more acceptable in the hood, in the neighborhoods, to do the thing that we do. My man, my brother, Murda Mook, man. What's good, baby?
What's good, man? Question shaking.
Man, nothing much, man. I see you in the on the road, man, moving and grooving around the city or whatever. How's looking out there?
Man, you know, it's still nasty, you know, but it's just starting to get a little hot. So people outside, you know what I'm saying? Right now I'm in Harlem.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You know, right now I'm in Harlem. You can see how long you turn around. You know what I'm saying? People outside moving though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But, man, I remember
you know,
I remember my first few trips to New York. I didn't go to Harlem. Like I get there and like I knew some people in the Bronx. I knew some people in Brooklyn or whatever. Then when I first got down to Harlem, I think Swave actually took me around Harlem the first time that I like actually got to walk around. He took me to like 104 and all that. Just the city is so like rich in history, man. Like what was it like you coming up in the heart of Harlem or what have you? What was it like just from your perspective, your angle, your view?
Coming up, I was born in the 80s, man. So, you know, I was coming up as a youngin in the actual crack era. You know what I mean? Where, you know, it was everywhere, and it was around me was hustlers, man. It was get money, you know, figure out how to look good, how to be fly, and hustle. By by any means, because it wasn't really like right now Harlem they gentrifying it and things of that nature. But you know, back then a lot of poverty, you know, a lot of abandoned properties, a lot of just hopelessness. People looking to find a way, which you know what I mean. So we created our own way and our own culture.
Word.
So, you know, I grew up in the times like, you know, a lot of my uncles and you know, was heavily involved into that. And so that's all I would see. Word. You know, I would see that but we was really like more fascinated by the money and the hustle.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, not like today, you know, a lot of dudes just they not being the hustlers now. They becoming the drug addicts and the you know what I mean, the customers. You know what I mean?
I noticed that too. Yeah, it's wild because like Detroit and Harlem got this eerie, or Michigan and just New York in general, but like this eerie connection when you think about all the work like Malcolm X put down just out there or what have you when it come down to building the mosque down there, and just the post y'all had, or the thumb of the post y'all had on the civil rights movement, to the way the crack hit our neighborhoods. And it's always been a connection with Malcolm, like being from Michigan. A lot of people don't know that, but you know, most people do because of the Detroit Red reference or whatever the case is. When I think about, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just piggybacking off of that. You know what I'm saying? Just being fly. You know what I'm saying? Fly.
Yeah.
You know, so right now I'm actually in front. The crazy part is I'm in front of where, that's crazy. I'm in front of where Lennox Lounge used to be. You know what I'm saying? People know where Lennox Lounge. That was. You know what I mean? I'm literally in front of there right now. It's a Jimbo's burger place, but you know, yeah, so I'm just talking about, you know, getting fly, the suits decked out, you know, all that. Not to cut your wisdom.
Nah, but that was the same thing. Like we had the cats with the Gators and the Minks. Like it was always, you know, that my Detroit players, you know, like that same mood. It was always, you know, a lot of people don't know, like the first projects were built in Detroit. There were
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were the Brewster projects. It was the very first set of projects. And then when I got up there and I saw like these projects, they went up just like y'all's, but like with our projects after they started building more, ours went out. So like it would be like it wouldn't be a two levels. It'll just be one level, and they just spread them out. Whereas they shot y'all's up. I know
everything here is we on top of each other. You know what I'm saying? Like
word.
Like here is like to try to get the most like they which is smart, business wise. Like you build vertically, because that there's no space that can occupy space on top. There's no other property. So if you got a block that's on solid foundation,
yeah,
and you can only own this one block, like this block, how do you expand?
Right.
You just go up. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
that's why everybody's on top of each other and think like that. You know what I mean? But I didn't even know that y'all was the first, y'all the first project. Yeah, man.
Yeah, when they built the Brewster projects, the theory was black people were spreading throughout the city, and they were trying to minimize the spread. So that's why they built them going straight up, because they like, yo, we can
call it a project.
Bang, exactly. Now I know
people think that it's just a word they say for it, man. That shit was really a project.
Yeah, definitely,
like
definitely.
We was lab rats.
Yeah, still are in some ways, man. It seems, or at least they still try to play it,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, just like Harlem got a real rich history in like MCs that play ball or whatever, from like you to Cam and things like that. When did your attention like go from like basketball to like, yo, rap is where I want to be with what I'm doing?
Well, I mean, it was something had to work. Like, I where we at, like to even bring, because you brought Biggie in it, and Biggie said me Detroit, but Biggie, yo, either you swing crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot.
Word.
Like that's real shit. Like it's like it was nothing else. So as a kid, you go, that's why you don't see a lot of football players from here. Like we don't have a lot of open fields. You know what I'm saying? Like football, like that wasn't it. It was like a bunch of just, it was basketball courts.
Word.
So as a kid, you go to the court, and that's how you did. You played ball. That's what you was allowed to do. But being on the courts and stuff, then you'll see the older ones. It was like the lineage was, you be 10, 11 on the courts. You couldn't play with the older kids.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they had a court for each, age, and then, you work your way over, but then you'll see them coming in, how they would drive in the cars to to go play ball, to just chill. But, and then you start seeing somebody that, might come out and they might have a new chain or something. And then you like, yo, what's up? How you know what I mean? And that's how most people got put on to it. So it was like, but something had to work. That's that mentality. So basketball, if I'm a rap, something. So we did it all. That's just the hustler mentality. Like you don't put all your eggs in one basket, and you got to have a bunch of different ways to try to make it.
Word.
You know what I mean? That's the hustle mentality. So as a youngin', I thought I was going to the NBA. I was really that good. But I was also really good in basketball. But then, I was also really good at rapping too. But rapping was secondary, honestly.
Okay.
But I was really good at it. But so people used to be like, yo, you nice, da-da-da. And I'm like, nah, this bullshit. But then as you start getting 14, 15, then you start doing things that stray away from it being more like inside of the street, just wanting to be that, then that takes away from time that you go practice or time that you wake up, you know what I mean, and go work out. So then, some people start getting better than you because, I wasn't fortunate, like, a lot of people's story, but my home wasn't really that structured.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have my moms and my father at the home. You know what I mean? It's typical moms out, you know what I'm saying, do what she do, pops locked up all the time. I got a great relationship with my dad, but, in those years, you got to remember that they still was young.
Right, right, right.
You feel what I'm saying? They was having, at 19 they had me type, you know what I mean? So they still 30 something, 32, like trying to. So they were still in the field trying to do what they do. So the structure wasn't really there. So to be able to consistently, have a wait, like to just wake up and then eat breakfast and then go work out and go to school, like it was more so I was more like on my own for a while. You get it? So
Yeah.
that turned into me having more time to hone the rap skill.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I still played ball in high school and I went to college for it and stuff, but it came a point that in high school I was just so caught up in doing shit, missing so much days, and I just wasn't able to focus and be on that. Summertime I didn't really want to play no ball. I wanted to be out doing
Yeah,
other
you want to
shit.
be out. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and then that's how that's how rapping kind of became on the forefront, and then and it just I got the break of people knowing with the J Mills and the battle, even though he was battling before then.
Yeah.
People knowing the Mills, and then just so happened Smack and had the camera. You know what I mean?
Man, I was always curious, man, like what actually got you in the battle rap? Because I know I've been talking to some of the new cats, man, and we were just talking. I was like, yo, we all like got into it trying to make a lane for the music we were doing or whatever we were creating. And like now it's a lot of cats that they don't even aspire to make music. Like I had one I had A Ward on here, and he and I talked, and he was like, yo, I actually battle so people won't listen to the music that I made because it wasn't good. I don't like music isn't my thing. What was your thing? Like what got you into just saying like, yo, I'm gonna start battling?
Well, I mean, battle was just a way to get the buzz to get a record deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was always music. It was always music. It wasn't, it wasn't like, yo, I'm gonna be a battle rapper. Like battling was just something that everybody had to know how to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got Nas, Jay, Eminem, Raekwon, Jadakiss, Mace, you know what I'm saying? Biggie, all of them were battle rappers. All of them. You know what I mean? That's what they did. That's what you had to do, period. There was no, yo, you battle rap or you do music. I actually believe, once the Smack started coming out, it kind of made it shift into its own genre because people, it gave people the opportunity to like something and just like it for this one specific thing. Because unbeknownst to me, I just thought it was like that everywhere. Because I knew Detroit, Philly, you know what I'm saying, was big battle rap, you know what I'm saying, some Jersey, but everywhere else, as I started to realize later and find out that when they was like, yo, when I seen them Smacks, nigga, we ain't never seen that type of shit before.
Yeah, you got it on some real talk, bro. We didn't battle like that. Like here, like where I came up, like what I came up doing initially. And that's one of the things I did want to talk to you about when it come down to your Detroit ties. You guys came, like the Smack DVDs were a big influence on battle rap, even in Michigan, man, because like we used to do tournaments. Your ties in Detroit, did they start? How did they start? How did they start? Like,
they started with my man Sos and my man AK, man. My man Sos.
Okay.
Well, actually, the first person that brought me to Detroit was Proof. Rest in peace. This was before I even met Sos or AK.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first time when I came there to do the tournament thing that y'all had.
Yeah.
This was fresh off of this was fresh off of Mills.
Okay.
Battle. You know what I'm saying? And somehow Proof had got in contact with me. And I'm like, oh shit, this really, he like, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? He started saying my lines and shit to me. Like, this is when I knew it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers was really seeing this. Cause, I wasn't, it was new.
Yeah.
So, I'm just trying to get used to people knowing who I am. But when Proof called me, I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? He like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I move more raw than a sushi waiter. That was his favorite line. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he had a tournament. And he's like, yo, we get down over here up in the D, such and such. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I really fuck with you. I want you to come up here and, you know what I'm saying? And because I guess that was his vision too. Now that I think about it, was to actually put Detroit onto the way that we was battling. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all had niggas was dead nice, but y'all wasn't doing the battling the way that we was doing it at the time.
Yeah, we were doing over the beat. Like,
I think his plan, rest in peace, Proof. I think his plan for me wasn't more so to see who was going to win or anything, but was to come up there and, put on for the younger niggas to be like, this is, you know what I'm saying, get on this and get on this wave type shit.
Yeah, that definitely is what it was for us. Like, I don't know if you know how it was set up, man, because we kind of felt slighted or whatever, because we were they set it up to be, it was called a war or weapons of choice. So in the beginning, it was like, yo, you could, and it was genius approved really, because he was transitioning us. It started off like you could pick you had to rap with the beat. And then the next round you didn't rap with the beat. And then you got to pick if you wanted the beat or if you didn't want the beat. But what had happened, he had brought you guys. I remember Preach. Preach is the only person that I remember besides you from that night. Because Preach did the Superman line.
What you call it too? He brought what was the dude that had the scar on his face?
Oh yeah, man. He brought Scar Child for sure. Yeah. Nah, Scar Child,
yeah. Scar Child was there.
Yep. Nah. They had a setup where all the Detroit MCs, we were all battling each other or whatever for like 2 rounds. And we didn't know anything about y'all. We didn't know y'all were coming. We didn't know nothing. So and just for those that's listening, we're talking about a Fight Club battle that went on in Detroit. So when he brought you guys out, we were like, man, what the
Wait, that my shit was before Fight Club even started.
Well, International P came with y'all, didn't he?
The Fight Club shit. Oh, well, what I think happened, because y'all had 2 of them.
Yeah.
I didn't go to the second one. The first one I was at on the stage. That's the one you talking about?
Nah. The one you came to, maybe it wasn't a Fight Club. It was a tournament, but I know that International P was there and he had footage because nobody has the footage.
Yeah, I know we was on the stage. See, I had one where y'all was at like a table or something.
Yeah. That was your brother came to that
there.
one. Yeah, your brother came.
Yeah, my brother was there. I wasn't there, but the first one was when we was on the stage.
Yeah, and that's the one. We were so we was pissed at Proof. We was mad, man, because we was like, yo, man, why you got us all battling each other and then you ushered them in and now we done battled 2 times already. So we was like, But when you got up there to rap, we had, again, all of our battles were like freestyle style battles. Like we saved our verses for like our open mic nights and different stuff like that and for ciphers. So when you start rhyming, bruh, cats in the audience were looking at you like, man, this might be the coldest freestyler ever, man. Like we didn't like, that's how that's how off we were with what was happening or what have you. We weren't as hip to, I know I wasn't. I had never saw you before.
I was kind of nervous because I thought, I seen freestyling and shit, and I'm like if you know, that's when I actually freestyled later.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking like, oh shit, this is niggas ain't gonna fuck with my shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm seeing that. So it was actually for me because I'm like, niggas really do this shit.
Yeah.
Because we like New York and shit. We ain't doing that. A freestyle was a rap. Excuse me. That wasn't about shit. You know what I'm saying? It was 2 different types. Like a freestyle is a rhyme. Like a lot of people get that misconstrued that freestyle just mean automatically off the top. No, when you see somebody that say, yo, this a freestyle, that means it's not particularly about anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a rhyme. You know what I'm saying? And it go to, and there's the other freestyle that's off the top type shit.
Right.
So,
yeah, we didn't know, bro.
so
like,
when I was battling, right. When I was battling, I was like, I'm like, oh shit, niggas probably ain't gonna fuck with her. I'm like, nigga, I'm gonna go with what the fuck I know. I don't know.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, I didn't know nothing about y'all, like neither.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like I was coming there and
yeah,
this was just rhyme.
Yeah, it wasn't until like the YouTube and the DVDs start circulating. I remember, I know that night you battled Marv, and I know that night
I battled 3 people.
Yeah, I know you battled Marv, and the last person
I battled Scar Child too.
Yeah, you battled Marv, Scar Child, and then you battled Swan.
And I battled
a guy named Swan.
No, I battled 4 people then. I battled Swan was the last one.
Yeah.
I battled Marv, Scar Child, and it was another dude that was he was short and mad dark skinned.
Was it famous? Was it famous?
Yeah, I think he was nice to me too. I remember, he had the line that stood out to me. He said something about like, I leave 12 holes steaming out your face like the bottom of the iron.
Okay. So that might have been famous. So it was 2 cats from here, man. Their names were Famous. Names are Famous and T Flame at the time. And
it was Famous. I think it was Famous.
So these were the cats that actually were hip to the DVDs. And we weren't. Like them, Miles and X, they were a little more hip. And they didn't necessarily they were just more hip to that style and format. What was so dope, man, when y'all had the battle, man, you and Swan had just he was the guy that did all the freestyle competitions on MTV, the Rock of
on MTV,
and all that stuff. So it was so dope to see for me because y'all went like 6-7 rounds.
That's when I started freestyling.
Yeah.
I started to freestyle because I'm like, somebody said something and he was saying freestyle, and that I remember I started to freestyle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't even know if I could do that shit or not, to be honest.
Right.
I just tried. I was in the mood. I was in the zone, and I remember it was something. But I remember he told me I looked like, because I had a yellow football jersey, old football. He told me I looked like a pumpkin. Some shit he said, it was funny as shit. He was like looking like a big ass pumpkin. I remember this shit. It was hilarious. I was like, some shit, he ashes, something more. All they found was his glasses, some shit like that. I remember.
Yeah. I remember. So when you guys came, tell me about just, so that was your first meeting with Proof. Did you guys fly? Did you drive? Like, what happened when you got here? Like, what was the experience?
I flew, and I stayed at the St. Regis.
Okay.
Me and my man Cutman. St. Regis, I flew there. Yep. And, it was, niggas set it out, though. It was, niggas show mad love and shit. I actually had met, Miles. Mm-hmm. Miles had rapped in the back. Mm-hmm. And Calico. He said, Calico said he was a little nigga, he rhymed and all of that. I didn't remember, but I remember Miles and shit.
Cal was at the next one. Cal was at the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, the one your brother was at.
I remember Miles was like, he rapped in the back or whatever.
Now when you guys go ahead.
No, I was go ahead. Nah, say it.
When you do you know who got that footage?
I don't, man. I want to. I need to charge it. I don't know who have the footage.
Man.
I was hoping you did.
Man, I don't, man. Like I got footage from me that night, and but as the night progressed, that was back when people had their cameras and they were dying by the time it got to the end round, man. And that was
legendary times, man. Like,
it ushered in a new culture. It helped usher in a new culture of battle rap, bro, for us.
I'm not gonna hold you. I didn't know niggas was that nice, to be honest.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That was good for me because, because before the freestyler, it was a cipher,
Yeah.
and niggas was saying the regular raps.
Yep.
You understand? And that's why I'm like, yo, these niggas is nice.
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking like metaphors and all that. So that's when I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that put me on to something. You know what I mean? It definitely put me on to something.
Yeah, man, we used to have to rap worse than we actually rap when we would battle. Because if we sound like we was too prepared, like, we'll get booed, bro. Like, if we, like, before that night, like, the written era battle, like, when Miles and them would start traveling and they would start going out there, they were going out there because it wasn't here. Like, we were doing battle formats, drop a beat, rap, or what have you. I got a question, man. Actually, I'm going to show you this video from... Shit, your opponent that night, man, Swan, he wanted to holler at you.
Hey everybody, what's going on? This is Swan. What up, Quest? What up, Mook? Congratulations on your show, Quest. Mook, it's good to see you on here. I don't know if you remember that battle we had long time ago, but I definitely remember it. It was one of the craziest battles I ever had. We ended up having to go like 6-7 rounds at the end. And, you know, I know, at least in Detroit, that was one of the battles that kind of signified or solidified the fact that the battle scene was changing from the way we used to battle, all freestyle, you know, 30-second, 1 minute rounds, going against, you know, 6, 7, 8 people in a night, to the one-on-one written style of battling. My question for you, Mook, is, you know, has it always been about the pen and the pad for you, or did you start out with the freestyling kind of battle format, like, you know, like most of us in Detroit did, or you know, did you come in the game, you know, with the pen and the pad kind of style that you had?
I just wanted to say shout out to Swan, man. I'm happy, you know what I'm saying, he's doing good. I was gonna ask you, you know what I'm saying, what's up with him and everything, man. Actually, you send me his number and shit after, man. I'ma text him and or something, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to him.
Word.
Cause Swan was like one of the first stars, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was getting busy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, I bet that shit was big for me. Like, I'm like, I bet, yeah, I'm battling the nigga that's on TV, shit like that.
Yeah.
But to answer his question, and I think I answered it earlier, you know, Swan, that we like the freestyle off the top of the head was never that was never our approach. You know, we didn't do that. Our battle rap was more so street, who had the better raps in the street. Like, so when you bump into each other, you know, more than likely, more than not, the ciphers turned into battles. So you would start off with 8 people like on the corner, everybody rap, and then, you know,
yeah,
as time went on, 3-4 raps down the line, it had just turned into a battle. The way we came in the game, it was just whoever had the hottest raps, you say them shits, and you know, that's because it was never really battle rap. It wasn't really more of a sport to us, or it was just a means to an end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It was a step along the way. It wasn't its own thing. Like, the battle rap was just a step to get where we you know, to the ultimate goal.
Yeah. See, we had something like that. We had something like, so we had this thing, man, every Wednesday we go to, man, it was called the Lush Lounge. That's how, like, all of us met. That's how I met Marv, Miles, X, everybody. So, like, every Wednesday we go to this spot where the DJ would pick whatever beat he would play, and we'll rhyme for however long, and depending on the crowd response, that's how you get your name and you build your rep, or what have you. And then those same kind of ciphers, they'll happen outside or in the neighborhood. So it was that. And then we also had like a structured setup for battle rap too. Like, so like we had that, but we never looked at it in the same you know, thought. And then when you came, like Swan said in that video, like the Smack DVDs had a really, really big influence, from Smack the Fight Club to the joints from Philly. When the Smack DVDs started taking off, like there was a couple cats on our scene, like the guy you battle, Famous, a guy named T-Flame, a guy named Saito, Miles and X, like they were heavily involved. And during that time, like me, Marv, Swan, although we were all the same age, we had already done like TV stuff and different things. So when the battles in New York came about, it was just like the money, it was like, oh man, it just didn't make sense for us in the moment or what have you. But then when it started
Oh,
infusing here, that's when Miles and X them was going out there or whatever. And
oh, that was after that was when he went with Rex and X went with Nim.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they started going out there, and we see that, like, they kind of ushered in just that traveling, going out there, going to New York, battling in those historic spots. And I remember them dropping, that video when they were trying to get battles, and like we didn't even do shit like that here. You feel me? Like
Right.
we didn't do this, like, videos, or like when we had to battle somebody or something was coming up, we just battled. Like, and that was when it started being taken into like being a whole presentation.
Well, they was ahead of the curve then.
Yeah, definitely.
As far as, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember seeing you were like at a, remember Harry?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, bro. I remember a lot of that shit, man.
Yeah, that was our first time meeting, man. I never forget, and I want to say this because I don't think we ever had this conversation again. But I was there, man. It was right after Proof funeral, and I was in this battle. Harry gave me something to come out to get in the tournament or whatever. So I got in it, and a dude said something about P in his rhyme, and I said something. I took my shirt off, like, man, don't you ever, and I said what I said. But then his man on the side said something disrespectful, and he wasn't in the battle. And I ran over and I swung on him, and all this whole big ass ruckus came. And I remember you coming to me, and mind you, I didn't know anybody. And you said, yo, man, I'm Mook. Man, Proof was my guy, man. You good. And like, not even knowing, I think the battle was downtown, it was in Manhattan. Not knowing, not knowing anything. And the fact that on the strength of my man's, like, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, man, he a real nigga. And I got back home and I told Cass, I was like,
love you, cousin. Love you.
I got back home and I told Cass, I got back home and I told Cass then, I'm like, yo, such blah, 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 man. Mook came up and he told me, boom, boom, boom. He said this and he looked out just to make sure I was cool. You ain't had to do that. Like, it ain't like, yo, you was, whatever. You ain't had to do that or whatever. And it made me think about like P and how he would, like, that's how my nigga was. Like, he made relationships with people to the point that, like, yo, if you fuck with P, like, I fuck with you.
Absolutely. Listen, he was out of line. I remember. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you remember, I don't know if you remember Proof putting out like, it was a guy in the crowd when y'all that came to battle, and he had said fuck New York, and Proof put his ass out.
Proof got him out of there. I remember.
Yeah, so like,
yo, I remember that, bro. Like, Proof, listen, Proof, damn, like, it was genuine. I could tell, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, besides fuck the fact that he was Proof, you know what I'm saying? Fuck the fact he was Proof. It's the fact, bro. You know what I'm saying? He the first one believed in me. And his whole just, everything was just all positive. It was love. Like, you could tell it was just genuine.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? And so that, I remember in that time, I'm like, hell no. You know what I'm saying? I remember. Like, when niggas said that, I'm like, man, nah, you straight, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we was there. We was just there, we wasn't on no bullshit, but you know what I'm saying? I remember that clear as day, nigga. You did what you did.
Now, I threw an event in 2015. I had Rex come out and a couple other cats. It was called Power 2. You had came out to the city. Number one, thanks for showing up, man, and just showing the love. It was real dope for the fans. Definitely the event was our biggest event that we had, and it was kind of me just trying to be a part of bringing the same thing that Proof brought, which was a high level of entertainment, a high level of battling, and for us to be able to see, cats on the scene. Now, when you came back to Detroit for that event, with Rex and Marv, me and Math, and Ice and Miles, what was your experience like coming back to the city?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I done been to Detroit 400 times.
Indeed.
AK and you know, my man Sosa. I had met them like not too long after. You know, I probably met them 2000. What was this? That 8, something like that. 2007, 8. And they had brought me there on some just do a performance. Remember they had some shit with Boosie?
Yeah.
And they my man Sosa used to do some shit called whatever weekends or something he used to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they brought me up there, and then you know, we just start clicking. You know, we start clicking. It wasn't. It turned into look. You know, hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I'm doing an interview though. You know who this is? Quest. Look in the camera. You know who this is?
Nah, who that?
You don't never see me. Every battle I'm at, you don't see the nigga that's Roscoe. Every battle you ever seen on Smack, he the nigga that's always right there. Yo, Mook, chill.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
this him.
What up, though?
This him.
What up, though? What up?
Love,
man, Detroit love, man, all the way out there.
Yeah. Oh, yo, you know who I want to meet? That shout out State nigga, bro. Who? Sada? You got hoes like you will. 2 bankrolls like. Oh, Sada? Was that Sada? That's Sada.
Oh, Sada baby. Yeah.
That's Sada baby. Yeah. I met him. Cool guy. He rose. Put you on. Yo, look, right?
Yeah, that's word.
Yeah. So no, like this shit ain't just some planned shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? These niggas that's with me.
Yeah.
We, you know what I mean? We grew up type shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So that's how I met with AK and Sos, and then it was love. So and then I just started coming up there just chill. You know what I mean? Like if I might want to get out the city in New York, go up there, get into a different vibe. You know what I'm saying? It be times I'll be up there like it ain't for no Mook here in the city. I just be up there chilling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Word, man, for like weeks at a time type shit.
Word.
But you know, saying so that event, I have been up there mad more times.
Word. Okay.
Up to that point, but being there, you know, it was super. It was a great event. It was love, man. It was. I remember that, man. I remember that event, yo.
Yeah.
That was. I'm saying, shout out to you too,
man. The whole squad, man. Like everybody that helped put it together, man. It was more so just myself, man, Marv, Miles, everybody involved, just trying to make something and do something to kind of carry on the legacy of Proof, man, to bring people into the city, man, show them love, show them the way. Because in a lot of ways, most battle rappers, man, MCs, man, they want to battle in New York. They want to battle in Detroit. Like, those are things, like, it's like, yo, I want to battle in Detroit.
Detroit and New York, the reason why, though, sorry to cut you off, man. I love Detroit because, like a lot of people, like, you know, and not to call or you know, call niggas out, but like, you know, like, say like a nigga like A-Bird or somebody, and they be like, yo, you know, I go to New York and, you know what I'm saying, I don't never be on my home game, but I'm like, yo, New York don't give a fuck where you from. They don't care if you from New York. Like, nigga, if you killing a nigga, there ain't no we from New York. Like, nah, we don't even think that way.
Word.
On everything I love. Like, a lot of cities, you know, Detroit think that way too, though. Like, y'all be having y'all Detroit versus everybody, St. Louis versus New York. We don't give 2 fucks, bro. Niggas be like, yo, listen, if you getting your ass killed, you getting killed. But in Detroit, in the rapping, if you, there is no, it ain't no, because you from here, niggas gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? It's no bias in Detroit. That's why I always love the D. It's no bias, nigga. If you know how to rap, you know how to rap. And I always tell this to my nigga, hey, yo, everybody in Detroit rap.
Mm-hmm.
A nigga grandmother will give you 4 bars.
Word.
You know, that's something I always love. Like, like my favorite rapper is Detroit nigga. Eminem is my favorite rapper.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Word.
Out of every nigga that ever rapped on a mic, dead or alive,
that's
Eminem
wild.
is my favorite rapper.
That's wild to hear. That's like Eminem,
no,
like,
for real.
yeah. You know, I always think words count and words matter. And like you've always been somebody where the delivery and the words, you know, that matter. In closing, one of the things that I know people want to hear and like aspiring like MCs, people that look to get into just battle rap as a profession, MCing as a profession, or whatever. Your process, like when you're like, does your process change? Do you got the same like process as you did back in the day, or how have you grown in that process throughout the years?
I've had the same. My thought process has changed, but the actual technical, the logistics haven't changed. The way I think is going to change because obviously I'm getting old. I get older and more and mature, and I see different things. So my thought process changed. But as far as the logistics and the process that I do, the mechanics don't change.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So when I battle, I have to get first. I have to make myself believe I can lose. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Anything, I always need to be scared or nervous to believe that I could lose, and then that propels me into going into a train of thought where I'm writing to survive.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And the edge, like, because before, like, I had to say, like, when we would keep saying when we was, battle rapping, but when we was battle rapping, it was like I wasn't declared or, the nicest nigga, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
or
yeah,
GOAT
yeah.
or something. It was like, I'm out here trying to become a GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
So I always had that, like, nigga, what? But as you get older, and then, as you elevate, then you gain more success. You have to keep that edge. You have to figure out the competitive edge. You know what I mean? And it never was just for money. People be like, oh, Mook, Mook, it's about it's always about the business when it's business. When business became part of it,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be a GOAT in my business too.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? That don't mean, you're not gonna get none of these NBA players to play for free. I don't give a fuck what it is.
Right.
You understand? Because they know they business. That don't mean when they play, they not playing just for money. Like, you think the great niggas is playing just for money? Maybe the niggas off the end of the bench niggas. But
Yeah.
but for the most part, if you're an NBA player, you playing for
The love
you
of the
want to
game.
win.
Yeah,
you want to
win.
be the best. You want to,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So that's why you work out and shit every day. So that's the same way I feel with me.
Yeah.
And I never lost that edge,
Mm-hmm.
but I still have to be cognizant of,
The business.
if the move I'm making is going to benefit in all aspects to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's really where it is with me.
I remember.
So it's no
I remember a conversation we had when we were in Toronto, and there was just to speak about it. There was an offer for you to do a battle. We'll leave it at that. And I remember.
You can say it, Drake.
Okay, yeah, there was an offer for you to do the Drake battle, and it was like, yo, man, they're gonna give you X amount, and you was like, yeah, but if they got that, then what else they got? Like if they lead with that. Talk about that mentality, or talk about like get that game to some of the guys coming up. Just if they got where did that come from, or what was the thought process in that?
That comes from. I mean, that just comes from. That comes from one. That's come from experience, maturity enough. Like, you old enough, and you've been around enough situations to think that way.
Mm-hmm.
So. I can't say as a young nigga, because my situation is different, because I'm a totally different circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
As far as it would be all great and dandy to battle Drake, but the way I feel like Drake, I'm doing you a favor too if you come over here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you come over here, you smoke my boots, like the validation that you're looking for as an MC would be through me in this battle. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
cause no matter how many records a nigga sell or how much, when you a rhymer, when you rap, you want to be able to the niggas to know everybody. You want to be respected by the street. Like, so battle rap is more in the street. That's the street. So to beat a legend, you know what I'm saying? One of the legends, that would be huge for him. That would, you know what I'm saying? And I was coming off you with the meat shit, and it would, you know, say he would beat me, and he would be automatically on fire. You know what I mean? So once they talking about we gonna give you this money, nah, you ain't gonna tell me what you gonna give me. Like, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody gonna show their hand. Ain't nobody gonna show their hand off the rip. You know what I mean? In negotiations, you ain't gonna just offer everything first, nigga. You gonna start with the lowest, and then you gonna try to. So, you know, that's just where that mentality came from. You know, just being seasoned enough in the business, knowing.
Yeah, again, that hustler's mentality too that you talked about earlier.
I had it, that plan was gonna kill his ass too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it was, man. That was gonna be crazy. That was gonna be crazy. That was gonna be crazy. And it would have been it'd have been a super dope look for like battle rap too. It'd have been super dope for battle rap.
I think somebody told him though. Somebody told him he got wind of it.
Wow.
He got wind of it. That's why they came back and was like, nah, we just gonna hold off. We ain't gonna do it. You know what I mean? But that's why I kept going so hard, pause, because, because I'm just like, yo, the whole thing started with him telling me when we was in the club together. Shout out to Drake too, because, you know, he definitely showed love. Like, you know what I mean?
He definitely does.
He respect, like he was one of the niggas watching the smacks and shit.
Yeah.
So he always let me know, like, you know what I'm saying? He don't try to big boy it. He always respect.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was him being in the club with me, or me being in the club with him, because I ain't gonna lie, he brought me in there. But me being in the club, and then he'd start to get to talking about battles, because he watched battles all day. Then he like, yo, I think I get you. You know what I mean? And then that's where I'm like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then he like, yeah, take this picture. That's when we took a little face-off picture. So my point was, going hard at him was because I didn't want the masses to think that I'm just a nigga chasing him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wanted him to acknowledge that you started this.
Word.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what that whole shit was about with me.
Does that make you think back to when you were calling Cassidy out and you were does your position in the industry now, or does your position in battle culture now, how, like, does it make you think about when you were the up and coming cat shooting at the Cassidys or shooting at the guys that you consider, and they kind of I got the 20, man, I got 20, I got 30, I got whatever. Do you got a different perspective on that now, or is it a little different?
No, it was always the same perspective. It's true. I knew for a fact he ain't no business doing this shit. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up? I love you too. I love you. I knew it wouldn't be good for him.
Okay.
Or he shouldn't do it.
Okay.
But I ain't gonna let nobody else know that. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to get, but I already knew. So I wasn't, it wasn't like I'm gonna try my best to get the shit done, because I know it would benefit me more than him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? At that particular time. But I'm still trying to make it seem the best way. But where's the difference was we was really putting our own bread. I was putting niggas with our own money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it wasn't like
niggas ain't saying let's bet 20 or 30,000. Like, this was back all the way 15 years ago type shit.
Yeah, definitely. I remember shit, man. When I came out, when your brother was here, I showed up. Me and this guy Ty, we was gonna battle, and we had 5 bands on us, and we were mad. We had came and we had threw it on the table, and we was like, man, we got 5, and ain't nobody had the money. Like, but we had talked about it before. or whatever. And so we showed up through the money, and I remember your brother. He's man, I wish Mook was here. I wish Mook was here. I wish Mook was here.
Man,
he listened to me, man. He was
a big shit talker. He be with me in the battles too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He was the first battle rap like hype man that I knew, like by face.
No,
like
facts.
It was
That's
like
a fact.
so like that was definitely man. Well, look, man, I could sit up and chop it up with you, man, all day long.
Hold on, before you go.
Yeah.
I was there. I was there when you battled Ice too.
Man, listen.
When he was like, I remember you said some head ice. What they gonna have to put on his head? Ice.
Yeah.
Some head. I remember them lines.
When they had, I had a line in there. I was so mad at the camera angles that night because, like, me and Ice ended up battling because Rex and Mav got moved to Smack. I wasn't even battling no more or whatever, and they had pulled me and Ice together to try to just get a headline or whatever. But I remember like right when you walked up is the part on there when I was like, man, he's the heart of Harlem. I'm gonna put him in a coffin for you to see. And like I always think like the angles in the camera, like nobody knows like you were there, Math was there, Miles was there. Yeah. It was the same day as the Smack event, and like we had went to both, man. That was such a dope day or whatever in battle rap, man. That was when man, here goes something. We brought Cal down there, right? Mm-hmm. Cal was battling this guy named B Silver, and he wanted to go to the Smack event before the battle. Me and Marv got in an argument about, because you got to be at your battle. Cal, this your first battle, man. You got to be there. You got to show up. And I'm like, me and Marv argue. I'm like, look, man, if the nigga want to go to a different battle, man, just let the nigga go, man. He'll be all right. Like we going back and forth, but just him coming up, like him coming up where we, you know what I'm saying? Him coming up, watching these battles, watching this. It was so important for him to get to that Smack battle, and that trip, like that trip meant so much, and
that's kind of reason why I picked Cal in the 2-on-2, man. Like a lot of people like, damn, that shit came from nowhere, man. Like, me and Cal was always cool type shit, but I always just felt like our energy would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, that was an organic thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people, the fans didn't understand that, you know what I'm saying? We would hang out sometimes and shit, you know what I mean? Like, but they just like, it came out of nowhere. But I just know, like, he is the nigga. Cal is a nigga that say what I want to say, but I'm too old to say it. Like, I'm too more mature to say it. So Cal could just be an ignorant nigga. So he could be like an alter ego for me, but he say what I be wanting to say. You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was perfect. I thought it was perfect.
Yeah, yo, bro, I wish. Yo, if you ask X Factor, he heard them raps, man.
I always would tell people before y'all did the 2-on-2, people used to say, man, who should Mook battle? Who should Mook battle? If he give a new guy a shot, like before you decided to like battle Verb, and I know Verb ain't a new guy, but to somebody that's been around as long as you've been around, it's a difference when it comes to your duration in the game. And I used to always say, man, I think Cal would give him the biggest run for his money because, and by run as far as making a dope battle to watch, like with you when you and Lux battled,
factually.
Yeah, and I thought that because Cal not gonna care.
Like,
he
I
not,
like talking.
Y'all both have a great way of,
and he not gonna be intimidated.
Yeah, he not gonna care.
Yeah. Of the way of articulating it to make it. Hold on. I'm about to be done in 2 seconds. To make it, he got into a way to make people see his point of view.
Word.
And that's a big thing. That's a talent.
Well, man, I want to man, thank you for coming on out.
That's a talent. People don't know that.
I want to say first and foremost, man.
Yo, thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me.
Indeed, man. I appreciate you coming out, man. Detroit, we definitely got love for you here. We always appreciate you, man. We definitely, when I see you and Rex maneuver, I think about me and Marv and X and Miles or whatever. Those names are just synonymous with one another.
Yep.
So I appreciate you for coming on. Do me a Big salute, man, to everybody out there in Harlem, everybody out there in New York, man. Y'all stay safe.
Yeah, shout out to everybody out there in the D, and really, truly, just everywhere, man. Just be safe and don't fall for none of this fuckery, but
Word.
also protect your own, keep your
Word.
rights, and
Word.
shout out to you, my nigga, Real Rap, man. I appreciate you. You definitely legendary. If niggas don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? That's why, not to be funny or nothing, like, whenever if you hit me, I'm gonna do something, cause nigga, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? That's the respect I got, and I want people to understand, like, you and a nigga like Mar, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause in battle rap, it's not a lot of discipline. It's not a lot of people that push, and I'm talking about battle rappers, to push the people to have respect, to push the other battle. You know what I'm saying? And that's we could hash it out all day, battle rap, but don't, as far as a legacy and as far as what's going on, don't just, because it's easy to bamboozle some fans because they don't know what's going on. So I just want niggas to know how legendary, as well as like you all, like, you know what I'm saying, where you from, and you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean, mom and things like that, man.
I appreciate it, man. Well, I appreciate you, man, just coming on and kicking it with us.
Yes, sir, man.
That's the end of I Said Yo podcast. My man Murda Mook in the building. Definitely appreciate you. I said yo.
Yes, sir. Easy. Yo, what it is, man? It's your boy Murda Mook, the Easy, man. Right now we holding it down on the motherfucking virtual time, pandemic time, man. But my boy Quest Cody hit me up. And I said, yeah. I said, yo. That's what I said, man. Let's go. Shout out to the beat, man. You heard?
Hey, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Live and direct. We in effect, man. I Said Yo podcast, man. Shout out to anybody joining us, watching us. You could always go to the website, questmccody.com. It's at the top. You could also check me out on all social media platforms, except Instagram and Facebook, because they banned me. They banned me, y'all, man. I don't know how I got banned. I don't argue. I don't fuss and cuss and fight. Somebody hacked me. I got banned. Somebody hating. All right? Get us back on there. But listen, we got a really, really dope show coming up. Y'all know how we give it up, man. We just had life stories, man. We talk, we kick it. We had good conversation, and we just let the story tell itself. And we got a really, really dope artist that we're bringing to the show. When I say artist, I say that because let me raise my chair up a little bit. Let me get some height up in this place, man. I say that because, man, there's always avenues that artists take to bring more attention to their artwork, to their art form, to the thing they do. And we never really know what's going to take off first, what's going to get the most recognition first, or what have you. So the gentleman I'm going to bring to the show is known across the globe for his lyrical ability on stage in the battle rap arena, as well as releasing really, really dope projects during that time. It takes a lot, man, to actually get together and say, yo, I'm gonna go do a battle where I'm rapping 9 minutes of super fire, like punchlines, bars, and then you go in the studio and drop Bear Witness 2, Bare Necessities, and all these records that show a different part of the art that you create, man. And we got a really, really dope artist we about to bring in here, man. really good brother, man. I want y'all to make some noise, man, for my man. Yeah, them the spot runners around here, man. We got the spot runners in here, man. We got the Get 'em Cody girls in the building. But listen, man, we got T-Top in the building. We got the homie T-Top. What up, man?
What we doing? What we doing?
Yo, man, they said you wasn't coming, man. They said, man, T-Top ain't gonna go on your show, Chris. And I was like, man, nah, man, me and T-Top, man, me and T-Top, man. I think I met y'all in New York at a little restaurant, like a little, like whatever the little deli or whatever it was, man. We sat and talked right before Double Impact, the first joint. You and Briz teamed up. Me and Marv teamed up, of course. And we all made history that night. And man, what was really, really dope, man, is that I always can, like, I know who is who, man, when I hear him, man. When I hear something, I'll be like, yo, he fire. He gonna be, yeah, homie gonna be good. And that was our first time meet, man. And it was so much respect that came from you, came from Briz when we first chopped it up. And it was vice versa. And that's how, like I admire, like, when situations happen like that, because it's such a competitive sport. You know what I'm saying? Or activity.
Yes, sir. Be that.
Now, I want to talk about so much, but first, man, how you feeling, brother?
I'm good, man. In the house with the kids.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I really be doing my day-to-day. You know, I'm with the children a lot.
Word.
Yeah,
We definitely,
bro.
definitely, man. I want to do and I hope you'll grace this show again, man. I want to do a dad cast with some of the dads in the culture. Me, you, Nitty,
Please.
DNA.
That's my thing.
Grab Danny in here, man. Like, grab some fathers up in here, man.
Yeah. Bro. I want to take the word.
Word, man. I gotta man, I want to talk about so much. I don't know where to start, man. Man, we just gonna start at the beginning, man. You know, sometimes you jump too quick into the interview, you miss something, man. But I wanna number one, before we get going, I want to give you just some flowers, just some kudos, and being somebody that seen you last 14 years, like your career. I seen you on Spit That Heat, bro. Like I see you, like man, Spit That Heat, man. Ah, man, that was man, and the highlight reel was the best thing. The trailer was the best thing. Like the trailers was crazy. To see how far you've come, bruh, in this culture is something to be, one, I know you're proud of it, but just being somebody in the culture, I'm proud of, man. I remember you catching the bus to New York, bruh.
Come on.
I remember you saying, yo, I just got, with your new Timbs in the box. You feel me? Like I remember that, man. So when I see you doing great things, starting businesses, taking care of your family, doing well on the stage, man, I'm happy for you. I'm proud, man. And that's the type of shit that help push this culture.
That's dope. I remember. I used to fuck the great. This is like mega. Yeah. To make it happen, to make my dream come true.
You kind of going in and out. I think your phone might be sitting on the mic or something.
Oh, my fault. Yes, mama.
All right, we got the daddy duty never fails.
Papa, take your sister and go play in the room. Thank you. Close the door, okay?
Shout out Sir Bad, man. He say the bear in the building. He already know, man.
Yes, sir.
And listen, if you're right now, if you're watching, if you're on Twitter, please share it. Just share it a whole bunch of times. If you're on Instagram, if you're on YouTube, man, just share it, man. Copy clips, throw it places, all that crap. So listen, man. Man, hearing the kids, man, made me want to just start from the beginning, man. You on daddy duty, I want to talk about the beginning, man. So first off, just so we make sure I'm on point, right? I don't want to pronounce nothing wrong, man. Now, you from North Carolina, in the city is, how do you pronounce the city, man? Or do you want me to try, dog?
Try. I want you to try.
Okay. Fuquay.
Nah.
Okay. That's all I got. I thought it was French or something.
But the crazy shit is that's how it looks. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's not like a stretch, but it's called Fuquay. Like you got a few dollars.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Fuquay. Okay.
Fuquay.
All right. And
Fuquay, Carolina.
okay, dope. So you was born out there. You was born out there.
I was born in New York.
Word?
Yeah, bro. I was actually born in New York. I was born in South Queens.
Dang, I didn't know that, man. How long until you moved?
I was a kid, bro. So
you don't remember one of them things like one of them years. Hey, looked up.
Especially in Queens. I remember more Brooklyn because I moved to Brooklyn. Maybe it was like 2 or 3 like that. Maybe 4 stuff like that. So I remember more Brooklyn in life, but then you went straight there.
Okay.
So I was a young fella.
Okay, you still going in and out. Pause just a little bit.
Damn, man. I was still a young fella when we moved. So I might have been like 5 or 6 when we moved to Carolina.
Okay.
I've been down here all my life.
Word, yeah. They say wherever you had your first fights, man, that's home.
Yeah.
You know
that's what I tell you. I had my first girls here, so my first girls here, I had my first fights here. I'm from here.
I do that like in Detroit, man. I was born on the east side. We moved to the west side. But, and I had fights on the east side. But when we moved to the west side, that's where I grew up, man.
That's where you made your mark at.
Yeah. So I can understand that. So about 6 years old, man. You're out of New York, man. You're in North Carolina with your family. What's the household looking like right then? What's the family dynamic? Brothers, sisters, how we looking?
Right, I'm the youngest of 3 siblings. So I got 2 older sisters.
They was babying you, man. I know you got some
hell
no.
I wish it was. I ain't gonna front. You let me tell it. My oldest sister was like the spoiled one. The oldest one.
Yeah.
I guess she was like close to moms, and you know how it goes. Moms had the oldest when they young.
Yeah.
Just spent more time with the oldest, so I always felt like she was like more favorite.
How was the household? Was it like mom, dad, mom?
Nah, it was just my mom.
Okay,
it was just my mom. My pops got killed. When my mom was pregnant with.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah, so I never got a chance to meet my pops. My sisters did, of course, they a little older than me, but I didn't get a chance to meet my pops.
Okay. So you're in South Carolina. You're in a house, North Carolina. You're in a house full of women.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with them having more time in New York, were they like New York cookers or were they down south cookers?
Nah, they was New York cookers, bro. I ain't gonna lie. They grew because when we moved to North Carolina, we moved to like around the corner from my grandmother's house, and so my dad's family had already started like migrating towards this way. Even though both sides of my family is from New York, my dad's side more already was established in North Carolina. So that's the reason why me and my mom and my sisters moved down here, because we had like that foundation of my pop's family was here.
Word.
So
that's dope. So you still got to be close like to his family.
Yeah. I grew up. My grandma really raised me. You know, like I really grew up with my grandma. My father's mother. You know what I'm saying? So I was with my mom's until we moved down there closer to her, and then I really was staying with my grandma a lot, and just doing that whole thing. And my grandmother was strict, boy, real strict. I came up real disciplined. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like street lights, like be home before the street light. You ain't going down there. You go down here. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, don't leave in front of the house, nigga. I want to be able to see you when I come to the door. Type all that shit.
Yeah, terrifying too, right? Terrifying.
My mom let me do what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but when I got too much to handle, or I was being bad or whatever, she would send me to go live with my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? That was like my punishment. So my grandmother raised me, man. Like I was always at my grandmother's house, bro. Like a lot.
let me ask you. So around that age, like you're super young. Were you, what were you into, like rap during the time? What were you into? What were you doing? Like, were you hooping? Were you playing football? What was you?
I think I was into sports around that time in my very younger days. I used to play like t-ball and
Mm-hmm.
little the mini AAUs like for the younger kids, the younger kids, not like the teenagers or nothing, but like the
Yeah.
the younger kids. And I used to do all of that. Like, so I was into sports at that age.
Okay.
Um, I really don't remember falling in love with hip hop that too soon, man. I think I would hear rap music a lot, a lot, a lot. But I think like the first time I fell in love with it was I seen how my cousin reacted to the stop, drop, shut him
Shut them
down,
down.
open up
Open up
shop.
shop.
Like
Yeah.
when I saw his reaction to it, it's like, yo, he was in love with the record, and it was more than that. You could tell he was in love with the art of it, like the
Yeah.
artist, the art,
Yeah.
everything about the record. He was in love with. I'm like, yo, like this music could really make you get this type of feeling. So I started diving into DMX. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? 'Cause that's who my cousin was listening to.
Yeah. Rest in peace,
So
DMX.
rest in peace to the God. And it was just so deep, bro. Pause. Like the music was so deep. His spirit ran through the records. You know what I'm saying? Even down to having prayers on the album. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
was just like a deep artist. He was a deep artist to I wouldn't say give me my introduction to hip hop because I've been hearing rap all my life, but to make me sit down and be like, wow, this is some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, he ain't playing. Um, so that was around the time like where hip hop like really did that. Before that it was probably sports, but
Okay.
you know what I'm saying. But when I was still young, I transferred to hip hop really quick. You know what I'm saying?
So what made you? So okay, boom. 6 years old, 8 years old. We going to
hmm
school. We listen. Your cousin introduced you to hip hop.
Uh-huh.
How
Yeah.
old are you around that time?
Um, when did Stop Drop come out? Maybe 94. What? When they came
Nah,
out? Five,
nah,
six,
nah, nah, man. I think that was like
five,
2007
six,
or eight.
7. That was after Biggie passed.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so yeah, so if it was 2007, I mean, if it was 97, I was 8 years old.
Okay, so we talking.
Yeah, so I was
I
I was
just
eight
pulled it
years
up.
old.
Yep, 98, 98.
98, so I was like 9, where it's like, okay,
Okay.
9 years old is like, so of course we've been listening to music and all of that. I had artists that been playing and mama playing music and cousins playing music, but I think that was the first record or the first album that really had me like, nah, this is some serious shit, like a whole art form. You know what I
Word.
mean? Because I never heard that type of rap. X was original, bro.
Yeah.
He barking on songs and
Mm-hmm.
he growling and shit,
Yep,
bro. And
yep,
it's
yep.
like, you know
Man,
what I
I
mean?
actually
It's
got
like,
a
nigga, I want to rob you, but I don't.
but I
It
don't
was just like
but
the
I'll pray for
emotional
you.
roller coaster. It was like the
Yeah.
emotional roller coaster for a fucking 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
So yeah, X turned me on to music and shit.
So so around that time you listening to DMX, you like 9, 10 years old. That's like
Yeah, cause
sixth grade.
my mom's was like she was on Tupac real heavy.
Word.
My mom's was on Tupac. My other cousin was on Biggie, but my mom's was like a die-hard Tupac fan. Like you couldn't change her. It was Tupac and Ice Cube, but I was too young for the Ice Cube era. Like you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
I remember the Pac era because she used to have the pictures, the posters. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I
yeah.
was living in that Pac era, but I was
Right.
still a young fella. By the
Yeah.
time I got to understand music and know, okay, this is Robin and this is whatever. It was
Yeah.
X at the time. Like he gave me my introduction to it, type shit.
Word. So after that, you listening to DMX. You what age were you when you said, "Yo, I'm gonna write a rap"?
I had to be around that same age, bro. I've been writing since I was 9 years old.
Okay. What was
I've
your
been
rap?
writing music since I was 9 years old. But so what I used to do was I remember going back and like playing songs on the radio. I used to have like the Talk Boy from Home Alone.
Yeah, yeah,
If
yeah.
I will tell niggas, yo, if you ain't had no tape recorder, yo, you ain't no real rapper,
Bro,
man. I
I,
don't
I
want to
had
hear
a
that.
I
Like,
had a I had a talk boy, man, just for
yeah,
that, because I wanted to, because you
yeah.
could put your voice on
Put your
over the.
voice on it. You play the instrumental on the radio, and
Yep,
it's like the studio.
yep.
So what I used to do was I used to take the Talk Boy and record the whole songs like on that's on the radio, and I
Mm-hmm.
would play them back and I would write out the lyrics. Like I would play them back on my Talk Boy, keep pausing it and write down the lyrics. I would memorize all the lyrics and then go to school the next day and rap the songs and shit.
Right, right,
And at the
right, right.
time, that was some impressive shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
This like pre-internet, pre all of that. Like you
yeah,
really had to take your time and listen, and then not to mess up or nothing like that. Like you
yeah.
rocking the, you niggas like, yo, how you know those? So that was my introduction. Like, nah, I'm gonna start writing my own shit. So
So
then I started crafting my own bars.
did you do any of those? Like, did you take them to school? Like, who were you saying the raps to? Like your older cousins?
My own raps.
Yeah.
So I would say the raps to like my homeboys or my dudes around. I definitely
So
would take
like
them to
you
school.
nine, but you're nine,
But
10,
yeah,
and
but it was like I wasn't the only rapper at the school. You know what I'm saying? So it
okay,
was like
okay,
it was a bunch of guys that was rapping. Like we had the Woo the Blacks, we had the Rock Tutters, we had the Bob O's. Bob O's this white boy that was crazy.
yeah,
Um, we had so many guys. We had the Twins. We had so many guys that rap down here. It was
yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of guys. The first thing of showing off was like who could rap a song that we know. You know what I'm saying? Before we got to the level of who could write their own raps.
mm-hmm.
By the time we got to who could write their own raps, that's when we at like 8, 9 years. That's when we at like 9, 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? So um I used to go there, bro, and we used to just rap for each other in the staircase. Like it was, I guess you would technically say it's like a cipher, but it really wasn't. It'd be like, yo, let me
Yeah,
hear what you got. Well, would you hear? Let me hear what you got. And somebody might have 8 bars. Somebody might have written 4 bars. You know what
mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
and we was just like sharp. It was all just practice, bro. Sharpening steel.
okay.
But we used to do that at a young age, bro. I remember writing music and writing my own bars. Yo, it's TTOP, that type of shit. You know what
So
I'm saying?
you've been T top all this time, or were you like did you have
I
other
was
rap
born T
names?
Top. So crazy story, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my name is Terrell. My sister is like 14 months older than me, which is only like a year and 2 months. So when I was born, she really couldn't talk like that, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So Terrell came out as T Top. So I've been T Top.
Wow.
I've been born. Like I've never had a rap name. I ain't never.
Yeah.
My teachers
Word.
at school call me T Top. My jobs, where I had jobs at, they call me T Top.
Yeah.
Everybody call me T Top, bro. That's just been
Man,
like my family name.
I never knew that, man.
Yeah,
I
bro.
thought like, whenever I see something hyphen something, I'm like, oh, they like Jay-Z at some point in time. They was rocking with Hov or something
Yeah.
like
Nah,
so.
bro. My sister gave me that name, bro. I was that name before I even knew what a name was,
Right,
bro.
right.
I just been T Top for real. Kind of crazy.
And
I
shout
used to
out,
come in with the TTOPs and all of that.
yeah,
Goofy shit.
you had the flow. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you had the name. Hey yo, it's TTOP.
I
hey,
always tell a nigga, yo, you want to know a nigga that can't rap? He gonna
he
spell
gonna
his
say
name.
his name. Yes,
He gonna
dog.
spell his
Yes,
name,
dog.
boy.
Yes, man. Yes, man. You
I used to spell the
or
shit
my
out of my
name
name.
is, and you gonna start rapping, dog. They call me
They
whatever they
call,
do.
they call me fat.
Yep. Yo,
That's a fact. That's what we used to do, bro. So, but that was the skill sharpening back then. You
word.
know.
So while you doing that, what's your family think about? Do they know that you're rapping? Do they know that,
Yeah,
or are
yeah,
they?
but they don't. I don't know if they think I'm good or not, though. I don't think
Yeah.
they know I'm good, but I mean, because I probably wasn't at the time. So,
Okay.
but I don't think they know if I was good or not. But my
Mm-hmm.
mama, I ain't gonna front, bro. Mom Deuce always supported my raps, my bars,
Yeah.
my music. No
That's
matter, I'm
fire.
talking about since a young fella, she'll find I used to get kicked out of school for writing curse words in my books and stuff because I was writing raps in
Mm-hmm.
class. Like I
Yeah.
was sitting down in class, teacher come over there and they'll see yo bitch ass nigga, I'll shoot you they'll kick me,
Yeah.
send my black ass home. So, but my mama, she like, even though she'll tell me like, yo, don't be doing that shit at school, she would never throw my papers away if she find them around the crib. It could be an old paper from 6 months ago. I don't forgot. She find it, she'll put it in the shoebox or something like that. Like she always kept my lyrics intact. She always supported that part of my life. You know what I'm saying? Since a
Man, that's so
youngest, since a
fire.
kid. Like, you know what I mean? I'm your number one fan. To this day, she my number one fan. She watched my battles, watched
Mm-hmm.
interviews. My mom, that's Mom Dukes. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So,
beautiful.
yeah, bro, I always had that support line from her. You know.
That's beautiful. A lot of times, man, I talk to people and they might have been fighting their parents so they can rap. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
but
saying?
that was more. But on the contrast, that was more of me with my grandmother. Like my
Okay.
grandmother strict. She was religious. Like we stayed next door to the church, so I was in church Monday for Bible study, Wednesday for choir practice, Friday, Sunday, Saturday in there. I'm in there every day. I was in
Yeah.
church all the freaking time, bro, because it was like literally next door to my house. Only thing
Word.
separating
Word.
my crib when I stay with my grandmother, only thing separating my crib and the church is a ditch.
Hmm.
Like a ditch you could just hop over real quick, small little
Yeah.
ditch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like my father is buried in the church, behind the church next door to my house. My grandmother's house still there to this day. They still live there. My grandmother still live there.
Oh wow.
But so it's like a whole family type of thing. So I say that to say, niggas, we was in church all the time, bro.
Man, you put
So
in
she
them
was strict.
hours.
I couldn't really curse. Like, I mean, of course I wouldn't curse around my grandmother anyway, but the
Hmm.
whole rapping thing, she never approved of that, bro. She ain't approved of that. So I was like 17. I ain't even gonna
Wow.
hold you. Grandma was playing, bro. Grandma was not trying to
She
hear none
wasn't
of that.
having that. Let me
Yeah,
ask
she
you.
like, boy, I'm raising you to be a nice Christian boy. You up here talking about all this stuff? Nope, nah.
You better
Take
see.
your
You
black
gotta
ass
go
in the
over.
house.
You gotta go over grandma house with the saga raps. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah, I
saying?
had to go over there. Lord know my heart. Nah, man, but grandma won't trying to hear it, but mom Duke's always supported it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fire. That's fire. Did you So let's get into high school, because high school is kind of that time where you get a little more. You get a little more freedom because you moving around. It's
Yeah,
more people doing, like, now you starting to think about adult stuff no matter what it
definitely,
is. Like, you
definitely.
like, yo, in a minute I'm gonna be, and you're like, yo, when
Driving.
you're that young, yo, I could drive. And then if you rap, you like, shoot, by the time I turn 18, Jay-Z
Lit.
gonna come and holler at me, or
Oh,
Master
you
P
knew
gonna
we all thought we was gonna get signed before high school was over. We just knew we were about to get a deal.
so at this point, starting high school, had battle rap even crossed your mind yet?
Hell nah,
Okay,
hell
okay,
nah.
cool. So
Not
so
not like hold on, am I lying? I used to watch it, but never for me.
okay.
It didn't cross my mind for me.
So like, what age were you watching? Did you start watching battle rap?
Um
Or who,
I was watching more of that like the Philly DVD eras, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I
Reed,
gradually got
Hattie.
more yeah, I gradually got more introduced to Mook and Rex. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
After I started going down, me and my bro started going down like rabbit holes of battle rap. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? Every day after school we was on it, bro. It was like we found something so refreshing when we found
yeah.
battle rap. I'm talking about every day after school, bro. We would come watch the same videos over and over. It
So
won't that many battles out.
how old you think
Shoot.
you what were you in high school yet? Not in high school yet?
Maybe middle school, about to go
Okay.
to high school, maybe like seventh, eighth grade.
Okay. But
Seventh,
at
eighth
that point you
grade.
were just watching it, you just liked it. But you were still like
Yeah,
rapping.
I loved it, bro. We used to damn like we used to mock these niggas. We used to go get the Smack DVDs. We used to go get the Headshot
Yeah,
DVDs. We
yeah.
used to go get all of these DVDs from the bootleg spot. We used to go get everything, bro. So I've been
Yeah.
in tune with it, and it was like a battle rap. When we found battle rap, bro, you couldn't tell us shit, bro.
Yeah.
We walking around talking like our favorite battle rappers. You know what I'm saying? Nigga started saying shit, yo, I got the long john and shit. Niggas ain't talking like that worth a fuck, bro. Not worth a fuck. And I ain't catching none of that lingo from like Seagull or
Yeah.
Freeway or nobody
Yeah.
like that. I was catching it from battle rap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was my type shit. Like, you know what I mean?
So you had you at that age, like about to get into high school, had you like been in like the recording studio at all, or
I recorded my first song in a professional studio on my 15th birthday.
okay.
My 15th birthday was my first time being in a professional studio. I've been in other studios before that, home
Yeah, yeah,
studios. Me and
yeah.
my man got the little computer mic with the sock over it.
Yeah.
You know, all of
Yeah.
them setups. We done did all of them setups, but my first time in like a real studio where I was recording,
Yeah.
I was 15. It was on my 15th birthday, and I did the 50 Cent beat. All you need is a little
A bit.
bit.
Yeah, yeah,
Look,
yeah, yeah.
this, look, I did that beat. So that was the
Okay.
first time I was in like a professional studio. Other than that, from like maybe like 11 years old to 15, we
Okay.
was doing like home studios and different
Mm. Where you
studios.
was like putting songs
Yeah,
together
definitely,
and
definitely.
okay.
By that time, by 10 years old, 11 years old, I was writing songs with hooks and everything,
Okay.
and you know what I'm
So
saying.
so
But I
what's
was
our
still doing like the Talk Boys or whatever the new
yeah.
recording device was at the time, whatever it was. I was still doing that, but
So what are we rapping about around this time? Like when we 12, 13, about to go to high school?
I'm rapping about I'm rapping about selling dope. Boy ain't had no dope. Boy ain't had no damn dope at no damn 11.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nigga rap about foreign cars. Boy ain't even got no damn license. Nigga
Uh-huh.
about
The shit is wild because and we're gonna take a quick break. I think we gotta like Busy gotta get his camera together and come back. But you know it's so crazy that like when we think about these stories that we have when we're talking to our battlers or what have you, or our guests that come on the show, man, they all come from like humble beginnings where like you're learning life. You know what I'm saying? And I think those things are important. Those stories are really dope. That's why we have these things. That's why we have these shows, just so the fan can they can tune in, tap in. They can learn more about some of their favorite battlers. You know, you could go on all these platforms, man. You could watch all these platforms, and you could get the news, the who's who, the what's what, who's beefing, who's angry, who's upset. But one of the great things that we want to do with these series is actually capture the story from our battlers. You know, we got T-Top trying to get back in, trying to get back into the room. But it's very, very important that we had these conversations, man, because somebody's got to tell our stories, and I'd rather have us tell our stories. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you ready, Top, you just gotta flip the camera around. We got the back of the camera, but it's really, really important, man, that we tell these stories and that we have these conversations and let y'all tune in. You dig? Man, I was playing a T-Top record that was super duper dope. Let's see. Let me see if I still got it lined up, man. This is my joint. I don't even know, man. I don't want to get no copyright strike if I play it and then I got a copyright strike and I ain't able to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So listen, T-Top was talking about grandmas. I'm gonna tell y'all while we waiting for T-Top to get back. I had a similar story, man. Like I stayed with my grandma a lot because my mom worked nights, right? And what's up, mama? I stayed with my grandma a lot because my mom worked nights, and my grandma, it was like totally different when I go to my grandma's house versus being at my house, right? At my house, I could play in the street, I could run around the corner, I could see stuff that I wouldn't see at my grandma's house. Like my grandma stayed in a very dangerous place. If you're anybody that if you're anybody that knows anything about Detroit, man, if you know somebody stay on Mack and McClellan, like Mack and Bewick, all that, Shoemaker, all that, couldn't go nowhere, bruh. I couldn't bounce a basketball in the front of the house, dog. Like, cause we stayed off like a busy street. But then when we get to my neighborhood where I was growing up, I could go in the street, I could go around the corner, I could ride my bike, I could do all these things, and it really kind of broadened just my horizons and my experiences. So I was super dope. Man, we are having a hard time, man. What is going on? Man, T-Top got to charge his phone up, man. What's going on, man? There we go. There we go.
Get 'em cold, get 'em cold.
There we go. Yo, we got the man back in the building, man. Man, you was about to have me. I was about to start playing some beats. I was about to start rapping in this month. I'm trying to entertain the people. I was about to say, bust it, exit mustard. Like,
I don't know what happened, man.
nah, it's all good. It's all good.
I just put my shit on airplane mode. Somebody called me, even though you did tell me before. You were professional enough to tell me before the stream,
Yeah.
bro. Put your shit on do not disturb.
Yeah.
I was a real nigga. I just thought silent was gonna work for a second. Shit did not work.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good, man. We edit all that out, man. That's why we got technology. You know what I'm saying?
My man.
We ain't got no socks on no microphones on no computer mics no more. But we got a little something. So listen, you were recording these records. Talking about probably stuff either you saw on TV, saw in your neighborhood, saw in your family.
Yes, that was going on around me, bro. But you know what I'm saying? At the time, it was just like, it's like, nigga, you're an 11, 12-year-old kid, bro. Yeah. I just shoot a nigga in the face yesterday, bro.
My first rap was I'm Key Money. You better fill up on your endo, cause I'm not your friend though. Your buddy or your pal. I'm not the nigga you could fall on. For my homies that was true to the end, I give shots out to. I'm popping a Glock around the clock. I'm looking out for you.
Yo, whoa, come on.
I was in the 4th grade, so. Man, so I got you. So, man.
But that was what it was, bro. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was a form of expression for me. You know what I'm saying? If I wasn't expressing what I was doing, it was just expression of my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I felt like I wanted to shoot a nigga that day. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Or the shit that was just going on around me is what I started rapping about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So around that time, let's go to high school, man. High school start, man. You out of middle school now. This high school. Now we thinking about big boy stuff. We think about when we gonna drive. We thinking about prime. Oh man, I'm gonna go to prime.
Yeah, we 14, 15.
We feeling ourselves, so trying to get some if we ain't got none.
Yeah.
Like trying to get some more if we had some.
Yeah, that's a fact. So around this time, high school era, right? Like all my sports dream has been done for years by this point.
You say that, you say you done with it, man.
I was done before middle school. Elementary. My shit ain't last past elementary school, baby. My hoop dreams was over early.
Okay.
My shit was done. So by this time, it was I was rapping. I was selling drugs around high school time. You know what I'm saying? 15, 16. Niggas is selling weed. Niggas got a little crack in your eye. You know what I'm saying?
Get a little money in your pocket.
Yeah, getting a couple dollars. You know what I'm saying? See, back in high school though, I used to have to be. This is how I got real good at like snapping and shit. I used to have to be real quick on my toes because, like, y'all see T-Top right now. T-Top used to be like 400 pounds. In high school, you get what I'm saying, as a kid. So you can imagine how ruthless they was in high school. So I got known as the funny nigga, the class clown, just because I used to keep niggas off my ass. Like, oh, you think you about to joke on me? Nah, nigga, I'm about to shut you down in front of all the hoes, in front of all your homies, and the shit gonna be funny as hell. So that was my niche, like just being a funny ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I took that also with the hustling and shit. It was like all of that came full circle because once I gained the personality, like even to this day, I'm one of the niggas that's always smiling and shit. Like I always been charismatic enough to sell you whatever I wanted you to have. You know what I'm saying? Like whether it was candy in elementary school to whatever middle school, high school, whatever it was, bro. I always had that. I was always a people's person.
Hit them with the charm bomb, man.
Always, bro. It always worked. Females, it always worked, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, it was like that was my shit in high school, bro. So I was hanging around with my boys, and we used to do regular high school shit. We used to get in the fights. See, I'm from the country, so we used to fight in the field and shit, nigga. Like the shit that happened off stage.
Yeah.
we used to 20 on 20s and shit, nigga. Like we was doing this shit in middle school and high school,
Word,
meeting
word,
up in the
word.
field after the, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
this shit, like that shit is nothing. We been doing that type shit. So that was more our thing, smoking weed. Like we was big on
yeah,
smoking weed. I think that was like our highlight of the day. It's like,
yeah,
yo, we about to go smoke. Nah, who got the weed today? All right. Yo, you got 5 on it? Yeah, Jason got dimes. Yeah, let's go half on a dime.
yeah,
That was
yeah, yeah,
our
yeah.
that was the
That was the
highest point of the
mission.
day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know
definitely.
what I'm saying? So um that type time, nigga. I remember standing outside, motherfuckers with having to get motherfuckers to buy us blunts and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like kid shit. I remember that
Like, yo,
shit.
man, go in there.
Yeah, like damn man, let me go get some
So
pack of
let
swishers
me
or
ask
something.
you this: when they ask you now, do you do it or do you get on your high
I do,
horse?
bro, but I do, cause I be like, yo, I was y'all, man, so I'ma do it. But I teach them how to do it, cause they be all hot by the front door trying to get me knocked. I'm like, yo, boy, you gotta stand at the edge of the building. Yeah, I mean, I give
Yeah,
them a little
yeah,
rundown, like, yo, you can't be hot, nigga, and then you
yeah,
can't, you know what I mean?
yeah.
So, but I
So
do it. I am one of the motherfuckers that'll do it.
so
I
during
ain't-
this time, you getting your you obviously you're moving around a lot more without having to have a
yeah,
thumb on your movement. Like you can
yeah,
kind of move around, but
yeah.
I'm sure.
My brothers got cars and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We driving like down here, we've been driving since 14. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like driving ain't nothing to us. I could go get my sister car, get my whatever car. Like we could always be mobile because we in a small town, so it ain't like it's gonna
Yeah.
take that far to get somewhere anyway.
So
Um
so during this time, like how's the relationship at the crib? How's the relationship with the family,
around that
grandma,
time,
sisters? Cause your
around
sister's older than you. So
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
gotta so they kinda know what the game is. They know what's up a little, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They definitely do. But I mean, I think at the time they just thought I was like a big pothead. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if they really knew like what else I was doing like when I was around my homeboys and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but by the time I got to high school, see, I had already spent half of that time living with grandma, and like I was really raised over there and shit. So by the time I got to high school when I was back with my mom's, like, my shit was like this, bro. So I
Yeah.
might be telling you a story, and then it might be I was at grandma's house, and I might be at mama's house.
Yeah.
'Cause I might have been at both of their cribs in the same
At the same
semester.
day.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. Yeah.
Like my shit was really like that,
Really
bro.
like
Once
that.
one get tired of me, they send me to the other nigga, other crib. You feel
That's
me?
when they say a village, man. It take a village.
Take a village, bro, because I was bad as shit. You
S-
know what I'm saying? Like
So
I
when
want
did
this
you
person.
when did you say like, yo, all right, I'm doing these songs, man. We recording. I got my crew. I got all these people around me. We all been rapping since we was little. When
Yeah.
did you say like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be on those DVDs that I was going to get from the bootleg. I'm gonna start doing that.
So like I said, that was late middle school heading into high school. So by the time I got to high school, the DVD era was the shit now. Like,
Yeah,
you know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah,
Like it
yeah.
was the shit now. Um so the rap, like we all been rapping and shit like that. Of course, like we done accumulated more niggas. We done cut the fat on niggas who wasn't nice as us. You know what I'm saying? Now
Yeah.
it's like the nice niggas around. um so what we used to do. So this is how like the competitive raps came in. Other than like the friendly raps of your homeboys and shit,
Mm-hmm.
like the battle type shits came in when it was like football games and basketball games, and motherfuckers from other schools would come in,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
we go to other people's schools because we playing them that night. And all the rappers gonna know the rappers. Oh, that's JJ. Yeah, he be spitting over. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, he the best rapper at that school. So we always knew this shit. So that's where the battle type shit would come in. We would do like it might be 6 of us from my school, and it might be 5, 6 of them niggas from that school. We behind the bleachers doing ciphers. We battling. Yo, you and him. Yo, y'all yo, y'all rap. Yo, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm up here like organizing shit because I'm fake. Think I know what I'm doing since I don't watch the DVDs and shit. So I think I'm a fucking big star, and you feel me? Ain't no
You like,
telling
I
who the
know
fuck
this
I thought
shit.
I was in that motherfucker. I'm trying to organize. All right, time. Nah, chill. I'm doing all that wild shit around this time. So yeah, I get hyped when I start talking about battle rap. Oh shit. So it was more like that, like competitive. Like now we're traveling, we in cars and shit, 14, 15. So we could go to the next hood where they got rappers at. We could go to, you know what I'm saying, the parties where we know the party's gonna be at. Everybody know, all right, the rap. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like we used to do that shit, bro. Like we used to do that shit, nigga. Same way the Harlem guys will give you their stories about, yo, we used to battle on 120 this street, then we go to this nigga block and this
Yeah.
nigga block. It was the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Type
Word.
time. I'm sure it was like that everywhere, but for us,
Yeah.
it was the same shit. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what's up. So were you like how do we get to the point that we were going into competitions? Like I know that, like, how far removed were you from high school when you and Lee Hustle battled?
Oh,
Like, or like how far into your path? Because that was your first battle, right?
I might have battled Lee Hustle in like 2012. I graduated in
2012.
'06.
Okay, so that's like 6 years.
Yeah, so I was
Had
probably
you
like
been
6 years after high school.
during that time, were you like battling like off cam, like you were saying at more parties?
Hell
Did
yeah.
that keep going after high school?
Yeah, hell yeah. Off
Cause you was
cam, a
making
lot of off
music
cam
too. You
battles.
was making music too, so I'm
Yeah,
sure
definitely,
you'll
definitely.
end
I
up
was,
in the studio
yeah.
challenging
We
somebody.
used to
So
we used to be battling at the studios, bro, at parties, and just after school, just when we want shit to do. Like that was like a real thing down here, because it wasn't nothing like that down here.
word,
So we go watch them DVDs, and it's like, oh shit, we got to do this shit down here. Yo, call what you call it, he rap. Yo, tell
yeah,
him niggas used to have meetings over there to watch these
yeah.
DVDs, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
did y'all when you were going to the parties, would y'all cut off the music, or would y'all rap over the beat, or was it a combination, or like
at the
or
time.
at the studio, like when the beats is playing, would it be like how would that go?
See, at the studio, it was more like we had control, so we'll stop the beats and just be
Yeah,
like, rapping and shit, just see who witty and shit. But at parties, it was a little bit more difficult because you
yeah,
had to rap on the beat over the music, like the speakers is loud. It ain't like
yeah,
we had mics and shit, like it was a
yeah.
whole thing. It was like niggas is in the back over there battling. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
The
right.
girls over here popping pussy. Niggas is over here dancing. Niggas over there smoking weed. Nigga, the
Yeah,
rap niggas is over there battling in the
over there
corner,
battling, going
and it
crazy.
looked like a jungle over there in the corner. Everybody want to come because everybody over there looking like, what the fuck going on? If you ain't looking at the girls that's in the corner shaking their ass, you over here watching us battle. So
Right.
we try to catch the beats. When a nigga around me, you start going through the 16s in your head, which one could fit on
Yeah,
each beat
yeah,
that's playing. You know
yep,
what I'm saying? Then you just
yep,
you just go. And
yeah,
that's what we was doing back then. And then we'll step outside the parties. If it gets serious, a nigga done bust your ass, then you
yeah.
gonna go outside the party where it ain't no beat, and you could just
They can
get
hear
straight.
you.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
definitely.
So Lee Hustle. I remember Lee Hustle too, man. Lee Hustle used to be online going crazy, man. If that's something I remember, man, we done lost him again, man. We gotta get my man some he probably stepped out of the crib and he fell off Wi-Fi or what have you. But we gonna get it, man. These stories, man, when we think about just these coming of age battle rap stories, man, they all start like so similar, man. Like you at a party, and that's what I'm saying. Like the amount of work that goes on off cam, even in this day and era, like he came up with the ability to watch battles online. You know what I'm saying? And that was important,
Oh, I'm
man.
back. I'm back. I'm back.
Right back, right back. You got too far away from the Wi-Fi, man. Hey, I was saying how just to piggyback on what you were talking about,
Mhm.
how oftentimes, man, other places think that people weren't going block to block because it wasn't no buildings. I was going house to house, street
I
to
was going house
street,
to house.
neighborhood to neighborhood, school
Fact.
to school. Like people used to skip school so they could battle at
Yeah,
somebody's
bro.
school. They'd be at somebody's school in the middle of the day. They at lunch, they don't go to the school at all. So,
Lunchtime was like our playground, bro. Lunchtime
mm-hmm.
was like that's when all the nice niggas that was like in the same school got up to see what was what. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like at football games and parties, it'll be like some school on school type shit. But
yeah,
while we was in school, lunchtime and like in the morning before the bell ring, like niggas used to write the early morning staircase sessions was like where you prove your nice shit. It's like, yo, I've been working on this shit all night. You know, it's only gonna be the rappers in there. It ain't like the fans gonna be like people that's just listening. Nah, it's rappers in there. So you want to kick your new fly shit, see how they react to it. That was like the morning time, and then like the lunch time is where everybody gonna be in the cafeteria. So you trying to show off on your mans, kick each other ass in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
You got more of a
like
crowd,
that.
and then you kind of learn showmanship.
Definitely, that's the
Like,
lunchroom show. The lunchroom teach you that.
Yep.
That's where the lunchroom work
Because
comes in.
you automatically got an audience, and they can't go nowhere.
Can't go nowhere. They stuck, and they go and listen to you.
Yeah, because they ain't got nothing to do. All right,
But that's
so
why I learned voice projection. That's why I learned all
yeah.
of that shit. Battling in the cafeteria.
So your first on cam battle happens. This the only one I got. Now, if I'm wrong, let me know. But it was on Goonie Battleground with Lee Hustle. Was that your first on cam battle?
No.
Okay.
No, my first on. So I've done like on cam battles. Like you talking about like set up like professionally type shit.
Something that got released to the public so they could see it.
I got joints. I got joints.
Before that,
I got joints in the projects. We battled in my projects out here in Fuquay.
Okay.
I got joints where I battled at in front of the club. I battled Billy Dutchess like before the shot. My dude Billy Dutchess.
Okay.
I battled him twice in North Carolina in front of the club. That's out. Y'all can put in T-Top versus Billy Dutchess at the 4040, whatever the club was. I think it was called 4040. Me and him should have a couple up there, and then I was doing a radio before I did on camera battles, bro.
Okay. Oh, so you
I was
going
like,
up to the station?
Yeah. Now I was calling in.
Odds. Okay, I got you.
I was calling in, bro. So, but I was battling. I was the champion for 16 months every Friday. 16
That's
months.
Crazy.
Straight, bro. A year and some change straight.
That
for
is
every Friday,
crazy.
bro. I wasn't losing, King.
Wait.
And a lot of these shits is on YouTube right now. You go to YouTube, put in T-Top versus Madison J, K97.5.
Yeah.
My battles, radio battles is up there from like 09, 10.
So tell me this, because you said for 16 months. But it was every week.
Every Friday.
That's
Friday,
crazy.
like a year and 4 months.
That's crazy.
And I was winning.
That's crazy.
I lost one battle up there, and then I came back and beat the guy again. So the guy I took the crown from, eventually after I was winning like 3 months, he came back and did a reshot at the crown.
Okay.
And he won. But you know, once you beat the champion get a rebuttal. So the very next week they'll come back for the champion to battle you again. Mm-hmm. And if the champion win, then you just out the picture. But if you win, then you the next champion. Like I had to beat him twice so I could be the champion. So he came back a couple months later, beat me once. And everybody like, oh shit, he's about to be back. I spanked that motherfucker ass next week. Sit down, boy. Get out of here, boy.
What was your very first loss? How did that like where you felt like, damn, I lost like for the first time?
It was, I only felt like that one time, bro. And I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I lost. I had lost, but I didn't feel like I lost. I got shitted. I got shitted, bro. I was out there in some other niggas' hood betting money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was from Fuquay. I'm out there in Raleigh betting niggas. My man Billy Dutchess, who I battled outside the club.
Yeah.
I battled him in the club one night.
Okay.
500.
Yeah,
yeah, man. Lost like a motherfucker in there. Man. So
that was a long ride home, wasn't it?
Oh, quiet than a motherfucker. You hear me? My boys was with me.
Man.
I ain't never lost.
Man.
It was like crazy. That night was crazy, bro. But we all knew I got shitted though. We knew what we was walking into. You know what I mean? Like we weren't dumb.
Hey, do me a favor before we continue, man. Read that caption right there.
Tell Top that Uncle's looking for him.
Look who it's from.
Yo, I've been ready. What up? I've been ready, man. You ain't ready to tap dance, baby.
Man, shout out Marv One. So listen. All right. You getting your first battle, man. You battled Lee Hustle. I'm sure he was antagonizing the hell out of you online.
Oh my God, bro.
So your first documented battle as far as verse tracker and all that stuff when you start making a name. Your next battle was on UW.
Yeah. So all right, so boom, right?
Or your
Nah.
next on cam battle, like your next major battle was like 100+ K battle. Like
Yeah.
you went from 27,000 views or something, 20,000 views, and
At my
probably,
max, and that was like crazy for me.
yeah.
That was crazy already.
And then the next battle, you in the hundreds
Yeah.
versus Young Wise on UW.
Yeah, bro. And
What
that
are
was
you?
that was that was my first time like going fake viral type shit, I guess you
Okay.
would say.
But
Cause that
what were
clip,
you thinking, like, because this is a big deal. Like
yeah,
Arsenal's throwing this, you're new
yeah,
into this, but
yeah.
you came up watching this, so I'm sure you saw ours as
Study,
he's
yeah,
so.
yeah.
Who hit you up? Like, how did that even come about?
I seen it on Crazy, bro. It's so crazy how life go all the way around, right? So, um, I'm a fan of this shit, so I'm watching. I see what's going on. I see Arsenal got the UW league, the UW, and I see that he's throwing a tournament.
Hmm.
And they like, to sign up for tournament. The tournament was like $200. You send your name, your email, your phone number, your bread to whatever. So I'm around here. I'm contemplating. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
contemplating like, yo, boy, like, yo, should I damn try this shit? My man, same man I was telling you about, Billy Dutchess, the one that beat me for the bread. I beat him
yeah,
outside the club. He beat me in the club. Um, he was like, bro, don't do that shit, bro. He was like, nah, don't do that shit. Don't pay no niggas to battle up there, bro. Hell no, bro. Fuck that, bro. That shit a scam or some shit. He was like, that shit a scam. I was like, bro, you might be right, but fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try that
right.
shit. I'm
You
gonna
gonna
go up
do it?
there. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. So I paid my bread. I got my opponent. I didn't know his name. It was just gonna be a tournament. So I ain't have no name flips or nothing like that. I just knew it was a tournament. I would have to battle like 3 times that night, and I was just walking through niggas. I think my Young and Wise battle was the only one that released, dropped
I,
out of the whole
I,
event though.
so the juice battle was later on.
The winner of the tournament got to battle on the main card. The main
Okay.
card was with Rex. Rex was on the card. Clips was on the card. Ars was on the card. It was a
Yeah.
big card. It was a big
Okay.
deal.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
winner of the tournament got to be on that card and got paid to be on the card. So this is gonna be like my first big check. Like I was doing Spit That Heat at the time and shit. Like
Yeah.
no, I went to Spit That Heat after UW actually.
Yeah.
I went to UW first, so I had got paid from there. That was my first time getting like a check. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. It's like,
Real
yo, I
check.
got some money, man. It made you.
Yeah,
It made you like, yo, I'm a rapper. I got paid.
yeah. It's like yo, I got paid to rap tonight. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of
Yeah.
crazy and
I
shit.
ain't had to bet nobody. I ain't had
Yeah,
to.
I ain't had to bet or nothing like that, and I had got paid before because the little league down here in North Carolina, RBC, where we had
Mhm.
like kind of started from. Like I was always the most popping guy there because
Yeah.
niggas knew me from the radio. So
Yeah.
I was
Yeah. Yeah.
always when I stepped, I'm like, oh, that's T Top because niggas been hearing my name for years, but you
Yeah.
can't put a face to the name at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
So when I came around, it was like that. So like, I mean, I might have got $200 every now and then. You know what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
UW was like my first like, all right, yo, here go a band. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, hold this down. I was like, damn, nigga gave me $1,000 to rap. Oh, I'm about
Man.
to smoke this nigga. I'm about to smoke this nigga.
Get them called front runners.
I ain't
So.
gonna lie. I
So
got up there, I went crazy, bro.
how
I
did
got,
you? How did you feel? Like, how did you feel after being on a card like that and showing up
um,
the way you did,
I
and
felt
then people
amazing, bro.
watching it?
I felt amazing, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It was so dope, bro. It was dope. That was my first time being in front of a crowd like that. I'm on stage. I'm battling with niggas that I've been watching. You know what I'm saying for a couple
Hmm.
years now.
Hmm.
Nigga, I'm nervous than a motherfucker,
Yeah.
bro. I got the jitters. I got my home squad, nigga. My whole team rode up the motherfucking New Jersey, where we was at, to Jersey, bro. Like everybody rolled. It was a dope time, man. It was a dope ass experience. Um, and that's one reason why, you know what I'm saying. I always show us a lot of respect in that regard.
Yeah. When you think about it, man, a lot of times, and it's like a lesson that you could kind of learn or you could grow from. Like if you're somebody new coming up into the game, uh, yo, you invested in yourself and it paid off.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. That's not the only time I did neither. That's not the only time I invested in myself twice in battle rap, and they both paid off.
Yeah. And
Or
that,
in the earlier days.
yeah, that's important. That's important. So
Yeah.
while this is going on, man, you going to do these battles, man. You just did UW. Now you're on top of the world as far as how you feel.
Oh my God.
Now, I'm pretty sure nobody outside of the people that rap at home even understand why you're on top of the
They don't
world right
even
now.
understand what's going on, bro. They don't know why. They don't know why my followers are going up. They don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Cause they like,
Yeah.
nigga, he do what the for this shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't. They don't even think. They don't even know like as far as it going. I don't even know how far it's going to take me.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
you know, so you could imagine they don't even know like what the fuck you. That's what y'all doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So.
So you do
It
a
was like a big shocker, bro. It was like a big. It was big for my town, big for my city. Like,
okay.
man, I'm
How
still the
how did
biggest name
that
for the city.
how did that how did that translate? Like, did your sisters get nigga? You still T top
Yeah,
or
hell
did
yeah,
they?
my
Yeah,
sisters
go
don't
get your
show no
own.
love.
Yeah, go
They
get your
don't
own
show no
plate, nigga.
love. You want to get humbled? Have some sisters, boy. You hear me? My
Man.
mama will blow my head up. My sisters will be like, nigga, no,
so so at this point in time, you getting started. I know you got children. How many kids?
I got 3 now, bro.
Okay, how old is the oldest? Because I don't want to miss them in this story. Okay,
5.
okay, so they not
Yeah,
born yet.
they not even thought about yet, bro.
Okay,
They not even thought about yet.
all right, so you moving around. You do spit that heat, man. You battle. Well, you do other stuff. You do rap battle central,
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Facts.
You battle. You start on spit that heat, W Dub, but then you kind of take off, man. You battle W Dub, PG Skillet. You do a couple other battles, and
Automatic
then you
Ray,
get
yeah,
Automatic Ray, and then
yeah.
you get John the Don.
And that was my second time investing in myself.
Okay, tell me about it.
Um, John, he showed hella love at the time for Milltown Blow, and I was putting in work too, so I'm not gonna undermine the work I was putting in. Uh, um, but he definitely showed love, and he told a nigga just give him $1,000 for the one rounder. And I was trapping hard when I was like around that time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like ask the guys that I used to come to battles with, like that know me, like yo, yeah, bad newses and your brizzes, and like I
Mm-hmm.
really had like a habit, bro. Like
Yeah.
I thought I was motherfucking El Chapo out here during that time, bro. Like when I
Mm-hmm.
was in battle, y'all caught me in battle rap where it was like it was a I was dead locked on that on. I thought I was gonna be the next trap star,
Mm-hmm.
trapper slash rapper type shit,
Yeah.
bro. So that time was like it was like it was like I ain't gonna I'm getting to the
No,
John
take
John
your time,
situation. I'm
bro.
just trying
Take
to
your
set it
time.
up.
We love life, man.
Yeah,
Talk
yeah,
about the
yeah.
life. They know what happened in the battle, man. This is
Yeah,
this is the good
fact.
stuff. Go for
So
it.
it was like one of them times in my life where, and I had a few of these times where it's like I ain't care what was going on. It's like I gotta complete the mission. You know what I'm saying? Whether
Mm-hmm.
it was going here to get this done or whatever, whatever, whatever. So I say that to say when he told me that John was gonna do the battle for a band, and I think he was kind of like on edge about it. I'm like, nigga, I'll pay the band. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
nigga, well, no, a band? Oh, we about to get this shit locked in.
Yeah.
But Blow is a real nigga. Blow like, nah, bro, I can't. You know what I'm saying? We gonna go half. I go half with you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I took care of the deposit up front, and Blow took care of the back end. Pause.
Word.
Um, yeah.
How,
So we took care of that, and it turned out to be the best investment I could have made at the
yeah.
time. You
Cause
know?
like next you were on URL. Like you were
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah.
But before we get to URL, I want to talk about the guy, the man that was getting ready to do that battle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like what's life look like for you right around that time?
Um, before the URL battle.
Yeah.
So,
Like around
like,
that same time, getting the John battle pop and all that stuff.
So it's crazy you asked that, right, bro? Because I was just giving you this big story about, oh man, I was big trap boy. So you know how they say it's like not the calm before the storm, but it's like how it gets bad before the sunshine
Yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah.
So like I said, after when I was in that around that whole time with the John era, especially like leading up to that battle, so I was in a very good space, like financially. I'm doing what I do. I'm in a
Yeah.
very good space. I'm at the battles, wilding out at the events. 10,000 in my pocket. We going to the mall as a group. I'm going to the mall, spending 5, 6, 7,000 for no fucking reason. All
Yeah.
that. But after that battle, bro, it's I hit a spot where shit wasn't good. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
wasn't good. It wasn't good to what the point of when I got to 106 and Park, I was
Mm-hmm.
living in my car at 106 and Park. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it was just that fast. You get what I'm saying? Like
That's how it
God
is.
humbling your ass. You know what I'm saying? And he did that to me. He done that to me a couple times.
Right. So
Getting
you
out.
get
Oh,
you
he'll
get
still.
the
Yeah. So it was like the roller coaster of I'm riding the high of I'm that nigga,
mm-hmm.
but it's like I was taking so many losses at the time, and it could have been because my mind was so focused on the battle rap and building that kind of brand
Yeah.
that everything else was just I was just it,
Falling. It
it
was
wasn't clicking like it was. You know what I'm saying? I was taking loss, a loss, and I couldn't understand why. So by the time I had did my PG, you know what I'm saying, Kick City Towers ass, and then later on in the year it was like 106 a part time. So at that
okay.
time, I was living in my car. So when y'all see that 106 in Park, he's like, yo, I want the 106, go back to 106 in Park top. We want the 10. You're not gonna get that. That was a different animal. That was a nigga who had to sleep in his car. Wake up and go brush his teeth at his girl grandmother crib and shit
Yeah.
like that. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna get that because I ain't never going back to that. You feel me?
Right. Right. Right.
So
Right.
um, that was a rough time, and I say it was like the storm before the sunshine because I won the fucking tournament. I rapped like I needed it in that
Mm-hmm.
bitch, and I needed it in that
Yeah.
bitch. I needed it,
Did
so
you
I went.
what was the what was the you know how you have like that it's like a duality. Like you got something going on here, something going on here, and it's like, yo, you going to New York every other week or whatever it is to go be on TV,
Mhm.
and then per your own words, then you're going back to a car.
Bro,
What does that do mentally? Like how is that?
can I tell you something, King? Can I tell you something? I'm gonna tell you how it didn't even fuck with me. Right? I'm gonna show you
Okay.
this because our tournament ain't like how they tournaments is these new tournaments where they come back and film every week or every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We did the whole UFF shit in one weekend.
Oh
So I went
shit.
up there broke, left that weekend with 10 bands. I was back in the goddamn game. I was back in the goddamn game. You hear me? They can't keep a good player down, nigga. So I was not gonna be down. I went to New York, broke as shit, came back with a dime, huh?
Yes, man.
Came
So
back with a dime. I was good, bro. I was
okay.
straight, bro. I was like, y'all can get the and I've been on my feet since. You know what I'm saying? Thank the Lord.
Indeed. So yeah, you battle Saga, you battle Chess, then you battle Briz,
Yes,
then,
sir.
then you battle Snow,
Yes, sir.
and and your next URL battle is
Big man.
Charlie Clips.
Big man. Yes,
And
sir.
hold on, I don't want to do this just because you battle somebody. I remember this guy from just being on the scene, man. Granddaddy Perp, man. You battle
Shout
Granddaddy
out
Perp.
Granddaddy Pert. And he was nice too.
Yeah, man.
What
Granddaddy
happened to
Perk was
Granddaddy
nice,
Pert?
man. Granddaddy Perk was nice, man.
Granddaddy Pert was fire. Yeah,
Man,
shout out my nigga Pert, man.
when we battled DNA and K Shine, Granddaddy Perk was on that card.
Mm.
Yeah. So all right, man. Yeah. After winning the tournament, they're like, man, here go an ultimate reward. We gonna put you up against Charlie Clips.
bro. So I think the tournament the tournament was like in fall winter time. So Smack called my phone on Christmas. Smack called my phone on Christmas. I said hello. A voice that wasn't Smack's said, "Nigga, you ready?" I heard that phone, looked at the number. I instantly knew I know the voice. Been watching stuff for years. I know the voice.
Yeah, yeah.
I said, hell yeah, I'm ready, nigga. What we doing it? Smack said, yeah, shit, that's what I'm talking about. So they came out of nowhere. Yeah, shit, that's what I'm talking about, shit. It was Clips. Clips and Smack called my phone on Christmas out of nowhere. It
Ah,
was
they
like, yo,
both called you.
they
They
called me on
called
the
you on the
three-way.
three-way.
Called me on the
Oh,
three-way, bro.
that's crazy.
So, yeah, man, we locked it in right there. Like, yo, we trying to do this new thing, this brand new card called Rookies vs. Vets. We want you to be the main event with Clips. I was like, yo, that's crazy. And it just went up from there, bro.
Yeah, you had you and Clips battled, then you and Shotgun Suge battled, and then you and Rex battled.
Yeah.
Like that's a crazy it's like
Crazy.
Clips, Suge. And at this time, man, this is when Suge was getting like finding his own
Yeah.
on the stage.
Yep,
You know
yep,
what I'm
yep.
saying? This wasn't Hollywood versus Hollywood who Suge. Like this was
nah. This was
this
rough
was
Suge.
yeah.
It was rough Suge. Yeah, Suge was trying to prove something back then.
Then you got Rex.
Yeah, man, that was like a big battle for me. That meant more to me than the clip shit because I've been watching
Mm-hmm.
Rex for longer. You know what I'm saying? So at the time, that meant more than the clip shit. Even though at the time, Clips was definitely a bigger battler,
Yeah.
but Rex, that shit meant more to me. I met Rex at UFF. When I seen him, I was like, yo, you know we gonna have to battle, right? He's like, they gonna set it up. Set it
Hey,
up.
that sound like him, man. That sound like him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He was real like, you
Tank.
know,
They gonna set it up.
they gonna set it up, nigga. You know. But he showed
Yeah.
hella love though, so that was dope. That was dope.
So like by this time you're going back home, man, and you gotta be like, man, the king of the city, the king of the town, man.
Oh my God, bro.
Like this is already established because you done already made your name, but now not like yo, you manifested destiny. Them same DVDs you used to go up to the bootlegger and go get and be around with your friends. At some point in time, you said, "I'm gonna be on that shit."
Yeah, bro, and it's crazy because like even when like we have smoke parties at the crib and you know everybody link up at somebody's crib when their mama's out of town and we got the
Yeah.
whole crib. I mean, whoever crib we in, I'm in there watching battles, bro. Everybody in
Yeah.
the crib know it. They gonna be tuned in. That's all I was like doing back then.
Yeah.
Cause I wasn't no sports nigga. You feel me? I wasn't a
Yeah.
sports guy. I didn't even watch sports. All my homies did. They played high school football, basketball stars of the school. That was my shit. My shit was always been hip hop since I was like 9, 10.
Right. Yeah.
Been hip hop.
So I wanna cause I don't wanna I'll list some of these battles, but you tell me when to stop when you got something to say, okay?
Let's do it.
Now I do want to stop at this one because this is kind of how we started the conversation, man. This is when the day we met, man. We had a conversation. It was when you and Briz were going against T Top and B Magic. I mean, not T Top, Chilla Jones and B Magic. You and Briz were going against Chilla Jones and B Magic, right?
That was a good day.
And had you and Briz already, because y'all battled in a tournament, but had y'all already kind of like knew each other and been frequent, or was this something that?
Hell yeah, bro. Like me and Briz came in together. Like we literally came into like we went to Spit That Heat together. We took over Spit That Heat together. We came into URL the same time together and was like making our wave through that.
Okay.
Like we met in RBC. You know, that might be like 2012, 2011, 2010, maybe 2010.
Right.
Could have been 2010. But that's when I met Briz.
That's what's up. And I could tell, like, one, when we saw y'all was together, and that was something for me and Marv, because that's y'all, people know that's my best friend, man. But we we weren't cool in the beginning. Like we didn't know each other, rock with each other. Like whenever you saw me and Marv battling for the first time, bruh, we had just started being around one another. Like,
Word.
bruh, I didn't know him, dog. Like we used to
I
be at
wouldn't
the
have never
same
thought
open
that.
mics, but nah, bruh. Like when you saw us at that park doing the beat your ass, man, we might have been hanging around each other for 4 weeks. Like, like,
Crazy,
but
bro.
we knew each other from passing, but we weren't friends. But back to y'all. We get there, man. I see y'all. I'm like, yo, they clicking, you know. Like, at that time, I didn't really know Jones. Or I knew B Magic a lot more than I knew Chilla at the time. And they ran their rounds. And when y'all did that 2-on-2 for the first time, did you say like, oh nah, this for us. We could do this. Like,
Oh yeah, I knew it, bro, because our chemistry was so good. It's like me and Briz got the personality, and the chemistry was like we'll freestyle all day and finish each other lines. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So it's like it was supernatural. It was like it was damn that kind of funny. We felt like we was cheating a little bit just
yeah,
because we always do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure a lot of battle rappers do like I don't know, bro. Shit, I don't know. I don't even want to try no
yeah,
shit, but yeah, just like little dumb shit. Yo, I'm about to walk to the store. I'm about to get me
yeah.
some more.
Yeah. And
Like back and
y'all
forth,
was
just
and
whatever,
that was y'all
whatever.
thing. So y'all was
Yeah,
already
so
ready
it was
seasoned with that.
natural. It's like I know how he rapped. He know how I rap, and I could finish a line like him, and he could finish a line like me.
Right.
So it was like perfect, bro. Like, damn, we get to do this shit on the stage now. Oh
Right.
man, it was crazy. It was
So
crazy, bro.
so
It
y'all
was crazy.
so you went from there, and I'm just gonna skip around. You and Goods had about, like, they were giving you just all the New York
Yeah,
legends, man. You battle Math, like right before that. You like that's a run, bruh.
yeah.
Like that's a
Surf
run. Math, yeah.
had
You
surf right there before Goods, I
Y'all
think.
had also y'all did another 2-on-2 versus Verb and Hitman Holla.
Oh yeah, we got crazy on them.
Yeah.
And then on that one, that's when Surf had got locked up. So we brought Rock
Mm-hmm.
out because everybody was missing gun titles.
Yeah.
We they Rock out, and we brought Rain out. That's the first time
Mm-hmm.
Rain ever rapped in a battle.
Yeah.
He's never
Yeah.
rapped since then or before then. He came out for the homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Then you had you and Av rocked. You and JC, my Michigan native, man. JC is a
Bro, I
rap
was kicking
machine,
ass,
bruh.
bro. But you
Uh,
naming these niggas, bro. I
then
was
you
they
did
my niggas so I can talk a little shit, but
okay,
I was kicking ass, bro.
bruh. Then next you
Av was my
had
first. I think Av was my first 30 chant in URL.
mm,
JC was my second.
okay, and then you had Big K right after that.
And if it was a crowd in there, it would have been a 30 chant too. Motherfucker. What you
then
talking
you
about?
then you and Ill Will, then you and Geechee. Now,
It will ain't going to Geechee. Yo, I got Geechee ass out of there, but it will ain't going
man,
to.
listen, man. Will is he's dangerous because he's very witty and funny,
Yeah,
and he got the rapper like you got a personality when
he's
you
dope.
rap that like I think people like you, Marv, Clips, Ill Will, y'all are people that can smile and kill you.
Facts.
Like
Facts.
I will laugh and I will blow your head off your shoulders, pause if needed, man. I will knock your head right off your shoulders, dog, and I will
Facts.
laugh doing it.
Facts.
So let's fast forward, man. You and one of my homies, man. I actually you and Iron Solomon battled, okay?
In
And
London.
in London. And one of the angles you took was such a brave angle to take in London.
Bruh, I don't know. Don't ask me why I thought I was cool enough to take that angle and like they was just gonna rock with it. They didn't boo me or nothing like that, but you could tell it wasn't they thing. Like, nigga, you're wilding. I'm
Yo.
over there wilding on Jews and everything. They could have canceled my motherfucking ass. What if they would have
man,
canceled my motherfucking
man,
ass?
you'd have been out of here. You'd have been out of here, man. But
Bro.
you know that London crowd is different, man. But point in that battle, man, you said you were like, "Yo, we're doing this. I'm doing this because I got to. Like, you doing this because you like to. Like, yo, I see this as my way out." And that translated all the way across the pond to
Come on.
those fans.
Oh.
Like, like that was like at that moment, like when I was watching that, I forgot where y'all was at or whatever.
For which
It
what? For the K?
um for the you and Solomon. No,
Oh
no,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that was fact, bro. Because I felt like that. You know what I'm saying? And the angle I had took was because shout out to Iron Solomon. That's my dog.
yeah, mine
But
too.
him and it's his company, him and his pop's company. They own like one of the biggest companies in New York City, man. And what they do is like, so when they have all the races and shit like that, all them big races in Times Square in New York City,
Hmm.
they be setting up like the barriers and the
Yeah,
trash cans and the porta potties and everything. Lord, it's like a big company. You know what I'm saying? Like they get
yeah.
big contracts to do this shit. So I was basically telling them like, nigga, you ain't even gotta do this. Like, first of all, you're Jewish. First of all, you're white. Second of all, you're Jewish. Third of all, you got $1 million business. What are you doing over here? That was my angle. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's my brother though. I love him, man. Shout out Iron Solomon. But that was
You,
the angle. And then I went into depth when I was like the Jewish little circumcision
hmm.
type of angle.
Yeah,
That
and
was
they
probably that. I was
and
like,
they was just
you
like,
out. I was like, you
you
out.
know,
But it's crazy because I had just heard about that joint though. So when you first hear about some shit, you like, oh word, I'm using this.
yeah, I met Aaron Solomon. It's wild, man. I ain't even like we battled. They had like this Detroit versus New York thing, and we had beat New York. And then I felt like they were just trying to have New York win because we were in New York when we beat New York. And
Is
then they had us,
is that what I saw the
me
first
and
time I saw Big T? Where was that at? Was that Chicago?
no, that was Detroit. This was even before that, man. This is so far long ago. Me and Mickey Fax battled, and
Damn.
his name was Renegade at the time. And so Detroit ended up winning that battle, man. Mecca that be on My Expert Opinion. He was
Yeah,
the final New York rapper standing.
crazy.
Like, and so we had to go back, and I ended up meeting Solomon there. I make this quick because it's more about you, but I met Solomon there, and we battled, and he had me come battle at his college he was going to in this tournament for like $1,000. I won the tournament.
Word.
I thought Solomon was a party promoter. He went by like A Boogie or something like that,
Yeah,
and I just thought he was a party promoter, bruh. Like I forgot that he rapped. I was just somebody hit you up by the battle. You like, yeah, man, cool. It wasn't no internet. It was internet, but it wasn't like
like
no
my face.
Facebook. And man, I went out there, won that bread, and like he started traveling and coming to Detroit, and I go to New York and I see him. We just got cool. So just shout out Solomon.
Shout out Solomon,
Um,
man. He always been a solid nigga. Gave me a lot of advice in this game, man.
yeah,
Shout out
man.
to Solomon, man. It's my dog.
So then, man, you everything come full circle, man. You battle Arsenal on UW.
Yeah, man. I
That's
battled Arsenal.
crazy.
Crazy, bro. I battled Arsenal 3 times. So twice has been on UW and once
Hmm.
on URL.
Yeah.
And I beat him all 3 times. Just for the record, I beat him.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I kicked his ass. So the first time we battled was a 2-on-2.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Briz versus him and Suge and
Yeah.
Raleigh on
Yeah.
UW. Then the second time I battled him on like New Year's Eve or something in Charlotte. So both of our first 2 times was in Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
both on UW though.
Yeah.
And then the third time is on URL, and that was just a closed casket on that boy. You know what I'm saying? And that was the first caffeine, and I was the first nigga to go viral on caffeine.
There it is. So by this time, all right. By the time you battle Arsenal, you done had you a dad by now, right?
Yeah. I had my daughter 3 days before I flew to London to battle Iron Solomon. 2 days before I flew to London to battle Iron Solomon. I had her on the 4th. I flew out on the 6th.
So how nervous were you that you say your daughter, your
Yeah,
firstborn, right?
yeah.
How nervous were you that your daughter was not gonna be born before? I mean, was gonna be born and you were gonna have to leave? Like
We
how?
we induced the labor, bro. I was that scared. She was like, my baby moms was that scared. We thought I was gonna miss it, so we had to induce the labor, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, cause she was like dilated for months, bro. She was
Yeah.
dilated for like 3 months.
Yeah.
So it was like, yo, when the fuck is she coming? Is she gonna wait till I come, or when she gonna wait till I
Yeah.
leave to come? So I was like, yo, we just made a decision, like, yo, let's go ahead and just pop the water and just go ahead
Yeah.
and get the process going, man.
That's beautiful. You know,
I couldn't miss that for the world, bro. I
man,
wouldn't have went to London. I wouldn't.
I already know. You know, I tell you something that was the opposite of that. We threw a battle here in Detroit, man. You know, you heard of Super Black?
Yeah.
Yeah. Super
Shout out
Black
to
was,
Black.
yeah, that's my guy, man. He was battling here, and we had like Cliffs was here, Daylight. That's when me and Daylight battled, and he was on the day one card. He pushed his baby release date back, bro.
He pushed his baby release date back?
He pushed they said, hey, y'all, we gonna push it back. The due date was that weekend. He like, we gotta push it back. And they pushed it back. I don't even know how you push it back, dog, but he told me, he's like, yo, I told him, hey, and when he got home, he had his baby.
Yeah. Now that's how it be though. Especially like when you like setting up to like doing deuce labor and shit.
Yeah.
We do that like, yo, I want to do it on the 12th. When the 12th comes, you could be like, nah, I ain't ready, man. Let's do the 18th. Let's do the 18th.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
That's
so you're a new dad, man. You're about to battle Aaron Solomon, man. You're going to London for the first time. You just had a kid.
I'm so scared, bro. I'm leaving the country. I don't feel like I'm leaving I feel like I'm abandoning my daughter. Just had her. I was the first person she seen when she opened her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And daddy got to fly out the fucking country, man.
Yeah.
I was a wreck. I was a wreck out there. FaceTimed her the whole time.
Yeah.
All that good shit, man.
So what's the difference between like so now you even prepping through a pregnancy is tough because you gotta be there, you gotta be like attentive.
Yeah.
And like I don't know like what your process is, but like, you know, a lot of us, we need solitude to
space. I need to be by myself, bro. I gotta be by myself when I prepare. Like I used to leave sometimes and go get a hotel room or, you know, go to the hallway or just whatever I can do to solitude myself. You know what I'm saying? And just get away so I can lock in, bro. So I can get into that mode that I need to be in to battle. You know what I'm saying? It was real difficult, bro. It was real difficult, but I ain't gonna front. My being was a trooper, though. You know what I'm saying? Like she was a gangster with it. I ain't gonna hold you. She was a gangster with it.
So like, what's the difference between like prepping, like as a father? Because right now you got in that space, you done got your first kid.
Yeah.
You've had your first kid, and now you got Arsenal. Then you got Clean Paper. Then you got Rum Nitty. Then you know what I'm saying? You got a long list of like greats, but now you're learning like how to balance fatherhood and this.
Yeah, bro, it was dope, man. It was I had more shit to talk about. You know what I'm saying? I had a new reason. It was like a breath of fresh air. A new reason to rap. A new reason to be successful. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like I couldn't fail. Failure wasn't an option, man. So that's why you would get performances like the Rum Nitty Walmart performance, the Arsenal performance, They Can't Break Me performance, the Geechee Gotti performance and shit like that. It's because I was a new nervous dad, you know.
Okay. What about and you had 3 children now. You got two.
Yeah.
What you got? 2 girls.
I got 2 girls and a boy. I got my girl 5, my boy is 3, and my youngest girl is 1.
Word. So you see, you was the youngest boy. So you go ahead and gave your son somebody to be older.
He gotta have a little sister or something. Man. I can have my boy the youngest out here, man.
Word. And that's a good age, man. They all close to each other in age, man. They'll all be able to kind of take care.
I think I'm done, bro. I think I'm done, man.
Hey, man, you know what you gotta do to be done, man. Hey, bro, you know what you gotta do to be done, man. I got a homie. He 50 with a 1-year-old, so.
That's a fact.
Now I say the same thing. My kids are older though. Like my daughter just got a degree in psychology.
Fire!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And my son, he's 16 right now.
Fire! Yeah.
So like, man, you know, she the first battle rap baby.
My dog started early.
Oh yeah, man, she the first battle rap baby for sure, man. Well, she ain't the nature of battle rap, but like when I was on TV, she was on there with me, man, because I was.
Come on, man.
that leads me to a line that you have, and I don't know the line verbatim,
Okay.
but it's in one of my favorite songs from you. It's called Grammy,
Okay.
and I want to talk about just that song, just how you came up with it. But it's a line in that song where you say, where you talk about like your homie telling you he love you, and he don't really rock with his kids. And the line is like, how you gonna show me love, but you don't show love to your baby?
Yeah, you only show love to your babies, bro. Like I was saying, man, like I'm real big on fatherhood, bro. I'm really big on my kids. Like,
Yeah,
I'm a single father. My two youngest, they live with me half the time, and they live with their mom half the time. You know what I'm saying? So, um, and I probably have them way more than she does, just because you know what I'm saying, she works. And,
mm-hmm.
so like I take that shit very serious, bro. And, I got like my immediate friends are good fathers.
Word.
Like my immediate circle are great fathers, bro. But I do got friends who are some ain't shit fathers. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yeah,
And as crazy as it sound, they my friends. I love them, but I don't even take them as serious as I would somebody who takes care of their children. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Because I don't see how. And everybody's situation is different, but I just feel like I go to the extreme to see my kid. Like my daughter was living in Vegas. I would travel to Vegas and pick her up and have her here with me for 5, 6 months at a time, and then take
yeah,
her back. And like I don't give a fuck. My daughter's in the North Pole. I'm going to get her, and I'm going to see her. I'm going to spend her. I'm going to let her know Daddy loves her. Daddy's here. She always got Daddy. We go
yeah,
for where she lives. So I don't be understanding how niggas can have kids, especially in the same town, the same state, and it be like they don't exist because
right.
they beefing with the moms or something. Like, go to court, nigga. Take out some
Yeah,
paperwork on court, nigga. Go to court. You can see
yeah,
your baby,
yeah,
bro. Like,
definitely.
you can see your baby, right?
Yeah, and that's
Ah,
that's
but I
real,
gotta put I
man.
gotta put up with this bitch. I gotta deal with this. I gotta deal with this. So you don't want to see your baby. Your
Yeah,
feelings is more important than how your baby gonna feel. And I don't like that. I don't respect it, bro. So like my niggas, if they don't take care of their kids, they not on the road with me. They not. I don't rock with
yeah.
them
It's
kind of
like, yo,
kind of.
you gotta. I totally feel you, man. I got full custody of my daughter when she was 5, like
Okay.
5 or 4, like right when she started like kindergarten. Once it was time to
Yeah.
go to school, and it was because, yo, man, it's some things that, it's sacrifices you got to make as a parent,
Yeah. Hell yeah.
and you just do what you do, man, and hope that you're making the right choices. And it sounds like, through everything, like being a dad or being a parent has been like a positive light on just your whole motivation,
Yeah,
how
bro.
you go about. And I wanted to talk about that because, like, you're one of the few that, outside of battle rap, you have been a part of projects and things that might have took you back to your roots, really,
Yes, sir.
but you flipped that
Mhm.
and you made it into an actual legitimate business endeavor.
Yes,
And I
sir.
wanted to talk a little bit about some of your work outside of battle rap.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it. We gonna get on this cannabis.
Yeah, man, we could start there, man. Where we could start there,
So,
I ain't got my shipment, so oh yeah, you can't ship.
oh,
Let me
now
be quiet. Let me be quiet. You
I
can't
got I
ship it.
got your I got your merch package for you.
Yeah,
I got
okay,
your
there we
merch
go.
package for
Yeah, I
you.
need some t-shirts, man.
That's light. Like, I got the whole unbearable. So right now we doing the unbearable flavors. I think a lot of people, when they associate me and cannabis and battle rap, it's automatically gonna be Haymaker, just because like how I blew that brand up and
Hmm.
I took it to like the forefronts of everybody. It's like when you see me, it's like, oh, Mr. Haymaker, oh, Top got the weed, oh, where that Haymaker at? Where that Haymaker at? And it's like, even though I'm not doing that brand anymore, I'm doing unbearable flavors. It's
Hmm.
so hard to break it because I'm such a
You're
hard
synonymous with
marketer.
that. Yeah, you're
Yeah, like
synonymous with
when it
that.
comes to marketing, bro, it's like I go hard in the paint, bro. Like
Hmm.
I went and bought a big old Haymaker chain. Like you're
Yeah,
gonna know what's going on. You're gonna know the brand, the product when you see me. And it wasn't nothing new because, like you said, I've been doing this forever. So it
yeah,
was just a way to brand it, and it's like, okay, this is acceptable. Oh, so we
hmm,
about to bang it out to the max.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And I had some great partners at the time. Goods was one of my partners. Um, but I just feel like I feel like I always felt like this. I always felt like Haymaker was my baby. You know what I'm saying? Even though my partners had just as much say as I did, it's just as much
Yeah,
say. I always just felt like I was the one haymaker, like building the brand, and
yeah,
I just protected it like my little baby, and then so when we like dismembered the company, everybody went their separate ways and shit like that. Um, I couldn't leave the people empty handed. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're
facts.
so used to me and this type of product and presented on this type of level,
Yeah,
that I didn't want to leave them hanging and shit. So I started the Unbearable Flavors, and Unbearable is something I've been pushing for a long time anyway. I got Unbearable the album coming, Unbearable the movie. I got so much Unbearable shit that I'm working on. So the cannabis is Unbearable Flavors. That's what we pushing now.
right.
Um, and yeah, man, y'all know it's
Are
cheap.
you when it comes down to movies, are you writing or are you
I'm writing and acting as well.
have you how did you get into just thinking about doing that?
I've been writing shit for a minute, bro. Like I started like when I was in what's the name of the show? Damn, I'm so sorry. Respect Life. I
Yeah,
started back then, like started writing web series and
yeah,
things like that, just testing out my writing skills. Cause I always like even in my raps is I'm more of a storyteller.
yeah, definitely.
So like me putting a script together is not really hard. It's not really
Right.
difficult. It's not I could tell a story. I know how to keep it interesting. I know when to pull back. I know when to draw you in. I know what I'm saying. I know the emotional roller coaster that it takes to keep you in line with a story.
Word, word. So I wanna, cause I wanna hold you here all day, man. I could talk forever, man. Your story is so interesting, bro.
Thank you.
When have your how has like now you're a household name, not just in battle rap, but just in entertainment. You've
Yes,
gone viral. People have seen you that might not even watch battle rap, but people have seen
yeah.
you. You
Especially on
go
like the BT Awards, that helped out a lot.
definitely, and you go home or you go places, and now the people that just know you from just regular life or family, they see people stopping you. They see people wanting to take a picture,
Yeah,
and I know that's a little that's different
yeah.
for
It's more. I think it's more weird for them than for me.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? Because for me, it happens everywhere I go. So when they see it, like I don't really know how they take it. Like they still crack jokes on the people or some shit.
yeah
Not like in front of them, but you know how we do.
yeah yeah yeah
Like when they
yeah
call like Tyler, let me get a picture. Yo, bro, I can get a picture. Like once the nigga walk away, they be like, "Hey, Tom, can I get a picture?" Like all that
hey
shit. Like how we do. You
hey
feel me? You know
hey
how
listen,
niggas
let me
do. Your
tell you
friends.
something, dog, man. My son, I think it's his job to humble me, okay? Because like my daughter grew up in this. Like my daughter was when the first time I was on TV, she was on TV. I
Yeah,
went to I owned the studio, and that's where I went when I leave there to go pick her up, and she be in the lobby of the studio watching TV. So she know what's up.
yeah.
She's seen me in
Like
all these
prime
phases.
penis. Yeah,
My son, on the other hand, by the time he was born, like I was still doing shit, but it was different. I was going places and then coming back home. Like he don't notice people know me till he get old. Now he's 16, right?
yeah,
We
yeah,
go somewhere, man. Somebody stop me and they, yo, can I? Man, I'm sorry to interrupt. They be
yeah.
polite, man. They see you with your family. They like,
Definitely.
yo, and I take a picture with him and then we walk off. And my son like, oh, that was one of your fans. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you
yeah,
little
yeah.
sucker. like,
Yeah, that's what
and
they do, bro.
and
They'll humble your motherfucking
they will
ass,
humble
man.
you, and they're gonna get with your kids, man. They're gonna get like my son just thought I knew a lot of people
Yeah.
growing up,
He
like
ain't know,
until
he
he
ain't know
got
you
old
that
enough.
nigga.
Yeah, he was like, oh shoot, man, my dad is actually like people know my dad. Uh, what are your you say you think you done, man. You got three, but you ain't done till you done, Um, what are your because man, these people, man, that watch you and they follow you, they know the battles, they know what you've done, they know all that.
Yes,
What
sir.
would you say this year, man, 2024, man, the Kobe year, man, Mamba year, 20 Mamba? Uh, what's the goal? I know you got the movie, you got the project, you got the business. What's 2024
Um,
gonna look like for you?
For me, I'm gonna be very active with battling.
Okay.
Um, I'm gonna be putting out a lot of artists for Park Life Entertainment. Um, my a couple of my artists just dropped a project in October called The Product. Rock to
Hmm.
the A Cash on deck. I got a few more artists, bro. So like right now, I'm trying to push them and get them into a position where they could feed their families off of music
Word.
and shit like that, and teach them as much as I could teach them. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know all the right ways. I know what won't work. I don't
Yeah,
know everything that'll work though. You know, so we're gonna
man.
try it. And they put their careers in my hands, and they got faith. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do
That's
right.
what's up. You
I'm
know,
gonna
there's a saying: you keep what you have by giving it away.
do,
Like
mm,
you're always like what you're doing right now with your artist, man. That's gonna allow you to always be. And I always think about that when I think about battle rap. That's why everybody got their approach. My
yeah,
approach is always just love, cause um, I don't never had no. I ain't, yo, if I start off with that, man, you ain't never got a reason to treat me any other kind of way. And
exactly.
I think about the investments and the positive deposits that we all gotta like put in each other, especially
Mm,
people that are trying to grow. And man, I see
come
that.
on,
Like I
come on.
I know man, I used to date somebody out your way.
Oh,
And
word.
yeah, and they were she was super super duper proud of you, man, just of what you meant to North Carolina.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Like
Man. That's
like like she was very 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 proud of what you did for North Carolina, man. And she was from like South Carolina, but she
that's
was
dope.
living it like she knew like she like and
That's fucking dope.
like she didn't really like I might have met her at she had went to her first thing, but like she really wasn't in tune to battle rap too crazy. But the fact that somebody where she was from
Made it.
was in the forefront of it and he was
Yeah.
thriving, like man, I made her really
on,
proud, man.
come on, okay. That's how it is, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's like down here we ain't really got too much, bro. Especially like before the because I'm like pre the baby and pre
Yeah,
Lucy era. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? So like when I was doing it, we had J. Cole, but he was, a whole different
yeah,
lane.
yeah. He
So
was
we really
you
didn't have
almost thought he
nobody
was from New York.
and nobody tangible. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
I'm here. They see me at Walmart. They see me at Food
yeah,
Line. They see me at the movie theater. They
yeah,
see me in the hood at the chicken spot. They
yeah,
see me. I own a studio downtown. They see me at my studio. They
yeah,
see me around. So it was like I'm like a tangible star. And it's like so the praises is a little different, man. It's like they get to express themselves in ways you wouldn't even imagine, bro.
yeah,
Like just to tell you how proud you don't even I don't even know what I'm doing for people. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like I don't even know what I'm doing for people until they stop me and tell me the experience from me
yeah,
or the experience they had with T Top or how T Top a bar or a battle helped them out of a situation or how their story might be similar to my story and we connect like that. So that be the shit, bro. That be the shit. Like, damn, bro. Like, all right, I'm doing it for a reason, type shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. You know, before I let you go, I uh I look at this culture, man, as something that if you're adding to it and you're bringing more to it, and if you're making it better than it was before you got here, that you're doing something right.
Mhm.
If the culture looked better, you came out of a very very strong draft class.
I coached the '03 class.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I coached
Like,
the '03 class.
man, and all y'all just so dope, man. Y'all really good with what you do, man. You're really good at what you do, man. You greet the fans with warmth, man. When they see you,
Yes,
when we see you in the buildings, man, it's always love, man. It's always positive energy, positive vibes, man.
yes,
And
always, bro. That's my
yeah,
shit.
and I want you to have just the brightest year, man, the greatest future, man, not only for you and the people around you, for your family, for your children, man. You stand on something, which is fatherhood. So when we do this dad cast, I'm gonna definitely get you get you involved in that.
Definitely, man. Please.
Before I get you out of here, I gotta ask you some controversial questions. Not too controversial though. I just need to know who you got top 5 for Cody this year.
Top 5 for Cody. I got Big K number one. I got Twerk number two. I got um who I got number three. I got Easy number three. I got let me think of these last two. My bad. Tay Rock number four.
Mhm.
Um, Tay Rock.
Hey man, we just gonna end it there, man, because that was perfect. That was perfect. That was perfect. Now can't nobody be mad. Now if you watching this, you can't be mad, right? You cannot be mad. Y'all give it up to T-Top. Y'all give it up for the I Said Yo podcast, man. We had a really great time. I want to thank y'all for hanging out with us. We got some really dope interviews coming up. We got DNA coming up. We got Miss Hustle coming up. Who else we got? We got Excel coming up. Who else we got, man? We got a lot of dope interviews, man. I got Lex coming up from iBattle. We're gonna bring some of the iBattle crew. We're gonna do an iBattle takeover. And then I got Enigma from Flip Top coming up. So y'all make sure y'all tune in. We out. I said yo.
Hey, turn me up, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live direct. We in the building, man. We in effect, man. I Said Yo podcast. Listen, we are back. I have been trying to bounce back, man. I got sick, man. We missed some episodes, man. We missed some weeks, man. December was real bad for your boy. But we got some really, really, really dope things going on. We just had the T-Top interview. We talked about him coming up in North Carolina, talked about actually him being born in New York, which was wild. I didn't know that. Spoke about his just family dynamics, just him getting his first start in battle rap and just how that looked for him. It's a really dope interview. He talks about fatherhood, growing up in a strict house with his grandmother and going back and forth between her house and his mom's. It's really, really dope. So make sure you check that out, along with the Phara funeral interview, along with the Real Sick interview, and just keep tapping in. But enough of that. We got a really, 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 really dope artist. I always call our guests artists, man, because they do so much, man. They're so skilled on all levels. This person that I'm bringing to the show their name should be synonymous with battle rap at this point in time. I was fortunate enough to actually, he's one of the very few or one of the first people I can say, like, yo, I saw his come up from the actual beginning phases, man, and it makes me proud just to be a part of this thing we call battle rap with our next guest, which is DNA. We got DNA in the building. What up, man? What up, bruh?
My God, Quest, what's the word? What's the word,
man? Listen, man, I'm glad to have you in the building, man. Man, just to start it off, I know we were supposed to start a little earlier, man, and one of the things I admire about you is you hold your word, like, at a very high level, like as far as just being honorable in that regard. And bro was spending time with the family. We kind of got things mixed up and was able to still do that, but he made sure to reach out, man, and I appreciate that. How you feeling, brother?
Nah, I'm feeling good, man. Yeah. Yo, I was so caught up in work, then I was like, yo, I gotta, I try to at least do something every week with the fam. So I'm like, yeah,
Right.
let's go see this movie. And then I got lost track of time, and we went to the iPic movie theater. So it was like further out from my crib. So then, yeah, it took me a minute to get back, but I'm glad we can still do it today. You know what I mean?
Man. a lot of people don't know, man. Sometimes they see like us like battling each other or see us on stage going against each other, and they don't really understand that we have relationships that
Yeah.
that happen outside of just the battle culture, and there's certain things that you pick up and you notice when you work with people. We got a chance to battle each other in Detroit.
Yeah.
And we could talk about the battle when we get there. But something that really stood out for me, and I know we haven't had this conversation, but I talk about this in reference to your character. We all went to the casino.
This was still in my casino days. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fact.
We all went to the casino. I'm like, all right, y'all stand down here. Y'all want to go to the casino? It's me, you, Shine, Big T. We all go to the casino. And we all go off and we do whatever we do. If you go to the casino, like, it ain't really hanging with each other. You kind of go together and then everybody go and do their thing and find each other.
Facts.
I went to the blackjack table. Got my ass kicked at the blackjack table. Big T went wherever the hell he went. Shine went wherever he went. DNA, he goes to the roulette table. Okay. Number one, the only time I've ever really won playing roulette, right, is if I just bet on a color and just whatever. DNA goes to this table, man, and he cleans up on this table, bruh. Like, I've never seen somebody hit on a roulette table the way he was hitting on this table. It was crazy. He got his bread, and he gave everybody with him a piece of, like, just something. Just like, yo, I just came up. And he looked out for everybody. And I was like, yo, man, he been around some really good people that got some really, really good character traits that rubbed off on him. He developed these. And it wasn't the amount of money that mattered. It was the thought, like, yo, I'm at the casino and I just hit and I'm with some brothers and it don't look like nobody else hit.
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
I want to say that comes from my grandma. Like, so growing up, like my mom, rest in peace to her now. She passed away a few months ago. But when I was growing up, she was like dealing with her trials and tribulations with being on drugs. So for a lot of the time, I was living with my grandma, and like my grandma, like, was that type of person that was in her character. Like, I used to just watch because I got to be with her all the time, so I would see, both of her kids is in the streets on drugs. She's taken care of. She raised my sister. Then my mom still didn't have it together yet, raising me. Then her mother mentioned she was going to the nursing home. Like, I watched this lady go to the nursing home after work for 15 years consecutively. And, you know what I mean? Then my grandfather had cancer and she was going to the hospital and then going to the nursing home and then taking care of me because my mom didn't still have it together and then still trying to look out for my uncle and all that. And in that process, I just never seen her worry about her. So my main goal was, like, one, I learned the value of, like, you never turn your back on family and hold them down. But two, I also, that's like where I think the hunger comes from, like where to other people, it's like an unwritten rule in battle rap. Like, yo, I don't know how DNA wins, but he wins all the battles. And I think aside from all of us being talented, because we all nice, just with anything, not just battle rap, in life, I got that instinct that I have to get this. Like, you know what I mean? And I think I got that from seeing, one, my mom deal with what she dealt with, but then seeing somebody that saved me from being in and out of the system deal with that. And now it's like, literally to this day, I'm like the only person that's successful. And I don't mean because I'm an entertainer. I'm just saying that went the right path and made something of themselves, lived the right way out of everybody in my family. So really just seeing my grandma do that just always gave me that mind state of, like, yo, and then I would watch her feed so many people and never allow anybody to be hungry. And, she used to be with me all the time. And then, it's one thing, your parents is a lot older than you, but then when you with your grandma, she spoiled me. But them conversations we had was just like,
I learned a lot about like greed and all those other things. That's why we in the casino, even though we shouldn't be in it. That's a place of greed. And I'm like, nah, I can't let that overcome what's happening because we all came in here to come up. So if I'm the person that came up, I'm gonna be the one to distribute it. And then also too, like just on a spiritual level, I always realize certain things happen to certain people because they know that they're the receiver. They're the ones that are supposed to get like it may not be intended for you only, but it's going to be given to you because you're the one that knows how to distribute it. And if it's given to somebody else, they might just take it for self. You see? So like once I just learned on that frequency, I just know sometimes it's bigger than me or bigger than the cause. But in my normal nature, like that's just how I am. I'm a giving person. So it's like if I win, we all win. Why not?
Got you. So I want to talk about just coming up
Yeah.
in Queens. You born and raised in Queens?
Yeah, born and raised in Queens, New York
Okay.
Hospital. Yep.
Okay. What was the family dynamic like? If I walk through the house, you growing up, like mom, pops, grandma, brothers, sisters, like what did the house look like? What was the family dynamic?
First and foremost, shout out to my TikTok family. I see all of them in the building in the comments. Shout out to all of them here, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Shout out to Hardcore. But the dynamic changed because when I'm living with my grandma, my grandfather, my great grandmother at the beginning until she went into the nursing home. And guests would pop by, my uncle would pop by, stuff like that. When I'm with my mom, it was very few times it was me, my mom, and my dad. It was really just me and my mom. And then my dad, he was, in and out. But yeah, the dynamic was really just me, either with my mom or just me with my grandmother. That was like the day to day, mostly growing up in the household on a day to day level.
Okay. So you growing up, were you like that kid that was like always into music, or were you into like sports or acting, or what was your thing?
Oh no, I was always music. Like I used to play baseball. I was a big baseball fan when I was a kid. I was into basketball. I'm still into basketball. I don't watch baseball like that. But nah, predominantly it was music. So
Okay.
it was literally like one of them stories that's designed for it to get to this level that it's at now. Like I literally, as a kid, they used to have like this fake cake they told me, and I was like 2 or 3, and I would keep repeatedly making everybody sing happy birthday to me like every day gathering around, and they just keep taking the cake over and over. And then I started doing it with them. And then what
Okay.
happened when I got to like 7 or 8, like we were also still traditional though, even though it was a lot going on, it was traditional. So like anytime it was somebody's birthday, everybody would come over for the birthday. So when everybody came over for the birthdays, I would have all the kids, like I was really literally set up like a play. Like, and I
Uh-huh.
mean, like at assembly, I'll have everybody write cards to whoever's birthday it was, and we'll make everybody gather up in the living room. And then I would have everybody one at a time, like recite the poems. So like this person to read their card first, and that one, then I would go like a whole real, like an event.
Yeah.
I would set that up every time to where they was like, yo, like whatever this guy's on, like he's gonna do something. And then after that, when it went from the writing the cards, like expressing myself with that, then I went to writing poems. And then after I was writing poems, like my mom was a singer, and I was telling her like, I really want to get into music. And my uncle was selling DVDs, and he had came by the crib, and he had this Lloyd Banks More Money in the Bank CD, and he sold. I wanted it, so my mom brought it from him, and when she brought it from him, and I heard like how Banks was punching on there, I wanted to be a rapper, so I started running around like reciting Banks' verse, and then when they caught me, like stealing, basically, his lyrics and all that,
Yeah.
that's when I started freestyling and going about it myself. And with my mom, when I told her like, yeah, this is what I want to do, she brought me the karaoke machine, and then yeah, that's how I got started.
Word. So like while this going on, like you going to school, I'm sure. How old were you when you because you had like it sounds like you had like training at home on how to rock a crowd. Like you were getting a crowd together. You were figuring out how people anticipating how they were gonna respond and all
Yeah.
that. So I'm sure you rapped at school, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then after the karaoke machine, I started rapping at school. Rest in peace. It was a kid named CJ, and he was like the prototype of Eminem. Like 8 Mile had just came out. He had the hoodie. He
Yeah.
got left back, and he was ill. Like for that age bracket, if I was like 11, he was probably 13, 14, and he used to destroy me. We used to battle in the staircase, the lunchroom. Every single time he would battle me to the point he'd be like, "Yo, man, get out of here! Like, why you keep coming to battle me? Like, you're not going to win."
Yeah.
Typical high school, middle school shit, laughing. And then we had this big dance, and this was like the first taste of like, getting the victory. It was the dance, packed, everybody's there, and I call him out the battle again. And
At
I
the
think,
dance? So you had them cut the music at the dance.
yeah, I had him cut the music at the dance, and then
All right.
everybody was just respecting, like, yo, this little nigga just doesn't stop. He just wants I want my win. Like, you got me 10 times, but I need my one.
Yeah.
And I think he kind of like underestimated because he was winning so much. He threw something out there that was cool. And then, it's like the one-liners. And everybody knew he got left back. So I think I had freestyle, like I could kill you with 3 rhymes. Yeah, I know he's dumb. This nigga got left back 3 times. And the crowd, the whole dance shut down. And that feeling, they picking me up the whole night. Everybody, giving me drink. At that moment, I'm like, I didn't know, like, that was the beginning of me being a battle rapper. But, like, when I go back now, I could tell that's the high. From that moment forward, then I'm playing basketball one day on my block. And this was, like, the first street corner battle. And it's a dude. I'm still cool with him now. He winds up, his name is Young Don. He winds up being on the corner rapping. And they like, yo, my man DNA is smoky. So I'm 13 now, and he's like 18.
Yeah.
So when he sees me, he's laughing. Like, who, him? So they're like, yeah. So we start battling. I wind up getting him. Because at that time, Quest, I ain't know that you should have premeditated bars or writtens. I'm just literally freestyling. So when he runs out of rhymes, I'm still able to go because I'm freestyling. So that was like my first real street battle. I won that. Then I went to the park. I beat 2 people over there. So now, like, in my neighborhood in Corona, my name is, like, buzzing. Like, oh, this little nigga DNA, he's 14 or whatever. He's killing niggas. So they wind up, this dude named Star, he's the first guy that ever took me to the studio. So he winds up calling, like, somehow getting my number. I don't know how he gets my number, but he gets my number, and he's like, and I ain't gonna lie, this shit kind of had me, like, rattled because he's like, yo, yeah, pull up on my block at 9. We're gonna have 20 people out there. You pick whoever you want.
Okay.
So I'm like, so in my mind, I'm like, the fuck? Like, nigga, 20 people, like, I've never been exposed to this. So I'm like, all right. So I tell all my homies at the time, my older homies, all of that, because I'm like, I'm not going to this nigga's block, Dolo. So I go over there with like 10 people. I get there, and the dude I wound up battling, you probably know him, but he was on grind time. His name was Childs. He was supposed to battle Conceited.
Okay.
And when I go there, I'm getting ready to pick who I'm going to battle. And he's like, nah, fuck it, battle me. So this was the first real battle I had because he was using premeditated bars. So he was like, oh, put your brains on the curb so you can kick some knowledge, something with your train. All them common lines.
Yeah.
And I'm really searching for the freestyles. And it's taking too long because I don't got nothing to go to. So I took it out. That was like the first time, I tasted defeat. And after that, then I was just like, all right, now I see how this works. Now you got to have your go-tos, freestyle, writtens. I see how it's going. So that was like the first L I took that really kind of shaped me to, know how to, move around now.
Okay. So all this time you're going by DNA, right?
So, right. Yes.
Okay.
By the time I'm 11, I'm DNA. DNA has been my rap name for over 21 years now.
Right.
Almost 22 when I turned 33. But my first rap name was Explicit.
Okay.
Terrible. So one of my homies.
Did you spell it with a Z or something crazy in the middle? Like, I know you didn't spell it correctly.
I'm trying to think how I spelled it.
Spell it with an X. You was running around doing this.
Probably. I'm not sure. But when with the DNA name, one of my homies was like, "Yo, you should call yourself DNA," and I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, literally like, because you the nasty, like you call yourself the nastiest amateur. And you know, at 11, that was like heaven to me. That sounded
Right,
like
right.
the move. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then, you know, when I got older, I'm like, I'm not an amateur and I don't like anything with the nastiest in it. So I just switched it to deadly in action.
Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah, yeah. So
okay.
that's like the acronym right now.
Dope, dope. So now we're in high school, man. We get to high school. You done shut down the gym at
Middle school, yeah.
middle school. Everybody know you from just going around and around battling. Now, how old were you when you and was it Rome? No, no, it wasn't Rome, and that's my apology. Your first grind time battle.
First grind time battle, I was 17. So high school
Okay,
was weird because
okay. So we okay. Boom.
yeah,
High
in
school.
high school, I did a couple battles my first year in high school, but I got into a situation there I had to transfer. I went to the second high school that I was in. I got into the fight where I lost my tooth. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? Where homie snuck me and no, I lost my tooth. But that didn't happen in school. But because we went to the same school, for the
Hmm.
situation that I got into the prior year, I was on probation. So
Mm.
my probation officer was like, if you continue to go to the school with the guy that knocked out your tooth, it's not gonna go right and you're gonna wind up violating probation. So I had to um I had to switch schools. And at that
Hmm.
point, they couldn't find any, so I got homeschooled.
Okay.
And the tricky part with that is I got homeschooled all the way up into the 12th grade. And then my mom, she had like a knee infection that spread all through her body. She almost died then. And you know, my sister, we wasn't seeing eye to eye, and she went and literally opened the door to tell, like, you know, at that time I needed somebody that was 18 or over to be like, yo, I'm here present for Eric to go to school today, and she wouldn't open the door. So that's literally like the reason why I never got my GED. So
Mm.
at that moment, I was gonna go get my GED, and then once my mom got better, I literally jumped right into grind time right after that. So that's how that went. So I really
Okay.
didn't do too much. I did 2 years of high school. I did a
Hmm.
year and like 3 months in the actual high school. After that,
Right.
I was homeschooled, and then literally after that, I become DNA.
Okay.
So yeah, I was 17 when I got the tryout with
Okay.
PH versus Amzilla.
Now, rest in peace, PH, man.
Rest in peace,
Definitely.
PH, for sure.
Now I remember. So this was see. I thought Farnham was the first battle.
Mm-mm. It was so I battled Amzilla as the tryout.
Okay.
My first main stage battle was Prophet.
Okay.
Then it was AKA. Then it was Farnham.
Okay.
Mhm.
Man, Poison Pen, PH.
Yeah.
How did it? How did it come about? You even going on grind time?
So, you know, growing up, how we, you know, grew up in the music. I been watched, you know, Smack DVDs. I knew
Yeah.
Mook, Lux, Miles, X Factor, Nemesis, Rex. Um, and you know, I was like at this point, I knew how to battle rap. I knew exactly what it was. And the guy that I recorded with, his son had autism, and he had to he moved to Miami to like give him a better life because New York was getting too expensive. So I was never really a battle rapper at this moment because I was doing a bunch of, you know, albums and mixtapes. I had like 8 mixtapes by 17. So the whole goal was always music. But when he left, I'm like, now everybody got a home studio. You Google stuff and find out. But at this time, you know, this is when this all first started coming about. So I'm like, damn, I'm 17. I don't know how to record. I don't want to pay mad money for studio time. Yo, I
Hmm.
gotta find. I'm like, maybe this is a good thing. I gotta find a way to get my name bigger than just in Corona.
Hmm.
So I go on World Star and I see the Grind Time battles. I actually seen Cortez versus Complex,
Okay.
and I reached out to PH on MySpace at the time. This is how throwback this is. And when I reach out to him, I sent him a video of me rapping, and he gives me the tryout date.
Okay.
And then then we get to Amzilla.
When you're going for this tryout, what's going on in your mind? Like,
Don't fuck up. You know what I mean? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Make sure you're right. And I'm gonna tell you, right? So it's one thing when you got talent, it's another thing when you master your talent. So the reason why this whole process of battle rap and life and all these things that's happening is so ill because this is how you get DNA today that just literally knows what to do, when to do, how to do it. Boom, boom, boom. With Amzilla, the biggest mistake I made with him is not using my secret weapon, which is freestyling. I was so horned in on, yo, I'm gonna go ahead and show him that these punchlines I crafted and these metaphors that I made are crazy that when I get there and he's freestyling, I'm so locked in that my written material is that good. I don't freestyle, knowing I can. And like when you go watch the battle back, you know, what he said was good for the moment. What I'm saying is still, I had some shit in there that people would probably like right now, but it didn't matter because in the moment he was doing what he needed to do. So I wound up losing, and that's the lesson I learned in that. Like, yo, no matter what you can do everything when you can do it.
Yeah.
Like if you know how to freestyle, why would you go a battle not doing it? If you know how to, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
scheme, why would you go a battle with not doing it? Like bring everything on the table. And they had made a written rule. Like, yo, listen, only the winners advance. But with my battle, even though I lost, Cortez, Poison Pen, Iron Solomon, Sarah Connor, and Swave Sever was like, yo, DNA got to be part of Grind Time. This young nigga is insane. And they broke the rule for me, and that's how I got in there. Because I was nervous. When they said I lost, I'm like, I blew it. And they was like, nah, you still in there.
So, man, just to even think that, like, had that been the rule, man, where would you be? Had they not broke that rule, of course you would have had the wherewithal
feel like,
to get where you need to be.
Yeah, I feel like we would have figured it out. But it definitely was I just like that intensity. Like that was hip hop. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, if you lose, you know, in my mind, I don't even want it no other way. Like I was kind of mad that, you know, they still was like, you in there. I'm like, nah, I lost. I need to sharpen my snipe, get my shit together. But but they was like, nah, man, like what he did was incredible. So we still putting them in. And then that's how I got in Grind Time.
That's funny. Around that time they had the Grind Time website or whatever. They had that open. They had the message board, the chat board.
Yeah.
And I remember I saw like battle rap promotion before, but I had never saw what you were doing as a kid in this space. You were doing I'll never forget this because this is my first time seeing you. You messaged me something, and you probably don't even remember, but you're like, yo, I'm about to battle Farnham, and I'm like, I don't know who the fuck Farnham is. Like at the time, shout out to Farnham or whatever, but you're like, yeah, man, I'm about to and you were just saying what you were about to do. And I was watching the YouTube video. You were like lifting weights and like you were doing all this stuff. And at the time, I'm looking at that and I'm like, man, this is fucking wrestling, man. Like this is like and like to look into the future and see how tapped in and in tune you are with wrestling. I understand even more. Let's talk about your foresight or the wherewithal to know that these battles had to be promoted and marketed, and you coming in the game and being one of the originators in doing that.
I mean, really, like, you know, I could take credit myself for knowing how to bring it to battle rap. But yeah, like you said, I was a big wrestling fan, so I seen that's what they did in that to promote. And then I was a big G-Unit fan, and I seen like how 50 would use, you know, beefs or skits or whatever to promote his album. So once I saw like how that was working on the internet and how people would thrive off of that, and that would be the selling point or the marketing tool to get that. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, battle rap is just simply, yo, I'm gonna beat you. Like, where's the excitement factor at? And I felt like because it started being, like you said, matches boards and people coming through, and it started becoming a real community, into now it's a culture. I'm like, yo, we got to start adding the entertainment factor, like outside of the battle, to make you want to go watch the actual battle.
Right. So, what made you? You know, I had to ask this question, man. What was going through your mind as you were saran wrap taping a fake explosive to your person
Um,
prior to battling Rome?
um. So look, right? It's funny because I took this back, and this is why you can't take this back because now, and I mean, it just the time period changed. But when we first started doing battle rap, yo, this question, winning and losing was a big deal. Like
Hell
you
yeah.
couldn't just lose and shrug it off and go drink and go hang out and
Nah,
be good and have people on Twitter tell you, man, they was biased, man. You really won. Like you really sat with the
nah.
L.
The world stopped.
Yeah, like you didn't want to hang out. You was mad. You ain't want to do nothing. So my goal when I first came into grind time, this was my idea as an 18-year-old kid. Yo, I would come in here, I'll win 10 battles in a row. I'll be the first battle rapper to go 10-0, and I'll leave and I'll go off to do music because my promotion to be so high off of it. So I went 2-0. When I lost to Farnham, I was like, okay, it's one. When I lost to Lil Pesci, I was like, yo, what am I doing here? Like, what's going on? Like, because I didn't really feel like I lost them battles. I knew what happened there too, where I went wrong. I felt like I edged the battle in 3, but then I learned the aspect of being a judge that just wants to see that extra round because they're thoroughly entertained, and I wasn't preparing for extra rounds. So I was freestyling the 4th round and losing because the other person had their material. So going into Roan, I was terrified of Roan because I had seen what he did to Illegal, I seen what he did to Prophet, and I seen what he did to Charles Hamilton. So I didn't even want to take the battle. And a lot of people, I think I said this before, but a lot of people don't know that PH called me on the phone and had to convince me to do the battle. PH and Cortez. It was like, yo, why are you doubting yourself? Like you one of the best. I wouldn't even approach you with the Rome battle if I didn't think you could stand toe to toe with him. Like DNA, don't let these losses mess with you. And PH was like a big bro to me. And he was like, yo, I'm disappointed in you that you would not have this confidence in yourself. And then Cortez called me like, yo, you're bugging. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, nigga, you could beat him. So I'm sitting there like, yo, I gotta beat this nigga. Like, I gotta beat him. And then that's when I thought of the idea with the bomb. Like, yo, man, I gotta do a theatric. I gotta use a prop to send it over the top. And I literally, my mom and Conceited helped me put it was a book. And it was ices, frozen ices on the side of me. Strapped it together. And at this time, I was still riding the train. I rode the train with it on and all that. With it zipped up and all that.
Bruh. Can you imagine if stop and frisk?
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'm going straight to jail. There's no turning back.
Man, so at that point, man, you're doing these battles, man, and URL gets the growing, man. Like King of the Dot is thriving, but before all that, it's like you're pushing to do this and then do music. Did you have in your mind that battle rap was gonna turn into what it would soon turn into, or were you just as surprised as it started to grow and grow and grow?
Nah, I was just a surprise, man. I loved it just as a hobby, and it was fun. It was something to do. I was young, luckily for me, I didn't have no kids, so I didn't have to deal with the pressure of that. Of like, yo, I need something that makes me constant money. I kind of got to see it grow and be able to not have to leave it and give it my devoted attention until I seen it. But yeah, man, like shit. The first time I got paid for a battle was Big T.
Really?
I got $350. And I was like, wow. Yo,
I just got paid.
Yeah, I went home and told her, like, it was literally a thing to my mom. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't even say nothing to surprise her. The next day we went to get the groceries or whatever. I'm like, nah, I got it. And like, I was getting money doing features before that and little $50, $100 there, but like $350, like I just paid for all the groceries right there. And she's like, where'd you get that from? Like thinking I'm doing something else. I'm like, nah, from the battle. She's like, they paid you? I'm like, yeah, they paid me the battle. She's like, wow. And then after that, I got paid $750 versus Young L, and then it went to $2,500 for X Factor, and then by the time we got to Summer Madness 2, I made 5 bands, so it was crazy.
So just seeing that crowd changing, there was a time when URL was growing. They were starting. I remember the first event, and by the time they had that second event coming around, they were tapping into a lot of the New York talent that, like, I remember a time, man, I was on Jump Off, man. And like if we use gun bars or something, that's why me and Marv were like a big thing over there. Because it was a breath of fresh air, because it was a little more, we still had humor, but it was still a little more dangerous than what they were used to.
Yeah.
But I remember having to like write a certain kind of way because I wouldn't get credit for these kind of punchlines over here. So when URL came about, Grind Time had MCs from all over the country, all over the world. You got guys in LA, guys in Kansas City, guys in Chicago, all over. And URL, through their first event, brought back some of the classic smack battlers. When you got over there, you went over
Cortez, Hollow, Conceited,
Conceited,
Soapcon, Newborn. Yeah.
Did you feel like now there's a lot of alliance to leagues or whatever the case is? When you went over there, like, what was the conversation, if any? Because these are people that you came up with, spotted your talent. Like, was it like, hey, I'm about to go do this? Or was it like, yo, I'm out, I'm about to go do this? Like, how was that transition from doing Grind Time primarily because they were the only thing around to becoming a mainstay on Smack?
So you know what was crazy? It was like I always kept this, like you said, about that moral compass. I always kept that with me throughout my whole career, and I feel like that's what always kept me with good relationships with people. Is if I say I'm gonna do something, I try 1,000,000% to do it, or be a man of like integrity. So a lot of people don't know is URL's inaugural event was the same day as Grind Time's Bad Blood.
Yep.
And they wanted me to battle X Factor. And I turned it down because I already committed to PH. And they threw everything in the book. Like, yo, you battling somebody named Peanut, and it was Norbs at the time. Like, you battling somebody named Peanut, I got you X Factor from the original Smack. Boom, we'll pay you. He's not even paying you. I'm like, nah, but he gave me my shot. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I could do it, but I can't do it the same day. And you know what I mean? At this moment, I got no relationship with him. So I'm thinking they just going to be like, well, you know what I mean? Fuck him, because we try to give him an opportunity and, he's not moving how we want him to move. But I'm just like, nah, you know what I mean? And I think that's what kind of built me and PH's relationship to where it got to, is like, because I stood on what I stood on. Like, I told you I'm going to do it. You don't got to think about it either. Like, I would not be in this situation if it wasn't for you. So, you know what I mean? I always tell people that I'm not going to jump to the next. Like, and you get what I'm saying? And it's the same day. So I know y'all got some competition thing going on. And then this is October 2009. And in December 2009, PH gave me Rich Dollars. He paid out his pocket to get me a battle with Rich Dollars to make up for not
you missing the X Factor battle.
Exactly.
I always wonder where that battle came from.
That's where it came from. Literally, like, DNA, you know what I mean? You was honorable. You didn't go over there when you could have. Yeah. Boom, I'm gonna do this for you, and I'm gonna pay you on this one. And that's why I did the 2-on-2 with Zim and it was me and SoCon versus Zim and Ronan. Yeah. And then after that, we had a real conversation. Because I was asking PH what's next, and then they URL spun the block and offered me P. And I was like, hey, I think, like, this is kind of a good move after Rich Dollars. PH, what do you think? And he was real now on his end, like, yo, listen, well, I don't think I could offer you nothing right here, and I don't want to stunt you because, like DNA, you're the future. Like, you should take that battle. I think this is gonna take you to the next level. And it was awkward at first because they had their little thing going, throwing shots. But then what was so ill about PH is I remember 2 days before the battle, I was like nervous where we stand, and he called me like, yo, good? Where's your rounds at? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, like, I got him. He's like, yo, I'm coming to the battle. And that shit was like, I'm like, word, yo, you coming to the battle? He's like, yeah. And PH stood behind me in that battle.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know Smack's real nigga time slogan was made on PH.
Word.
Yeah, when PH walks to the stage, he go, PH in the building, grind time in the building. What's up? And PH like, what's up? He like, we on real nigga time, nigga. That's how it started. That's how it's
Yeah,
created. And him
dang.
and PH had like a little standoff. And it was hostile, but PH was like, yo, nigga, I'm here for DNA. Like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
stand here for DNA. And you know, Smack was talking this shit. But that's how it originated. But
That's wild.
but through my whole URL career, PH supported me. He used
Yeah.
to call me, used to be in the crowd for the battles, tell me what I need to work on, tell me what I was doing right. Like he was a real guy, man.
Okay. So PH always was that Bad Blood. That's me and Ice battled that.
Yes, sir.
Car.
Yeah,
We
Ice
ended up,
Age too.
Yeah, we ended up taking. They called me super late notice because Rex and Math were supposed to headline that battle.
Yeah, originally when it first started, I was supposed to battle. So let me tell you the plot twist. The plot twist also to why I didn't do it is because the original battle was me and X Factor on Grind Time. When they had the sponsor and I was going to get paid from that.
Okay.
So it was like, I can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could get X Factor still, but it's like that originally was over. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like, I couldn't do that. I didn't do that.
Yeah, man. PH was so dope. You know how, man, somebody call you late, you tell them a price and you want, and you worried if they gonna get it. You get there, they like, yo, man, I got you, I promise, or whatever, man. PH always took care of me, man, and I always appreciated just the love. Him, Poison Pen, everybody. So around that time, you battle Ump. After Ump, you get a young, fresh. I think you were Surf's first URL battle.
Second. His first was Ill.
Okay. So you and Surf battle.
Yeah.
You battled Big T.
Yep.
And this is when something happened that I'm interested to know how this came about. The Time is Money League.
Yeah.
They were in New York, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I felt like they came out of nowhere. They were like, boom, then they were out of here.
Yeah.
You started just like hitting all these side leagues, like battle leagues just start popping up. You were one of the first people going and hitting some of these leagues on a consistent basis and then still doing URL battles.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Was it just, yo, I'm trying to get some bread, or was it branding? Was it marketing, promotion? What was it?
So it was a lot of things. I mean, like, one, just to be transparent, I feel like URL is like now I fit in on URL because, like, you know what I mean, I came into my own. I'm a grown man. You know what I mean? I've been around for so long. But at the beginning, URL is like predominantly like a street league. So, you know what I mean? I'm not talking about drug bars or gun bars all the time. Like, I still, I'm lyrical. I know how to do all of that. I just feel like at the beginning of my career, it wasn't really resonating. Like, I won against Ump, in my opinion. I won against Surf, in my opinion. I feel like Big T was like, it was like a learning lesson. I lost that battle. So after that, I was like, let me figure this out. And then Licks, what people don't know is for a long time, shout out to my guy Licks. I think it's Licks. Yeah, Licks. He was sponsoring the King of the Ring events. And then I think he wanted to branch off and do something on his own. And he presented it to me like, yo, I can get you T-Rex. And you know what I mean? Rex is a legend. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And after that opportunity, I got paid more money on that than I was on URL. So that's what it was. Okay. It was, yo, I can utilize me being on this league to get more money over here. And that's when I started like, all right, let's do it.
Okay. So you said you learned something from the DNA.
From the Big T battle.
The Big T battle. The DNA versus Big T. That was what, 2010?
10.
10. Okay. Your next URL battle
is Ill.
Okay. What did you use that you learned from that Big T battle for the Young Ill battle?
I didn't use it then. That's the crazy part because I learned
Okay.
something in the L battle. I just feel like in that time period with L, T, and X Factor, those was
Hmm.
all learning battles. I
Okay.
was trying shit out, figuring myself out, figuring how to attack, what's really my style. And in the process of that, that's why I feel like those battles was debatable. I lost because I didn't know what to do. So I'm
Okay.
just trying out a whole bunch of different, you know what I mean? Different
Yeah.
things.
How old are you in 2011?
How old am I? 19 when I battled L,
Okay.
but
So like
20 when I
19,
battled
20 when you battle X.
20 when I battle X, 19 when I battle L, because
Okay.
L was in March before my birthday, and X I was 20 already.
Okay. So you go from those three battles, and that's a tough run right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, but this is what I utilized, what I learned against Diz. That was my
Yeah.
next one
Yeah.
after
You
X.
have yeah, you got Disaster.
Hmm.
And it's a battle that I believe that helped build
King of the Dot.
yeah, help build King of the Dot, but also this is a monumental time in battle rap. It's a very, very specific point of battle rap that I don't think we always look at the way we should, right? There's a lot of moments in battle rap. There's moments where like you got Jen in front of all those people at the summit. You got Ilmac and like Scribble Jam. You got certain people like with television or different things, Swan on TV, stuff like that. Y'all had a battle where y'all brought one of, if no, the biggest name in music
At the time, yeah.
at the time. It wasn't like, yo, when I was like coming up and we'll get and you seen this, we'll have a judge that once was
Hmm.
still great and respected, but they once were the top person, and now, yo,
Now
they're
they here.
now
Yep.
they here judging this battle, because they still got love for the culture or they getting paid. You got somebody watching y'all battle intensely, Drake, who it ain't enough money to pay him to be here, let alone be on camera,
Yeah, and then
right?
remember he turned down the video with Future that day.
Damn,
People forget that. That was in the headline. Like Drake no shows Future video for rap battle in Canada.
damn.
Word.
So, did you know Drake was gonna be there?
No. So let's get to this story, right? So um me and Disaster, this is like the first time where like the lines was definitely blurred between battle rap and it being real. And it was real
Okay.
to me. You know what I mean? We had like it was this one video that came out with me like losing my cool with Cortez, like meet me in Vegas. Like
Mm-hmm.
I was wilding, Disaster was wilding, and we were supposed to battle in Cali.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we was so heated with all that, all my homies, at this time I'm eight. What am I? Shit, at this time I'm like 18, 19. They like, yo, like why the hell would you go all the way to the West Coast? We can't fly out there because we ain't have money like that at the time. And
Mm-hmm.
y'all got like a real type of situation. It was like, yo, don't do that. So I'm like, yeah, y'all right, because this might not just be battle rap. So I dubbed it.
Mm-hmm.
And he went, you know how Disaster is.
Yeah.
He went off the deep end, went crazy blogs. I never battle you, I never battle you. So URL, I think around this time they was trying to put together the Motor City Mayhem card.
Mm-hmm.
And they was gonna put me and Diz on it, and they was gonna give me 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta give Clips credit for this because I was going to take the five. It's five. At this time I never got paid $5,000 ever. And he
Mm-hmm.
was like, yo, if you battle him on URL and beat him, it's not going to be hit the same as if you beat him on King of the Dot, because URL is your world, King of the Dot is his world. If you beat him on URL, they're going to say you're supposed to do that. And if he beats you on URL, you're going to look crazy because he came all the way over there. He's like, I'm telling you, the battle is going to be the battle if you battle him on King of the Dot. If you battle him on King of the Dot, y'all are going to have one of the greatest battles ever. And if you win on King of the Dot, it is going to solidify you. Like he prophesized that. So literally going off of that, I'm like, When I thought about it, I'm like, all right, this makes sense. I tell him no, URL couldn't believe it. So organic is like, listen, I got 1,500, but I'm gonna make it worth your while.
Okay.
So I say, all right. So I take the 1,500. Boom, boom, boom. I get out there. I had passport issues. I wound up not being able to get my passport right away. So you had to dip into the 1,500 to get my passport. It was on me. Then I was so tired coming up with rounds. I didn't even have all my rounds for disaster. I literally had maybe half of a round. Then I had a whole round the day before the battle. I went to go catch the train because my flight to Connecticut was in Canada. When I took the train, I fell asleep on the train because I broke night and missed my flight. So you had to dip into the 15 again to get me a new flight. I land in Canada and they pressed me because they was like, when I told you I had probation, I didn't know at this time, like my record got sealed. But the government can still see it. So they was like, have you ever been arrested? I'm like, no, because I'm like, this shit is sealed. They're like, you're lying. We see it right here. So then they held me up in the border for that. Then I had to explain to them what I got arrested for, why it got sealed, why is it dropped. So I was in there for an hour. Then when I got out of there, I get to my hotel. I still only got one round for the biggest battle of my life. So I put together the second round that night. And then I'm like, I'm going to just wing the third. And your man wants to go unlimited. So I'm like, I'm going to be freestyling for about 20 minutes because this nigga's going to take off in this third. And when we get to the battle, I'm outside practicing and some limousine pulls up and they all go crazy. It's Drake. So in my mind, it's my first time in Canada. I'm like, man, I bet they do this every time a limousine pulls up. Ain't no motherfucking Drake here. I walk inside and it's Drake talking to Disaster. And then Drake is like, yeah, we want to make this battle judge. Let's put 4,000 up for the winner. And I'm like, after seeing him just talk to Diz, I'm like, nah, like in my head, like that's your man. I'm like, nah, I'm not making it judge. So now I'm like, now I'm thinking Clips is out of his fucking mind. Like, nigga, you said I should do it over here. Nigga, Drake is here now. Him and Disaster is cool. I have no material. I'm about to get smoked. And this shit is about to look terrible. So Diz goes first. And he has that first round that he has. And I'm even more like, what the fuck am I like? This shit I'm gonna get smoked. And that shit just put me in a different gear. And then in my mind, I'm like, I can't lose this shit. No matter what he just said, even though he was crazy, I gotta fight. And And then that shit wound up turning out so crazy that Drake wound up giving us each like 3,000 each after that.
Dang.
So I still wound up making the 5.
Plus shout out the Clips.
Plus Drake being there, plus the battle doing 6 million. Like, so it in the end, he did know what he was talking about.
Man, I will say that like Drake being at that battle, for me, like the optics of it, it's like, none of y'all have an excuse not to come.
Yeah.
Now, like all y'all gotta go. If Drake can go, you can go.
Yeah.
Like so that was fire. You mentioned Clips giving you that advice around that time. I remember there used to be the ongoing joke in battle rap stuff.
Yes, sir.
Like, sleeping. And I even had one when we battled. Sleeping on Clips' couch or something. But Clips served as, from what I viewed it, like a mentor early on.
Like a mentor, like a big brother for sure.
Yeah. Can you kind of go into the dynamic of your friendship during that time and what you got from it, what you learned from it, and just how it came about?
So rest in peace to Fred the Godson. It came about through Fred the God, because at this time period, it was like a legendary blockwork studio. So Cortez, Math, Clips, Hollow, and Fred, they always used to be at Blockwork. And I was the young guy. So Cortez, I was the closest with Cortez. So I always used to tell Cortez, Cortez, let me come up there, let me go. He's like, nah, not this time. We about to do, boy, like we about to work, boy. Like, I mean, you can't, little bro me. So I'm like, next time you go, I'm going. So when I go there, Clips happens to be there. Clips is in there recording for Dipset, doing some shit with Cam at the time. And he's freestyling. So this is like a show for Cortez and Fred. So they like so Cortez like like my man DNA like that's what he does. So Clips is like, all right, cool. So he start freestyling, what I mean, getting in his zone, but like to the record. So at this time we all hungry. This is at the beginning.
Yeah.
So he said like a little punchline with DNA, like what I mean, to try to get me started. So now I start going, and then it turns into a battle, and everybody in there is going crazy, and like it was wild. We was going back and forth with each other, and then he had like one little line of something that I said that didn't make sense to where he kind of edged the battle.
Mm-hmm.
So what I mean, for me, it was like, nigga, not too many people beat me in freestyling. Like this nigga, what I mean? Who is this nigga? Like this nigga beat me, and for everybody else, they was like astonished, like that I went toe to toe with Clips. And Fred the God kept asking me like, "Yo, how old are you?" I'm like 18. He's like, "Nah, this nigga's the future. This nigga's the truth." Da 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 da. So from there, we kind of just built the relationship and had respect. And the dynamic of it was like I said, like Clips kind of showed me like the humility side of like really understanding your opponent, because at that age it was great and I would never regret it or take it back. But I think I'm the best in the world. Nobody can fuck with me. Everybody else is trash. That's how I carried it. But I feel like in order for me to get as great as I am now, I had to have that humbling humility moment to understand the attributes that others can do that I can't, in order to see about it, to not steal from it, but how do I put that in my arsenal? How do I add that? So that was like the biggest lesson I learned in that, is humbling myself, which from conversations with him, even though some of them wasn't good and they turned into arguments, but the end result was that was the lesson I learned in that, till seeing what other people do that I could learn from. So yeah, that's basically what it was. And then I learned a lot of just like I learned how to really study battle rap. I'll say like from Clips, I learned how to know how to do things intentionally. Like, yeah, once I do this move and that move, it's going to require this reaction, and I should do this then. Like, I learned how to study what I do and then know when to do it, instead of just doing it and like, luckily it working. Like, nah, I'm going to do it and I know it's going to work.
Got you. So you had took like it had been like a year before you go back to URL, and you ended up battling E-Ness.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Crazier than crazy glue nuts.
Yeah. I battled Disaster in November 2011. I battled E-Ness in August of 2012, but I battled Tech 9 in March.
Okay. Did that battle not come out? Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
They took it down with the whole situation.
So when you get back to URL, what's your mission now? Because you're on a like this Diz battle. Like I said, it's a legendary battle. You've left and had like a mega classic that's been seen by millions and millions of people. You're high in demand, and you're back on URL after losing to basically having a 3 battle like skid. You're back. What's the mindset? What are you coming back to do?
I'm coming back to show everybody, what I'm able to do now, how much I grew now, and of course my stock went up and the price went up. You got to think, when I battled Tech, this is Tech 9 after what he did to Miles.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody and their mother is scared to battle Tech 9, and I'm the one that cracked them like right after that. So that was a defining moment of like, yeah, it's not a fluke with what happened with this new shit that I know. I'm gonna be a problem. I'm a problem now.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got that battle out the way, then it was people don't know I was supposed to battle Mook on Summer Madness. He turned it down. I was supposed to battle Lux, but he had the material for Calico. He turned it down, and then I was supposed to battle Sirius Jones in a 15,000 winner take all, and then he wound up choosing Clips at the time, and then E-Ness. Yeah, that's when they found me Ness.
This was one of the times that you watch something and you say, "Yo, he understands this crowd."
Yeah.
And Ness did not understand this crowd. It was a very telling battle. It was from two different sides. It was one side where it's like, yo, I know everything they're about to do. And this side was just like, yo, him knowing everything they're about to do is driving me crazy. How did it feel to get that kind of reception on the stage that day?
I mean, like, yo, it was everything. So at that time, you got to think, Quest, I'm 20, about to turn 21. I battled Disaster in front of Drake. I wound up doing a song with Kevin Durant behind it. Wound up linking up with him. This is Kevin Durant when he first gets to the league.
Yeah.
Hitmaker winds up hitting me up to do music. The response is through the roof. I gained wild followers. The battles at 1 million. Then I beat Tech Nine after he battles Miles. I'm on cloud 9, and then right after that, I beat E Ness in front of Diddy at Summer Madness with Busta Rhymes, Q-Tip, and Lloyd Banks standing in the Raptors.
Yeah,
it's priceless. I'm the man right now. I feel like I'm the man right now. So yeah, it was just crazy being in there, like Diddy being in there, them chanting 3-0, cheesecake, looking up, freestyling all the lines. It was a wild moment. Like I'm having flashbacks thinking about it now. Like it's wild.
You know, one thing I always say when your name comes up in discussion, whenever it's something and it's like some money up, or it's a crowd that's got to vote, or it's judges that got to vote, I say, listen, bro, you put DNA on BET, he's gonna win. You like I say this when we're debating who's gonna win this. I'm like, no, because here's the thing. He understands people. People always, they go into, oh man, he's doing this for the crowd. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look at the crowd in front of you. That's why I always looked at you as somebody that would be timeless. Their talent in battle rap is timeless. If you'd have started battling when KRS won and then was battling, you'd have been straight. If you'd have battled with Iron Solomon and Swan and the Scribble Jam people, you'd have been straight. If you'd have came up on URL in the early days of Smack, you'd have been straight because you understand people. You ended up getting all that attention, gaining all that attention. Now people, your faces being recognized. What's your family think? Because by now you're flying all over the place. You're barely 20. You can't even drink. You're
facts.
But you're going to other countries and you're working. You're bringing home something. How's your family responding? They treating you just like the same old kid, or that's Eric, whatever, or do they really understand what you got going on?
I think into the Drake battle, like, cause my mom, you know what I mean? She obviously she knew who Drake was. She understood it then, like, wow, like we know who Drake is, and my son is just with him and performing. He just gave him money. I got Drake's number after that, like all that's going on. So she understands all of that. And then my grandma didn't understand it until we went out. And then it was one day we went out and she asked me like 5 times in a row, "You seen a lot of your friends today?" I said, "I don't know none of them." She said, "So why are they coming up to you?" I said, "Because of what I do." She said, okay. I'm like, yeah. I mean, so, obviously later on, they see the ESPN and BET. By that point, they know, like, all right, yeah. But yeah, that's the first significant thing. But like I said, at this time, I kind of take the role over of my grandmother. My grandma's retired by the time I really start getting into battle rap. And my dad already passed away. My grandfather already passed away. And my uncle was still dealing with what he had to do. So I was the guy, you know what I mean? Up until my mom and my grandma died, I was the guy that was at the hospital every single day. I was the guy that was, going all the way from where I live in New York all the way to Queens to get my grandmother's medicine, to go food shopping for her, to, do all that. So I was the guy. Like, once I started getting that money, I was the one buying clothes, putting people on my phone line, doing that, just taking care of the family. So, and I mean, rightfully so to my grandmother, because it was like, I'm forever in debt with her. I could have wound up in a foster home and all different other stuff if it wasn't for her taking on that role. So, you know what I mean? It was second nature to me. It's something I wanted to do. Yeah. So yeah, that like once once they seen I was able to do that and I was able to do it legally, then they was like, okay, wow, this is paying off.
Okay. Now, from that standpoint, man, it's difficult sometimes, like balancing like family and the
Yeah,
things that go on in family while you're creating or trying
yeah,
to get ready to
yeah,
or
yeah.
trying to get inspired or
That's why,
whatever.
like, literally after the thing with a situation with my mom, that's why I had to take off now. Like, I
Hmm.
can't, because you know what it is, Quest. Like, I feel like we both men of honor, but I can't expect everybody to have the same honor that I got.
Hmm.
And I know what I signed up for when I signed that contract and get in the ring. And it's like I've never ever didn't look like myself in a battle in terms where I lost my cool or wanted to do something. And I was just like, with how serious that situation is with my mom and how I feel about it, I don't even want to play around with it or even, you know what I mean? For
Yeah,
somebody to do that. And then I have to,
yeah,
because that, like, I'm not in the right space to even say, all right, let's finish this here. Let's handle this after. Like, I'm in the space of like, you know what I mean? It's not gonna get finished. And I'm like,
yeah,
I gotta come to the realization of that. And then also, it's not just that, because I think a lot of people, I would say 85% of the people that I would get scheduled with a battle with would have enough decency to do it. But me and you know, like overall, just the culture now. I don't know
yeah,
about when we talking about then, but now I'm like, the last thing I need is to be in something toxic while I'm grieving. Like,
yeah,
so I'm like, I gotta take a step away from this because this is not even about just the craft either. So like,
yeah. I 100%. When when we did the WRCs, those 2-on-2s, my brother got killed right before we had to go start getting ready to go to New York. And like early in the grind time days, I was not about to be battling, bruh. Um, I was I didn't like where I had to go mentally to create because I was going by old rules. Yo, I don't like you. I'm upset at you. We beefing. It's like putting myself in a fake space to be angry. It wasn't just business or whatever to say these bad things. And I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do it. I like Philly Swain and Hollow. They called me to battle Hollow. Cortez and Soulkind. They called me to battle Cortez. And I couldn't do it, man. I actually, when me and Head Ice battled, I battled Head Ice just because I had to pay a lawyer. And I was able, through watching people like you, uh Real Deal, watching Marv maneuver, I'm like, oh shit, it's some integrity. It's this ain't that serious. When I went to go battle Ice, I realized like Marvin Cortez argued and it wasn't a fight. They were just arguing about rap or whatever. So I totally understand. When we get to, I think like 2013, you and K Shine have like one of the like classic URL battles.
yeah.
Had y'all came across, because y'all ended up doing NWX, and we'll talk about that. But at this point, had y'all really crossed one another's paths, or
Yeah.
did y'all kind of just know each other through association, or what?
Nah, so I mean, obviously, I know who he was. He knew who I was. He was on the Dot Mob side. I was on the NYB side, even though I wasn't NYB,
Mm-hmm.
but I was an unofficial NYB member.
Mm-hmm.
Um, due to my relationship with Cortez, not that I ever wanted to be in the group or nothing, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So through that, I had took my shots at him. People had got in his ear about me saying stuff about him that a lot of it I didn't say, other than just, I could
Yeah.
beat him or whatever. And it was that competitive nature there to battle, but it was actually a situation in LA where we was like outnumbered, and it was just me and him.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't back down and he didn't back down, and we kind of held each other down. To that level was like we had a different mutual respect for each other
Okay.
after that. But it was still like, yo, we gonna be cool now because of this, but we
Mm-hmm.
still got a battle. And then the battle had got set up or whatever.
Okay. I know, you did a few battles, and I won't go through all of them because we'll be talking forever, because
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
some of the
facts,
most
facts,
battles
facts.
in battle rap. like I'm gonna just run through a few, just by name. Okay,
Yeah.
the Swords battle at King of the Dot.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Then you and Arsenal did 5 mil on Don't Flop.
Yeah, that was another classic one.
And did y'all do that? Y'all did that in the
In
UK?
London.
Yep.
Hmm.
And that was let's talk about that.
Oh,
Not
that.
that battle. We could talk about that battle for sure. But
Yeah. So the first time I went to the UK was with Sensa with
right.
and still to this day, London has one of the best battle rap crowds in battle rap history.
Mm-hmm.
So once I seen that, I'm like, yo, because this is when Arsenal, like, we all go through that stretch of when it's just not clicking. So this is when ours really wasn't clicking. This is like, I think like a little bit after the Hitman joined and people was just like, like not really rocking with them the way they should be. And I was like, yo, man, if we do this battle in London, though, they'll appreciate it because they're like a crowd that like is receptive to rapping. And then put the business together, and I was like, yo, and I felt like the battle would be bigger, and it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the reaction to that battle was insane.
During that time, you were like one of the few like URL, not URL, but New York battlers that still went and did King of the Dot or Grind Time or Don't Flop, and it allowed you to see the world. It allowed you to travel. While a lot of the names, especially before URL started venturing out to other states, the biggest names in battle rap would just battle in New York every other month.
Mm-hmm.
What was the importance of course you're getting paid, but what was the importance of doing that, traveling and seeing the world in that regard?
It was just like, it was a great experience just to mature. It was a great experience to build your brand because like literally those steps like I felt like made me international. Like you wouldn't see the average, like we all got a demographic that watches us. My demographic still to this day ranges from all different type of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was like the illest thing. And I know it came from doing those Don't Flop battles, doing those King of the Dot battles, doing the Grind Time battles. Like still to this day, people come up to me and they only know Grind Time. They only know that period of doing it. Yo, you still battle? What you doing now? Yo, I remember you when you had the bomb strap with Rome. Or they'll know my battle on King of the Dot or Disaster or Arsenal. So it's like just the range and visibility that it gave me. And then even Smack said it to me, like, yo, you different, you international. Like all these type of niggas know DNA. So that's when I knew I was doing something right. So that's why I was like, yeah, I got to just build my brand, not only to, the people that you think would know me. Like, nah, I want to build it with people that, people wouldn't expect to know me.
When you talk about brand, like you do some great branding, whether it's NWX, whether it's the ESPN spots, the political campaign, that you know how to market and brand. Where did I know you said it came from G Unit. I get that from the skits, right?
Yeah, but
did that also play into when you're thinking about the travel and demographics and which battles to take and all that stuff?
Nah. So that other marketing just came from like even now what you see, like it never gets old. What do we constantly see? On a day in and day out in battle rap, you constantly see somebody mad at the machine, somebody going at the machine, somebody dissatisfied with what the machine did for them or what they didn't do. And my whole thing was always in my career, which I picked up from my grandmother too, and my uncle, was like, yo, if I agreed to something, it's no, my grandma used to say, there's no point in crying over spilt milk, right? So it's spilt already. It already spilt. It's already over with. Why am I crying about it? So my whole thing is like, if I sign a contract, I agreed to do it. And now I realize, shit, I could have made this, I could have made that. That's just going to only apply to next time we do this contract. Like, okay, you got me, but I'm not going to sit there and complain and cry because all that time I'm doing that, I could be getting to some more money. So my whole goal was once I kicked my gambling addiction, it was always like, yo, listen, I'm not going to be waiting on a man. I'm going to create my own opportunity. Like, I don't want to go from one person, that's the machine, to another machine, because then that means that machine is always creating my opportunity. That machine determines how I move and how I operate. And I'm like, nah, I gotta be the machine. When I say I want this to happen, this will happen. And then at first it's a mind thing. It's like, can this work? And then as I did it time and time again, I'm realizing, okay, it's not a trick, it's happening. ESPN fell on my lap, BET fell on my lap, the rap game fell on my lap. But like when I started the wrestling podcast, like that's me saying, hey, I want to do this podcast. And like 2 months into the podcast, we interviewing Devon Dudley, then Rakishi, then the Godfather, then D'Lo Brown, and Mick Foley, Kane, Eric Bishop. Like it gets crazy because that's like I need to create my own opportunity. Then even with the like with Power, like I'm like, yo, I see a bunch of people talking about the show, doing recaps, but I'm like, yo, why people don't ever rap about the show? Yeah. And a lot of people don't know I actually started doing that on other shows. Like I was supposed to be on All American, but they wound up choosing Little Fizz over me because he lived in Cali. And then I was supposed to be on Luke Cage. So I just transferred those recaps over to Power. And then once 50 started fucking with it, he posted it, got his attention. And then I linked up with my guy, Big Tank. Shout out to him. The music supervisor for like all the shows in the Power universe, and then like 6 other shows. He actually got me on Power. And that's literally just off of me watching the show, being a fan of the show, and saying, let me create an opportunity off of that and doing the recap. So that was like my mindset, like, I'm going to create the opportunity. And then I wound up being on Raising Kanan on that, not the last episode, but the one before that.
Yeah, man, I saw you on there, man, on the stage going back and forth, man. I'm like, man, wait a minute, dog. I had to rewind, start it back, and I was like, yo, that come from just like manifesting that, man. Bro, put in the work, and that's the work people don't see, or they might take for granted. That's the work when somebody might see that and say, oh, man, he wasting his time doing that every week. It pays off.
Oh, like, no question. You know what's crazy? And I peeped this from Wallow. He said that, and I couldn't pinpoint it, like articulate it, but I knew that. They used to call him, when I was doing them recaps at first, they were like, oh, he's corny. This is whack. Why is he doing this? Why is he recapping the show? We already know what happened. And the moment I realized they didn't get it, I'm like, yeah, I'm on to something.
Yeah.
I don't want y'all to be like, and then Wallow put it into those exact words, like, once I was running in the rain doing these videos and everybody's laughing like, Wallow's crazy. What is he doing? He's like, yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
And that's the same way I thought. Like the moment y'all not hip to what's about to happen because I'm doing this and y'all don't see the genius in this, okay, I got one. So then it was like, not only, the visible part is me being on the actual episode, but behind the scenes, I'm like an actual official writer on the show. So like I'll be writing like a bunch of songs for the people that perform on the show, and like background really music and all that, like through all of them. Like
that's really dope. Yeah, I heard one of your joints on. I think was it BMF?
No, it was on. So far, I only like to talk about it once it airs. Just the jinx. You gotta wait for it to drop. But so far, I had a song in the movie Praise This on Peacock with Chloe Bailey and Drewski. I had a song on Swagger, Kevin Durant's TV show on Apple. I had one on The Shy, and then I had one on Force at the end.
Fire.
Yeah, on Force. And then I was actually in the episode of Raising Kanan. Yeah, shout out to my guy. And yeah, that's all through Big Tank. You know what I mean? Like, of course, 50, when it comes to them shows, he sees it and signs off on it. But I also, even with that, right, I had peeped his interview when he was saying, like, yo, you always got to appear like you don't need nothing, and then people will give you stuff, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, and I'm just looking at it, and don't get me wrong, like, it definitely crossed my mind multiple times to just straight up and ask him. But then I'm like, yo, I know this is what this guy goes through on a day-to-day. Like, it'd be so much iller if I'm able to figure out how to get on his show without having to ask him, because this is what most people do. And then it wound up manifesting even to that, to where, like, I can get on the show from putting in my work without even having to. Because most people think it was like, yo, DNA asked 50 and 50 put him on there. Like, I never even had one conversation with him about it, because I was like, it'd just be so much iller if I'm able to get on there without doing that. Even though I'm pretty sure, you know what I mean? Like, Hardcore, that's the direct link to there. That's how I got the recaps posted. Like, Hardcore is
Yeah.
the man that takes credit for that, he sent it to him. But I was just like, it'd be iller that way. You know what I mean? Just to say, like, you know what I mean? I like, and I think you like that too. Like, it's iller when you don't ask for the handout, when you just
Yeah, man.
create it.
I
Yeah.
think it's important. It shows value, and yo, man, don't nobody want nobody asking them for nothing, man. Like
Word.
I've been places where grown men have asked me for more than my children, and it's like man, what? No. So while we on children, man, we when I was young, man, I was on a ride with my granddad. Man, my granddad told me a story. Man, my granddad met my grandmother. My grandmother had 3 children, and she was in a really messed up marriage, really abusive situation, and my granddad ended up meeting my grandmother when she split with who was her husband at the time. And like he literally had to fight for her, man. Like literally fighting brothers, man. Fight like running motherfuckers out of the city, all type of stuff. I mean, they had to fight for my grandmother, man. And he raised her 3 daughters like they were his, and they had a daughter, and a billion grandkids. I never knew that my grandfather wasn't my biological grandfather until I was like 8 or 9. Like it just never came up. Like everybody called him daddy. Like, he raised my mother from being 3. And I went on just regular life, man. Being in a house where it was just me and my mom. My dad wasn't around. And I was always like, damn, man, I wish, man, my mom would meet somebody, man, like my granddad, man, somebody that care about the kid, just thinking, and fast forward, we all grow up, and I've had situations where I've met like a woman and she's got children, and, I'm filling a void or helping, in that establishment. And I looked online just looking at different posts, especially around the time you were doing the power recaps, and you had a kid with you.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you do the recaps with him, and I ain't know, because I knew how young you were, and the kid looked a little older, but the way y'all were maneuvering, I'm like, I don't know, man, is this his nephew? Is this his brother? Is this, And as I started paying attention more to just what was going on the internet, and I see like reposts, and I see like a Father's Day dedication or something of that regard, and I just saw so many great and kind words from your son, and it gave me another level of respect for you as well, from the scope of a father. Then you had your daughter, and your family, and I'm looking, and I'm like, man, I remember this kid, man, coming into battle rap, man, and it made me just proud as a black man, man, as a fellow father, to see you filling a void. Y'all did records where you talked about this, and I think that's where I really, really learned the dynamic or whatever. And talk about that experience, as well as like having that experience while navigating this culture, this job, this life, because having a family and children to provide for is a lot different than going to do a $1,500 battle on a league in Canada and turning down 5 G's. You know what I'm saying?
The stakes get higher when you got a family, for sure.
So just talk to me about parenthood, man, and how you just navigate that, and just the decision to just fill a void and to step up and be a father figure.
Yeah. Yeah, with that, it was really just like, you know what I mean? It's not even something that I envisioned or that I thought would be going on, but really, I just feel like there's no coincidences in life. So I lost my pops when I was 9, and then my mom never was really with nobody else like that too tough, other than my sister's father. Like they kind of rekindled, and he stepped in and did a little bit, but that was like a year stint. And other than that, I didn't really have a father figure. And I turned out all right. Like I ain't wind up in jail, I ain't wind up dead. But it don't go like that all the time. So when I wound up meeting my girl, and I just seen his father wasn't in his life, because a lot of people don't know the situation is like detailed. So actually, I have 2 stepkids,
Okay.
but one of them, people never see me post because his dad was still in his life, and there was like some situation with that or whatever. But not nothing too tough. But but yeah, with both of them, but just not having their fathers be in their life the way they should be, you know what I mean? I felt like, yo, God put me here or the universe for a reason, being that I know exactly what that feels like. So I was able to not only fill that void, but also understand what they going through, because that part is missing for me as well. You know what I mean? Even to this day. So it was just like a great bonding thing. And then on the flip side, like kids don't know how powerful they are. Like my daughter, a lot of people don't know, last year, like that's when I really lost the weight that I lost, and I stayed there. Like I lost 35 pounds because I'm like, yo, I'm really somebody's father. Like I can't be not hitting the gym, eating bad all the time. I'll check out early, or I won't be able to live how I want to live, which is moving around, running around, you know what I mean, racing, taking you places. So that's what really got me on my health kick, was my daughter. And then with my 2 stepsons, like they really are like a big responsible reason for me not gambling no more. Because I remember, like, it was one day, um, I was at the casino, and they was in the car waiting for me with my girl. When I came out, I could hear them be like, "Yo, look at his face. I don't think he won today. Yeah, DNA looks mad." Da da da. And I heard it, and I'm just like, "Yo, what am I doing? Like, yo, I'm supposed to be a role model. Like, I look weak if I'm gonna let this Vice have, you know what I mean, me doing all type of other things. How am I going to be able to take care of them? How am I going to be that?" And that's literally like, they don't even know that. That's what made me be like, yo, I'm not doing this shit no more. And I literally cut that shit out. So on that side, they helped me, but just with them, it's been amazing. Like to literally know, like, you know what I mean? Like that's like, aside from everything else we do, that, the children thing is like serving your purpose on a higher level, on a deeper level, like, being there for them conversations, not even just financially,
Yeah.
but just like, you know what I mean, somebody to talk to. You talking to a girl, or this going on, you don't know how to react, you got an issue with somebody, you got to get a job, or you know what I mean, you need advice on whatever. Like it's just it's ill. Like I love every moment of it. And a lot of people was like, damn, you, because that happened when I was 24, and a lot of people like, yo, so you ready for that and handle that? And I'm like, yeah, because I didn't have an average life. You feel me? Like I didn't have a sheltered life. You know what I mean? I didn't wind up, like I said, in jail or do nothing like that magnitude, but I seen a lot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Both of my parents was on drugs, lost my dad at 9, with my grandmother, kind of like got raised by my mom, but without a dad being in there, you kind of raise yourself a little bit, because when you're
Yeah.
out in the streets, you got to figure it out on your own, what to do, what not to do. So with all that stuff that I seen by then, I'm just like, yeah.
Word. Man, I do want to talk about a couple more things before I let you out of here, man.
All right, but
You around what year is this? When did you and Shine start y'all run, man? What is this? 2015? When you and Shine start doing the 2-on-2s, right?
2015, yeah.
Yeah. And people always they would try to bait me and Marv to say something bad about y'all
Yeah.
in doing that. Like, of course we had the battle, but y'all helped revolutionize or rebrand, reintroduce 2-on-2 battle rap, because it was happening before. Like you and Clips when it did something,
Yeah.
but y'all got it hype again, man. And was that a decision, or was that like, yo, let's go get this bread real quick?
Nah, that was a decision. So like right after we always said we had that idea to do the 2-on-2s together, and we always knew we had the battle first. So right after the battle, we kind of tried to get it going. It's a
Mm,
video online with Con Artist Films, and we in Harlem, and me and him call out like all the girls on Queen of the Ring with Debo in
mm,
2013, like after we battled. And nothing happened. And then 2014 ran its whole course. And at the end of 2014, called me. Like, yo,
okay.
I was just online watching your video today with you and Kayshawn. I still want to do that 2-on-2. And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, oh, all right, well, we could do this, boom, 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 versus John and Saya Boy in April. And this is like December. So I
Mm-hmm.
had called Sean, and he was like, yo, can they send the money? They going to send the money today? And was like, yeah. And he was like, bet, let's do it. So sent the money, and that shit was locked in. And then literally, we wound up picking up the Rookies versus Reds battle after that.
Mm,
Um, I had Chess, he had Wavy. And we did that battle, and then right after that, we literally had to stay together because we only had 4 days to get ready for the 2-on-2. So we literally came up with that John and Saya Boy material in 4 days. And then
man.
when everybody went crazy for that, that's when I seen dollar signs, and I was like, yo, we got to put this NWX shit together, and we got to go on a tour. And then that's how all that shit was manifested right there.
Yeah, y'all. I remember y'all had a flyers, man, and y'all had everybody's battle schedule on those flyers,
Mm-hmm.
and y'all would get them out. Y'all would go on to battle Shine and I'm not Shine, but Verb and Hitman. Then me and Marv, of course, and then y'all had the Chess and Steens battle.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little heated.
Yeah.
Got a little heated. Then y'all bounced back, man. Had the actual battle. Shout out to Saga in the building, man.
Saga, what up?
And y'all went there, man. Y'all did the Queen of the Ring, man. A lot of different battles happened, man. Saga reminded me of something that I wanted to get into. So, you wear a lot of different hats, man. Like you've been doing podcasting, you've been managing,
Yeah.
you've been doing a lot, man. What does DNA see for himself in the culture of battle rap when he really, really, really decides to say, yo, I'm not participating from a rapping standpoint anymore? Can we still bank on seeing you around or in being involved, or are you gonna ride off into the sunset and never turn around?
Nah, I could never do that just because of like how impactful battle rap was to me. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I gotta let other people say how impactful I am to battle rap, but how
Okay.
impactful battle rap was to me, like I always got a hand in it. You know what I mean? Like really just to oversee it. Like I mean, I really did that throughout my whole career. Like I got a lot of people booked, got a lot of people money, managed a lot of people without having the title, put cards together, battles together. But like I'm talking about like really on the creative side, because I still feel like right now it's a lot of creative things that could still be implemented that could still take battle rap to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
That's not there. So that's what like I would want to do. I
Okay.
would want to be like, you know, overseer, part of creative or whatever.
Okay. Do you I want to know. I want to ask this question. You can answer it, say it if you want. But I've been people always talk. Man, DNA brought Harry to URL.
Yeah.
DNA brought a sponsor to URL. What's the story of that you could tell me of you, Harry, URL finding a sponsor or what? How does that? What's the real story?
All right, so like right with people that the extensive stories is 3 sponsors that I brought to battle rap. The first one put together the illustrious Summer Madness too. His name is Castro, and I knew him since I was 14. I met him through like a friend that I met in my neighborhood, and he was the manager at UPS, and my friend worked at UPS, and he had a recording studio. And when I got into battle rap, he was just like, "Yo, I want to make this shit crazy. Um, like I want to do something big. How much is this?" And he just started saying Mook Lux and all these people he wanted to bring back. So I'm like, All right, so I put him in touch with URL, and yeah, we put the Summer Madness 2 card together. So that's that situation. And then with Harry, shout out to Don DeMarco. Don DeMarco called me and was like, yo, my man Harry, this Indian guy that be in the strip club with me, in the strip clubs with me, he's your biggest fan. He wants to meet you. And you know what I mean? I met him, talked to him. He said he wanted to put a card together. You know what I mean? I told him what everybody wanted. And I at this time, you know, I thought it was just a lick. Like, you know what I mean? I'll get some money for this one event and it'll be over. You know what I mean? He's my brother now. Like I still talk to Harry to this day. And after after that point, right, you know, I tell him my price. He's supposed to, you know, give me the deposit. This is when I battled Calico at Perfections in Queens in 2014. And the day he's supposed to give me the deposit, his phone is dead. So mind you, Don DeMarco saying he got all this money. He's telling me he got all this money, but I see him driving a Honda. You know, this is when I learned the money ain't on you for the real people that got money. It's the lesson I learned then because I'm 23 at the time. So I'm thinking he got a screen, you know, he got the money. I'm like, this guy drives a Honda, his outfits is not like that. And then his phone is dead. So I'm thinking he ghosted me. The whole night I'm supposed to meet him, you know what I mean? I done told Cortez, Sean, Clips, Cal, everybody, we gonna get this money today, and he's not answering. So I look crazy, and I'm like, damn. So I'm hitting Don DeMarco like, yo, what's up with your man? He cap. So then he hits me back. My phone died. Boom, boom, boom. I don't live in Queens. I'll be out there next week. So I'm like, we gotta wait a whole week to get this money. So he's like, yeah. So the next week happens, and his phone dies again. But this time he calls right back. So when it died again, I'm like, yeah, it's over. This nigga's capping. But then he called right back, and I met him, and he gave me the bread, and then we did that event. And he took so much of a loss on that event. I was like, yo, you might, if you really trying to stay in this for the long haul, like you might have to link up with URL and figure out something there. And I introduced him to Beasley and Smack. They had their conversation, their meeting, and then, you know, that run went on for about, 6 years.
What is the most valuable if you had to?
And then Nakaya with King of the Dot. That's the other sponsor.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I met.
Shout out Nakaya.
Shout out to Nakaya, man. Nakaya is the first person that ever paid me to do a feature to just rap about them.
He wanted you to diss him?
Nah, he just wanted me. Like not diss him, but just rap about weed with him, with his name.
Got you.
That's how I met him.
Dang. Man, I remember y'all did that basement battle.
Yeah.
It was a baby in those battles, man. I remember that.
Yeah,
man.
Shout out to Nakaya, man.
Yeah, so, Nakaya, man. I think Nakaya had a hand in me and Excel being on Mass, man. Shout out Nakaya.
Fine.
So before we wrap up, man, and I know I done said it a million times. I got
it's all good.
Got this last question, and it's a 2-part question. What would be the most valuable lesson you've learned? I was going to say in this culture, but I think I'm just going to leave it at that. What's the most valuable lesson you've learned? And how are you going to put that lesson into, or how do you put that lesson into action in life?
The most valuable lesson I learned in the culture.
It could be in life, just in general. It ain't got to be.
I mean, just like a life lesson I learned, because I don't know. I think I kind of learn my life lessons and apply them to the culture. But the culture teach you shit like with battle rap of like what not to do. But just with friends, in any industry, that friendship level with business is always a fine line of and that's probably the lesson that I learned that I had to apply in the culture is I don't really in my foreseeable future, I don't like doing business with friends because it has not worked out the way I've wanted it to work out yet. Okay. You know what I mean? With me being on the end that always knows how to differentiate the business and a personal part, but the other party doesn't. And then the lines get crossed of but if you my man, why would you do this instead of understanding this is this and that is that. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm always and before I didn't know how to do it. So, it's when you learn things in life, you expect other people to learn them when you do, but it's others that still got catching up and growing and doing that aspect. But for me, it's you know, if I'm putting 110% in this and you putting 10%, we shouldn't be receiving the same benefits or financial gain from it. And it's like, if you're not gonna put 110% with me, then let's leave this alone and still be cool. And it's like, you know, once you I guess build the bond, people take that personal. And then it becomes like, yo, so you trying to stop me from eating? No, I'm trying to say if I got to do all the work, I should be the only person eating with this, and you should be doing what I'm doing and figure it out. And then, you know, it's like, you know, a lot of people don't know how to handle that. And then it's like, you know, you lose friendships in the process when that stuff happens.
Word. Well, man, over 150, probably 200 battles.
Yeah, facts.
Hundreds of millions of views, man. You've solidified your space in battle rap history, and the art form's history is one of the greats. I wouldn't argue if someone put you on their Mount Rushmore. I'm sure you get tweets with that daily.
Yeah.
I want to say, from a brother in this culture, and someone that's seen you just mature within the culture and get better and better from a style and skill standpoint, and seen you grow just into a man. You was a child doing this, man. The very first child prodigy of battle rap, in my opinion. I want to salute you, man. I want to thank you for stopping by the show. And I also want to salute you and thank you for everything you've done within the culture. They always say you keep what you have by giving it away. And you've given us some great things. And I hope that the culture repays you as time goes by, man. Thank you so much for joining, man.
Nah, bro, appreciate you, man. Like I said, for you being like you know, like one of the OGs, you know, we had our like fake rivalry, but like hearing about you,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, before I was doing it, and then even able to be on the stage with you on a Red Bull, and then in Detroit, you know what I mean, which is like legendary for battle rap to do the 2-on-2, like that definitely adds a lot of stripes on the culture. And then, you know what I mean, always when we remember when I was supposed to do that battle with JC, and you have, like, I feel like you feel like I'm honorable, but I feel like you honorable. So you know what I mean. We always had a good rapport there. But shit, man. Whenever you in New York, let me know.
That I will, man. Thanks so much, man. Peace.
Got you.
Yep.
All right, but how I'm
gonna just end it.
Okay, bet. I see it. Got you.
Peace.
Yeah. Hey, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in the streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live and direct. We in effect. I Said Yo podcast, hosted by none other than Quest McCody. Yo, man, I'm really happy to see y'all here today. I appreciate. I just appreciate the support, man. The show been getting. We've been talking to some of the greatest artists in this thing we call battle rap so far, and like, it ain't no politics over here. It's just like love over here, man. We not selling no fights, man. We just talking, man. So it's really dope. Really dope for me to be in a space to do this podcast, man. Our last show was fire. We had Tony Blanco in our last one, man. Episode, what was that? Because we on episode 12 now. So, man, we talked about her just being a mom growing up. Just every single one I do, I be like, yo, we talked about him being a father or him being a mom. But nah, she talked about being a mom. She talked about coming up in battle rap and just seeing the likes of like 40 BARRS doing her thing, and her actually influencing and inspiring her to actually get going when it come down to battle rap. And that was kind of dope, man. That was really dope. Not even kind of dope. Just to see that inspiration and for somebody to be open enough to share that part. So make sure y'all check that out. Go on anywhere you listen to podcasts, man. Spotify, Apple Music, all those places. Make sure you follow us on wherever you follow stuff at. And I got Instagram. I don't have my Instagram back, but I'm a step closer. So you can follow me at Quest McCody, but Quest.McCody if you're on Instagram. So follow me on there and, help me get back. So without further ado, man, we got a really, really dope guest. We got a really, really dope guest in the building right now. That's the homie, homie. This brother came on the scene in a time where lyricism was missed, man, and he was like a breath of fresh air, man. It was at a time where, like, yo, you had to be saying something, and bruh came in saying something, man. He got compared to the likes of the Loaded Luxes, the Daylights, and different wordsmith. And in my personal opinion, he garnered the attention of those wordsmiths because they always brought him up or wanted to battle him or things of that nature, myself included. So I want to bring into the stage the homie. What's up, XL? How you feeling, man?
What's good, bros? I'm good. How you? How
Hey,
you
man, I
doing, man?
cannot complain, bruh. Can't complain, man. Feeling good,
I
man.
see you got your Lions on. You ready for the game tonight?
Yeah, man. Hopefully by the time this air, man, we be going to the Super Bowl. Not even hopefully, definitely, man. I got faith in them, man. I ain't put no money on them. I don't want to jinx them. I ain't do no parlays, none of that, man.
I
How you
definitely.
feeling?
I would like to. I would like to see y'all go. That should be dope. I think for Detroit and just period. Cause y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all.
How you feeling about Belichick getting up out of there? You think it's about time?
Yeah, it's about time. I think that you know, I'm not mad about it. He gave us mad chips, and then he gave us mad years of greatness. So I think it's just time. It's
Okay.
time to get some new energy.
Hey, yo, as a kid, I thought New England was like in New England. Like, I ain't think it was like, I thought they was playing. Like, I'm like, yo, why do they get to have a team? But, like, and I never got it. Like, why Boston? Like, I got older and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So explain that for the people that don't know. Like, how do that work?
Well, New England is a region, so it's 6 states. It's Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Connecticut, Rhode Island. So the Patriots is just, but Mass is like the capital state. So the Patriots, they used to be the Boston Patriots,
Okay.
but then they changed it like probably like in the '70s into the New England Patriots.
All right, but they were playing in Boston the whole time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they don't play. They play in Foxborough, like outside of Boston. They played in
Okay.
Massachusetts the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So what area of Massachusetts did you come up?
I came up. I was born in Boston. I came up bouncing back and forth between Boston and Brockton, which I still live now. Brockton is like 20 minutes south of Boston, and it's famous for. Back in the day, it used to be famous for the shoes. People used to make shoe factories, but it's most famous for boxing because we got two famous boxers that come from here. Rocky Marciano and Marvin Hagler come from Brockton.
Word. I didn't
Yeah.
know that, man.
hmm
I think I knew Marvin Hagler came from there because Marv was doing a Hagler project,
hmm
and you look up stuff your friends doing. I ain't never been in the boxing past like Mike Tyson and watching a Floyd fight.
Right.
Now, what's life like coming up in that area? Like as a kid, man. Like, are you like running around the neighborhood? Like, is it
Oh
because
yeah.
you guys are set up more like not like it's really historic. Like all the
Mhm.
shit I see out there look just super historic. But tell me about just
Um,
growing up.
growing up out here in Brockton, Boston area, like we was running around the neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Typical. Like I was outside early, so I was outside like 11, like outside like 11, 12. You know, I grew up in that era playing football in the street.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We grew up with the fist fights and the and yeah, I had a childhood, you know, playing manhunt and all of that. Grown, like we was me and my crew. We was like mischievous, so we would get into whatever we could get into young. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Doing
Okay.
fucking backflips off the fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Porch and shit
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
That type of shit.
Okay. You was one of the flipping kids, man. You was one of the kids
Nah,
that could
nah,
flip.
nah. My man's. I had a couple dudes that was, but I wasn't. I was always. But we was just running around getting into shit. But
Man,
I-
the
you know,
motherfucker that could
every hood
flip.
got one of those.
The motherfucker that could flip, man. If we was smart, man, we'd have been telling them to get in gymnastics. Like somebody
Oh,
should have put them kids, man, because there was so many homies, dog. I had a homie in my hood named Glenn, dog. He would flip off a tree, off a house, off of whatever the hell he
yeah,
could
I had a
flip off
homie like
of,
that
bro.
too. My man, Jose, he flip off anything. Like we didn't even know what we was looking at back then. Like
Oh,
now, it's like now that we
s-
grown, like dog, you should have been in gymnastics or something, dog.
right. So
Like
what's
'cause
the what's
every
the
hood got one of those.
what's the like ethnic makeup of the environment you coming up in? Because like
Um,
in Detroit, we got like it's really segregated. Like you've been here, but
mhm.
when every time I've been out in Mass, like I've seen a lot of different people. So like, what's the demographic looking like?
And it's funny that you asked that because everybody thinks Massachusetts is like Mighty Bulger movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody thinks it's like The Departed, but you know what I'm saying? We got black people, we got white people, we got all people, all walks of life: Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Haitians,
So growing
Africans.
up, what's your friend circle looking like?
I had my friend circle. I had friends of all races, really. Like I had Asian homies. I had Cape Verdean homies, which that's something that's specific to Massachusetts and Brockton. We have a high population of Cape Verdeans, which is Cape Verdean people are people that an island off of Africa, West Africa, and Portuguese people. They mixed on that island, and the Cape Verdeans. Cape Verde's an island off the coast of Africa. They all
Okay,
come to Massachusetts for some reason.
okay,
So
D-
I had some Cape Verdean homies, Danish
okay.
home, like yeah.
So when did you like where notice that like yo you wanted to be in front of people performing? Like were you the kid that like the family grabbed and said yo check out what he can do, or were you kind of
Um.
just honing your skill on your own?
Well, my grandmother on my father's side was my that side of my family was heavy in the church. So they was always singing and playing instruments. So I was always used to seeing people in my family get up and do shit. Like it wasn't like a unordinary thing or extraordinary thing. My grandmother wrote plays, so she used to have us get up and do the plays. Like I feel like since I was little, I always been in front of people. I probably
Mhm.
started rapping when I was like 9, 10 years old, and then but I ain't show nobody till I probably got like 11, 12. You know what I'm saying? And then I started rapping for the homies, and then I
So
was
how
ready.
you get the influence to like start rapping? Like did you get into just like rap music? How'd you get introduced?
Yeah, I got into it. Rap music. I listened to when I first seen what I first see when I first seen Nas and Mobb Deep when I first seen them because they was young.
Yeah, yeah.
They were so me watching them on TV, like
Hmm.
I was like, oh shit, like 'cause I always listen to rap. It was on the radio. It was on the radio when you would catch it. The videos was there, but when I seen them, I'm like, oh shit, they kids. You
So
know what I'm saying? Like,
nobody around you was like, "Yo, check this out." It was just like, "Yo, it just that's what was on TV." You kind of
yeah, it was
stumbled
just
onto
what
it.
was on TV. I didn't really. As I got once I started like writing rhymes, then I would show my homies, and then one of my other homies, my man Cole, we was in the same grade. He was writing rhymes at the same time, so we formed like a little crew, and
Yeah.
then we made like a little tape on a little tape, a voice recorder, and passed it around the school and shit like that.
Okay.
So that shit. And then once that happened, that's when I got hooked to the shit. Like, oh, all right, this could be something.
So when did you? What was your first rap about? Were you writing the raps down, or were you freestyling? Like, how'd that
I
go?
mean, my first raps back then when I was a kid, I was freestyling, but first rap I wrote down, ironically enough, was I remember first I can remember it's probably in like music class, and I think it was like a battle rhyme or something like that. Like I was just writing, like it was just random raps. It wasn't like
Okay.
I wrote a story or I was writing I just was writing random raps, random,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying, rhymes.
What were
But it
your
was
what were your influences? Like Nas, of course, Mook, of
Nas.
course, but they weren't really like battling or going
No,
at
no,
people
no.
like that. So how
At that time, I
where'd that
wasn't
come
really.
from?
At that time, I wasn't even really focused on battling. Like I was like just trying to make songs and trying to rhyme. Battling came like before I got into battling how we battle now. Like
Yeah,
battling was on some like I used to be like, go to a party or something, and always start off in a cipher,
yeah,
and
yeah.
everybody leave, and it's just you and homie,
You and whoever. Yeah,
you
yeah,
and
yeah,
whoever's
yeah.
left type shit, and y'all going back and forth, and whoever run out of rhymes lose, or your man call you, yo, I got such and such over here from this block. He say he
Word.
nice, pull up, and then I
Yeah,
pull
yeah.
up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So before we get there, um,
And those
what's
was on
the
the beat, though.
yeah, definitely,
Hmm.
definitely, definitely. Uh, what was the household looking like? Like 6 year old, 8 year old Excel man running around. Like what was the house looking like?
I was
Mom there,
definitely
dad
running
there.
around. I
How it
had
go?
I had both my parents. You know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Me and my pops, we didn't really have the best relationship. I'm the oldest. I have a sister, um, younger sister, and I have a younger brother with autism. So
Okay.
most of my childhood and life, I was really catering to him, like in the house. You know what I'm saying,
Okay.
making sure he helping
What's
my
the
mom
what's
up.
the age different? What's the age gap between you and your
Me and my
sister?
sister is 2 years, and me and my brother is 7. Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm 38. My brother now is 31. My sister's 35. So five should be 36 in
Okay.
October. So yeah.
So how like having a responsibility at a young age? Because like by the time he's born, you're 7, but by the time he start actually needing you, you're at an
Hmm.
age where you can actually help. So
Yeah.
how'd that shape you as a young man growing up?
Um, it definitely taught me how to like care. Like this shit, it ain't all about me. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like you definitely had to make certain sacrifices as far as just trying to help my mom's. Like I wanted to do my thing and play basketball, but I seen her struggling at the crib, and I was just like, yo, I don't really gotta play ball like that. I know if we need help, like we need somebody, and it wasn't like I'm outside like making money. That I'm talking like I'll stay in the crib and watch him so she can go to work, or she go to
Yeah.
school, she can go do whatever she needs to do, and she ain't have to worry about trying to get a family member or get somebody to watch. You know what I'm saying? So it was just that like it just taught me responsibility early and to learn that shit and patience because when you deal with people that have you know what I'm saying developmental delays and stuff like that, you definitely have to it teaches you patience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
realize that even though they have the developmental delay, they're still like everybody else.
Okay. Okay. You think sometimes like when you get into a space where like you have like an enhanced responsibility, right?
Hmm.
That we sometimes expect everybody else to understand responsibility, and then sometimes like yo over like we expect more out of somebody that yo you're not like I remember being young, man, and I was like a kid. I was the only kid, man. I ain't really had too much that I had to
Hmm.
do. But then my homie, man, he stayed across the street, man, and he had like 10 people in his crib. You did?
Right.
He going to work, man, getting off at 12 in the morning, messing up in school because he's staying at, work or whatever, right?
Hmm.
But still did good enough. He got out and all that.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm just chilling. I'm like, man, what you doing, dog? Why you working this late? But like in his mind, he like, yo, I got. And so when I get older and go into a space where I'm trying to generate income for myself, it ain't even on the same
level, right?
level of need as
Mm-hmm.
somebody else. Like we still struggling over here, but I'm just struggling for me and my, just it's just me and her or
Right.
whatever. And we doing decent, man. Like my mom, I never shit on my mom. Um, do you sometimes look back at being young and say like, man, I didn't really get why this person was like this at this time, and now that I'm a little older, I can.
Oh yeah, 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 for sure, for sure. Like there were certain things I didn't understand about. You know what I'm saying? When my mom was going as hard as she went, or even my pops was going as hard as he went. And then when I got older, I figured it out. You know what I'm saying? Like yo, they got to take care of this. They got to take care of that. And then even like even for me to be like helping and things like that, it makes you be like it grows you up some. You know what I'm saying? So once you get older, like you start understanding like, all right, this is why my mom went this hard, or this is why she was always tired, or this is why she looked. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because as a kid, you just be the one to fucking. If
yeah,
you think that if you say it, it's just there type shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So,
Which with you being the oldest kid, you said
mm
like, yo, you and your dad butt heads sometimes, right?
mm
What were y'all like butting heads about?
um, I can't even really specifically like say. I'll say more so. It's just men. My father didn't really have the best tools in his toolbox to communicate how he felt. He was one of them. He grew up hard. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? He didn't feel appreciated in his life, at his job, and he was an angry guy. So at the end of the day, and then me growing up, I grew up different than him. Like I grew up when I was I'm outside running around doing whatever I'm doing. So it was more so like father son type shit. Like
okay.
growing up and being now that being a father to a son myself, like yeah, it's like when every boy gets to that age that shit get
Yeah,
kind of you gotta
I can
kind of put
understand
in
that.
his spot.
So let's go. You when did you start taking like um like rap serious? Like around what age? Like you're
Rap shit.
writing every day. You're trying to go to the studio. You're
Oh yeah,
yeah. What? How old was
probably
you?
like 14, 15. I started really taking it serious. I met one of my homies, my brother Catalyst. Shout out to him. Homie I used to rap with. His uncle had a studio, and he brought us all to the studio, and that was the first time like I was in an actual studio for real and
Yeah,
recorded. And that shit, that's when I got the bug. Like, you know what I'm saying? Hearing yourself back,
yeah,
because it's different than just rapping in the street. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And then from then it was
How'd
just
that feel? Like when you
crazy,
heard your song, your voice back for the first time.
crazy. Like, oh shit, like it's like this is real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
shit, I did that. I can't believe. Oh, I really just laid some shit down. And then
yeah.
it went from that's how it started. Writing every day to trying to make up new songs, new ideas. You know what I'm saying? Literally going to work to just going to work or hustling or doing whatever we doing just to make money to go to the studio type shit.
So were you Excel at this time?
Yeah, I always been excited.
Okay, so this your first rap name.
Hmm.
Yo, you might be the first, bruh.
Hmm.
Like I talked to Mickey, Mickey was Renegade,
Hmm.
man. Phara was Miss Funeral or
I always been excited, but people around my way they call me Selly. Everybody in my hood, that's what they call me.
word.
Everybody, like if you came out here, everybody called me Sally. But I always been Excel.
Okay. So in high school, like what was high school like for you just that time, man? I,
High
I know.
school was to be honest, high school was a culture shock for me because I went through the public school system my whole life, and then I ended up because I played sports and I tested out. I ended up going to a private high school, so it was culture
Okay.
shock. Like I didn't uh first time I seen like first time I went to somebody's crib and they had a finished basement
Ah man, yeah.
type shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? First time I seen somebody's Benzes and Beamers picking kids up from school type. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So it was a culture shock. But Still same. I was rapping, played ball.
Well,
Um,
basketball.
yeah, I played basketball. I was
Okay.
playing basketball for a little while. On the team, maybe on the varsity freshman year and all that. Then
Okay. I gotta
yeah.
challenge you to the McCody shoot off
Oh
challenge.
yeah, we could do that.
Pause.
We
Pause.
could do that. We could do that. I'm with it.
All right.
And then yeah. So I was still, but honestly, that's when like the bug. I had caught the rap bug. So for me, like rap school was like rap session.
Okay.
Like I would just write raps all day in school. Like my notebook that I was supposed to be taking notes filled
Mm-hmm.
with raps. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
every notebook that if I showed you my books where I still had them from high school, start off
Yeah.
like first 2 weeks is notes, and then the rest of that
It's
shit
just
is just
raps. So
rhymes.
did like did grades suffer because of that, or were you able to still keep up?
I was still able to keep up. You know what I'm saying? I was
Yeah.
still able to maintain and do well without you know what I'm saying? I still could graduate. I probably didn't do as well as I could have done, but I
Mm-hmm.
definitely passed every class and graduated and did all that. But yeah, it was a lot of raps, man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. 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 So you think around that time you're still going to the studio. By the time you get out of high school, are you focused now? Like, yo, I'm out of school. I'll be able to put more attention to this, or like how did that go?
Definitely. I knew probably by the time I was in junior, that's, that rap was something that I wanted to do. I knew what I wanted to do. So when I got out, I graduated. I remember I graduated. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? There's a little discrepancy with my graduation because you know what I'm saying. I had got caught with some weed in the school, so
Okay.
but it was so late in the in my thing. I got caught my senior year, so basically they just like you can't graduate on the field and you can't go to like prom and shit like that, whatever. But I pretty much just gave my mom's my diploma. Her
Mm-hmm.
like here, this for you. I know what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I just pursued it from there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I was focused. I was super focused.
Okay. Okay.
hmm
So those first few years out of high school, you're in adulthood.
hmm
Was life looking like? You still at home? You moving
The
around?
first few years, I actually left. I moved to Atlanta for a while with my. I
Okay,
had a
you was in the
passing
A.
friend.
Okay, okay, okay. He
Yeah,
was
I was
in
in.
the A. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I
Excel
moved.
was in the A with them
Yeah,
Georgia peaches. I
yeah,
see
yeah. I
you.
lived in
Yo.
Atlanta for like, and from like '05 to like yeah. I graduated in '04. I moved to Atlanta from like '05 to '06. I lived there for like a year and a half.
Okay.
Um, I was out there around the time when Jeezy and all that came out and it was popping.
Word.
Yeah, so and then I was still doing rap. I was rapping out there, doing some things.
Was you rapping like Jeezy?
Nah, 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 nah.
Was you found the Dungeon Family beats out there? You ain't
Nah, I
did
was
the
still doing my East Coast. It didn't change much. My style. I think
Okay.
I just kind of got like I realized that because back then like this we had internet, but it ain't like it is now. So
Yeah.
shit was still regional. Like I realized, like, oh shit, this is a culture shock. There's motherfuckers out here that's popping that we don't even know. Like, cause you live where you live. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying,
Yep.
dude?
Yep.
The motherfuckers is popping where I'm popping at, but once you get out there, it's like you got Jeezy. That's when Gucci Man had first came out. Before he was national, everybody's bumping Gucci Man. Everybody, was, you know what I'm saying? It was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh shit, this is something different. You know what I mean? So,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
but
So,
it was
so you
definitely
in
dope.
Atlanta? You recording? You doing that? You rolling with a crew? You doing your own thing?
I had a couple dudes. And then I had me, my man Cole, and I had my man Lee, and my other homie. It was like four of us, but we was all
Okay.
from up north, so we kind of clicked. You know what I'm saying? And then I met mad people. I was down there. I ended up having a little situation, and we was working on some things.
Okay.
And then I ended up going to. While I was down there, I performed in Texas at the Dub Car Show. I
Okay.
met Lil Flip before, you know what I'm saying?
Ah, the
Like,
freestyle king, man.
yeah, I met Lil Flip out there. You know what I'm saying? And then it was Atlanta was pretty dope. Like it was
Okay.
dope. I think I was too young to like really like make mad moves, but I did some shit. You know what I'm saying? So Atlanta treated me well.
All right. Well, look, man. I wanna I just wanna I just I know you basketball. I know you did your thing, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to show you what you might have to worry about, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I'm
Oh
just saying,
shit!
and
Huh?
that's left hand. That's the lefty.
Okay, that
That's a
nigga got the
lefty.
lefty.
That's the lefty. Hold up
Oh, you
again.
out there working?
Okay, just so you don't
Okay.
think it's fluke. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
no no no! I
So
don't
you don't
think
think it's
that.
fluke. You feel me?
Okay, my son
Hold
out here
on, hold on,
working.
hold on, hold on, hold on. We're gonna bring it back. Just so you don't think it's fluke. Oh, with the step, with the just I get bored. So that summer I was like, yo, I'm gonna learn how to shoot left-handed, right?
Oh yeah
Efficiently. Cause I'm an old man. I ain't about to play no games with nobody. I'm not running up and down
yeah.
nobody court.
Those
Okay?
days is over.
Nah. But I got my last one. This me just showing my son what game it is. You feel me? Just in case the Warriors watching right now. You know what I'm saying? Sil?
Shit, they
Just in
they
case the
can use
Warriors watching, man. You feel me? Look at the rim. Go
they can
ahead.
use
You see
all the
that?
help they need.
You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, one take, man. No camera tricks. No camera tricks. No. All right. All right.
Okay,
All
yeah,
right. All
okay.
right. All right. That's enough.
Let's
That's
go.
enough.
You got
That's
a little
enough,
gun out
man.
there,
That's
Quest.
enough.
I see what's going
Okay.
on.
Little something, man. So next time I'm in Boston,
Yeah, we can definitely get it.
you
We can
know,
definitely
but
get it
I'm not
going.
playing no games, bro. I'm shooting. We could play horse. Like
Yeah,
I'm
we can
not
shoot.
playing no games, dog. All
We can
right.
shoot them game. Them game days is over, man.
All right. So look, yeah, I ain't tearing my ACL for none of you,
Not nobody. Yeah,
man.
that's just a done deal.
I played a game with Ace, Loso, DNA, Chilla, and some other people, and I had to check Loso. Man, he was running the whole time, dog. Like I'm like, yo, I'm not checking him, bro. I'm checking
Yeah,
Chilla.
yeah.
I'm not
Niggas,
checking. I'm checking
yeah, niggas be
DNA.
thinking they
I'm
still
not.
out here. Like,
Yeah,
bro, y'all
somebody
better go
somebody
ahead,
else got
man.
to check him, dog. He doing too much. So look,
Yeah.
you out there, you playing basketball, but
Mhm.
rap is taking over your psyche,
Mhm.
100%.
Mhm.
Um, you get an opportunity once you graduate, you move out to Atlanta. By
Mhm.
then, do you have any children? Do you have anything going on?
On nah, nah. By the
Okay,
time I was in Atlanta, I didn't have no kids. I didn't have my first son until I was 21. When I came back, I didn't have my first child, my son. When I was 21, I came back. Um,
okay.
when I came back to Massachusetts.
Hey, they talking about the slogan. Hey, mama, hold on, hit the blunt is when we don't got a guess. We could have smoke sessions together. That's when me and the fans kick it. But
Hey, that's fire
we
though.
yeah, when we don't got a guess, we gonna have a smoke
Oh, mama,
session. We
what's
gonna
up,
do
mama?
one.
She be on. Mama, no, she be on my show with Mercy.
Word.
Shout
Shout
out
out
to
to Mama for
Mom
supporting.
Dukes.
She giving me my credit too for that lefty. You
Yeah,
know,
shout out to
so
Mom Dukes.
so look, you're in Atlanta. At some point in
Mhm.
time, it's time to come back or go back or move
Mhm.
somewhere else. Did you go back to Mass, and if so, why?
I came back to Mass just cause, um, things wasn't really working out in Atlanta like I thought, as far as like just the finances and putting things together. So I just came back. Most of my peoples is out here, my family's out here, so
Hmm.
it was nothing to just come back home. Like you know what I'm saying. I just copped a ticket and just came back.
Okay.
And then once I got back, it was kind of like that's when I hit the ground running as far as like really focusing up and being in the studio, putting out projects and
Okay.
pressing up CDs and doing all that type of shit.
Did y'all have like an open mic scene, a showcase scene, or
Yeah, we had a
anything like that?
showcase scene here in Mass. A lot of shows at the Middle East. Um, we got shows all over the place. Like, so I was also working with DJ Peter Parker at the time. He was out here running around, and cause he's from here, so we ended up he ended up getting us like shows opening up for artists that came through. Like I opened up for Duck Down, Sean Price and them. I opened up for a couple artists, you know what I'm saying? Local Ed OGs and all of those type of dudes.
So tell me about because you mentioned Sean Price being able to meeting and being an affiliate of the Sean Price. Like how did that how was that?
Oh, and that shit was like surreal. Because the first time I had met him was he did a show for one of my guys' son's birthday, and he was outside like smoking a cigarette, and he was just like, "Yo, I want to hear his rap." So everybody rhymed, I rhymed, and then later on that night, after everybody was filing out, he came and stopped me, told me my shit was nice or whatever the case may be. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Hey, turn me up. Yeah. Alright. I'm chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga. I be damned if I die in these streets, nigga. Hands up for the money, we gon' reach, nigga. Chillin' in the belly of the beast, nigga.